Chapter 1. The perverse senior brother, spare me. Junior sister, I heard you jumped into the Winshin Lake. It truly pains my heart, came the melodious voice of the man, causing her legs to go weak. Luo Qingyan? Winshin Lake? Isn't this the very novel she was reading about the Empress and her 6 male consorts? The story narrates how the genius female protagonist, Hua Li, gradually captures the hearts of 6 formidable antagonists, ultimately unifying the martial world and ascending as the Empress in the realm of immortality, subsequently collecting all 6 male leads into her harem. Numerous readers in the comments berated, "This book is utterly nonsensical. How can there be only 6 male leads? That's far too few. There should at least be 7, one for each day of the week." Within the narrative, there exists a love-struck supporting character sharing her name, who is infatuated with one of the 6 male leads, the chief disciple of the immortal sect, Mo Qinshue. After several failed confessions, she sorrowfully leapt into the lake to end her life. And now, heavens above, she has transmigrated into the book, becoming a mere tool meant to highlight Mo Qingshue's charm. Before the bed, Mo Qinshue noticed the twitch of the girl's expression and smirked inwardly. Is she finally awakening? If it weren't for the mysterious system that suddenly appeared in his consciousness, he wouldn't have bothered with her life or death. From this point on, as long as he captures this girl's heart and achieves a 100-point favorability, the system will bestow upon him unparalleled celestial powers, precisely what he requires for his revenge. Currently, his favorability stands at 50. It should have been higher, but her despair after being rejected by him yesterday led her to attempt suicide by jumping into the lake, resulting in the current score of only 50. Mo Qingshue's long fingers tightened. The system manifested after her leap into the lake. Had it appeared just one day earlier, he could have simply accepted her pursuit, completing the task without such complications. However, it matters not. She has clung to him for so long, a few sweet words should suffice to raise it to 100. With his elegant fingers resting on the girl's pulse, Mo Qinshue gradually channeled his vital energy into her meridians, dispelling her chill. Luo Qingyan felt a warm current surge through her limbs, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, akin to basking in the gentle spring breeze. Who is so kind-hearted as to bestow a mere cannon fodder with vital energy? Favorability 20? Mo Qingshue's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, young girls are easy to deceive. Luo Qingyan sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears as she opened them. Before her stood a countenance of ethereal beauty. The man was clad in garments as white as snow, his demeanor as gentle as jade, with a high nose and slightly upturned rosy lips. His deep gaze seemed perpetually illuminated by a tender glow, a delicate golden mark adorning his brow, exquisite beyond compare. Luo Qingyan's pupils dilated in astonishment. What on earth? This strikingly handsome visage, this unparalleled, resplendent golden spiritual root mark. Isn't this the infamous antagonist, Mo Qinshue? Mo Qinshue appeared graceful and refined, yet harbored a dark and ruthless heart. As the chief disciple of the Winshin sect, he bore a deep-seated grudge against it, intent on its destruction. Later, he seized the opportunity to rebel, poisoning the sect leader and slaughtering countless fellow disciples, before piercing through the critical points of the sect's 2 great secret realms, triggering a cataclysmic earthquake that resulted in the demise of countless disciples, leading to the annihilation of one of the 3 great sects of the immortal world, the Winshin sect. After avenging his grudge, Mo Qinshue fell into madness due to his sins, only to be rescued by the female protagonist, Hua Li. In the end, Hua Li ascended to Empress, while he became a favored consort. At this moment, Luo Qingyan gaped at the consort, unable to suppress a series of terrified exclamations. Ah! Oh my goodness! Ah! What on earth? How could this murderous fiend, who annihilated the Winshin sect, appear at her bedside? Mo Qinshue. The junior sister opened her eyes to see him and displayed no delight. Instead, she was shrieking as though she had seen a ghost. Almost simultaneously, favorability 120. Current host favorability 50. Negative value? Mo Qingshue's expression darkened instantly. The system had explained the concept of mathematics to him. A negative favorability indicates that not only does she harbor no fondness for him, but rather, she harbors animosity. Luo Qingyan noted the change in the man's demeanor. The consort did not seem pleased. In a flash, She became more vigilant, sitting up smartly and tightly wrapping herself in the quilt. You mustn't come any closer. Mo Chinshue. Favorability 1. Very well, it has decreased yet again. Mo Chinshue suppressed the myriad of emotions swirling within him. He offered a gentle smile, restoring his tender demeanor. Junior sister, have you lost your wits? His profound gaze held her captive as he softly inquired. Do you still recognize me? I am your senior brother, Mo Chinshue. Despite being a twisted killer at heart, his words dripped with sweetness, reminiscent of a lover's whisper. Luo Qingyan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You truly are a pervert, Mo Chinshue. Moments later, the man's smile waned slightly. He leaned closer to the girl on the bed, fixing her with an intense gaze as he spoke in a hushed tone. Junior sister, what is it that you fear? Why this sudden aversion to me? His deep-set eyes flickered ominously. Luo Qingyan shuddered. This pervert, upon discovering that she is privy to the plot, would undoubtedly eliminate her to silence her. In an instant, Luo Qingyan's emotions betrayed her. She covered her mouth with tears welling in her eyes and said, It's because you are too charming. I fear I shall once again be infatuated and mad for you, and leap into the icy waters of the lake. Mo Chinshue chuckled at her response. He curved his lips into a smile, saying, Junior sister, your affections move me greatly. How about you accompany me back to Xianjian Peak? From now on, I shall personally guide your cultivation. What say you? Ah? No need. Absolutely not. Luo Qingyan shook her head vigorously, sincerely asserting, Senior brother, you know I have always ranked last in the entire sect, and Xianjian Peak is the foremost of the 7 peaks of the Wenshan sect. I am unworthy of such a place. Mo Chinshue had trained at Xianjian Peak, so when he slaughtered the sect, it was the first to suffer. That place should certainly be avoided at all costs. Mo Chingshue's gaze deepened. This love-struck girl had previously sought every means to approach him, yet now she seemed to evade him at all costs. Could it be that her heart was shattered, turning love into resentment? Mo Chinshue chuckled softly, gently saying, Junior sister, it was my fault before for neglecting you in my singular focus on cultivation from now on. Luo Qingyan immediately interrupted him. From now on, I shall change my ways and never cling to you again. She raised 3 fingers to swear to the heavens. Rest assured, senior brother, I was immature and constantly troubled you, before I shall absolutely not do so anymore. I promise to mend my ways and keep my distance from you, as far away as possible. Mo Chinshue almost spat blood on the spot. Is she jesting with him? Note, this narrative is rich in flavor, crispy on the outside and tender within, deliciously wholesome, and beneficial for long-term consumption. The intelligence level is intact, with a well-thought-out plot that defies expectations. Welcome to indulge. Chapter 2. The Favorability Rankings. Mo Chinshue yearned to articulate further thoughts, yet during their recent exchange, his favorability had been steadily diminishing. It had plummeted to an alarming -60. His voice was typically enchanting, capable of making any girl's heart flutter. However, for reasons unknown, his charm inexplicably waned in her presence. Mo Chinshue averted his gaze. Perhaps the shock from her leap into the lake had caused her to lose her senses. In such circumstances, any attempts to placate her would be futile. It would be wiser to allow her to rest and regain her composure. With this in mind, Mo Chinshue spoke gently, Little junior sister. Please take the time to rest well. Your elder brother will visit you again another day. With a soft smile, he rose and departed. As the man exited the room, Luo Qingyan finally exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she collapsed onto the bed. That peculiar elder brother had finally left. The moment Mo Chinshue stepped out of the girl's chamber, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. It appeared he had underestimated the difficulty of the system's task. Strangely, in addition to him, the system had simultaneously targeted 6 others, all tasked with gaining Luo Qingyan's favor. The system had even established a favorability ranking among the 7 of them. The rankings concealed their true names, assigning each a code name. His was Xian. The others bore the names Mei, Mia, Song, Ming, Yu, and Zhu. Mo Chinshue was oblivious to the identities of these 6 individuals, but he sensed that they were not to be underestimated. Originally, his favorability score of 50 had placed him at the top of the rankings. But now, with it reduced to -60, he found himself at the very bottom. as the others remained at a neutral score of 0. This indicated that they had yet to make an appearance in Luo Qingyan's world. Contemplating this, Imo Chinchua's expression softened slightly. Proximity to the source of favorability often yields the greatest advantage, and he still held the greatest opportunity. Moreover, she was at an impressionable age, naive and unversed in matters of the heart. Such young girls were the easiest to entice, and with a little effort, she would undoubtedly fall for him once more. On the bed, Luo Qingyan gazed despondently at the ceiling, sifting through the plot of the book in her mind. The Wanxian sect was a prestigious school within the realm of cultivation, comprising 7 peaks. Among them, Imo Chinchua's Xianjian Peak was the main peak, renowned for its mastery of sword techniques. In contrast, Danny Peak excelled in alchemy and medicine. Fa Shur Peak specialized in formations and talismans. Zhu Qi Peak focused on forging weapons. Yu Shou Peak was adept in beast taming, while Songbao Peak was skilled in financial management. As for her own peak, it was humorously named Kuaikuo Peak, known for its comedic pursuits. The original text provided little description of Kuaikuo Peak, as it served merely as a comedic foil. Kuaikuo Peak was bereft of resources. While the other peaks thrived with talent, it had but a few disciples and was regarded as the least esteemed within the Wanxian sect. That moment, a cheerful voice echoed from outside the door. "Little junior sister, you've finally awakened." A youthful boy with strikingly sharp eyebrows and starry eyes burst in. Clad in a neat cultivator's robe, his ebony hair was tied into a high ponytail with a fiery red band. Exuding vigor and charm, Luo Qingyan looked at him, puzzled. "Who are you?" The boy gasped in astonishment. "You don't recognize me. I am your second elder brother, Dongfang Che." It turned out he was a senior from Kuaikuo Peak, a fellow disciple. Luo Qingyan smiled apologetically. "I have lost my memory since jumping into the lake, and I can't recall anything." Dongfang Che nodded knowingly. "From your appearance, it seems your head has taken a hit. Likely from the water when you jumped." Luo Qingyan replied, "I see." Dongfang Che reassured her, "It's all right. Your head has always been a bit muddled. A little more water won't matter much." Gratefully, Luo Qingyan said, "Thank you. Hearing that makes me feel much better." Dongfang Che produced a wrinkled spirit fruit. "Here, eat this quickly to calm your nerves." Luo Qingyan focused intently. "Aren't we too impoverished to grow any spirit fruits on our peak?" "Where did this come from?" Dongfang Che chuckled. "This is from when I joined the Wanxian sect a few years ago. It was a new disciple's benefit. I've kept it all this time. But it's a bit shriveled now, don't mind that. Just eat it." Luo Qingyan understood that spirit fruits were precious, and her second elder brother had saved it for himself. Yet today, he had selflessly offered her something he had cherished for years. Such a foolishly kind second elder brother would tragically meet his end because of Imo Chinchua. With that thought, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but clench her fists, gritting her teeth. "Imo Chinchua, you deserve nothing less than 1,000 deaths." At Xinjian Peak, just as Imo Chinchua lifted his teacup, a chilling notification resonated in his mind. Favorability-30. Please note, the current favorability of the host. -90. With a crash, the man crushed the teacup in his hands. "What is she doing? I'm not even next to her, and my favorability is still plummeting by 30. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle that little girl. Imo Chinchua's expression darkened ominously, sending a shiver down the spines of the disciples nearby. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Imo Chinchua cleared his throat, regaining his composure as he coldly replied, "Nothing. I've just been overexerting myself in my training and lost control." He gracefully raised his hand to clear away the shards and replaced the broken teacup with a new one. Luo Qingyan pushed the fire spirit fruit back towards Dongfang Che. "Thank you, second elder brother, but I'm fine now. You should eat this fruit yourself." "Absolutely not," Dongfang Che insisted. "Your leap into the lake frightened me terribly. Thanks to you, I've managed to maintain my position as second to last in the Wanxian sect. If you were to die, I would instantly become the last. Thus, I cannot allow you to perish." Luo Qingyan observed Dongfang Che, who appeared spirited yet was indeed a poor student. "Second elder brother," he urgently pressed the spirit fruit into her hands. "You must eat this, otherwise I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." Reluctantly, she accepted the fruit, and despite its years of storage, it still tasted sweet. Watching her consume the fruit, Dongfang Che sighed with relief. "Now my position as second to last is secure." As Luo Qingyan savored the fruit, her heart was heavy with worry. With such meager skills, how could they face the impending annihilation in 3 years? Imo Chunshue would unleash a massacre. How could she prevent this tragedy? Should she report him to the sect leader? No. As long as the murderous demon concealed his true nature, he would remain the refined and elegant chief disciple. No one would believe her words. Urging him to relinquish his vengeance? That was impossible. Blood feuds could not be resolved with mere words. He would not heed her advice and would surely silence her instead. Thus, the best course of action was to escape. Resolute, Luo Qingyan turned to Dongfang Che, second elder brother. I believe we are perhaps unsuited for cultivation. Remaining in the Wanxian sect holds little promise for us. And if disaster strikes, we would be caught in the turmoil as well. It might be best for us to part ways. You can return to your Gao Laozhuang, and I'll return to my Liashesh. Do you remember where my home is? Chapter 3, The Master's Profound Skills. Dongfang Che replied, You were taken in by the master. Your home is right here, Luo Qingyan. So I truly have nowhere else to go? In the current climate of the cultivation world, loyalty to one's sect was paramount. Disciples were expected to learn from their sect and could not simply walk away. The various sects had united to establish a registry for cultivators. And without just cause for leaving, other sects would typically not accept one, leaving them to wander as a rogue. Given her cultivation level of merely the first layer of Qi training, to roam would not only leave her hungry but also expose her to the threats posed by demonic cultivators. Thus, she had no choice but to remain within the Wanxian sect, awaiting the cataclysmic sword strike from Imo Chunshue that could shatter her world. Luo Qingyan could not help but curse internally. Imo Chunshue, I curse your ancestors. At Xinjian Peak, Imo Chunshue had just replaced his teacup when the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Favorability-5. Current favorability-95. Imo Chunshue. Is this not yet over? With a swift motion, he crushed yet another teacup in his hand. The disciples around him stared in disbelief. What on earth is wrong with brother? He has shattered 2 teacups. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan finished the spirit fruit. Her mind made up. She could not afford to wait for death. She needed to survive. With 3 years remaining, if she could devote herself to intense training and progress, her chances of surviving in the future would significantly improve. Luo Qingyan suddenly grasped Dongfang Che's hand, her eyes bright with determination. Second elder brother, I've come to a realization. Although our performance has been consistently poor, we cannot afford to slacken our efforts. We must strive to cultivate diligently. Dongfang Che dismissed her words as nonsense, responding perfunctorily, Yes, sure, cultivation, right? Luo Qingyan insisted, Quickly, take me to find our master. We must inform him of our new-found resolve to work hard. Dongfang Che led her toward their master's residence. Along the way, Luo Qingyan felt a twinge of apprehension. The original text had provided little insight into the master of Kuaikuo Peak, leaving her uncertain of what kind of person he might be. Given how lackluster his disciples were, one could only imagine the quality of his teachings. Yet, he was still one of the peak leaders of the Wanxian sect, even if he lacked the proficiency of the other leaders. He must possess some unique skills to impart to his disciples. In her heart, Luo Qingyan vowed, Regardless of how the master teaches, I will learn diligently. Upon reaching the master's abode, Dongfang Che did not enter the house, but instead headed straight to the backyard. There, a mound of grass-covered earth stood, a grave. Dongfang Che knelt before it. Master, I have come to visit you with little junior sister. Luo Qingyan, Master, is he already buried? Dongfang Che reached down to pull a few blades of grass. His tone tinged with sorrow. Master, it has been several days since my last visit, and look how tall the grass on your grave has grown. Luo Qingyan stood frozen in place, her expression gradually cracking. Despite having prepared herself mentally, diligently absorbing every lesson imparted by her master, witnessing his current state left her questioning what more he could teach her. It seemed he could impart nothing further. Noticing her tearful face, Dongfang Che hurried to comfort her. Little junior sister, do not be too heartbroken. May you find peace in this sorrow. Come, let us clear the grass for master together. Kneeling before the grave, Luo Qingyan's eyes brimmed with tears. As Dongfang Che cleared the weeds, he lamented, Truly, master possessed profound cultivation. Even the grass upon his grave grows faster than others. Unable to contain her curiosity, Luo Qingyan inquired, What level of cultivation did our master possess? Yuan Ing or Huashan? The 5 stages of cultivation in this realm are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, Yuan Ying, and Hua Shan. Dongfang Che replied. Master spoke only of his lofty cultivation, but never revealed the specifics of his realm. Luo Qingyan was taken aback. Could it be that Master, unwilling to disclose his level, was a hidden master of Hua Shan or beyond, who chose not to ascend? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, with such high cultivation? How did he meet his end? Dongfang Che explained. A few years ago, a demonic cultivator infiltrated Xinjian Peak. After being injured by senior brother Imo Qinyu, he fled to our Kuaihua Peak, where he encountered Master. Master bravely stepped forward, only to be struck down by a single blow from the foe. Luo Qingyan exclaimed, Brother, are you truly jesting? Master fell at the hands of an obscure demonic cultivator, one already wounded by Imo Qinyu. Given that Imo Qinyu is currently at the Yuan Ying level, what does that imply about Master's cultivation? Perhaps he was merely at the foundation establishment stage? Dongfang Che sighed regretfully. Alas, Master has departed this world far too early. He then produced a stack of paper money and set it ablaze before the grave. Master, little junior sister and I have brought you some currency. Please accept it and guard it well, lest others snatch it away. After all, with your cultivation, who knows if it will be of any use down there? Luo Qingyan knelt silently beside him, tears streaming down her face. Once the paper money was burned, she gathered her emotions and asked, Besides the 2 of us, who else resides at Kuaihua Peak? Since you are the 2nd senior brother, what of the 1st senior brother? Dongfang Che responded, Including Master, there are 4 of us at Kuaihua Peak, and there is also one 1st senior brother. I will take you to find him. Hope ignited within Luo Qingyan, though Master was gone. The 1st senior brother could still guide the junior disciples in their cultivation. Upon arriving at the 1st senior brother's courtyard, Dongfang Che pushed open the door and entered. Luo Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she was not heading toward a grave. The room was exquisitely arranged, immaculate, indicating the owneress' emphasis on quality of life. Following Dongfang Che into the inner chamber, Luo Qingyan saw the 1st senior brother lying on the bed. Seemingly asleep, he was a tall, handsome young man, clad in white garments typical of celestial sex, exuding an extraordinary elegance. He lay there quietly, embodying the essence of refinement, resembling a flawless noble scion. Wow, Luo Qingyan marveled. How handsome! Just looking at his appearance, he seems formidable. The 1st senior brother must be incredibly powerful. Chapter 4. The Art of Survival. Dongfang Che said, 3 years ago, the 1st senior brother mistakenly fell into demonic cultivation and has remained in a coma ever since. I sought the aid of several medical cultivators from Danny Peak, but they all claimed there was no cure. The 1st senior brother's condition is terminal, beyond even the help of immortals. And he will never awaken. Luo Qingyan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. So, such a handsome 1st senior brother is effectively a vegetable. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Suddenly, Luo Qingyan noticed something odd. She pointed at the young man on the bed and questioned loudly. You say the 1st senior brother has been in a coma for 3 years? Yet look at his hair, so clean and tidy, as if he just had it styled. Who can go 3 years without washing their hair and still look this immaculate? Dongfang Che explained. That is because the 1st senior brother has a cleanliness obsession, and thus cultivated a cleaning technique. As long as he lives, the technique automatically activates daily, and no sooner had he spoken than waves of azure light rippled from the young man, thoroughly cleansing his surroundings. Including the room itself, Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che, standing within, were also swept up in the purification. They emerged refreshed from head to toe. Dongfang Che remarked, Did you see? This is the 1st senior brother's cleaning technique. Luo Qingyan quipped, The 1st senior brother must be a Virgo. Even in his dying state, he must satisfy his cleanliness obsession. Dongfang Che lamented. Our 1st senior brother was once so exceptional. It is a pity that despite living a life of integrity and elegance, he has ended up in such a state, merely lying there waiting for death. It is truly unfortunate. Luo Qingyan was already choked with emotion. With Master gone and the 1st senior brother now a vegetable, all that remained at Kuaihua Peak were she and the 2nd senior brother, both at the Qi refinement stage, mere fledgling cultivators struggling together. How could they possibly confront Imo Qinyu's massacre? Luo Qingyan could not help but scream skyward, Imo Qinyu, I utterly despise you, ah! A flock of crows took flight in alarm from the treetops. At Xinjian Peak, Imo Qinyu was once again greeted by the system's voice within his consciousness. Favorability-1. Imo Qinyu remained expressionless. He had grown accustomed to it. Nevertheless, that girl was indeed infuriating, having caused him to lose composure twice in front of others. Over the years, he had expertly concealed the darkness within him, maintaining a calm and gentle demeanor. Yet today, he had suddenly shattered 2 teacups, startling his junior disciples. Even the sect leader had summoned him for a discussion, questioning whether his cultivation had gone awry, advising him to maintain calm and be wary of falling into demonic practices. Imo Qinyu closed his eyes. He did not wish to see that wretched girl at the moment. Perhaps he would leave her be for a few days and send other disciples to check on her situation later. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan remained undeterred. Nothing could quell her enthusiasm for cultivation. She pushed open the door to the Kuaihua Peak's library, seeking some cultivation texts. Since no one was available to teach, she would educate herself. As her gaze swept across the rows of bookshelves, she found an array of novels, essays, poetry, and prose, merely extracurricular reading, with not a single textbook related to cultivation in sight. It seemed Kuaihua Peak was not an institution for learning at all. With no teachers or supervision and lacking any study materials, Luo Qingyan wore a disheartened expression. Suddenly, her eyes brightened in the innermost corner. There was actually a small yellow book? The title read, "The Years I Spent as a Cauldron." Luo Qingyan felt a surge of indignation. She pulled out the small yellow book, her curiosity piqued, and began to read with great interest. Oh, one must admit, this little tale from the world of cultivation was rather delightful, particularly for its detailed descriptions of various processes, sounds, and visuals. Nothing was left unsaid. Luo Qingyan praised it repeatedly. If ratings were to be given, it would undoubtedly earn a 5-star review. Unbeknownst to her, she had read through the entire night. When dawn broke, Luo Qingyan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, recalled that she had originally intended to devote herself to cultivation, only to have spent the night engrossed in a novel. Luo Qingyan felt a pang of regret, her frustration seeking an outlet. Unsure of whom to blame. Thus, as Imo Qinyu opened his eyes early the next morning, he received a system notification. Favorability-1. Imo Qinyu smiled calmly. Just a basic response. There was truly nothing to be surprised about. At Kuaihua Peak, Luo Qingyan, having read the small yellow book day and night, refused to believe that such a vast mountain did not possess a single cultivation method. She sneaked into Master's room, hoping for luck, only to discover a thick set of manuals on the table, titled The Art of Survival. Luo Qingyan was immediately captivated by the title. The Art of Survival? Heaven above! This was precisely what she needed. Trembling, she flipped through a few volumes and was even more astonished. This could be deemed an encyclopedic guide to cultivation, encompassing techniques in movement, swordplay, formations, talismans, medicine, mental arts, astronomy, geography, and historical knowledge. Everything one needed to preserve their life. In that instant, Luo Qingyan fell in love. She excitedly grasped Dongfang Che. "Second senior brother, we are saved." Dongfang Che. Huh? Luo Qingyan, with tears of joy in her eyes, exclaimed, "I have found Master's legacy. The Art of Survival. From today onward, we shall practice this set of techniques, exploring each method within it to discover the most suitable path for ourselves." Dongfang Che. Wasn't he agreed that we would remain as underachievers together? Now, suddenly, the other party wished to strive for success, leaving Dongfang Che feeling somewhat anxious. Dongfang Che was of the Thunder Spirit root, a rare single root that should have been a treasure for the sect. However, his root was too low in quality, and the elders often claimed he was unfit, stating that no matter how hard he cultivated, he would achieve nothing. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Che thought that if others deemed him incapable, he must truly be so. Consequently, he ceased all training, opting for a lackadaisical approach. As for Luo Qingyan, she bore the 5-element spirit root, possessing all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Such a qualification was considered subpar, as simultaneously cultivating all 5 roots was virtually impossible due to conflicting attributes, which rendered her cultivation weaker than Dongfang Che's. At this moment, Dongfang Che believed that his junior sister must be out of her mind to pursue hard work, and began to seek excuses to evade the effort. "Little junior sister, it's not that I do not wish to cultivate, but rather that the conditions do not permit it. Luo Qingyan asked, "What do you mean?" Dongfang Che remarked, "We are severely lacking in essential resources. For instance, to learn the art of talisman crafting, one requires a wolf hair brush and talisman paper. To study medicine, silver needles are necessary, and for alchemy, various herbs are indispensable. Unfortunately, Kuaihua Peak possesses none of these, rendering our studies impossible." Luo Qingyan pondered for a moment and responded, "Talisman paper and silver needles should be available for purchase at the trading hall of the Mage Peak and the Alchemist Peak." "I shall procure some immediately," Dongfang Che interjected. "Those items must be bought with spirit stones." "Do you have any spirit stones?" "No," she admitted. "Exactly." Dongfang Che clapped his hands in delight. "Kuaihua Peak doesn't have a single spirit stone. Thus we cannot purchase any cultivation supplies, making our training utterly futile." Luo Qingyan reassured him, "Not to worry. I'll handle the purchases without spending a dime." "What?" He widened his eyes in disbelief. "You plan to acquire items without spending money? Are you jesting?" Luo Qingyan flashed a mischievous smile. "I have my methods." Chapter 5. Acquiring goods without spending. Dongfang Che was wholly unconvinced. "Fine. If you manage to return with the items, I shall dedicate myself to serious training." Luo Qingyan waved her hand dismissively and turned gracefully to leave. "It's a promise." Dongfang Che gazed at her retreating figure, his feelings tangled. "Ever since my junior sister jumped into the lake, her demeanor has changed drastically. Previously, she was naive. Now, she seems utterly unhinged. How could she expect to buy anything without spirit stones?" Luo Qingyan first arrived at the Mage Peak. The trading hall there offered various talisman crafting supplies and even pre-drawn talismans, all priced considerably lower than those in the black market, as they were sold to sect disciples. She selected 2 wolf hair brushes and a stack of talisman paper, totaling 50 spirit stones. While choosing her items, she observed the atmosphere of the trading hall. Most of the disciples on duty displayed a keen sense of superiority, eagerly catering to those of higher cultivation or wealth, while treating ordinary disciples with disdain. Only one disciple stood apart from the rest. He was a pale, slender youth, dressed in fine garments, clearly hailing from a prestigious family. Unlike the others, he looked down on everyone equally. Luo Qingyan approached the youth with an innocent smile. "Greetings, esteemed senior. May I inquire your name?" The youth, still engrossed in his account book, replied without looking up, "Gu Qianglu." "Hello, Gu Senior. I wish to purchase on credit." The youth raised an eyebrow in surprise, lifting his eyelids slightly. "On credit?" "Yes," she confirmed. "I Haven Tea brought spirit stones today." "May I owe you for now?" Gu Qianglu replied coldly. "That is not permissible. The trading hall does not extend credit." Luo Qingyan was not taken aback by his response. She simply smiled. "Then might I trouble you to take me to see Elder Shun, the overseer of the trading hall? I believe he will agree to my request for credit." Surrounding disciples turned to gaze at her, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disdain, whispering among themselves, "Who is this pauper from which peak? It's the first time I've seen someone attempt to purchase on credit at the trading hall. Her identity badge says Kuaihua Peak. She must be that infatuated girl who jumped into the lake a few days ago. Has she lost her mind? Failing to win over Gu Senior, now she wants to appeal to Elder Shun as if he would be easy to persuade?" Gu Qianglu frowned. "No trading hall on any peak allows for credit. Even if you meet Elder Shun, it will be of no use. He would never make an exception for you." Luo Qingyan replied. "That's all right. I have a way with words, and can surely persuade him." Gu Qianglu scoffed. It was well known that Elder Shun had a notoriously foul temper and was impervious to flattery. To think one could sway him? That was laughable. Luo Qingyan smiled. "It seems you do not believe me. Would you care to place a wager?" Gu Qianglu inquired. "What do you wish to wager?" "Let us wager 100 spirit stones that Elder Shin will grant me credit." Gu Qianglu sneered. "Very well. I accept the wager." As a direct disciple of the Mage Peak's leader, he had come to oversee the trading hall today, only to encounter such an eccentricity. Most would have dismissed Luo Qingyan as a madwoman, but someone of his lofty disposition enjoyed proving himself right, even if it meant engaging with a lunatic. Luo Qingyan followed Gu Qianglu to the entrance of a study hall. Gu Qianglu cautioned, "I advise you, Elder Shun has a peculiar temperament. Flattery or playing the victim will only serve to annoy him. He detests insincere sycophants." Luo Qingyan nodded. "Rest assured, I am quite genuine and not at all insincere." Gu Qianglu snorted and knocked on the door, announcing Elder. A disciple insists on seeing you. Who is it? What do you want? Came the gruff voice from within, brimming with irritation. Speak quickly and leave. I am busy. Luo Qingyan, undeterred, boldly pushed the door open. Inside the study, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor sat behind a desk, wielding a wolf hair brush to draw talismans. Luo Qingyan bowed respectfully. Disciple Luo Qingyan from Kuaihua Peak pays her respects to Elder Shun. I have long admired you, esteemed elder. In the realm of cultivation, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. No one compares to your standing in my heart. Elder Shun raised an eyebrow. I have encountered sycophants before, but never one as overtly disingenuous as you'd. Tio profess admiration without even having met me. Are you trying to fool a fool? His expression turned cold. Speak plainly. There's no need for this nonsense. I assure you, esteemed elder, my words come from the heart. Your unparalleled talent is unmatched in history. With a mere brush in your hand, you conjure symbols that transcend time and space, a true marvel. Elder Shun was rendered speechless. As an elder of the Mage Peak, second only to the peak leader, he indeed possessed extraordinary talent in talisman crafting. Many disciples had flattered him, but none had gone to such extravagant lengths. His disdain for obsequiousness deepened, and he took a sip of tea, a cold smile on his lips. He was curious to see what this girl intended to achieve and what further absurdities she might utter. Luo Qingyan continued, the tales you weave in your esteemed writings are utterly captivating, leaving readers yearning for more. Elder Shun sputtered. Spewing tea, he shot to his feet. What did you say? Luo Qingyan retrieved a book from her storage pouch. Into this the years I spent as a furnace cauldron your work? Elder Shun's expression shifted dramatically. Writing such risque literature was taboo, and he had kept it entirely secret, known only to heaven and earth. Trembling, he stammered. How do you know it was I who penned it? Chapter 6. Getting something for nothing. Luo Qingyan, of course, would not reveal that it was mentioned in the original text. She composed herself and replied, My master informed me. After all, her master was deceased, providing her with a convenient scapegoat, with no witnesses to contradict her. Elder Shun, agitated, pressed, Where is your master? I wish to question him directly. Luo Qingyan pointed to the ground. He is beneath us. Elder Shun questioned. You mean to say? Luo Qingyan continued. Are you not aware? My master has passed on. Elder Shun's expression turned astonished. The peak leader of Kuaihua Peak has died. This was news to him. Luo Qingyan was momentarily speechless. Was it possible that no one knew of the death of a peak leader? Elder Shun stood frozen, his expression shifting rapidly. While he was indifferent to the fate of Kuaihua Peak's leader, if the disciples were to discover that the notoriously stern Elder Shun secretly authored such works, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, this young woman was here to threaten him. Realizing this, Elder Shun's expression darkened further. Yet, Luo Qingyan bore no hint of menace. Rather, her enthusiasm was palpable. How did you conceive such thrilling plots? They're absolutely exquisite. After finishing one chapter, I find myself unable to resist the urge to read the next. The old man felt an unexpected surge of excitement at her words. Really? Absolutely? Luo Qingyan nodded vigorously. I have never encountered a work so enthralling. It is truly a source of joy, to be frank. After indulging in your story, other works pale in comparison. She gazed at Elder Shun with eager eyes. I came today to inquire when you will release the next installment. I finished the first part and am utterly impatient for the second. Such praise struck a chord with the author's heart, filling Elder Shun with elation. His talent in this regard had long gone unrecognized, and today, he finally received acknowledgement. With the thrill of newfound fans in his old age, the sense of accomplishment was indescribable. Reflecting on Luo Qingyan's earlier flattery, he felt it was not misplaced. I sent little yellow books, just a manifestation of yin and yang and their complexity. In terms of narrative skill, I truly am unmatched. Elder Shun chuckled. Young friend, I was indeed planning to write a second volume. Since you are so eager to read it, I shall let you have the first glimpse once it's done, and you can offer your insights. How does that sound? Wonderful. That's fantastic, Luo Qingyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. When will it be ready? I will begin writing right away. Elder Shun, buoyed by her praise, felt an inspiration surge. He handed her a communication talisman. I shall notify you once it is complete. Excellent. Luo Qingyan agreed enthusiastically, carefully placing the talisman in her pouch. Elder Shen intended to remind her to keep this matter confidential. But Luo Qingyan shyly smiled and whispered, "Elder Shen, I believe we should keep this collaboration under wraps to avoid disturbing the creative process." Elder Shen, upon hearing this, felt an increased sense of reassurance. Initially concerned that Luo Qingyan might wield this as leverage to threaten him, he now recognized that they were allies, and there was nothing to fear. Thus, he nodded in approval. Luo Qingyan continued, "By the way, I came to the trading hall today also intending to purchase some writing materials for drawing talismans, but I forgot to bring my spirit stones. The senior brother on duty said he needed to consult with the elder before allowing me to buy on credit." Elder Shen replied readily, "It's merely a few sheets of talisman paper. Why would you need to buy on credit? I shall gift them to you." "That won't do." Luo Qingyan immediately declined. With a resolute expression, she stated, "One must not take advantage without recompense, and as a disciple of the Asking Immortals sect, I must adhere even more strictly to this principle. Please grant me an IOU. I solemnly assure you that I will repay the spirit stones." Elder Shun, upon hearing her words, regarded Luo Qingyan with newfound admiration. Despite the opportunity to receive the items for free, she insisted on an IOU, demonstrating her integrity and unwillingness to take advantage of others. This child's character is remarkably upright. Moreover, as a writer, Shun could not refuse such a request, and thus he promptly issued Luo Qingyan an IOU for 50 spirit stones. Upon returning to the trading hall, Luo Qingyan found her fellow disciples eagerly awaiting her misfortune. She presented the IOU to Gu Qianglu, saying, "Senior brother Gu, here is the IOU approved by Elder Shen." Gu Qianglu examined it and confirmed that it was indeed in Elder Shen's handwriting. He exclaimed in surprise, "How did you manage to accomplish this?" Luo Qingyan smiled and replied, "Elder Shen is magnanimous and kind. Once I explained my situation, he graciously allowed me to buy on credit." The others murmured, "That strange old man, kind and benevolent?" Luo Qingyan added, "Senior brother Gu, a bet is a bet. We agreed on 100 spirit stones." Jiu Qianglu had no intention of shirking his debt. As he was not lacking in funds, he simply found it incredible that this junior sister could persuade Elder Shen to make an exception for her. He produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to Luo Qingyan. She promptly counted out half, saying, "This 50 spirit stones will be used to settle my debt. I will clear my obligation to the trading hall." Jiu Qianglu was astonished. So she not only acquired the talisman paper and brush for free, but also profited 50 spirit stones. Isn't that taking advantage? With the remaining 50 spirit stones in hand, Luo Qingyan made her way to the trading hall on the Dan Medicine Peak to purchase silver needles and several commonly used medicinal herbs. Upon returning to the Happy Peak, Dongfang Che nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. So it is indeed possible to obtain things without spending money? Luo Qingyan handed him the talisman paper, saying, "What excuse do you have now for not working hard? There's no time to explain. Hurry up and study." With that, she hurried back to her room to cultivate, leaving Dongfang Che alone and bewildered in the wind. Cultivators typically choose their professions: sword cultivators, alchemists, or talisman masters, among others. However, Luo Qingyan, accustomed to a well-rounded education, quickly devised a timetable for herself, dedicating different times to various subjects, striving for comprehensive development in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Among her studies, the section on acupuncture required practical application, prompting Luo Qingyan to think of her senior brother. Since he was lying down anyway, why not? With silver needles in hand, she approached her senior brother's room and candidly inquired, "Senior brother, this acupuncture technique requires practice on a living subject. I cannot bear to prick myself. May I practice on you?" The youth in white remained quietly lying there, offering no response. "Since you don't refuse, I shall take it as your consent." Luo Qingyan sat beside the bed, her hand steady as she held the needle, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Since you have no ailments to treat, let me try pricking you a few times. If it goes poorly, it won't do any harm, right?" With that, she began exploring acupoints through his clothing, the silver needles piercing one after another into her senior brother's body. Should she misplace a needle, she would swiftly withdraw it and reinsert it. Simultaneously, she monitored his pulse, assessing the effect of the acupuncture on his body. Soon, the composed young man was adorned with numerous silver needles, resembling a grass boat that had just borrowed arrows. As the 108th needle was inserted, A vein on his temple twitched slightly. Luo Qingyan, engrossed in her studies of meridians and acupoints, did not notice. She was astonished to discover that his meridians were all functioning normally. This meant that his body was, in fact, free of ailments. No wonder he could not be healed. If there were no issues, how could one treat him? As for why he remained in a state of unconsciousness, Luo Qingyan was at a loss. That was beyond her knowledge. After completing her tasks for the day, Luo Qingyan carefully withdrew the silver needles and put them away. Thank you for your cooperation, senior brother. Please continue to rest. I shall return tomorrow. With a cheerful wave, she left. Meanwhile, Dongfang Che fell into deep contemplation. Previously, he felt secure with his junior sister by his side as a fellow underachiever. But now he was alone, and anxiety and loneliness washed over him. Moreover, he wanted to maintain his position just above the bottom. As a senior brother, he could not allow his junior sister to surpass him, or it would be too humiliating. With this thought, Dongfang Che began to rise early and work hard, even more so than Luo Qingyan. The happy peak was infused with a fervent spirit of diligent study. There was much for Luo Qingyan to learn. Even the act of breathing required study. The breathing techniques of cultivators differ from those of mortals. Mortal infants rely on the power of their dantian to breathe at birth. In childhood, they use the strength of their upper abdomen. In adulthood, they rely on their lungs. By old age, breathing can only be sustained through the throat. Throughout one's life, the breath becomes increasingly shallow, and life gradually withers away. However, as cultivators, they must continuously use the power of their dantian to breathe, inhaling and exhaling sufficient qi to return to the vitality of infancy, thereby attaining a lifespan of thousands of years. Luo Qingyan began her cultivation with breathing, a process that proved arduous and monotonous. Each time she encountered an obstacle, she could not help but curse immortality in her heart. If it weren't for that insufferable pervert, she wouldn't have to work so hard. -1 favorability -1 favorability -1 favorability. After 2 days, Mo Chinchua's favorability had plummeted to -99. With a calm demeanor, Mo Chinchua summoned a junior brother and spoke in a detached tone. Deliver this box of pills to Luo Qingyan at the Happy Peak, and inform her that any disciple who fails the sex trial in a month will be punished to work in the spirit mine. After a pause, he added, let her focus on her cultivation. I do not wish for any disciple to face punishment. The junior brother accepted the box, and as he exited, he stealthily opened the lid, only to be taken aback. Inside were 2 large bottles of top-tier spirit-replenishing pills. These were the most extravagant supplements in the Asking Immortals sect. Consuming one would likely elevate one's cultivation by an entire minor level. It was well known that Luo Qingyan ranked last in cultivation among the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect, and yet, Mo Chinchua was willing to look after her and bestow such high-quality pills. The disciple swallowed hard, marveling, Senior Brother Mo is truly kind-hearted. Just think how grateful Luo Qingyan must be. At the Happy Peak, Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che were deep in their training when a disciple arrived. Sword in hand. Is that a senior brother from the Xinjian Peak? Luo Qingyan inquired, glancing at the dark identity badge at his waist. What brings you here? The sex trial in a month requires all disciples who have been with the Asking Immortals sect for more than 3 years, but less than 10 to participate. And you are among them. After a brief pause, he continued, the sect has discovered a new spirit mine in the Great Wilderness and is in need of personnel for its extraction. If you fail the trial, you will be punished to work in the mine. What? Dongfang Che exclaimed in shock. Working in a mine was the most arduous and grueling task, and no one wished to undertake it. Unable to contain himself, Dongfang Che asked, how long will we have to work in the mine? 1 year. Luo Qingyan's brow furrowed. She had only 3 years left and could not afford to waste a year digging for coal. Fortunately, she had read the script and was aware of the trial's process. As long as she prepared strategically, she had no fear of failing. Dongfang Che was already shouting, a year of labor? That punishment is too cruel. The disciple from Xinjian Peak sneered, the sect's cultivation resources are reserved for the elite. Those unqualified disciples deemed worthless shall only be fit for mining. He cast a scornful glance at Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan, who ranked among the bottom of the sect. Luo Qingyan sighed inwardly upon hearing this, elite. The top elite of the Asking Immortals sect, Mo Chinchua, ultimately became a demon who slaughtered his own sect. Oh, and there's another elite, the grand heroine, Sister Huali. Huali was also a genius and cultivated at Xinjian Peak. The sect leader of the Asking Immortal sect had two direct disciples. One was Imo Chinchua, and the other was Huali. When she went out on a mission and learned of Imo Chinchua's treachery, she did not seek revenge or eliminate evil, but chose instead to forgive and ally with the murderer for her own ambitions. Truly pitiful, the disciple from Xinjian Peak stuffed the box into Luo Qingyan's arms, saying, "This is from senior brother Imo. I hope you can pass the trial and not disappoint his good intentions." With that, he disdainfully took to the skies on his sword. Luo Qingyan opened the lid. Inside lay 2 bottles of pills, their labels boldly marked in gold with the word replenishing. Dongfang Che's eyes widened. This packaging looks like the legendary top-tier spirit replenishing pills. Top-tier spirit replenishing pills were exceedingly valuable. Disciples had to achieve outstanding results in their tasks to earn even one, and yet, senior brother Imo had gifted his junior sister a whole 2 large bottles. Luo Qingyan was equally astonished. Could he be out of his mind? Why bestow such precious pills upon me? Dongfang Che could not help but exclaim, "Senior brother Imo truly embodies the chief disciple, always considering the sect's welfare. He must know that junior sister's performance has been lacking, hence his concern." Luo Qingyan, I understand now. That hypocrite is most adept at establishing a persona of a kind and loving senior brother, and everyone in the sect praises his character without reservation. Now, with the trials approaching, he deliberately chooses to offer warmth to the least capable junior sister, using her inadequacy to highlight his own benevolence. Chen Shui, the senior brother, will not abandon anyone. As a result, the public will trust him even more, completely unsuspecting. How hypocritical and cunning. A visage of celestial beauty concealing a heart of a beast. Favorability -1. Xinjian Peak. Mo Chenxue is meditating with closed eyes when the cold prompt of the system echoes in his consciousness. Current favorability -100. Please note, the host's favorability has reached its minimum value. Mo Chenxue suddenly opens his eyes. The chaotic spiritual energy rushes wildly through his meridians, and he can no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luo Qingyan's slender fingers clenched tightly. He sent her a generous gift. Yet her favorability not only failed to rise, but instead fell. What does 2 bottles of top-tier spirit replenishing pills signify? They are enough to make ordinary disciples kneel and call him father. And she, instead of appreciating it, is actually displeased? Imo Chinchua takes a deep breath, his gaze dark as an abyss. Moments later, he unexpectedly breaks into a sinister smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Favorability -100, so be it. Since it has already dropped to the lowest value, then there will be no reservations moving forward, right? Luo Qingyan takes out a bottle of spirit replenishing pills and hands it to Dongfang Che. Hurry and eat, right now, lest that perverse fiend regret it and want it back. Perverse fiend? Oh, I meant senior brother Chenxue, a slip of the tongue. Dongfang Che declines. This was given to you by senior brother Chenxue. I want to eat it. Before he can finish his sentence, Luo Qingyan has already uncorked the bottle and shoved it into his mouth. Open wide and take the medicine. I guarantee you will pass the trials. Dongfang Che is taken aback, whimpering. What? You have a way to pass the trials? Luo Qingyan replies. Yes, provided you follow my arrangements and diligently cultivate after taking the pills. Dongfang Che immediately starts chewing. He is determined not to go mining. After consuming the pills, both their cultivation levels successfully rise to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Dongfang Che is overjoyed. He has never made progress in his life. This is a first. Dongfang Che, moved, wipes away tears. Junior sister, if you had consumed both bottles of pills, you might have directly advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, yet you shared half with me. That's unacceptable. Luo Qingyan earnestly instructs, relying on pills for advancement is mere opportunism and cannot sustain in the long run. Our breakthrough is due to our hard work. We were merely a step away from the right opportunity. Otherwise, no amount of medicine would be of any use. Dongfang Che nods, touched. I understand. Let us go have dinner. After eating, we continue to cultivate. Dinner is simple, just roasted sweet potatoes. Happy Peak cannot produce spiritual plants and can only cultivate crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Freshly roasted sweet potatoes from the fire are indeed fragrant. After dinner, Dongfang Che voluntarily returns to his room to cultivate. Luo Qingyan remains in the woods, practicing the escape technique from the survival arts. Unbeknownst to her, it has already reached the early hours of the morning. Luo Qingyin is still diligently practicing, again and again. Suddenly, a radiant figure clad in ethereal garments appears in the woods. Mo Chenxue stands not far away. Squinting at Luo Qingyin, this once infatuated and useless person has begun to take her cultivation seriously. The moonlight filters through the sparse branches, enveloping the petite figure of the girl, creating an ethereal mist that gives her an air of mystery. She is earnestly practicing a certain technique, swiftly moving between several trees, first stepping this way, then that way. The movement is peculiar, hinting at a certain lightness, still as moonlight, moving like a phantom. O Chinchue's gaze flickers. This technique resembles the legendary Lingbo Weibu. Lingbo Weibu is a celestial technique, long since lost to time. Even in the sect's records, only fragments remain, with no complete account. Such a high-level and mysterious skill. Where did she learn it? Chapter 8. The Secret to Increasing Favorability. After several more rounds of practice, Luo Qingyin suddenly spins around, appearing like a ghost, and swiftly moves to stand before Mo Chinxue, nearly bumping noses with him. Luo Qingyin gasps in surprise, exclaiming, "What the? How could Mo Chinxue suddenly appear in this peaceful forest? Is this pervert here to practice killing at this late hour?" Mo Chinxue. Ever since she woke up from the lake, her personality has transformed. Every time she sees him, she looks as if she has encountered a demon. Mo Chinxue furrows his brow. "What were you just saying?" "What the?" Luo Qingyin raises her hand to point at the night sky, swaying her head and reciting. "What? The sun and moon travel, if one emerges from within. The stars shine brilliantly, if one emerges from their depths." Mo Chinxue. Luo Qingyin, your demeanor is quite elegant, too kind. Too kind. Luo Qingyin finishes her poem and then cheerfully extends her little hand to greet Mo Chinxue. "Hi, senior brother Chinxue, good morning, good noon, good midnight." Mo Chinxue's gaze darkens. This little girl is clearly putting on an act in front of him. Could it be that she has gained some opportunity to see through his true self? Mo Chinxue steps closer, suddenly grasping her pulse point. He raises an eyebrow. You've already advanced to the second layer of qi refinement? Luo Qingyin quickly nods. Thanks to the spirit-replenishing pills gifted by senior brother, I've finally advanced from the first layer to the second. O Chinxue squints. It seems that box of pills was not wasted after all. Still, she doesn't even know to thank him? At that moment, Luo Qingyin cheerfully exclaims, "Thank you, senior brother. I shall never forget your great kindness." Upon hearing this, Mo Chinxue focuses and checks the system. Favorability, -100. Mo Chinxue. She says thank you, yet her favorability hasn't increased at all? In an instant, Mo Chinxue feels a mix of amusement and anger. He slowly releases the girl's wrist. Although her favorability hasn't risen, his concerns have been alleviated. Her cultivation shows no abnormalities. What could a mere second-layer qi refinement girl possibly use to pry into his thoughts, let alone uncover his secrets? Luo Qingyin gazes at him, revealing an innocent smile. "Senior brother, why are you wandering around Happy Peak at this late hour instead of sleeping?" Mo Chinxue chuckles. "I came to see if you were slacking off. Your cultivation is quite concerning. With the trials approaching, I intended to urge you on, but to my surprise, you seem to have recognized the need to work hard." His voice is as gentle as a feather, imbued with a sense of endearment, making it a pleasure to listen to, capable of causing one to lose themselves in the moment. Luo Qingyin stares at him, momentarily entranced, then she suddenly realizes. Oh, the pervert indeed relies on such sweet-talking tactics to deceive everyone. Mo Chinxue inquires further. "What technique were you practicing just now?" "That," Luo Qingyin responds, "that's called the escape technique." "Escape technique?" "Yes, it's a technique we developed at Happy Peak. After all, with our level, it's nearly impossible to defeat others. Learning to escape is far more practical." Mo Chinxue narrows his eyes. "This escape technique is intricate and complex. It must be quite challenging to master, yet you've managed to practice it so well." "That's because I truly need it," Luo Qingyin sighs. "I really need to learn how to escape." When one genuinely understands the necessity of a skill, they will not be troubled by its difficulty. Because regardless of ease or difficulty, one must learn it in such a state. It becomes easier. Oh? Mo Chinxue contemplates. Luo Qingyin speaks with an air of profundity. True need engenders unwavering conviction, and this conviction allows one to enter a state of absolute focus, complete self-forgetfulness, and exceptionally high efficiency, known as flow state. When I was learning the escape technique, I entered the flow state. Luo Qingyin's tone grows solemn. Enough of this. Saying too much, you wouldn't understand anyway. As you are a naturally talented genius who sails smoothly through life. Many truths can only be grasped by someone like me, a weathered failure, Mo Chinchua. Nonetheless, what she says seems worth pondering. After sharing her reflections, Luo Qingyin begins to usher him away. If you have nothing else, please take your leave, O Chinchua, with a thoughtful smile, interrupts. Didn't you just say you advanced in cultivation and should repay your senior brother? Luo Qingyin, I only expressed my gratitude for your pills, very much appreciated. I never said I owed you anything. All right. But under the man's gaze, Luo Qingyin can only swallow her words and smile. Ah. Hee, yes, I do wish to express my gratitude, senior brother. Please follow me. Luo Qingyin leads Mo Chinchua deeper into the woods. Mo Chinchua follows behind, unable to guess her intentions. Then he sees Luo Qingyin unearthing some roasted sweet potatoes from the ash pile and starting a fire to heat them. Senior brother, thank you. I'll treat you to roasted sweet potatoes. In the time it takes to speak, the sweet potatoes are already heated. Here, give it a try. Luo Qingyin presented a sweet potato to him. Faced with such a perfunctory gesture of gratitude, Mo Chinchua surprisingly felt no anger. Instead, he took a seat by the fire with great interest. Having long practiced fasting, he had not consumed worldly food for quite some time. At this moment, as he accepted the sweet potato offered by the girl and took a bite, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Is this really a sweet potato? Luo Qingyin nodded, saying, yes. What's wrong? Mo Chinchua furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, it's very sweet, seemingly much better than the ones from Xinjian Peak. Luo Qingyin laughed heartily, explaining, although the sweet potatoes from Xinjian Peak contain spiritual energy, they are essentially artificially ripened. A sweet potato is not a spiritual fruit, yet they insist on treating it as one, which destroys its natural properties. How can they possibly compare to our pure, natural and unpolluted ones? Vegetables grown with chemical fertilizers and pesticides can never taste as good as those from an organic source. Mo Chinchua smiled faintly, acknowledging, I see. Distant memories were awakened by the taste. The sweet potatoes from his hometown had once been just as delicious as those from Kuaihua Peak. Unfortunately, a decision made by the sect leader of the Asking Immortal sect had led to the village being strewn with corpses overnight, resulting in the death of his parents and relatives. Luo Qingyin gazed at Mo Chinchua, observing him elegantly bite into the sweet potato, the firelight reflecting in his eyes, where a poignant glimmer was unmistakably evident. Akin to tears, Luo Qingyin was taken aback. Could it be? Just from offering him a roasted sweet potato, he was moved to such an extent. Suddenly witnessing genuine emotions in the eyes of a supposed antagonist left Luo Qingyin with a complex sentiment. There are no absolute good or evil individuals in this world. This man, clearly a prodigy, had been ensnared by hatred for half his life. Had fate been kinder, he might not have transformed into a devil with blood-stained hands. After all, he once possessed a tender heart, favorability 1. While eating the sweet potato, Mo Chinchua's gaze suddenly flickered. His favorability actually increased? Mo Chinchua almost thought he was imagining things, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed it had indeed risen. From -100 to -99, O Chinchua lifted his gaze to Luo Qingyin, finding this girl quite peculiar. Why did his favorability suddenly increase? Could it truly be because he ate a sweet potato? Mo Chinchua, perplexed, finished the sweet potato and inquired, it's delicious. May I have another? Certainly. Luo Qingyin nodded and handed him another. You know what's good. I'll give you credit for that. Favorability 1. O Chinchua's expression became subtly intricate as he accepted the roasted sweet potato and silently finished it. Little junior sister, may I have another? Sure. Luo Qingyin prepared another for him, finding the situation amusing. Favorability 1. Mo Chinchua's gaze paused for a moment. This time, he was certain. Indeed, eating sweet potatoes increases favorability. Each one consumed raises it by 1. Mo Chinchua smirked with satisfaction. Finally, he had discovered the secret. Subsequently, the charming senior brother Mo Chinchua, who had captivated countless disciples of the sect, began to consume sweet potatoes one after another. Favorability 1. Favorability 1. Favorability 1. Luo Qingyin observed from the side, gradually becoming astonished. She had never been this shocked while watching food shows in her previous life. The original text never mentioned that the Empress Dowager was a glutton. So what on earth was going on? Had he been possessed? After finishing the 10th sweet potato, Imo Chinchua's favorability rose to -90. He smiled contentedly. Little junior sister, I still want to eat more. Luo Qingyin's expression grew complex as she cautiously asked, Senior brother, are you all right? Senior brother, you've already eaten 10. Don't you feel full? Not at all. Imo Chinchua replied with a serene smile. Senior brother can still eat 190 more. Chapter 9. 190 more? Eating 200 sweet potatoes in one night could be fatal. No way, Luo Qingyin firmly refused. You are the chief disciple of the Asking Immortal sect. If you were to overindulge here at Kuaihua Peak, the sect leader would surely blame me. Although she was pleased that this demon might perish, she could not allow him to die by her hands. Otherwise, she would also face dire consequences from the sect. Seeing her resolute attitude, Imo Chinchua did not press further, mindful of the potential backlash. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. Little junior sister, thank you for the late-night snack. Imo Chinchua brushed his robes and stood up. Smiling gently, it's getting late. Senior brother shall take his leave. Luo Qingyin hurriedly waved her hand, delighted. All right, please take care. You should also rest early. Senior brother will come back tomorrow night for more sweet potatoes. What? Luo Qingyin's eyes widened in disbelief. He's coming back tomorrow? Imo Chinchua did not wait for her reaction, giving a slight smile before vanishing like a wisp of light. Luo Qingyin stared at the spot where the white light had disappeared, dazed for quite a while. Only then did she turn stiffly and head towards the kitchen. She needed to count how many sweet potatoes were left at home. That fellow could devour 10 in one night. If the stock is low, it won't be able to meet the demand. Luo Qingyin simply could not fathom what bizarre plot she had triggered since transmigrating. It is known that Xinjian Peak boasts dozens of cafeterias, renowned for their delectable dishes. Many disciples were drawn to the Asking Immortal sect solely because of the culinary reputation of Xinjian Peak. Imo Chinchua had spent years there. What mountain delicacies and ocean treasures had he not tasted? Yet he was utterly enchanted by sweet potatoes. Luo Qingyin shook her head, realizing that such twisted thought processes were beyond her comprehension. Upon returning to Xinjian Peak, Imo Chinchua felt quite elated. Although his stomach was somewhat bloated, his favorability had finally increased a bit. Senior brother, a melodious female voice rang out as Huali approached. Her gaze landed on Imo Chinchua, and she keenly sensed something amiss, exclaiming in surprise, You actually ate something? Imo Chinchua replied with a smile, I went to other peaks to observe the studies of my junior brothers and sisters, and upon seeing them enjoying a late-night snack, I couldn't help but join in. Huali hesitated, wanting to say something but refraining. Imo Chinchua had long practiced fasting. Even when she had personally prepared snacks for him, he had not even taken a bite. How could it be that he casually ate something outside today? This was highly irregular. Huali smiled subtly, her words laden with meaning. Senior brother hasn't eaten in a long time. What delightful food did you encounter today that made you unable to resist? Imo Chinchua recalled the rising favorability and unconsciously smiled, responding nonchalantly, Just some ordinary food, really. After saying this, he turned and returned to his room. Suddenly, having consumed 10 sweet potatoes felt quite unusual. He needed to quickly circulate his energy for digestion. Simultaneously, he pondered the concept of the flow of the heart she had mentioned. Huali watched his retreating figure, her eyes flickering. This man's demeanor was not right. Something must be afoot. Over the years, other disciples believed she and Imo Chinchua were a match made in heaven. Although Imo Chinchua had never expressed his feelings, she had long unilaterally regarded him as her own possession. After all, everything she desired had ultimately been within her grasp. Now, however, Imo Chinchua was eating food prepared by others instead of hers, and even seemed to have overindulged and enjoyed it, making Huali feel a tingling sensation on her head, as if jealousy were about to sprout. Moreover, she had also keenly noticed that Imo Chinchua bore a novel fragrance, indicating he had been in close proximity to someone else. The scent was sweet yet slightly burnt, not quite resembling the fragrance of cosmetics. Huali inhaled deeply, unable to resist commenting, It's quite pleasant. Following this, she sent spiritual messages to the disciples from the other peaks inquiring about him. Soon, replies came back from the 5 peaks, all stating that Chinchua had not visited them that night. TSK. So he went to Kuaihua Peak again. Huali sneered. It seemed she needed to pay a visit to Kuaihua Peak herself to see what kind of person would dare to steal her thunder. The following evening, Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che were having dinner when a figure suddenly descended into the courtyard. It was a stunning beauty, her exquisite features and attire clearly superior to those of ordinary female disciples. Luo Qingyan regarded her with curiosity, asking, "May I know who you are, senior sister?" "I am Huali." "Huali?" Luo Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. Oh dear, the female protagonist has arrived. As the leading female character of this narrative, Huali possessed both beauty and cunning. Coming from a prestigious family and bearing the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, she had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm within 10 years of joining the sect, making her the second most promising disciple after immortality to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, her blood possessed miraculous healing properties, making her a quintessential protagonist with a golden finger. After immortality's bloodbath in the sect, it was Huali who saved him using her heavenly phoenix blood. Ambitious, shrewd, and methodical, Huali viewed everything as a stepping stone on her path to success. Although Luo Qingyan was not particularly fond of her personality, she had to admit that Huali was indeed formidable, shining brightly wherever she went. "Senior sister Huali, what brings you to Kuaihua Peak?" Luo Qingyan inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I just heard senior brother mention that the cuisine at Kuaihua Peak is quite unique." Huali replied with a composed smile, saying, "My curiosity got the better of me, and I wanted to take a look." Dongfang Che raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "The cuisine at Kuaihua Peak is delicious?" Huali's gaze fell upon the dining table. There were 2 dishes on it. One was a plate of potatoes, and the other was also a plate of potatoes. "Did you eat this yesterday as well?" "Yes, more or less." Dongfang Che clutched the potatoes tightly, fearful that she might try to take some. Huali was taken aback. How could Imo Chinshue possibly resist such rudimentary fare? The gaze swept across the room. The kitchen was desolate, yet in the corner of the outer courtyard lay a pile of sweet potatoes. Reminiscent of a rustic farmhouse, it was utterly impoverished, devoid of any fine goods. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Huali. This was as it should be. After all, not everyone in the world could be on her level, living a life of opulence. Confirming that Kuaifeng was indeed as destitute as rumored, Huali realized that the incident with Luo Qingyan jumping into the lake had indeed cast a negative shadow. Imo Chinshue was likely concerned about his reputation being tarnished, which explained his repeated attempts to console Luo Qingyan, dining together to demonstrate his affection and care for the inept junior disciples. To validate her suspicions, she turned to Luo Qingyan. "You are aware that the trial a month from now will penalize any disciples who do not meet the standards, right?" Luo Qingyan nodded. Huali smiled. "Do you know that the trial rules were set by the sect leader and the peak masters? If one truly fails to pass, no amount of pleading from others will be of any help." Luo Qingyan understood. It became evident that the female protagonist was here to admonish her, warning her not to rely on ingratiating herself with Imo Chinshue to pass the trial, and certainly not to entertain any notions of seducing him. Did Huali really need to spell this out? Surely, one familiar with the script would be aware of the character of the imperial concubine, hypocritical and cunning, willing to employ any means to achieve her goals. Such a person was as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. Huali added, with a meaningful tone. "Therefore, do not place your hopes in others. If you wish to succeed in the trial, you must rely solely on your own efforts." Luo Qingyan immediately bristled. "Senior sister, are you not plainly deceiving us with such words?" Huali's expression darkened slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Qingyan retorted. "With our current standings, is there even a need for effort? We are the last and second to last. In such a situation, what good would effort do? There is no way we could pass the trial." Her agitation grew, and she abruptly slammed her hand on the table. "And you, as a senior sister, still think to deceive us into working hard? Let me tell you, it's not happening. I've already packed my belongings. Just waiting to go mine." Huali, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. This Luo Qingyan displayed a fair amount of self-awareness, and her words hit the nail on the head. She too believed that with the cultivation levels of these two, no amount of struggling could reverse their fate. Yet, having always maintained the esteemed image of the chief senior sister within the sect, she naturally could not express any glee at their predicament. Thus, her tone softened immediately, offering encouragement and comfort to Luo Qingyan, urging her not to lose heart. Before departing, she kindly left behind a bottle of elixirs. As Huali left Kuaifeng, she truly felt a sense of relief. The oppressive weight above her seemed to vanish. How could a good-for-nothing who consumed nothing but potatoes and sweet potatoes, having already resigned to despair, ever attract the affection of a senior brother? With her meager cultivation and Quifing's barren resources, she was certain to rank last in this trial and be sent off to the wasteland to mine. Such a person was hardly worth the effort to contend with. After Horali's departure, Dongfang Che looked puzzled. Junior sister, did you not say you had a way to pass the trial? Luo Qingyan retorted. Do you know who is the most detestable? Dongfang Che, confused, asked. Who? Luo Qingyan replied. Those who boast about not studying before an exam, claiming they cannot possibly prepare, yet secretly cram for the test. Dongfang Che, Luo Qingyan explained. I generally do not act like such a person. But right now, it is the only way to make my opponents let their guard down and not come after us. Huali is not a Navi White Lotus-type protagonist. She is quite capable. Currently, in terms of both cultivation and background resources, I cannot compare to her. To avoid being targeted by her, I must conceal my capabilities. Dongfang Che, partly understanding, continued. I still don't get it. I heard that Xinjian Peak has dozens of canteens. Why would senior sister Hua come to Quifing to check on the food? Luo Qingyan sighed. Speaking of which, I have some bad news to share with you. Dongfang Che inquired. What bad news? Luo Qingyan said, last night, senior brother Chen Xue came and ate 10 of our roasted sweet potatoes. Dongfang Che was astonished. What? 10? Yes, and he wasn't satisfied. He said he would come back tonight for more. Luo Qingyan lamented. If he wants to eat, I can't dare to refuse. He claims it is a reward for the elixirs. Dongfang Che sighed, trying to console her. Senior brother Chen Xue has gifted us precious elixirs, so it is only reasonable for him to enjoy a few sweet potatoes. The problem is, won't he feel bloated after eating so many at once? Chapter 10. The second male antagonist Luo Qingyan mused. I find it puzzling too. But he doesn't seem to be bloated at all. Rather, he appears quite comfortable. Dongfang Che. After a moment of silence, he remarked. No wonder he is a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage. His digestion capacity is extraordinary. Luo Qingyan sighed in self-reproach. It's all my fault. I originally intended to trick him into leaving with the sweet potatoes, but ended up attracting a glutton. That evening, Emo Chen Xue appeared on time in the small grove. Luo Qingyan had roasted all 10 sweet potatoes. Upon seeing him, she promptly handed one over. Here, eat up. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can leave. Don't delay my training. Emo Chen Xue smiled. It is better to comply than to refuse. After happily finishing the first one, the man's brow slightly furrowed. What was happening? His favorability rating had not increased at all. He had clearly eaten a sweet potato. Noticing his frown, Luo Qingyan asked, What's wrong? Is the sweet potato not to your liking today? Not at all. Emo Chen Xue concealed his doubts and chuckled lightly. The sweet potatoes roasted by junior sister are quite delicious. With that, he began to thoughtfully consume the second one. Luo Qingyan observed him, feeling that something was off today. He seemed troubled by some concern. After finishing the second sweet potato, Emo Chen Xue focused intently on the system. Indeed, his favorability rating remained at -90, showing no signs of improvement. Luo Qingyan empathized with and understood the antagonist, but not excessively. If Emo Chen Xue sought revenge, he could challenge the sect leader directly. Why involve so many innocent disciples? Especially Quifing, who had never wronged him. Why should they suffer his wrath? This was something Luo Qingyan could not forgive. Thus, her favorability rating could only remain at -90. It would not rise any further. Emo Chen Xue was unaware of what the young girl was contemplating, but he knew that eating sweet potatoes the previous night had indeed been effective. Each sweet potato consumed should have resulted in an increase, yet today, it seemed futile. Emo Chen Xue set down the sweet potato, staring intently at Luo Qingyan, and asked seriously, Junior sister, has something happened today? Huh? Luo Qingyan was baffled. Not at all. Emo Chen Xue pressed. Think carefully. There must be something. Today is different from yesterday. Luo Qingyan furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before saying, Senior sister Hua came by in the evening. If we are to speak of differences, that is the only thing. Chen Xue's eyes flickered. What did she come for? She did nothing. Just inquired about what we were having for dinner, and left within a quarter of an hour. Luo Qingyan replied. Upon hearing this, Emo Chen Xue's expression grew somber. It seemed that Huarli's visit had caused the favorability rating to stagnate. Although Luo Qingyan acted indifferent, Emo Chen Xue understood that Huarli's visit today had likely been filled with unkind words. Over the years, he had been acutely aware of Huarli's feelings toward him. However, He had never been in the mood for romance. While the blood of the Tianfeng was unique, it offered little utility in the short term, which was why he had maintained a distant demeanor. Huali must have seen him as a mere object of interest and, upon discovering his budding interest in Luo Qingyin, had sought to intervene in secret. This was intolerable to him. "Senior brother, what are you thinking about?" Luo Qingyin waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Nothing," Imo Chinxue replied with a gentle smile. He raised his hand and conjured a light, placing the remaining 8 sweet potatoes into his storage bag. The sweet potatoes roasted by Junior's sister are unforgettable. After returning last night, I thought about them for quite a while. I can't eat them all at once tonight. I must save some to enjoy slowly. Luo Qingyin was taken aback. Why was the imperial concubine suddenly so rational regarding sweet potatoes? But this was for the best. It would save a few sweet potatoes and prevent him from overindulging. Upon returning to Xinjian Peak, Huali was already waiting for him. "Senior brother, you're back?" Huali approached him eagerly. "Where have you been?" Imo Chinxue shot her a cold glance. "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Huali was taken aback. Her senior brother had never spoken to her with such a frigid demeanor. Tentatively, she asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong? You seem a bit off." "Huashimi," Imo Chinxue interrupted her. His tone I see why as the chief disciple of the Wenshan sect, I have many matters to consider daily, some of which you cannot comprehend. If you truly care about my feelings, then do not meddle in my affairs. Huali's expression changed. "What do you mean by your affairs?" "All matters." Imo Chinxue's face remained cold. "I do not wish for any unrelated person to interfere in my affairs. Should this happen again, do not blame me for not warning you." Huali was stunned, a tempest of emotions surging within her. Over the years, her senior brother had never spoken such harsh words. At that moment, a disciple rushed in. "Senior brother Chenxue, senior sister Hua, the demon clan is attempting to invade again. The sect leader requests you both to head to the council hall immediately." Both of them exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The demon clan frequently harassed the Central Plains, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plundered in the council hall. The sect leader, the venerable Wuji Zhenren, along with the various peak masters, had already gathered. O Chenxue and Huali hurried in. Bowing in respect, "We pay our respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders." Wuji Zhenren remarked, "Good, we have been waiting for you." The assembly of individuals had gathered, and the master of Fashi Peak commenced to speak. Clad in white robes, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. According to reconnaissance, it was reported that the young master of the demon tribe personally led over 500 elite demon cultivators directly towards our Wuxian sect. The venerable Wuji, stroking his white beard, remarked, "The number of individuals accompanying them is not substantial, indicating that their objective is quite specific, aiming for a swift resolution." Indeed, intelligence suggested that their target was the female disciple Huali, who bore the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix. After a brief pause, the master of Fashi Peak continued, "It is rumored that within the demon clan, there exists a nefarious practice of utilizing women as vessels. Their intentions are evidently resolute." Huali, overhearing this, felt a flush of crimson rise to her cheeks, tinged with an undercurrent of exhilaration. It was inevitable. Her gifted bloodline rendered her a coveted prize for various factions. The master of Yusho Peak interjected, "Since the demon lord has come specifically for Huali, it would be prudent for her to refrain from participating in the battle and instead seek refuge within the secret realm." Without hesitation, Huali declared, "No, I request to partake in the battle." Wuji furrowed his brow, "But they are coming for you. Your participation poses great danger, I fear not." Huali asserted with unwavering resolve, embodying the spirit of a fierce eagle. "The demon tribe has always harbored insatiable greed. If I evade them this time, what of the next? Shall I remain hidden in the secret realm, reliant on others for protection? It is far better to confront them directly. Lest they underestimate me." The sect leader and several peak masters nodded in approval at her bravery and foresight, recognizing her as a paragon among disciples. "Very well," Wuji acquiesced. "Chenxue, you shall join forces with Huali and be entrusted with her protection." Imo Chenxue bowed respectfully. "I shall comply with your orders." Huali lowered her gaze, concealing a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Once more, she had become the focal point. This sensation of being in the limelight, though familiar, was nonetheless gratifying. Moreover, she was not averse to making the acquaintance of the demon young master. With the strategy set, the master of Zongbao Peak, responsible for the sect's finances, began to fret. I shudder to think of the expenses incurred in this confrontation. Alas! The master of Danny Peak, overseeing medical matters, sighed in sympathy. Each encounter with the demon tribe resulted in numerous disciple casualties. Thus the students of Danny Peak would once again be summoned for their skills in healing. News of the impending demon invasion swiftly spread throughout Wuxian sect, prompting each peak to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the disciples engaged in hushed gossip, speculating that the demon prince had come specifically for Sister Huai. Is it true? He traveled such a distance for her alone, while being coveted by the demon tribe was hardly a favorable circumstance. It nonetheless imparted a sense of pride. At Kuaihua Peak, Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che observed the warning signals in the sky. Dongfang Che dismissed the threat, do not worry. The demon invasion holds no relevance for us. It has happened numerous times before. The demon tribe has never set foot on Kuaihua Peak, aware that there is nothing of value here. Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the demon tribe sought to plunder, and there was nothing worth stealing at Kuaihua Peak, rendering it unworthy of their attention. However, according to the original narrative, this invasion would culminate in the demon tribe successfully abducting the protagonist, Huali, thereby introducing her to the second male antagonist. Chapter 11. The dashing hero descends from the sky. The second male lead is the young master of the demon tribe, Xiaoyu Mingyao. Initially intending to use Huali as a vessel, Xiaoyu Mingyao found himself thwarted by Mo Qin Shui, who came to her rescue, enabling their escape. Subsequent events further deepened their fateful connection, ultimately leading Huali to ascend as the empress, while Xiaoyu Mingyao was relegated to the status of a palace servant, equivalent to that of a maid. Although palace servants could attend to the empress's needs, their standing within the harem was the lowest. This was not due to Xiaoyu Mingyao's lack of ability, but rather because of his inherently rebellious nature and flamboyant conduct, which often incited the empress's ire, relegating him to a mere servant. Luo Qingyan found the situation rather amusing. The demon tribe threatened. All the peaks were rife with tension, yet Kuaihua Peak remained an oasis of tranquility, allowing them to continue their detached cultivation. In the demon encampment, a strikingly handsome man in a black robe lounged languidly upon a soft couch, his long and powerful fingers adorned with rings, idly swirling a goblet of blood-red wine. The Grand Protector knelt before him, his face a mask of astonishment. Your Highness, are you suggesting we abandon our pursuit of the daughter of the Heavenly Phoenix and instead aim to capture a disciple named Luo Qingyan from Kuaihua Peak? Xiaoyu Mingyao lazily swirled his wine glass, his tone languid. Is my statement unclear? Shall I repeat it? And no, it is my folly. The Grand Protector stammered, hastily adding, I shall arrange everything according to your wishes. Though perplexed, he recognized the necessity of compliance. Xiaoyu Mingyao tossed a scroll to him, stating, all the instructions you require are detailed herein. For such a straightforward task, I expect no errors. Understood. The Grand Protector accepted the scroll and promptly exited to make preparations. Alone within the tent, Xiaoyu Mingyao's eyes glimmered with a wicked and untamed light, illuminated by the flickering candle. The notion of ensnaring a girl's affections to gain power felt despicably low and utterly vile. Yet, he relished it. How laughable that the fool known by the codename Xian had exerted so much effort, only to plummet from first place to the very bottom of the rankings. He must be one of Wuxian sect's disciples. Indeed, those from the immortal realm are utterly foolish. As for the girl named Luo Qingyan, may she possess the qualities that please me, for that would render the game all the more intriguing. The so-called affinity should commence from the moment of their first encounter, and the stage is already set. Xiaoyu Mingyao took a languid sip from his goblet, a cruel and wicked smile gracing his lips. Poor little girl, you are about to fall into my trap, losing both your heart and your virtue. Ha 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 ha. On the day of the demon invasion, the skies above Wuxian sect were shrouded in a majestic and layered barrier. Luo Qingyan gazed upward, applauding. What a beautiful barrier. It shimmers with colors. Dongfang Che agreed. Indeed. The other peaks have also activated their protective barriers, each displaying different hues, resembling a rainbow. After admiring the beauty of the barrier, the two resumed their cultivation. In the forest, Luo Qingyan practiced her escape techniques when suddenly, a dozen wisps of black smoke descended from the sky, transforming into masked figures clad in black. Encircling her, little girl, come with us. Luo Qingyan stared at their attire in shock, exclaiming, you are from the demon tribe? The leader of the demon tribe, the Grand Protector, replied, "Indeed, we have come to capture you." Luo Qingyin retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be after Huali? Why have you come to Kuaihua Peak?" After a moment of realization, she understood. "Ah, you must be directionally challenged. You intend to capture someone but can't find the right place. How troublesome. Allow me to guide you to Xianjian Peak." With a tone of complaint, Luo Qingyin grasped the Grand Protector's sleeve and led him to a cliff, pointing towards the distant towering mountains. "Big brother, look over there. The highest peak in the center is the one with the white barrier. Do you see it? That is Xianjian Peak, where Huali is located." The Grand Protector was left speechless for a moment, stating, "We are aware of Huali's location. Then why aren't you hurrying there? However, she is at the golden core stage, making her difficult to capture, so we shall take you instead." What? Luo Qingyin gasped, immediately rebuking, "As members of the demon tribe, how can you fear trouble when attempting to seize someone? You should target those with higher cultivation for prestige. Capturing someone like me, a mere novice, would only insult your young master." The Grand Protector replied, "Your concerns are unnecessary. Our young master is not one to be offended." With that, he reached out to seize her. With a swift motion, the girl evaded him, miraculously appearing behind him. The Grand Protector was astonished. "You have some skill." In the next instant, Luo Qingyin vanished again, as if she had leapt off the cliff. A demon cultivator shouted. She jumped off the cliff. As she plummeted, Luo Qingyin lamented her insufficient cultivation. With over a dozen elite demon cultivators pursuing her, an initiate in the Qi refinement stage, having learned her escape technique for merely a few days. Where could she flee? Fortunately, the bottom of the cliff was a flowing river. Should she leap into the water, she might have a chance to escape. As the water's surface drew nearer, just within reach, a tendril of black smoke suddenly ensnared her like a rope. Luo Qingyin exclaimed, "Jumping off a cliff has turned into bungee jumping." An hour later, Luo Qingyin was packed away in a box and transported to the demon realm. The demon tribe had a notorious reputation for abducting young female cultivators, turning them into slaves or tools for their depraved desires, often leading to a tragic fate. "You worthless creatures, forsaking the golden core cultivators to capture a mere Qi refinement novice. You are all a disgrace to the demon tribe." The voice of the Grand Protector echoed from within the box. One demon cultivator replied, "My lord, this girl has been chastising us the entire way." Another lamented, "Indeed, her manner of speaking is akin to my father's. Even the brothers can't bear to listen, so why are we capturing her?" The Grand Protector sighed, "It is merely the young master's orders. I cannot comprehend the reasoning." He could only murmur, "Just endure a little longer. It should be over soon." Inside the box, Luo Qingyin continued to berate the incompetence of the demon tribe when suddenly an authoritative voice boomed from outside, "Bold demons, dare you disturb my Zhongzhou?" The voice was melodious, likely belonging to a young man. Soon after, sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from outside the box, mingled with the anguished cries of the demon cultivators, who swiftly began to retreat in defeat. With a sharp click, the chains of the box were undone, allowing sunlight to flood in. Accompanied by the man's rich, magnetic voice, he said, "My lady, all is well now." Luo Qingyin lifted her gaze to behold a young man clad in black attire, which accentuated his strong and perfectly sculpted physique. He removed a silver mask from his face, revealing strikingly handsome features. His chiseled countenance bore sharp lines, with eyebrows arching dramatically and eyes as radiant as obsidian, sparkling like stars, exuding an aura of wild abandon and an intense masculine allure. Luo Qingyin blinked in astonishment. "Oh, it seems this dashing gentleman has come to my rescue." Her favorability increased by 60 points, bringing her current favorability to 60. A barely perceptible smile flickered across the lips of Xie Yumenjiao. The gratitude for saving her life was worth only 60 points of favorability, slightly less than he had anticipated. Yet it mattered not. The game had only just begun, and he had many more means at his disposal. The girl before him was both beautiful and charming, appearing soft and easily manageable, truly delightful. Chapter 12. The mischievous young girl on the peak of Xinjian, Imo Chenxue, was engaged in a fierce battle with the demon cultivators when he suddenly received a notification in his consciousness. The leaderboard had changed. The favorability of the entity codenamed Ming had risen to 60, placing him at the top of the leaderboard. Imo Chenxue's expression darkened abruptly. Suddenly recalling something, he thrust his sword forward, and the figure of Xie Yumenjiao transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Not far away, it was a counterfeit. The Xie Yumenjiao who had attacked Xinjian Peak was merely an imposter. The real Xie Yumenjiao was elsewhere. Damn it! Imo Qinxue dispelled his sword, unhesitatingly flying towards Kuaihua Peak. Upon seeing him abruptly turn and leave, Huali called out, "Senior brother, where are you going?" Yet, Imo Qinxue paid her no heed. Vanishing without a trace, he arrived at the grove where Luo Qingyan practiced and found that she was indeed gone, though traces of demonic energy lingered in the air. Veins bulged on Imo Qinxue's hands. It seemed that the scoundrel Xie Yumenjiao was none other than the Ming within the system. His earlier claim of capturing Huali was merely a ruse to deceive everyone. His true target was Luo Qingyan. But how could that demon, a sworn enemy of the celestial sect, amass 60 points of favorability in an instant? Imo Qinxue couldn't fathom it at the moment and had no time to ponder. The pressing concern was to retrieve Luo Qingyan at once. He immediately reported the matter to the sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, requesting assistance in finding the abducted junior sister. What? That bottom-rank girl from Kuaihua Peak has been taken? Wuji Zhenren was taken aback. Did the demon race not claim they aimed to capture Huali? That was merely a facade, Imo Qinxue replied. We fell for their trick. Xie Yumenjiao was using a diversion, directing our focus onto junior sister Hua, all the while seizing the opportunity to strike at others. With the guards at Kuaihua Peak relaxed, it naturally became their primary target. The expressions of several peak masters grew grim. The demon race was indeed despicable, employing underhanded tactics. Any female disciple taken would be a disgrace to the celestial sect. Even one of low cultivation must not fall into the hands of the demon race. Hua Li's complexion turned extremely pale. Oh, the demon race was not after her at all. They simply used her as an excuse. The honor of being coveted by the demon race's young master had long been the topic of much discussion among the disciples. In the end, had the attention and protection from Xianzong been a misstep? For the first time in her life, Huali felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wuji Zhenren instructed Imo Qinxue. You must select elite disciples from each peak immediately. We must rescue her. Understood. On the other side, Luo Qingyan had climbed out of the box, cupping her hands in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Kind sir, may I ask which sect you belong to? Xie Yumenjiao sighed. I am but a wandering cultivator, with no sect to call my own. A wandering cultivator? Luo Qingyan expressed her surprise. The demon cultivators who had just captured her were formidable, especially the leading protector, who seemed to be at the peak of the golden core stage. It was astonishing that they had been driven away by this wandering cultivator. Indeed, Xie Yumenjiao replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. I bear the fate of a celestial calamity, blessed with talent yet rejected by every sect, left to roam the world alone. One of the methods to garner favorability, to elicit sympathy. Luo Qingyan could only offer consolation. Being a wandering cultivator is not so bad. You have your freedom. Xie Yumenjiao appeared to be touched by her words, tears welling in his eyes. Though free, I am profoundly lonely. Do you know how much I long for a home? I lost my parents at a young age, and an old woman took pity on me and adopted me. Yet, her good fortune did not last long. She too passed away shortly thereafter, leaving me utterly alone. After that, his lamentation went on for quite some time, summarizing into one word, tragic. Luo Qingyan thought to herself, although she couldn't recall the details of his tale, he certainly seemed quite unfortunate. Given the plight of her savior, she felt compelled to offer sympathy and comfort. Favorability increased by 2 points. Xie Yumenjiao chuckled inwardly. Success. Current favorability, 62. Upon hearing his woeful story, Luo Qingyan inquired, what is your name? Xie Yumenjiao's eyes flickered. I have no name. Just call me a Ming. A Ming? Luo Qingyan found it awkward, so she proposed, how about I call you Xiao Ming? Xie Yumenjiao smiled and replied, that works. All right then, Xiao Ming. Luo Qingyan took out a blank piece of paper and a pen she always carried and deftly wrote an IOU. She then handed it to Xiao Ming, solemnly stating, Xiao Ming, you saved my life. Though I lack the means to repay you now, perhaps in the future, I shall. If you ever require assistance, you may present this IOU to Xianzong to find me. Whatever I can do, I shall not refuse. Xie Yumenjiao accepted the blank check, glancing at the inscription. Luo Qingyan of Xianzong owes Xiao Ming a debt of gratitude for saving her life. This serves as proof. Xie Yumenjiao's mouth twitched. What on earth is Xiao Ming? Luo Qingyan clasped her hands together, saying, "A great debt does not require thanks. Keep the IOU safe. I must take my leave now." Farewell. With that, she turned and departed, leaving not a single cloud in her wake. Xiaoyu, taken aback, thought, is she really leaving just like that after saving her life? He had emphasized that he was single and yearned for companionship. Shouldn't she consider offering herself in gratitude for being saved by such a dashing and charming man? However, Luo Qingyin's thoughts were quite pragmatic. From her assessment, Xiaoming appeared to be at the mid to late stages of the nascent soul realm. With her current abilities, she could do little for him. Remaining to express empty words of thanks would serve no purpose. Moreover, if he were not of good character, it would be wiser to avoid entanglements with him. The martial world is vast, filled with all manner of dark forces. Just because he rescued her from the demon race does not imply he is a paragon of virtue. Instinctively, she sensed that Xiao Ming was rather peculiar. His gaze carrying an air of mischief, resembling a capricious individual. It would be best to keep a respectful distance. She turned to leave without a backward glance. Xiaoyu suddenly emitted a pained groan. Collapsing to the ground, Luo Qingyin heard him and turned her head, asking, "What is the matter?" Xiaoyu clutched his chest, violently coughing up blood. "I sustained internal injuries during the battle. You should go and not concern yourself with me." Luo Qingyin approached him. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "Not severe. At worst, it would merely be death," Xiaoyu gasped, his demeanor forlorn. "You seem in a hurry to leave. You must have pressing matters to attend to." "Truly, you need not worry about me. I can die here alone," Luo Qingyin replied. "If you were to die, wouldn't he that absolve me of the debt of gratitude?" "Such a mischievous girl," Xiaoyu remarked. "You speak in a manner that makes it difficult for me to carry on with my act." Chapter 13. The tea art of the demon race's young master Luo Qingyin cleared her throat and corrected herself. "What I mean is, I am not the kind of person who forgets gratitude. You saved me. How could I abandon you? Hold on. I will take you to the town below for treatment." "Really?" Xiaoyu said. Touched. Thank you for not abandoning me." Together, Luo Qingyin and Xiaoyu made their way down the mountain. Xiaoyu's complexion was pale, and he frequently coughed painfully, appearing gravely injured, as if he might depart this world at any moment. Upon entering the town, Luo Qingyin searched for a medical facility. An elderly woman appeared before them, carrying a basket of vegetables and struggling to cross the street. Xiaoyu promptly stepped forward to assist her. "Elderly lady, take your time." One of the methods to gain favorability, to help others, earning her admiration. The old woman gratefully replied, "Young man, thank you." Xiaoyu smiled. "It's but a small effort." Luo Qingyin watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. Xiao Ming was so caring. Even while gravely injured, he insisted on helping the elderly woman cross the street. Although she did not fully comprehend his motives, she felt it was only right to express some admiration. Favorability increased by 3 points. Xiaoyu's lips curved into a smile. Next, he bought buns for an old beggar, helped the child retrieve a kite caught in a tree, and bandaged the wounds of an injured stray cat. He successfully garnered 9 points of favorability, bringing his current total to 74, reigning supreme on the leaderboard, far surpassing others. The corners of Xiaoyu's lips curled up maniacally. Luo Qingyin watched him intently, her emotions a whirlwind. Although Xiao Ming was exceedingly enthusiastic, his demeanor seemed rather unhinged. Ignoring his grievous injuries, he fervently pursued acts of kindness. Concurrently, Imo Chenxue was soaring through the skies on his sword, tracking the lingering aura of the demon clan. As the system indicated that his affinity with Ming was steadily rising, Imo Chenxue's expression darkened to the point of being almost palpable. This scoundrel. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace on the sword, leaving the other disciples far behind, who were left to marvel. Senior brother Chenxue is truly responsible. Indeed, rushing to save the one in last place with such fervor. I in the town. Xiaoyu continued to scan the surroundings, seeking those in need of assistance. Luo Qingyin couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Ming, are you all right?" Xiaoyu replied, "It's nothing. I can still hold on." Suddenly, Luo Qingyin pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, there's a pharmacy over there. Let us hurry." Xiaoyu subtly moved his fingers, discreetly sending a spiritual message. A dark-clad demon practitioner appeared atop a rooftop, bow and arrow in hand. Aiming at Luo Qingyin, the demon shouted as he released the arrow, "Die!" In an instant, Xiaoyu stepped forward. recklessly positioning himself in front of Luo Qingyan. The third method to gain favor. Risking his life to save her, inciting feelings of gratitude and guilt. Swoosh! The arrow embedded itself in his chest. Luo Qingyan, having swiftly dodged to the side, exclaimed, "Big brother, I could have avoided that myself. You didn't need to rush in." As Xiaoming collapsed from the arrow wound, Luo Qingyan, disregarding her complaints, rushed over to assess his injuries. "Xiaoming, are you all right?" Xie Yumenjiao clutched his bleeding chest, gazing deeply into her eyes. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters to me. My wish is for all beings to be at peace. For this, I am unbothered by my own injuries or bloodshed." Luo Qingyan was taken aback. His lofty ideals rendered her momentarily speechless. Seeing her in a daze, Xie Yumenjiao's expression turned desperate, lamenting, "Did I do something wrong?" "No," Luo Qingyan replied, her voice tinged with shame. "You make me feel inadequate. I lack your grand vision. I often think only of myself, unlike you, who can cherish the world." For such selfless dedication, Luo Qingyan felt a surge of admiration. Favorability 6. Current favorability 80. Xiaoming smiled with a hint of contentment, appearing almost to be at peace with the world. Luo Qingyan gasped, "Xiaoming, I know you're on the brink of death, but please hold on. I'll fetch a doctor." With that, she turned and sprinted towards the medical hall. Xie Yumenjiao seized the hem of her trousers, pleading, "Could you assist me to an inn first? I'd rather not lie here on the street with an arrow stuck in me." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingyan deemed his request reasonable, for an inn was conveniently nearby. She helped him to his feet and guided him inside. "Innkeeper, one room on the upper floor, please." "Certainly." Upon entering the room, a wicked smile flickered across the man's lips. Finally, the moment of truth was at hand. Luo Qingyan assisted him onto the bed, and Xie Yumenjiao decided to showcase his tea skills first. He deftly grasped her hand. Adopting a tone of vulnerability, "I am in such pain." Luo Qingyan immediately poured him a cup of hot water, saying, "Here, drink some warm water." Xie Yumenjiao retorted, "No, the arrow is still lodged in me. Can warm water resolve this?" He felt he had encountered a deceitful man. With a determined grimace, he pulled the arrow from his chest. Blood instantly soaked his garments. Gasping, Xie Yumenjiao implored, "Could you at least help me tend to the wound first?" Attending to the wound necessitated removing his clothing. His physique would drive any man mad with desire, let alone an innocent young girl. Xie Yumenjiao was certain that once his clothes were shed, his favorability would soar to 100. Chapter 14. Continuous deceptions. Luo Qingyan nodded, producing 3 silver needles, deftly inserting them into 3 acupoints near his wound to staunch the bleeding. Xie Yumenjiao, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is happening?" He didn't even get the chance to loosen his clothes. "You know medicine? Just a simple method to stop the bleeding," Luo Qingyan stated. "Wait here. I'll fetch a doctor." Without allowing Xie Yumenjiao to respond, she vanished from the room. Xie Yumenjiao narrowed his eyes. This little one, despite her low cultivation, possessed considerable skills. Her form and techniques were indicative of a prodigious talent with boundless potential. How had such a person ended up at a pleasure peak? The Wenchen sect truly lacked foresight. Initially intending to complete his system task and dispose of her, he had now changed his mind. He wished to take her back to the demon realm. For such talents were needed everywhere. As he lay on the bed, he pondered how to cultivate Luo Qingyan once she was brought back. Having failed to seduce her with his attire, he would have to wait for her to return with the physician. Luo Qingyan dashed out of the inn and onto the street, finally slowing her pace as she caught her breath. Xiaoming's wound could have been staunched with 2 needles, yet she had used 3. The third was to probe his energy. His power was unfathomable, and he bore no attributes. Cultivators typically possessed elemental roots: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, etc. The absence of attributes suggested he might be a demon, a devil, or a ghost. Luo Qingyan closed her eyes, pondering that Xiaoming was likely a member of the demon clan. Unlike the demon race, who would exude their energy when injured, he displayed not a trace of demonic aura. As for ghosts, they would not venture into the sunlight, as it harmed their essence. Thus, Xiaoming could only belong to the demon clan. Realizing this, Luo Qingyan became increasingly perplexed. Given Xiaoming's prowess, he must hold a high position within the demon clan. Yet his actions suggested he had betrayed them, genuinely intending to be a good person. Or was he merely feigning kindness to get close to her, aiming to exploit her to infiltrate the Winshan sect? As she pondered, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, blocking her path. At last, I found you. Imo Chinchua landed gracefully, exhaling a sigh of relief. Senior brother Chinchua? Luo Qingyin queried, astonished. You came to find me? You were captured by the demon clan. Naturally, I had to rescue you. Imo Chinchua's gaze swept over her, confirming that the young girl appeared unharmed. Where is Xie Yumenjiao? He inquired. You mean the demon clan's young master? Luo Qingyin was momentarily taken aback. Yes, he must have been with you all along. Luo Qingyin, puzzled, responded. After being captured by the demon clan, I was saved by a peculiar character named Xiaoming. He was injured, and I accompanied him to the town to find a doctor. I haven't encountered any Xie Yumenjiao along the way. The one who saved you was Xie Yumenjiao? Imo Chinchua seethed, finally understanding why Ming's favorability had surged. It was all a ruse. First, he had his subordinates capture Luo Qingyin, then masqueraded as a heroic savior, using the life debt to manipulate her emotions. Luo Qingyin was dumbfounded. Are you saying that Xiaoming is the young master of the demon clan? Indeed, Luo Qingyin had deduced Xiaoming's demonic affiliation, but she had not anticipated he could be Xie Yumenjiao. She was on the verge of questioning the narrative itself. Xie Yumenjiao, as the young master of the demon clan, had never engaged in human affairs, making it difficult to reconcile his actions with those of the altruistic Xiaoming. O Chenchua replied, that demon enjoys deceiving and manipulating others. Knowing you are a disciple of the Winshan sect, he deliberately toyed with you. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have fallen for his scheme. He then asked, where is he now? Luo Qingyin pointed toward the inn, the upper room on the far left of the second floor. Stay here. Once I deal with that demon, I will take you back to the Winshan sect. After speaking, fearing she might wander off again, Imo Chenchua affixed a tracking talisman to her and erected a protective barrier around her before turning towards the inn. Luo Qingyin stood in place, her mind swirling with questions. Though Imo Chenchua was not a paragon of virtue, he currently embodied the righteous and honorable senior brother of the Winshan sect, and rescuing a captured disciple was within his duty. He would not deceive her. Yet, according to the original plot, it should have been Hua Li captured this time, not her. Xie Yumenjiao had even disguised himself as Xiaoming to feign saving her. Such bewildering behavior. Furrowing her brow, Luo Qingyin considered that perhaps her transmigration had caused many plotlines to deviate, but the character backgrounds remained unchanged. The demon clan was notorious for their cunning schemes, and Xie Yumenjiao's actions today were likely the prelude to some new devious plot. In the inn, Xie Yumenjiao lay comfortably on the bed, reveling in his thoughts of how to nurture Luo Qingyin once she was brought back. This was a task he intended to undertake personally. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a fierce sword aura sliced through the air. Boom. Xie Yumenjiao's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded the attack. Imo Chinchua. You found me so quickly? A murderous intent surged within him. Imo Chinchua raised his hand, his long sword floating beside him, and the intensity of his killing intent escalated. Xie Yumenjiao suddenly understood. In such a hurry, it seems you are the Xian from the system. Xie Yumenjiao chuckled. Imo Chinchua, how could you bear to strike such a small creature? Imo Chinchua spoke in a low voice. It seems you lack the qualifications to question me, Xie Yumenjiao replied. I am inherently a member of the demon clan. My heart is profoundly twisted. What deeds am I incapable of? Yet, you, who pride yourself on being the chief disciple of the righteous sect, how can you harbor malicious thoughts towards your junior sister? With a smile, Xie Yumenjiao continued, I am genuinely curious as to how you managed to reduce her favorability to a staggering -90. Chapter 15. Crumbled. Favorability-140. As the words left his lips, an icy notification echoed in Xie Yumenjiao's consciousness. Favorability -140. Current favorability of the host. -60. The smile on Xie Yumenjiao's face abruptly ceased. Mo Chunchua sensed the shift in the rankings. His favorability plummeted from 80 to -60 in an instant, his position shifting from first to second last, just above her. This time, it was Imo Chunchua who couldn't help but smirk. It appeared the little girl was not foolish. She quickly deduced that Xie Yumenjiao had ulterior motives. Xie Yumenjiao paused momentarily, then, with a flourish of his sleeve, summoned a curved moon blade. Imo Chinchua, how dare you thwart my schemes? Boom. The roof of the inn shattered under the force of spiritual energy. and two figures, one black and one white, tumbled out, entangled in combat. The overwhelming spiritual power surged like a tsunami through the space, causing the townsfolk to cower in fright, clutching their heads and seeking refuge. Luo Qingyan looked up to see Imo Chenxue and Xie Yumenjiao engaged in a fierce exchange, now facing off atop two towering eaves. One wielded a sword, clad in flowing white, while the other brandished a blade. Draped in a billowing black robe, standing at such heights, they confronted each other across the street. Both were at the late stage of the nascent soul, equally matched in combat prowess, at this moment. Lurking demon cultivators emerged from various corners, launching a coordinated assault on Imo Chenxue. Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow. While Imo Chenxue could handle Xie Yumenjiao, the additional dozen or so golden core demon cultivators posed a significant threat. The disciples sent by the asking immortal sect had yet to arrive. Should Imo Chenxue fall in this battle, the looming extermination crisis would be averted, yet she herself would fall into the hands of the demon clan, leading to an even more uncontrollable outcome. Without hesitation, Luo Qingyan produced a talisman, the comedic charm she had just learned. After spending half the night crafting it, she had managed to create only this one. Gripping the talisman tightly, her gaze fixated on Xie Yumenjiao. The disparity in cultivation levels rendered her ineffective. A talisman thrown by a Qi refinement stage cultivator could hardly reach Xie Yumenjiao, let alone be of any use. However, according to the original text, Xie Yumenjiao practiced a demonic technique that, while enabling rapid breakthroughs, also left him with a singular weakness, a vulnerable spot with no defensive capability located precisely at the center of his right buttock. This spot was particularly suitable as a weakness, as expert combatants typically aimed for vital points, never attacking such areas. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qingyan suddenly activated her escape technique, her form resembling a fleeting shadow as she dove into the fray. Instantaneously appearing behind Xie Yumenjiao, Imo Chenxue, Xie Yumenjiao, and the demon cultivators were all momentarily stunned. What was a Qi refinement stage cultivator doing amidst a battle of nascent soul and golden core? Yet, in the next second, Luo Qingyan decisively extended her hand towards Xie Yumenjiao's posterior. The crowd? The scene froze for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Luo Qingyan accurately placed the comedic charm onto Xie Yumenjiao's weak spot. Xie Yumenjiao's body jolted, and he suddenly erupted into laughter. Pua ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The demon clan members gaped in disbelief. What on earth was happening? The young girl rushed over and touched his backside, and he reacted by laughing uncontrollably. Imo Chenxue's lips twitched. How could this be? Seizing the moment, Luo Qingyan flew to Imo Chenxue's side. We must leave quickly. Imo Chenxue understood, forming a sword gesture, and together they soared away on a flying sword. Behind them, Xie Yumenjiao continued to laugh uproariously. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, he 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 he, h h h h h h h h h h. Never in his life had he produced such a cacophony of strange sounds, as if he had unlocked a new skill. Gasping for breath, he pointed at the fleeing duo, attempting to command his subordinates to pursue them, but his laughter was so vigorous that he could not utter a word. The demon cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. The prince's condition left them at a loss, none daring to act rashly. Xie Yumenjiao laughed for a full quarter of an hour before finally regaining his composure. He glared in the direction where Luo Qingyan and Imo Chenxue had escaped. His smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a sinister expression. A cooked duck had flown away. What troubled him even more was how Luo Qingyan had discerned the location of his weak point. This was a secret. Aside from himself, no one should know of it, and he must capture her to clarify this matter. The Grand Protector, startled by his capriciousness, cautiously inquired, Your Highness, what shall we do next? Xie Yumenjiao pondered. The defenses at the Happy Peak would surely be heightened, making it difficult to act. Furthermore, the asking immortal sex trials were imminent, and he had heard that any disciples who failed would be expelled to mine in the desolate lands. That little one would undoubtedly participate. If she were exiled to the barren spirit mine, it would be as if she had fallen into his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yumenjiao commanded. During the upcoming asking immortal sect trials, devise a way to prevent Luo Qingyan from passing. I demand that she fails the assessment. Understood. I shall make preparations at once. Luo Qingyan followed Imo Chenxue as he flew on his sword. She was still inexperienced and required his guidance. Imo Chenxue, filled with confusion, could not help but ask, What did you just do? Why did Xie Yumenjiao suddenly burst into laughter? Luo Qingyan, with a mischievous grin, whispered, "It is said that Xie Yumenjiao possesses a peculiar secret. If you touch his backside, he will laugh uncontrollably." Mo Chenxue, incredulous, inquired again. "How do you know this?" Luo Qingyan replied, "It was my late master who informed me." Though her master was no longer around, he still shielded her from storms and took the blame. Late? Mo Chenxue was taken aback. "Your master has passed away? You were unaware?" Luo Qingyan countered. "Have you visited Happy Peak several times and remained ignorant of this matter?" Mo Chenxue shook his head. "I thought master was simply traveling." He then asked, "What was the cause of his passing?" Luo Qingyan pressed her lips together. The circumstances surrounding her master's death were far too embarrassing for her to disclose. She did not wish to reveal that it was a demon cultivator, whom he had been unable to fend off, that had dispatched him with a single strike. Thus, she preserved his dignity by saying, "There was no particular reason. He just suddenly expired." Mo Chenxue frowned. "Died unexpectedly?" Yes. Luo Qingyan immediately nodded in agreement. "That is exactly it. Such a death is particularly respectable." Mo Chenxue's gaze softened. He was not particularly concerned about the news of the Happy Peak Master's demise. However, the notion that Xie Yumenjiao enjoyed having his backside touched seemed utterly bizarre. Yet, with the master deceased, Luo Qingyan's words could not be verified. Moreover, he keenly sensed that his situation appeared quite peculiar. Raising favorability was proving to be an arduous task. Xie Yumenjiao could manipulate his way to success, while his previous efforts yielded little effect. So, where exactly did the problem lie? Chapter 16. Digging up my master's grave. Mo Chenxue analyzed the situation in silence. Currently, Luo Qingyan's favorability towards him stood at -90, while her favorability towards Xie Yumenjiao was at -60. Mo Chenxue could not fathom what he had done to incur such a strange aversion and animosity from his junior sister, whose prejudice against him exceeded even that of the demon lord. Yet despite this, she still found a way to aid him, battling together against Xie Yumenjiao. What was she truly thinking? Mo Chenxue was filled with questions. He had always prided himself on understanding others' hearts, yet he could not grasp hers. After escorting Luo Qingyan back to Happy Peak, he spoke with a depth of insight. "Do you know why Xie Yumenjiao pretended to be a good person and saved you today?" Luo Qingyan shook her head. This was indeed beyond her comprehension. Mo Chenxue stated solemnly, "The demon clan employs a dual cultivation technique that utilizes women as vessels to facilitate the success of their spells. They must win the heart of the woman involved. Xie Yumenjiao set a trap for you to gain your favor. Once you grow fond of him, he will use you as a tool for his cultivation, siphoning away your spiritual energy and life force." Luo Qingyan was perplexed, but isn't he trying to capture Huali? "Why did he come after me?" Mo Chenxue explained. "Both you and Huali are disciples of the Asking Immortal sect. To insult one is to insult the entire sect. Xie Yumenjiao deemed you the easier target and chose to strike at you. This is a vile tactic of the demon clan." Luo Qingyan's eyes widened in realization. The notion of female disciples of the Asking Immortal sect becoming vessels for the demon clan was a disgrace to the sect, which undoubtedly explained Mo Chenxue's intervention to save her. Mo Chenxue continued earnestly, "In the future, Xie Yumenjiao will undoubtedly return to cause trouble. I will inform the sect leader to bolster the protective barriers around Happy Peak. Remember, no matter what happens, do not trust him, nor should you allow him to gain any favorability." A few words effectively sealed Xie Yumenjiao's fate. "Understood." Luo Qingyan nodded slightly, indicating her compliance. After had thoroughly disparaged their rivals, a faint smile graced his lips as he soared away with the wind. In the days that followed, Luo Qingyan remained engrossed in her cultivation. During this time, visited her twice, delivering medicinal pills, which she accepted with alacrity. She had come to a realization. He was establishing a persona, and she was reaping the benefits. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement, thus her feelings remained unchanged. Now accustomed to this dynamic, found some comfort in the fact that, unlike before when his gifts had diminished his favorability, this time it had not waned. Having lurked within the Xian sect for many years, he possessed ample patience. As long as the decline ceased, he had no fear of future gains, with the trials approaching. The venerable sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, summoned the Peak Masters for a meeting. Wuji Zhenren remarked, "This time, let Shui Yujin join us. He is the master of the Happy Peak. Though he usually abstains from sect affairs, he cannot miss this, as it concerns his own disciples. The master of the treasure peak interjected. Sect leader, Shui Yujin has already passed away. What? Dead? Wuji Zhenren exclaimed, astonished. When did this occur? It has been 3 or 4 years. I believe. After a brief silence, the master of the Dan Physician Peak frowned. Why did you not inform everyone of such news sooner? The master of the treasure peak replied. I assumed you were all aware. No, we were not, the master of the mage peak stated coolly. How did you come to know? The master of the treasure peak explained. That prodigy used to come to the treasure peak every month to request funds for his disciples. It is only right for a peak master to take in disciples, yet he even sought payment for it. How troublesome. Then one month, he unexpectedly did not come, and out of curiosity, I sent a disciple to inquire, only to discover he had passed. Moments later, the master of the crafting peak chuckled softly. This is indeed good news. After all, that fellow only brought us trouble while he was alive. Do not speak so lightly. Shui Yujin was, after all, our junior brother. The master of the beast-taming peak retorted, sorrow etched across his face. Though we may feel joy within, we must feign grief outwardly. The others nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. As the day of the trials drew near, Luo Qingyin meticulously prepared everything she might need, save for one final item, money. Such a resource was invaluable in any context. She inquired of Dongfeng Che. Is it true that the Happy Peak lacks spirit stones? Not even a single one? Spirit stones? Dongfeng Che replied. The Happy Peak has never possessed such things. If there were any, they would have long been taken to the grave by our master. This revelation sparked an idea in Luo Qingyin's mind. Indeed, her master, in life a peak master, might have buried treasures alongside him. That very night, she armed herself with a shovel and ventured to her master's courtyard. Master, may I borrow some money? She declared, wielding the shovel and commencing her excavation. Clink, clink, the sound of her efforts echoed as she broke open the grave. Chapter 17. The master is a great beauty as the midnight chill set in. A voice, filled with sorrowful reproach, suddenly emerged from behind her. Disciple, why do you dig up my grave? Luo Qingyin froze mid-action. Turning around, she beheld a disheveled young man floating behind her. He possessed a stunning beauty reminiscent of a moonlit night. With long, dark hair cascading beside his face, white robes billowing as he stared with enchanting yet ethereal features, his gaze imbued with a mournful allure. Yet, observing his youthful form, it was evident he had met an untimely demise. Ah! Luo Qingyin exclaimed in shock, rushing towards him. You ghost? Are you truly my master, Shui Yujin? Shui Yujin, he frowned. Xiaoyan, you fail to recognize your own master? I was resting peacefully underground, only to be disturbed by your racket. Imagine my surprise upon finding you digging up my grave. Luo Qingyin hastily replied, It is fortuitous that you have appeared. I came to borrow some money. Borrow money? Shui Yujin's expression soured. You unearthed me from my grave merely to request funds? I had no choice, or I would not have dared approach you, Luo Qingyin replied, her face a mask of sincerity and distress. Times are indeed tough, and I urgently need money. Shui Yujin fell silent for a moment, then proposed. If you require funds, why not go to the Treasure Peak? They have a spirit stone hall that offers loans. That won't do. Those loans must be repaid, Luo Qingyin countered. True, Shui Yujin conceded. Thus, I have pondered and ultimately decided to seek you out. With a smile, Luo Qingyin rubbed her hands together. Master, do you possess any valuable treasures? Where might they be hidden? Treasures? Shui Yujin mused before sighing in despair. My beauty, like a flower, is the greatest treasure interred within this grave. What else? Luo Qingyin pressed. Besides your beauty, do you possess anything more? Nothing else, Shui Yujin replied. Luo Qingyin, frustrated, lamented, Your second senior brother has burned paper for you countless times. How can you be so impoverished? You must learn to manage your expenditures. It is truly absurd that I cannot even find a place to borrow money. Shui Yujin's gaze sharpened. However, speaking of spirit stones, I do have 100 million spirit stones here. Luo Qingyin nearly fainted from joy, eager to inquire how she might inherit them. But Shui Yujin continued, that is external debt. I resign. Such a resignation lasts a lifetime, Luo Qingyin retorted. Shui Yujin inquired, do you wish to inherit your master's 100 million in debts? No, thank you, she promptly declined. Raising her shovel once more, she said, Master, I have disturbed you. Please return to your rest while I refill your grave. Why must I go back down? Shui Yujin expressed his displeasure. Master, do not be troublesome. You have become a ghost and are burdened with debts. It is simply unsuitable for you to linger above ground. Heed my advice and return below. At the very least, it will be easier to evade creditors down there. Shui Yujin turned his head, scoffing. Luo Qingyan added, I will beautify your grave with flowers. I promise not to disturb you again, ensuring you have a tranquil and tidy living environment. Shui Yujin crossed his arms, unimpressed, showing no intention of returning. Feeling a growing trepidation, Luo Qingyan asked, Master, you aren't planning to haunt me, are you? Dream on. Shui Yujin shot her a disdainful glance. I have no interest in a little girl like you. He yawned. Enough of this. Staying up late is bad for my skin. You may proceed with your business. I shall return to my slumber. With that, he turned to leave, muttering complaints. To be disturbed for money even in death is truly unbearable. Luo Qingyan stared at his retreating figure, her eyes widening in realization. She discovered that her master indeed had feet. His movements were merely so ethereal that he appeared to float. Are you human or ghost? Luo Qingyan demanded loudly. Shui Yujin snickered, turning back with a charming smile. Have you ever seen a ghost as beautiful as I? Luo Qingyan was at a loss for words. You aren't dead? Of course not. My cultivation is profound and unfathomable. How could I possibly die? Shui Yujin replied. Then where have you been all these years? Nowhere. I merely lay beneath the ground pretending to be dead, he answered. Master, it seems you are quite ill. Luo Qingyan remarked, no wonder you can return from the dead. Perhaps the king of hell simply had no room for you. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pressed, why pretend to be dead? Why? Because I have grown weary of this impoverished existence. Shui Yujin lamented, covering his mouth with an air of tragic grievance. While other peak masters are surrounded by devoted disciples, receiving endless care and affection, my own disciple has proven to be a disappointment. If you cannot afford me a life of luxury, then why did you choose to apprentice under me in the first place? With that, he sulked into the house to sleep. Luo Qingyan stood frozen, unsure of what to say. She had once held fantasies about her master. Now, it felt less like having a master and more akin to marrying a concubine. Chapter 18. The existence of unwanted spirit roots at dawn the following day. Luo Qingyan informed Dongfang Che of her master's revival. Second senior brother, master is not dead. What? Is that true? He exclaimed. Indeed. He is right in his room. Dongfang Che, unable to believe it, rushed to Shui Yujin's courtyard and knocked on the door. Master, master, are you truly alive? After a moment, Shui Yujin's irritable voice emerged from within. Stop knocking. You are making a racket. Can't you see your master is sleeping? Dongfang Che froze. It truly was his master's voice. Master is indeed alive. He was overwhelmed with excitement and shouted, Master, you pretended to be dead. Did you ever consider how we have lived these past years without you? Have you thought about our feelings? My sincerest apologies. But your feelings have never been a consideration for me, Shui Yujin's voice replied lazily. Go practice your cultivation. Do not disturb your master's sleep. Speaking of cultivation, I have a technique I wish to consult you about. Dongfang Che urged. All matters must be understood through personal insight. Do not always rely on your master. Shui Yujin, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively and declared, I am concerned that you may not survive. So I have deliberately left behind a method for preserving life. The rest is entirely up to you. Now go. Dongfang Che wore a look of sheer grievance. With Shui Yujin unwilling to impart any teachings, he had no choice but to return to his own cultivation. 18 noon. A sudden cacophony echoed from Kuaihua Peak. I'm starving. Why hasn't anyone come to prepare the meal? Where have my disciples gone? Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che rushed over, only to find Shui Yujin languidly seated at the dining table. He had changed into an exquisite water blue robe, adorned with delicate golden patterns at the cuffs. His long, flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall, unbound and silky, while the corners of his eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, exuded a languorous allure. The entire demeanor and color palette made him resemble a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Luo Qingyan squinted in suspicion. Master, I thought you were short on funds? How come you are dressed so splendidly? His robe was evidently expensive, crafted from a type of premium spiritual silk, surely costing several thousand spirit stones. Dongfang Che whispered, "It's precisely because Master is so fond of dressing up that our mountain lacks funds." Luo Qingyan responded, "So that it, all the money from our mountain has been squandered by this man on fine clothing." Shueiyue Jun paid them no mind, continuing to rap on an empty bowl, grumbling, "What time is it? Is the meal not yet prepared?" Dongfang Che replied, "Little junior sister and I were so absorbed in our studies that we lost track of time." Luo Qingyan chuckled, turning to him with a suggestion, "Master, since you seem to be idling, why not light the fire and cook the meal?" "Preposterous," Shueiyue Jun reprimanded. "How could a delicate person like me perform such menial tasks?" He added with dissatisfaction, "Little Yin, you truly lack respect to instruct your master in such a manner." Luo Qingyan retorted, "Master behaves like a pampered young lady, neither teaching cultivation techniques nor handling household chores." Dongfang Che, wearied by the exchange, sighed, "Very well, I shall go cook." Luo Qingyan sighed, "I will join you." Before long, the food was served. Shueiyue Jun gazed at the plate of shredded potatoes, frowning. "Upon my return, you present me with this? Where are the delicacies of the mountains and seas?" Dongfang Che replied, "Master, wake up. When have we ever had such luxuries at Kuaihua Peak? We only have potatoes, cabbage, and sweet potatoes." Suddenly, Luo Qingyan asked, "Master, do you wish for better fare?" "Of course," Shueiyue Jun affirmed. Luo Qingyan tempted him, "Then teach us some cultivation techniques, and in the afternoon, I will catch fish in the river, preparing boiled fish for you tonight." "Boiled fish?" Shueiyue Jun had never tasted it and expressed a keen interest. "Very well, since your thirst for knowledge is so fervent, I shall reluctantly provide you with some guidance." With a lively sparkle in his eyes, Shueiyue Jun began, "The method for preserving life that I impart to you can safeguard your lives in any circumstance. The essence of survival comprises 3 points. The first is to flee. The principle is to avoid confrontation with any opponent, regardless of their strength, and escape directly." Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che listened intently as Shueiyue Jun continued. "There are many ways to flee, the most crucial being the divine steps of escape, which is elaborately detailed in the texts. Should the opponent be too powerful to escape, the second point is to employ humor, using talismans or illusions to make your adversary laugh uncontrollably, rendering them incapable of pursuit, allowing you the chance to flee." After a brief pause, Shueiyue Jun elaborated, "However, if your opponent has a high threshold for laughter or sees through the illusion, you are left with only one final method: to feign death. Pretend to be deceased to avoid further harm. Feigning death is an exceptionally practical skill, one that many have utilized, yet only I can do it most convincingly. No one can discern my ruse. You will learn it gradually in due course." Dongfang Che nodded, comprehending, "That sounds quite reasonable." Luo Qingyan could not resist raising her hand to inquire, "Master, with such a magnificent technique, what level of cultivation do you possess?" Shueiyue Jun replied with pride, "My cultivation transcends the 3 realms and is not bound by the 5 elements. It cannot be measured by mundane standards." "Wow!" Luo Qingyan exclaimed in admiration, "What about your spiritual roots? What attributes do they possess?" Shueiyue Jun declared, "I possess both solar and lunar spiritual roots." "What?" Luo Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. It is said that 3 types of spiritual roots, due to their extraordinary abilities, are deemed to be unnatural: the sun, the moon, and the stars. While ordinary spiritual roots manipulate elemental forces, these 3 control the powers of rules. The solar root corresponds to time, the lunar root to space, and the stellar root to destiny. The fact that Master possesses both solar and lunar roots signifies he can command both time and space. Luo Qingyan immediately inquired, "Master, can you traverse time and space?" "In principle, yes," Shueiyue Jun replied lazily, "but I find it too tiresome to bother with such matters." As they were discussing, a flash of white light appeared, heralding the arrival of Imo Chenxue. He had initially come to visit Luo Qingyan, but upon seeing Shueiyue Jun, his expression subtly shifted. "Uncle Shueiyue?" he exclaimed, I isn't this our esteemed chief disciple. What brings you to Kuaihua Peak?" Shueiyue Jun smiled cheerfully. "What brings the chief here to my humble abode?" "Uncle, you're not really. I'm still alive. Surprise, right?" Imo Chenxue did not appear surprised. He scrutinized Shueiyue Jun, his gaze fluctuating. With the emergence of Xie Yimenjiao, other competitors would soon follow, and every man who suddenly appeared beside Luo Qingyan warranted caution. Shueiyue Jun had vanished for several years, only to return shortly after the System-S emergence. Mei, Mia, Zhang, Yu, Ju. Could Shueiyue be one of them? Although the favorability ratings on the leaderboard had not changed for now, it did not eliminate Shueiyue's suspicion, as his own favorability had remained stagnant. Qinshue's mind raced as he quickly recalled everything about Shueiyue in search of possible clues. Chapter 19. Please? Spare him. The codenames and individuals are indeed interconnected. While cultivating at Xinjian Peak, his codename is Xian.as for Xieyimenjiao. His name contains the character for darkness, hence his codename is Ming. But what about Shueiyue? It seems there is no connection between him and those 5 codenames. Qinshu smiled, clasping his hands. Uncle, are you aware that soon it will be the trial of the Onxian sect? In the earthly secret realm, your disciples must also participate. I have come to encourage my junior brothers and sisters to cultivate diligently. The Onxian sect possesses 2 great secret realms, among which the earthly secret realm is a forest teeming with demonic beasts, serving as a training ground for disciples. The heavenly secret realm, on the other hand, is where the peak master or their direct disciples meditate and comprehend the Tao. Shueiyue narrowed his eyes at him. Qinshu, when did you become so concerned for the disciples of my Kuaihua Peak? Qinshu replied with calmness. I mistakenly believed you were no longer present, and with no one to guide the disciples of Kuaihua Peak. It is only right to show more concern. Shueiyue responded with a nonchalant "Oh," clearly unimpressed. Luo Qingyan inwardly scoffed, finding Qinshu's faade rather solid. Only Dongfang Che felt particularly moved. Senior brother Qinshu, you are truly kind. Qinshu's eyes flickered as he continued, with Uncle's return, we can rest easy. Previously, the demonic clan had seized little junior sister while you were gone, and I attempted to rescue her but was outnumbered. At a critical moment, it was thanks to little junior sister recalling the knowledge imparted by you regarding the peculiarities of the demonic clan's young master, Xieyimenjiao, that we were able to escape. Uncle, you are truly all-knowing and teach with great dedication. Xieyimenjiao had a peculiar fondness for having his bottom touched, a fact that Luo Qingyan had claimed to be revealed by Shueiyue, leaving Qinshu in a state of skepticism. Now that he had seen Shueiyue, he would undoubtedly seek confirmation. Luo Qingyan's heart raced with anxiety. Oh no, Master has resurrected, which means all the time she used him as a shield would surely be exposed. Meanwhile, Shueiyue was already laughing with delight. Naturally. Not only do I possess profound cultivation, I also dedicate myself wholeheartedly to teaching my disciples. Otherwise, how could they be so exceptional? Qinshu's gaze became solemn, indicating that Luo Qingyan was indeed not lying. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qinshu took his leave with a bow. Once he departed, Shueiyue recalled something and turned to Luo Qingyan. I was so engrossed in his praises that I didn't catch what he said about the peculiarities of the demonic clan. Did I ever mention that to you? Indeed. Luo Qingyan gave him a thumbs up. Master has taught us so much that I can hardly remember it all. Master is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possesses unfathomable powers, capable of grasping the moon in the 9th heavens and catching turtles in the 5 oceans. Shueiyue beamed with pride. What you say is common knowledge. He covered his mouth, chuckling lightly, but I must admit, your choice of words is rather novel. Luo Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her master, like a pampered young lady, relished sweet words. A few compliments would surely distract him from serious matters. Meanwhile, Dongfang Che was preoccupied with his own concerns, visibly anxious. Earlier, senior brother Qinshu mentioned that this trial would be held in the earthly secret realm. I have never been there before and have heard that it is filled with man-eating demonic beasts, which is rather frightening. Shueiyue reassured him, there is no need to fear. When the time comes, just stick close to your senior brother, and he will protect you. By the way, where is your senior brother? Why hasn't he come to eat? Dongfang Che said sorrowfully, Master, you are unaware, but senior brother. What has happened to him? He fell ill, gravely so, and lay in a deep coma. What do you mean? My beloved disciple has fallen seriously ill. Shueiyue staggered to his feet and hurried towards the courtyard of his disciple Mu Yunjiao. Yunjiao, what has happened to you? Shueiyue kicked open the door, rushing to the bedside of the youth whose eyes were tightly shut, anxiety overtaking him as he cried out, Yunjiao, awaken! Do not frighten your master. Among my 3 disciples, you are the only one who is not a failure. You absolutely must not come to harm. Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan stood silently behind him. Dongfang Che remarked, "Master, we are still here." Luo Qingyan added, "So could you please be more mindful of your words?" Shui Yuejun turned a deaf ear, tears streaming down his face, lost in sorrowful contemplation. Luo Qingyan gently inquired, "Master, what should we do in this situation with the senior brother?" Shui Yuejun pondered deeply for a moment before speaking with a heavy tone. In this circumstance, you two should head to the forging peak and ask the peak master for assistance in crafting a large iron pot. An iron pot? How large? Not too big, just enough to stew your senior brother. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Che was horrified. "Master, even if you are craving meat, you cannot treat senior brother this way, I beg you. Spare him. Enough nonsense," Shui Yuejun scolded. "If I instruct you to go, then go." Dongfang Che turned to Luo Qingyan for help. "I believe senior brother can still be saved. What do you think?" Chapter 20. Shui Yuejun's desire to consume his disciple Luo Qingyan, however, had already become excited. Stewing senior brother in an iron pot. "I find that quite thrilling, Dongfang Che. Little junior sister, you do seem to have a bit of a twisted side. Suddenly, this mountain peak feels rather intimidating." Luo Qingyan tugged Dongfang Che towards the forging peak, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. "Little junior sister, promise me, if one day I too fall gravely injured and unconscious, please hide me away and do not let master find me. I do not wish to be stewed." The two arrived at the forging peak. The primary focus of the forging peak was weapon crafting. With various swords, spears, and halberds, most of the disciples of the Wanxian sect wielded weapons forged here. Among these, sword forging was the most significant, requiring iron. This mountain brimmed with sparks day and night, and the male disciples there were mostly robust and muscular. The artisans here were of the brawny sort, able to wield an 800 gene hammer with one hand, and lift 1,600 genes with both hands. Entering the sword forging arena, numerous large furnaces blazed with flames, and the air was thick with the scorching scent of metal. A young woman clad in a striking red robe, elegant and beautiful, was instructing her disciples on weapon polishing. She was the peak master of the forging peak, Zhu Hongyan. The forging peak had no female disciples, only a beautiful peak master surrounded by a group of single men wielding heavy hammers. Dongfang Che cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Master Hongyan. We hail from the Happy Peak." "The Happy Peak?" Zhu Hongyan turned her head, regarding Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che with curiosity. Dongfang Che nodded. "Master sent us here with a request." Zhu Hongyan was taken aback. "Shui Yuejun? I thought he was dead?" Dongfang Che replied. "He came back to life yesterday." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongyan's anger flared, and she slammed her iron hammer into the ground. "How is that possible? This man was dead and well. How could he just come back to life?" Dongfang Che felt awkward and hastily explained. Well, our master was merely pretending to be dead. He wasn't completely dead." Zhu Hongyan retorted. "Tell him to please die more thoroughly next time." Dongfang Che, "Understood. I will relay the message," he continued. "Additionally, master asked us to seek your assistance in forging an iron pot today." Zhu Hongyan scoffed. "What does he need an iron pot for? What scheme is Shui Yuejun concocting now?" Dongfang Che answered. "The Happy Peak has no meat, and master wishes to stew our senior brother." Zhu Hongyan. Luo Qingyan quickly interjected. "No, it's not like that. Our senior brother has been in a coma, and I suspect master intends to stew him back to consciousness." Pausing, she added quietly, "If that fails, perhaps he might be consumed." Zhu Hongyan fell silent for a moment, unable to comprehend. "Shui Yuejun wants to eat his disciple. Do you not feel shocked by this?" Luo Qingyan shyly replied. "Our master has crawled out from underground. Having a peculiar taste is quite normal, no need for alarm." Zhu Hongyan. "And you are not afraid?" "Initially, I was a bit scared," Dongfang Che admitted, "but then I thought, it's not my turn yet. Senior brother is ahead of me, so I'm not too frightened anymore." Zhu Hongyan remarked. "The trio from Happy Peak truly has a peculiar affliction." Luo Qingyan rubbed her hands together, smiling apologetically. "Master, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Please help us craft a pot." Zhu Hongyan huffed. "Merely sweet words are of no use. Shui Yuejun sent you to ask for a pot. How many spirit stones did you bring?" "Spirit stones? Of course. Do you think forging is free?" Dongfang Che replied. "Master did not give us spirit stones. We thought that given his reputation, we would be exempt from that." "Your master's reputation?" Zhu Hongyan smirked. That scoundrel is a shameless actor. He has long exhausted his goodwill. He sends you to request a pot without providing spirit stones. He is clearly making things difficult for you. You may as well return. Dongfang Che found himself in a predicament. Without money, how could they procure a pot? Luo Qingyan's eyes twinkled as she smiled. Master, since we came seeking a pot, it is only proper we do not come empty-handed. Though we lack spirit stones, we have brought other gifts, and I hope you will like them. Zhu Hongyan. Oh? Luo Qingyan produced a small bottle tied with a bow from her storage bag and handed it to Zhu Hongyan. What is this? Zhu Hongyan took it, uncorked the bottle, and a refreshing fragrance wafted forth. Luo Qingyan explained, this is cedar essential oil. Our happy peak does not grow spirit trees, but we have plenty of natural cedars. And I refine this from the raw material. The secret of survival contains many methods for crafting fragrances that can repel or confuse specific demon beasts. Luo Qingyan had imitated some of those methods, and it was fortunate that she possessed 5 spirit roots, allowing her to manipulate various elements and create anything. This essential oil was initially crafted to combat a certain demon beast in a trial, but she found it useful today. Zhu Hongyan inhaled deeply and raised an eyebrow. Your fragrance crafting is indeed commendable, but with just this little trinket, you cannot win me over. Luo Qingyan smiled and said, Master, please take a look. She raised her hand and laid out a small circular formation on the ground, placing the cedar essential oil at its center. In an instant, an extremely light and subtle scent, like snowy mist, rose, carrying a refreshing breeze that wafted evenly throughout the sword-forging arena. The disciples, drenched in sweat from their forging, detected a faint and pleasant aroma that brought about a sense of relief. What is this fragrance? I don't know, but it smells delightful and feels much cooler. Zhu Hongyan was taken aback. The sword-forging arena was perpetually engulfed in flames, truly sweltering, yet the disciples primarily trained with fire spirit roots. Using water-based techniques to cool down would clash with their attributes and hinder their cultivation, so they had to endure the heat. Rest assured, Master, this cedar essential oil is naturally cold in nature, yet it is devoid of spirit. It will not affect the fire spirit roots of our senior brothers. Luo Qingyan smiled earnestly. Our forging peak is a land of utmost yang. I would not dare use water-based techniques. And the formation I laid is also powered by fire spirit energy, hoping this pure cedar aroma can ease the sweltering heat for our senior brothers, bringing them some tranquility and coolness. Zhu Hongyan was momentarily stunned. At a certain level of cultivation, one becomes accustomed to addressing all issues with spirit power. When spirit power fails to resolve a problem, one is left helpless. Yet this young girl had utilized the very ordinary wood, which cultivators often disdain, to create a calming and soothing fragrance, skillfully dispersing it throughout the entire sword-forging arena. Such cleverness, coupled with her melodious speech, instantly endeared her to Zhu Hongyan. Little girl, why not leave that lunatic Shui Yuejun and come to my mountain? I could use a female disciple. Zhu Hongyan raised an eyebrow and promised. If you come, you need not forge iron like the senior brothers. You would simply craft delicate and intricate magical tools. As we are in dire need of talents in that area. Chapter 21. The iron pot stewing senior brother Luo Qingyan smiled shyly. Thank you for the compliment, Master, but my cultivation is still lacking. And I may not even pass the upcoming trial, so I dare not entertain other aspirations. However, should Master not mind, I would like to visit often and seek your guidance on crafting. Zhu Hongyan, seeing her reluctance to leave Happy Peak, replied, Very well, if you are interested, feel free to come to the Forging Peak anytime. And about our pot, you can collect it 3 days from now. Thank you, Master. Upon returning to Happy Peak, Shui Yuejun inquired. So, did that woman agree to make the pot? Luo Qingyan nodded. Shui Yuejun was somewhat surprised. She actually agreed. It seems she still values our brotherhood. Indeed. What was her reaction upon learning I was not dead? Dongfang Che replied. She looked as though she had received dreadful news, Shui Yuejun. And yet she agreed to forge the pot? Dongfang Che explained. Little junior sister gifted her a bottle of fragrance, which seemed to please her. Shui Yuejun immediately turned to Luo Qingyan. What fragrance? Why did I not receive any? Luo Qingyan produced another bottle. It's cedar essential oil. I thought you wouldn't need it. Shui Yuejun snatched it from her, inhaled deeply, and promptly tucked it into his robe. How could I not need it? I find this aroma quite delightful. A refined gentleman such as myself should undoubtedly be accompanied by some incense, dear Xiaoyan. Dio, prepare a few more bottles for me upon your return. Luo Qingyan replied, certainly, as long as you fulfill your duties as my master and guide us in our cultivation. Unlike other masters who diligently encourage their disciples to practice, hers seemed to rely on coercion and enticement to impart knowledge. Shui Yuejun sighed, teaching you every day as your master is rather exhausting. Reluctantly, he continued, come now, demonstrate the results of your self-study. Show me how well you've learned the escaping steps. Take a few steps for me to observe. Luo Qingyan nodded and, employing the technique of the escaping steps, her figure flickered several times. Shui Yuejun's gaze sharpened. How long have you been practicing? Half a month, replied Luo Qingyan. Half a month? Shui Yuejun exclaimed in astonishment. Are you certain it was merely half a month and not 2 or 3 years? Luo Qingyan affirmed, it's indeed half a month. I find the escaping steps exceptionally fluid. I learned them quite easily. Shui Yuejun remarked, this set of steps contradicts normal human behavior. For instance, when attempting to turn a corner, most would find it exceedingly awkward and difficult to adapt. Frowning, he added, the ability to learn so swiftly suggests one of two possibilities. Either you are a genius, or there is something amiss in your mind. Luo Qingyan hastily inquired, which category do I belong to? Isn't it obvious? Shui Yuejun sighed and commanded Dongfeng Che, Xiao Che, when you have the time, take her to the pill medicine peak and have a healer check her head. Unable to contain herself, Luo Qingyan interjected, Master, could it not be possible that I am a genius? Dongfeng Che gazed at her sympathetically. Junior sister, if you can think of yourself in such a manner, it is a clear indication that there is indeed a significant issue with your mind. Luo Qingyan? Shui Yuejun lazily propped his chin on his hand, glancing at Dongfeng Che, Xiao Che. Why don't you take a few steps for us to see? Dongfeng Che nodded, confidently demonstrating the escaping steps as he ran a lap around the courtyard. Master, how did I do? He asked. Shui Yuejun inquired. How long have you been practicing? Also half a month, Dongfeng Che replied. Shui Yuejun nodded, looking quite pleased. He pointed at Dongfeng Che, instructing Luo Qingyan, did you see? A normal person like him, after half a month, has learned nothing at all. 3 days later, the iron pot was ready. Shui Yuejun instructed his 2 young disciples to place the pot over the fire, adding water before placing the eldest disciple, Mu Yunzhao, inside. Xiaoyan, ignite the fire, Shui Yuejun commanded. Luo Qingyan nodded and directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the firewood. With a crackling sound, the flames erupted. Dongfeng Che clenched his fists nervously, muttering under his breath, Big brother, don't blame us when you get there. It's all Master S' fault. He was craving meat. The water in the pot gradually heated up. Luo Qingyan reached in to test it. It was already quite warm. She turned to Shui Yuejun, who leaned against a nearby table with crossed arms, exuding an air of leisure. Master, how much longer must we stew it? She asked. Shui Yuejun yawned nonchalantly. Just a little longer. Let it stew some more. Dongfeng Che had already turned away, unable to bear to watch. Suddenly, with a crack, the water in the pot froze solid. Luo Qingyan was taken aback. The next moment, with a loud crash, the ice shattered, and a figure resembling a young phoenix soared from the pot, enveloped in an intense chill, revealing piercingly cold eyes. Big brother? Dongfeng Che exclaimed, turning in astonishment. Shui Yuejun chuckled. Yunzhao possesses dual spiritual roots of ice and wind. Emerging from the pot this time, his cultivation has surely improved significantly. Ah, it seems he has reached the mid-stage of the golden core. Luo Qingyan stood in awe. Her elder brother possessed rare dual mutated spiritual roots of ice and wind, and he was at the mid-stage of the golden core, while Huali also reached the mid-stage of the golden core. She had been nurtured with the finest resources from a young age, whereas her elder brother had slumbered for years in poverty at Happy Peak and still attained the mid-stage of the golden core. What an extraordinary talent! Such aptitude was rivaled only by the likes of Imo Chenxue, renowned as the most gifted cultivator in a millennium. In midair, upon awakening, Mu Yunzhao noticed the moisture on his body and frowned slightly, lifting his hand to cast a cleansing spell, tidying himself and those around him before gracefully landing. Shui Yuejun expressed his satisfaction. How wonderful! With Yunzhao awake, the sanitation of Happy Peak will finally be managed. Otherwise, relying solely on my 2 foolish disciples, this mountain would become a chaotic mess. Dongfeng Che and Luo Qingyan had already rushed over, filled with admiration for Mu Yunjiao. Luo Qingyan asked, "Big brother, are you truly at the mid-stage of the Golden Core?" Dongfang Che inquired, "Big brother, can you really help us win effortlessly?" Mu Yunjiao did not respond, and a faint smile graced his fair, clean face as he spoke in a hoarse voice, enunciating each word, while I was unconscious. "Someone poked me with a needle every day." Luo Qingyan gasped, immediately spinning around to question Dongfang Che. "Second brother, was it you?" Dongfang Che looked utterly bewildered. "It wasn't me," Luo Qingyan relayed to Mu Yunjiao. "Big brother, second brother claims it wasn't him." Chapter 22. Dongfang Bubi. Mu Yunjiao gazed at Luo Qingyan, seemingly having deduced everything, yet he chose not to reveal it, only smiling subtly and saying, regardless of who it was, "Thank you." With that, he turned and returned to his room. Luo Qingyan, puzzled, rushed to Shui Yuejuan's side. "Master, what exactly is going on with Big Brother? How could he awaken from such a long slumber in an iron pot?" "Your elder brother was cultivating by immersing his soul in a purgatorial realm, leaving his body in a comatose state. Only when facing a mortal threat would his consciousness return," Shui Yuejun explained. "This method of cultivation yields rapid advancement but is fraught with peril. The soul must endure countless agonies and trials, and a slight misstep could lead to eternal damnation." At this point, Shui Yuejun turned to Luo Qingyan. "So, it was your idle hands that poked him with needles for amusement?" Luo Qingyan whispered. "That is indeed a possibility." Shui Yuejun chuckled. "It seems that just as his soul was on the verge of losing its way in purgatory, your prodding of his physical form roused his consciousness, inadvertently aiding him in overcoming the barriers of his purgatorial trials." Luo Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. How fortunate to have inadvertently done a good deed. With the awakening of her elder brother, the living conditions at Happy Peak swiftly improved. The meticulous Mu Yunjiao organized the entire mountain, categorizing and neatly arranging the vegetables in the storage area. That evening, the four of them gathered to discuss the Sect S trials. This time, the teams consisted of 3 members each, and with only 3 disciples at Happy Peak, they formed a perfect group. Shui Yuejun rested his chin in thought. "My dear disciples, the other peak masters have long looked down upon me, casting aspersions on my teaching methods. I have endured much grievance. This time, can you return with the first place and allow me to hold my head high?" Luo Qingyan pondered. In the original story, it was indeed Huali's group that secured first place. Huali, like Mu Yunjiao, was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, and her chosen teammates were both at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, making them the strongest combination for this trial. If they truly encountered them, how would they compete? Dongfang Che analyzed rationally. "We have 1 Golden Core and 2 Qi refinement practitioners. If we face a combination of Golden Core and Foundation establishment, we certainly cannot win. Securing first place seems exceedingly difficult." Mu Yunjiao suddenly proposed, "Master, why not employ that method to have junior brother and junior sister establish their foundations within a few days?" Dongfang Che's eyes widened in disbelief. Establishing a foundation in just a few days. How is that even possible? Luo Qingyan, intrigued, pressed for details. "What method are you referring to?" Shui Yuejun did not respond directly, only sighing. "My power is boundless, and the method is indeed feasible. However, I currently lack one essential item that prevents me from casting my spell." "What item?" "Money," Shui Yuejun replied. "To perform the spell, I require a substantial amount of money. Otherwise, it cannot be done." The air fell silent. Happy Peak was most deficient in funds, lacking even a single spirit stone. After a prolonged pause, Dongfang Che suddenly gritted his teeth, resolutely stating, "Isn't it just money? I have some." "What?" The 3 of them looked at him in astonishment. Dongfang Che clenched his fists. "Elder brother has high cultivation, and junior sister possesses various unconventional skills, while I have nothing to offer but money." With that, Dongfang Che retrieved a communication talisman, sending out a message. Moments later, the ethereal figure of an elderly steward materialized, excitedly kneeling before Dongfang Che. "Young master, you summoned me. Have you finally decided to return and inherit the vast family fortune?" Luo Qingyan was left dumbfounded. "So, second brother was actually a top-tier rich heir?" Dongfang Che maintained a serious expression. "Uncle Zhong, I swore I would no longer rely on my family, but right now I urgently need money. Consider it a loan from the family, and I will repay it in the future." Uncle Zhong was touched. "Young master, you are simply too strong-willed. How many spirit stones do you require?" Dongfang Che turned to Shui Yuejun. Master, how many spirit stones are needed? Shui Yuejun numbly extended 3 fingers, indicating he needed 3,000 superior spirit stones. Dongfang Che nodded, understanding, and told Uncle Zhong, we need 300,000 superior spirit stones. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Shortly, young master, you may retrieve it directly from your storage ring. Having spoken, the ethereal image of remote communication vanished. Luo Qingyan was left in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. High-grade spirit stones are exceedingly precious in the realm of cultivation. The common spirit stones circulating in the market are of low quality. The value of a single high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 mid-grade spirit stones. While 1 mid-grade spirit stone corresponds to 10 ordinary low-grade spirit stones, 300,000 high-grade spirit stones equal a staggering 30 million ordinary spirit stones. 30 million, a sum that could last a lifetime. Shui Yuejun exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Che, how could you? Forgive me for deceiving you before. Dongfang Che spoke with a grave tone. In truth, my name is not Dongfang Che. My true name is Dongfang Bubi. I am the sole legitimate heir of the Dongfang family. Luo Qingyan gasped. Dongfang Bubi? Dongfang Che nodded sadly. My father bestowed this name upon me, hoping I would be invincible. Unfortunately, I lack talent and have no desire to be a pampered young master. I vowed to rely on my own abilities to find my own way. Thus, I concealed my identity and came to the Wangxian sect. Luo Qingyan was utterly flabbergasted. She recalled vividly that the original narrative centered around the female protagonist, Huali, and never mentioned Dongfang Che of the Happy Peak. Yet, as the story progressed, an important figure emerged, Dongfang Bubi from the Dongfang family. At that time, Huali aimed to unify the cultivation world, and various prominent families opposed her. Among them, Dongfang Bubi castrated himself to master the Sunflower Manual, opposing the female lead, ultimately meeting his demise at Huali's hands. How tragic! It seemed far worse than dying in a massacre. He had to endure all that suffering for nothing. Luo Qingyan trembled and asked, Second senior brother, you haven't practiced the Sunflower Manual yet, have you? Chapter 23. I shall never allow you to become a eunuch. You know of the Sunflower Manual? This time, it was Dongfang Che who was astonished. He replied, that is a forbidden text of our Dongfang family, said to jeopardize the family's prosperity and lead to dwindling offspring. Thus, it has been forbidden to practice. Sealed away in a hidden chamber, Luo Qingyan retorted, having already castrated oneself will certainly diminish fertility. Fortunately, Dongfang Che had yet to desire to practice this art. Luo Qingyan sighed in relief, vowing to protect her second senior brother and prevent him from embarking on the irreversible path of self-castration. At that moment, Dongfang Che's storage ring suddenly emitted a chime, signaling the arrival of a remittance. He opened the ring and pulled out sack after sack of spirit stones. I requested 300,000. But Uncle Zhong transferred over 500,000. The extra 200,000 can stay here. Feel free to take what you need. Luo Qingyan was profoundly moved. Second senior brother, this family cannot do without you. Shui Yuejun wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, we shall always be a loving family. Luo Qingyan added, you are our pride. Shui Yuejun declared, we are proud of you. Dongfang Che modestly scratched his head. I am merely an ordinary youth with nothing but money. There is no need to overly pride yourselves in me. Shui Yuejun reassured. Ordinary is fine. In the future, we shall support you. Luo Qingyan chimed in, indeed, we will never allow you to become a eunuch. Dongfang Che, a eunuch? Why would I want to become one? Only Mu Yunju remained composed, silently gathering spirit stones by the handful, preparing for any eventuality. With the funds secured, Shui Yuejun began to wield his mystical powers. He placed a mirror flat on the table and began pouring spirit stones onto it. As the stones landed, they sank into the mirror's surface as if touching a tranquil lake with the influx of spirit stones. The mirror suddenly radiated a splendid light. Both Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this? This is Master S time-space technique. Mu Yunju replied calmly. This mirror is called Tianjiao. One day outside is equivalent to a year within a moment. You shall enter the mirror, and without the need for food or sleep, you will train tirelessly for 9 years, assuredly achieving breakthroughs. Luo Qingyan realized. So the method that senior brother mentioned involves making them endure 9 years of relentless training without eating or drinking. Mu Yunju smiled and added, moreover, the Tianjiao mirror will supervise you. Should you slack off or lose focus, the mirror will capture it, and you will be punished with a fiery reprimand. Luo Qingyan couldn't help but express her heartfelt gratitude. Senior brother, thank you. You truly are remarkable. Shui Yuejun waved his hand, pushing both disciples into the mirror. Luo Qingyan found herself in a library, surrounded by shelves filled with various cultivation texts. Outside, the sun and moon hung in the same sky, illuminating the mountain pavilions and celestial abodes. This mirror was a unique space created by their master, where they would undergo 9 years of rigorous education. Dongfang Che exclaimed, Master, you actually concealed such a place where time can be borrowed. Foolish child, no one can steal time. Shui Yuejuan's voice echoed, I merely utilized the unique temporal rules of the Tianjiao mirror to shift your future time to the present. Ultimately, it is still your own life that is being expended. Cherish it, my children. 9 years later, both Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan appeared dazed, their expressions blank from excessive studied. It was commonly referred to as being studied silly. After all, neglecting their studies was not an option. Any sign of laziness would result in fiery punishment from the Tianjiao mirror, a scene far too gruesome to behold. The fiery punishments in the mirrored space left no scars, but the pain was undeniably real. Consequently, they both developed a conditioned reflex, no longer needing the mirror's supervision. The mere thought of slacking off would immediately invoke a painful reminder, prompting them to diligently continue their training. Upon their return to reality, Shui Yuejun gazed at his two pupils and inquired with satisfaction, So, what levels have you both achieved? Luo Qingyan, her gaze vacant, replied, I am at the 9th level of qi refinement. Dongfang Che, equally vacant, said, I have reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Not bad, Shui Yuejun nodded. Xiao Qingyan, cultivating 5 types of spiritual roots simultaneously to reach the peak of qi refinement is no small feat. Let me see what you have learned. Dongfang Che's eyes flickered as he declared, I learned to utilize the thunder spiritual root to summon heavenly lightning. Shui Yuejun raised an eyebrow. Oh. Dongfang Che inhaled deeply, bringing his fingers together to point at the sky, shouting, Thunder God, assist me. Suddenly, the skies darkened. The winds picked up and thunder rumbled ominously in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck down with immense force, accurately hitting Dongfang Che. He lit up upon impact, his body shaking as he emitted clouds of black smoke. Luo Qingyan interjected, This is a technique second senior brother has mastered, the heavenly lightning summon, which strikes himself. Shui Yuejun, Mu Yunju. Mu Yunju couldn't help but ask, Is it always yourself that gets struck when you summon lightning? Luo Qingyan confirmed, Yes, for 9 years, it has never failed. It is remarkably precise. Seeing the subtle expressions on master and senior brother's faces, Dongfang Che felt a twinge of anxiety. Master, is this technique truly useless? Not entirely, Shui Yuejun replied. In actual combat, it can be quite useful. Dongfang Che quickly queried, How can striking myself be of any use? Shui Yuejun explained, It can leave your opponent momentarily stunned. Dongfang Che, Mu Yunju turned to Luo Qingyan. What about you? What have you learned? Luo Qingyan, having learned a variety of techniques, thought for a moment and stated, I have mastered Master's life-preserving technique and even invented some new talismans. You invented talismans? Shui Yuejun asked. What are they like? Show them to me. Chapter 24. The frenzy. Luo Qingyan produced a stack of talismans. For example, this is my invention. The Frenzy Talisman, officially named the Li Yutian Frenzy Talisman. Mu Yunju frowned. That name is rather peculiar. I can understand frenzy, but what does Li Yutian signify? Before Luo Qingyan could elucidate, Shui Yuejun curiously picked up a Li Yutian Frenzy Talisman and casually affixed it to Dongfang Che. As soon as the talisman adhered, Dongfang Che leapt up, shouting as he dashed forward uncontrollably. It was evident he attempted to halt his momentum, yet he was unable to regain control, careening recklessly ahead. He ran all the way to the edge of a cliff, unable to stop, ultimately screaming as he fell off the precipice. Luo Qingyan calmly extracted a lollipop and popped it into her mouth. Shui Yuejun exclaimed in astonishment, Why can't he stop? Luo Qingyan replied nonchalantly, Because he is unable to break. The cliff at Happy Peak was not particularly high, and the area below was thick with dense bushes. Thus, Dongfang Che did not meet his demise by nightfall. He returned, bruised and battered, and immediately expressed heartfelt gratitude to his master and junior sister. Allow me to thank you, for your warmth has brightened all seasons. Now that they were all gathered and their cultivation levels had risen, the only thing missing was weaponry. The trio lacked any proper weapons. While Shui Yuejun was a sword cultivator, he had yet to acquire his fated sword. Having previously used iron swords or branches for practice, Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan, having initially been underachievers, possessed no weapons whatsoever. Dongfang Che remarked, "Now that we have money, we can go to the forging peak to craft weapons." Shui Yuejun scoffed, "Weapons forged at the forging peak are merely ordinary blades and swords. To contract divine weapons, we must go to another place." "Where to?" Luo Qingyan inquired. "On Treasure Peak." Shui Yuejun remarked, "The most valuable treasures of the sect are hidden within Treasure Peak, including the myriad swords entombed in the Sword Crypt, which harbors countless ancient artifacts. Allow me to take you on a quest of fortune. Who knows, perhaps an artifact may be enchanted enough to choose you as its master." Luo Qingyan replied, "I have heard that the master of Treasure Peak, Xue Changgue, is notoriously miserly. Would he even permit us to enter the Sword Crypt to select weapons?" "Of course not," Shui Yuejun chuckled. "That is why we shall venture in stealthily." A thrill of excitement coursed through Luo Qingyan's heart. Legends say that the Myriad Swords Crypt was once a battlefield of ancient times, buried with untold artifacts. And thus, even if they were to contract one secretly, no one would recognize it. The Sword Crypt is fraught with peril. Disciples have perished within its depths, prompting the sect to prohibit indiscriminate entry. Luo Qingyan was filled with anticipation, pondering what kind of weapon she might contract. Shui Yuejun waved her sleeve, unleashing a cascade of white light. "Let us proceed." In an instant, the spatial magic transported the four of them to Treasure Peak. At the entrance of the Myriad Swords Crypt, the moonlight shimmered like water. The ambience on Treasure Peak was resplendent, adorned with lights and bustling servants. Aside from Happy Peak, Treasure Peak had the fewest disciples, totaling just over 20, all of whom were direct disciples of Master Xue Changgue. Xue Changgue did not select disciples based on talent, appearance, age, or even character. He only considered the wealth of their families. Indeed, the disciples of Treasure Peak were all top-tier rich second-generation heirs. Each disciple brought along a retinue of 100 or so attendants upon joining the sect, making Treasure Peak lively despite its sparse numbers. Thanks to the abundance of servants, whenever the sect faced financial strain, Xue Changgue would seek out a disciple for a heart-to-heart, lamenting the sect's fiscal difficulties and urging them to persuade their wealthy relatives to make donations. Naturally, the disciples dared not refuse. Thus, the financial issues were effortlessly resolved. At this moment, Xue Changgue was patrolling his mountain domain. As the financial minister of the Wanxian sect, he controlled the sect's assets, capable of commanding any amount of wealth he desired. Yet, he appeared destitute, with a gaunt figure clad in a tattered, patched cotton robe, seemingly lacking even a change of clothes. His face was sallow and emaciated, bearing the marks of severe malnutrition, as if on the brink of destitution. This night, additional guards were summoned, and Xue Changgue instructed a nearby disciple. "I have an unsettling premonition. It feels as though something will occur tonight, particularly near the Myriad Swords Crypt. That is a sacred site of the sect and must be strictly guarded. We cannot allow anyone to slip in." "Understood." The disciples complied, bolstering the defenses at the entrance of the Sword Crypt. Yet, this proved utterly futile. Shui Yuejun's spatial magic allowed them to bypass the main entrance entirely, arriving directly within the crypt's confines. Luo Qingyan held a fire taper aloft, curiously surveying her surroundings. It resembled an enormous cavern, its depths unfathomable, with the humid air thick with the scent of rust, evoking a sense of ancient desolation. "Where are the weapons?" Dongfang Che scanned the area, puzzled. "They are buried underground," Mu Yunju replied. "Only when one senses the desired aura will they reveal themselves." And no sooner had she spoken than a gentle breeze swept through the cavern. A wind that seemed to carry whispers from ancient times, mingled with a mysterious hum. "Ah, they sense our presence," Shui Yuejun declared. "Disciples, now is the time to showcase your talents." The siblings understood the cue. Advancing while channeling their spiritual energy, hoping to attract the favor of the artifacts, Yu Yunju's ice wind spiritual energy formed a powerful aura around him, radiating a pearlescent glow. Dongfang Che summoned his thunder spirit root, crackling blue lightning dancing across his body. Luo Qingyan pondered for a moment, extending her hand. The five-colored spiritual energy in her palm shifted like a magic wand as she called out, "Contracts! Contracts, exceptional treatment, free food and lodging. Come, contract with me. What kind of artifact would choose my foolish disciple? Shui Yuejun mused. Before long, a beam of white light descended from above, positioning itself before Mu Yunju. It was a sword. The scabbard was flawless white, and the blade shimmered like snow, unsullied by dust. Shui Yuejun focused intently. This is the purity sword. Crafted by an ancient recluse, it has chosen you as its master. Yunju? Mu Yunju gazed at the radiant sword, seemingly glimpsing its millennia-long history within its pristine light. Since its master's demise, it had slumbered in the crypt, awaiting its destined wielder. Unlike other swords buried underground, it resided at the top of the cave, for it possessed a compulsive obsession with cleanliness. Previously, others with similar compulsions had visited the crypt, yet none met its stringent standards. But upon the arrival of this young man, it felt an undeniable connection. Yes, this was the sensation it had longed for. A Virgo sword had found its Virgo master, and they swiftly forged a bond of contract. Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan looked on enviously. The senior brother already has a fated sword, yet we do not. The group continued deeper into the crypt. Dongfang Che intensified his production of lightning, his body crackling with energy. Suddenly, another beam of light leapt from the ground, soaring into his hand. To his astonishment, it was a sewing needle. Dongfang Che exclaimed. What? Shui Yuejun explained. Ah, this needle has set its sights on you, wishing to become your fated artifact. Why must my fated weapon be a sewing needle? Dongfang Che lamented, perplexed. What is the origin of this needle? Shui Yuejun frowned. I do not recognize it either, but its presence in the sword crypt signifies it is no ordinary object. Since it has chosen you, you might as well accept your fate. Luo Qingyan, however, was already astonished to the point of breathlessness. A sewing needle. The weapon of Dongfang Bubi is a sewing needle. Why would it seek to contract with the second senior brother? Is it a predetermined fate that he is destined to become Dongfang Bubi? Luo Qingyan swiftly intercepted Dongfang Che. Second senior brother, do not rush to contract with it. Let us explore further. Perhaps a more suitable artifact awaits you. No need. I find this needle quite agreeable. It is light and portable, Dongfang Che stated. I have decided to embrace my fate. It shall be this. With that, he swiftly concentrated his spiritual energy and contracted the sewing needle. Luo Qingyan took a deep breath. Very well, a sewing needle it is. It can still be useful for repairs. As long as you don't end up castrated, all shall be well, with both senior brothers acquiring their fated artifacts. Only Luo Qingyan remained. The group pressed further into the depths, yet no artifacts emerged. Mu Yunju and Dongfang Che possessed mutated spirit roots, making it easier for them to be chosen by the artifacts. Luo Qingyan's five-element spirit root, often referred to as a waste spirit root, seemed unlikely to attract any artifact. Nevertheless, Luo Qingyan refused to give up. She believed that as a transmigrator, she was bound to encounter some fortuitous event. Suddenly, a faint plea for help echoed in her ears. Help? Is there anyone who can save me? Luo Qingyan was startled. Someone is calling for help? Is there? Dongfang Che questioned, bewildered. Luo Qingyan strained to listen. The voice was intermittent yet resonant. Help! Help! I am trapped inside. Who will rescue me? Luo Qingyan's gaze sharpened. There is indeed someone calling for help. Did none of you hear that? Both Shui Yuejun and Mu Yunju shook their heads, indicating they had heard nothing. Mu Yunju speculated. Could it be that only you can hear it? Luo Qingyan, puzzled, followed the direction of the voice. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stepped into an array and vanished from sight. Junior sister, Dongfang Che gasped. Shui Yuejun chuckled. Do not worry. The sword crypt is filled with opportunities. Perhaps she will encounter a fortuitous event. Luo Qingyan regained her senses, discovering she had been transported by the array to a dimly lit, expansive area, seemingly the deepest part of the sword crypt. Not far ahead lay a stone coffin, with something inside forcefully striking against the lid, desperate to break free, while it cried out in anguish. Help! Who can save me? So it was you calling for help? Luo Qingyan approached with curiosity. Who are you? The entity within the coffin, hearing a voice, rejoiced. Quick! You must save me, Werwu. Luo Qingyan replied. Hold on, stop whining. Tell me who you are and why you are trapped here. Only then can I devise a way to free you. The voice responded. I think I am not human. I think I am a sword. A sword? Luo Qingyan was taken aback. Yes, the voice from the coffin lamented. I do not know why I am trapped here. I have been here since I can remember. I have no idea which scoundrel locked me away in this dark place. And I cannot escape. What is your name? Shirtian Qijia. Wow, that name sounds quite formidable, Luo Qingyan remarked. Shirtian Qijia. It sounds like some kind of malevolent entity. Upon hearing this, the sword, a bit flustered, protested. I haven't done anything wrong. I have never committed any misdeeds. My name might be fierce, but I am quite docile. It fervently promised, if you are willing to rescue me, I shall recognize you as my master and obey your every command from now on. Luo Qingyan, with excitement, rubbed her small hands together and said, Do not fret. I quite fancy your rather unconventional name. Shi Tianjin softly interjected, I am not unconventional. However, if my master deems me so, then I shall accept that label. In order to emerge, it had acquiesced to calling her master. Naturally, Luo Qingyan could not be outdone. She promptly declared, Let me see how we can open this coffin. Shi Tianjin hurriedly encouraged her master, You can surely do it. Luo Qingyan held a fire starter, meticulously circling the coffin to search for the key to its opening. It was evident that the coffin had been sealed with magic, which was why Shi Tianjin could not escape. The flickering flame illuminated the ancient, rough surface of the coffin lid, casting a reflection of a phrase. The slayer shall not die. Luo Qingyan narrowed her eyes and mused, The slayer shall not die? It seems this is the key to breaking the seal. The phrase was a Taoist prophecy, its meaning shrouded in ambiguity, with no one able to ascertain its true significance. Contemplating this, Luo Qingyan recalled having heard this saying in her past life. Not to mention its implications, the original phrase consisted of 2 lines, yet the coffin only bore the first half. Perhaps this was a fill-in-the-blank riddle? If she could complete the second half, the seal might be broken. With a flick of her spiritual energy, she inscribed the continuation. The giver of life shall not live. Swish. The answer was correct. The coffin suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light, and the seal was lifted. With a loud clank, the coffin lid was thrust open, and Shi Tianjin joyfully sprang forth. Ah, I am finally free, Shi Tianjin exclaimed, exuberantly twirling around Luo Qingyan before landing in her grasp, having so effortlessly unlocked the seal. Luo Qingyan felt a profound connection with the sword. She scrutinized the long blade in her hand. It lacked a sheath, possessing only a dazzling sharpness that resembled a mirror of the heavens. Along the edge of the blade, 7 faintly glimmering characters could be discerned. Xian, Mei, Mia, Song, Ming, Yu, Ju. Chapter 26. No more striving. The inscription did not appear to be engraved, but rather seemed to have formed naturally. Exceedingly faint, almost like a phantom, barely visible unless one looked closely, Luo Qingyan pondered. Xian Mei Mia Song Ming Yu Ju? What could this mean? I do not know either, Shi Tianjin replied innocently. This is simply how I appear. I have no idea why. Luo Qingyan contemplated for a moment, concluding that not knowing was inconsequential, as the sword was now in her possession, and the truth would reveal itself in due time. At this juncture, Shi Tianjin spoke again, a hint of anxiety in its voice. By the way, master, I am quite weak. Will you find me unsatisfactory? Not at all, Luo Qingyan replied decisively. Our situation is a fated encounter. How could I ever think less of you? Ah, master, you are too kind. Shi Tianjin expressed, deeply moved, and curiously inquired, Master, what is your cultivation level? Luo Qingyan replied, I am at the 9th level of Qi training. Wow! Shi Tianjin marveled in admiration. Tio think my master is at the 9th level of Qi training. How impressive! Not particularly extraordinary, Luo Qingyan humbly smiled, reassuring it, little sure, if you stick with me, you will surely become just as formidable in due time. Shi Tianjin responded eagerly, Okay, I will strive hard and not hold my master back. For a sword like Shi Tianjin, which could already speak, forming a bond was more intricate than a standard contract. Luo Qingyan said, little sure, let us first find a way to leave this place. We can establish our bond once we return home. Shi Tianjin obediently replied, understood. I will follow your lead. Luo Qingyan had arrived here through a formation, and this chamber appeared to be the innermost sanctum of the sword tomb, dim and silent, with an exit sealed by a stone door adorned with intricate runes. Escaping from this place would not be a simple endeavor. Luo Qingyan scrutinized the runes one by one, attempting to discern a method to break the formation. Shi Tianjian quietly asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Luo Qingyan explained, "There is a formation on this door. I am analyzing how to break it so we can exit." Shi Tianjian cautiously remarked, "Breaking a formation is quite troublesome, isn't it? Why don't we just charge through?" "Charge through?" Luo Qingyan chuckled at its naivety. "That would be impossible. The depths of the sword tomb were protected by layers of formations. Charging through would be akin to folly. Even a nascent soul cultivator could not break free," Shi Tianjian insisted. "Let me give it a try, master. Hold on to me tightly." With that, the sword's body unleashed an unparalleled power. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground shook, and the entire Treasure Peak's sword tomb was forcibly breached by an overwhelming force from its depths. Luo Qingyan was yanked upward by Shi Tianjian, soaring into the night sky like a shooting star. The disciples guarding the Treasure Peak were taken aback. "Heavens! What is happening? It seems like an earthquake." "Quickly, inform the master. Something has gone awry in the sword tomb." In the night sky, Luo Qingyan hung from Shi Tianjian, utterly stunned. This sword possessed the ability to violently shatter the multi-layered seal of the sword tomb that had endured for millennia. It must be of extraordinary caliber, at least on par with a transformation stage cultivator, if not at the pinnacle of transformation. Despite its timid demeanor, it wielded the prowess of an unparalleled cosmic overlord. Luo Qingyan stammered, "Sure, I apologize for my previous offense. I should not have called you Little Shi." Shi Tianjian, puzzled, quickly asked, "Master, what is the matter? Why the change in address?" "Nothing much," Luo Qingyan replied. "It's just that you are far more powerful than I had anticipated." "Where am I powerful?" Shi Tianjian lamented. "I am but a worthless sword." Luo Qingyan could not help but inquire, "Earlier, when I mentioned my cultivation at the 9th level of Qi training, why did you think I was impressive?" "I have no understanding of what the 9th level of Qi training entails," Shi Tianjian admitted candidly. "I have been locked away for so long that I am unaware of the cultivation ranks outside. But my master is at the 9th level, so I assumed it must be quite formidable." Luo Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. Shi Tianjian's blind confidence was entirely misplaced, leaving none for itself. Shi Tianjian inquired, "Master, which direction should we fly?" Luo Qingyan looked down and observed that the sword tomb appeared to be collapsing, and her master and senior brothers were still inside. Since her master could manipulate time and space, he would surely be able to lead her brothers to safety. If she recklessly returned to save them, it would only complicate matters. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Luo Qingyan decisively stated, "Fly north. Let us make a detour before returning home." Given the magnitude of the incident at the sword tomb, the sect would undoubtedly investigate. With the demon clan located to the north, they could conveniently shift the blame in that direction. Upon hearing this, Shi Tianjian immediately surged northward at full speed. "Oh?" Luo Qingyan clung to Shi Tianjian, soaring through the night sky like a meteor. While others flew atop their swords, she dangled beneath it, a true aerial adventurer. Within the sword tomb, the formation crumbled, the heavens fell, and stones plummeted. Dongfang Che exclaimed in astonishment, "What in the world is happening?" Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Yunzu swiftly pulled him aside, narrowly avoiding a falling rock. The debris separated them from Shui Yuejun, and Dongfang Che frantically scanned the surroundings. "Master, where is he?" Mu Yunzu, though equally bewildered by the sudden collapse of the sword tomb, remained composed, his piercing gaze focused, and with a powerful swing of his Wugo sword, he carved a path through the rubble. "Let us go." He grasped Dongfang Che and prepared to take flight on his sword. "But master is still inside." Dongfang Che protested. "He seems to be trapped under the stones. He can manipulate time and space." "He doesn't require our assistance," Mu Yunzu replied decisively. "What we need to do is escape ourselves to avoid adding to his troubles." "But I think I heard master calling for help," Dongfang Che insisted. "Do not worry. He will not perish," Mu Yunzu reassured him. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Che took a deep breath. Indeed, if master could use a time-space formation to bring them here, he would surely be able to leave safely with a simple gesture. "What about the little junior sister?" he fretted. "She was just transported away. Who knows where she went?" "Your concern is futile," Mu Yunzu stated without hesitation. "If we cannot locate her, we must trust in her good fortune." As they spoke, the two had already fled the sword tomb, ascending into the skies. The arriving disciples of the Treasure Peak, witnessing individuals emerging from below, hurriedly pointed at the night sky, shouting, "Who goes there? Do not run." Mu Yunzu contemplated for a moment before accelerating northward. That direction led to the demon clan, allowing them to shift the suspicion of trespassing into the sword tomb onto them. Several disciples from the treasure peak pursued them on their swords, but Mu Yunzu, possessing a wind spirit root, outpaced them effortlessly, swiftly leaving the pursuers far behind and decisively disappearing into the northern night sky. Luo Qingyan ventured far north before finally coming to a stop, taking a wide detour back to Kuaihua Peak. Upon closing her door, she immediately commenced the contract ceremony with Shi Tianjian, designating it as her life sword. She invoked the incantation, binding her soul with Shi Tianjian, bowing once to heaven and earth and once to her ancestors, pledging to wield but one sword for life, unwavering as the sea dries and the rocks crumble. Once the contract was established, Luo Qingyan sprawled onto her bed, her face adorned with a beaming smile. This time, it was settled. From this day forth, she would no longer need to exert effort. The prowess of Shi Tianjian was sufficient to allow her to traverse the lower realms of cultivation with ease. From henceforth, her life would consist solely of relaxation. A perfect conclusion. Shi Tianjian was equally elated, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. From now on, I shall become as formidable as my master." Luo Qingyan was taken aback. What do you mean you will become as strong as I am?" The sword of Shi Tian proclaimed, "My spiritual energy fluctuates in accordance with my master. Once our contract is established, my cultivation level will automatically align with that of my master." With a note of joy, the sword of Shi Tian continued, "Thus, I too have now attained the 9th layer of qi training." Luo Qingyan exclaimed. Chapter 27, Mr. Shi. Still reclining on her bed, she involuntarily shivered, her voice quaking as she uttered, "Is this true? Or merely a jest? Do not deceive me. I would never deceive you." The sword of Shi Tian replied excitedly, "You are my master. How could I possibly lie to you? I have indeed become the 9th layer of qi training, just like you." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan immediately spat out 3 liters of blood. So, she had contracted a sword at the pinnacle of the transformation stage to a mere 9th layer of qi training? This was utterly absurd. Luo Qingyan could not help but pound her chest in despair, letting out a heart-wrenching cry against fate. Seeing her distress, the sword of Shi Tian became flustered. "Master, what is wrong? What has happened?" After a moment of breakdown, Luo Qingyan's expression grew serious as she articulated, "Mr. Shi, listen to me. Contracts are mere formalities. Let us dissolve this agreement and maintain a pure friendship henceforth." The sword of Shi Tian was taken aback. "Master, do you no longer desire me?" "No, it is my fault for not explaining clearly before," Luo Qingyan responded with self-reproach. "The 9th layer of qi training is, in fact, quite weak, while your original cultivation was equivalent to the pinnacle of the transformation stage, vastly superior to mine. This contract has caused your cultivation to plummet. It is simply not worth it." The sword of Shi Tian, bewildered, remarked, "But my cultivation has already transformed into the 9th layer of qi training. If we dissolve the contract now, I will remain at this level. Is there truly no way to restore you to your former glory?" Luo Qingyan inquired. The sword of Shi Tian replied, "There is one method." "What method?" Luo Qingyan eagerly asked. "The solution lies in you, master. If you strive to cultivate and reach the pinnacle, then I too shall ascend alongside you." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan could not help but shed tears of regret. This method was no better than having none at all. The sword of Shi Tian softly asked, "Master, now that my cultivation is not what it once was, will you despise me?" This question caught Luo Qingyan off guard. "Am I to blame for your significant drop in level? Do you not hold it against me? What is there to blame? Without you, where would I find the opportunity to venture forth?" The sword of Shi Tian replied weakly, "Besides, I am merely a sword, devoid of life or death. What significance does cultivation hold for me? I do not care for my own level, only for whether my master cares." Luo Qingyan paused, contemplating. Indeed, would a sword worry about its sharpness? Such concerns were only for those who wielded the sword. The sword of Shi Tian anxiously asked, "Master, even if I am a waste, you would not despise me, would you?" It sounded so pitiful that Luo Qingyan felt a pang of compassion. She took a deep breath. Clearly, the ways of heaven do not favor the idle. After a moment of resolve, Luo Qingyin's gaze became steadfast as she gripped her sword tightly, declaring, "Mr. Shi, fret not, for I shall ensure your return to the pinnacle." The sword of Shitian choked back tears. "Wu, master." Luo Qingyin felt a surge of emotion. "Mr. Shi, master. Mr. Shi." At that moment, Mu Yunzhao and Dongfang Che returned. Upon seeing Luo Qingyin, Dongfang Che exclaimed joyfully, "Junior sister, you have returned safely." Luo Qingyin, upon spotting her two senior brothers, felt a wave of relief. "You have returned too. I knew you would be safe." "Indeed," Dongfang Che said gratefully. "It is wonderful that we are all unharmed. By the way, where did this sword come from?" Luo Qingyin then recounted her encounter with the sword of Shitian. After listening, Mu Yunzhao frowned and said, "You mean this sword was sealed within a coffin deep in the sword tomb?" Luo Qingyin nodded. "Have you heard of the origins of the sword of Shitian?" Mu Yunzhao shook his head. "Neither the coffin nor the sword have I ever heard of." "Very well, I shall inquire with the master later. By the way, where is the master? Did he not return with you?" Mu Yunzhao and Dongfang Che replied in unison, "Yes, where is the master?" Inside the sword tomb, the soil along with the barrier had collapsed, making it difficult to restore spiritual energy. The disciples could only use shovels to clear the accumulated debris. 3 days later, Shui Yuejun was excavated. He was trapped between two massive stones, his expression filled with resentment. Shui Changgue, the master of Treasure Peak, saw him and immediately shouted in anger, "Shui Yuejun, how dare you show your face here? I suspected trouble upon hearing you were resurrected, and now I see I was right. The sword tomb has collapsed because of you?" Shui Yuejun laughed. "Brother Changgue, do you think I possess such great power to cause the collapse of your precious sword tomb?" Shui Changgue glared at him. "Then explain how you ended up here." Two disciples assisted Shui Yuejun from the crevice. He brushed off his sleeves and casually said, "Brother Changgue, that night I intended to discuss a matter with you and share the good news of my resurrection. However, upon arriving at Treasure Peak, I noticed 2 or 3 shadowy figures sneaking toward the sword tomb. Fearing it was an incursion by the demon clan, I stealthily followed them. Just as I entered the sword tomb, it suddenly collapsed, trapping me inside." Shui Yuejun smiled charmingly. "Brother Changgue, I was merely unfortunate in my endeavor to secure the safety of Treasure Peak. You must take responsibility for this." Shui Changgue furrowed his brow. According to the disciples on watch, when the sword tomb experienced trouble, a signal light shot up into the sky, shortly followed by 2 figures emerging from underground, fleeing toward the northern territory of the demon clan. Could it be true, as Shui Yuejun claimed, that the demon clan had infiltrated? He seized Shui Yuejun and repeatedly questioned him about the details, whether there were 2 or 3 figures, their attire and appearance. Shui Yuejun merely replied that it was too dark to see clearly, insisting that they appeared to be from the demon clan. Of that he was certain. Before long, Luo Qingyin and the 2 others arrived upon hearing the news. Upon seeing Shui Yuejun, the 3 disciples immediately knelt in excitement. "Master, we have heard of your glorious deeds. You single-handedly drove away the demons that infiltrated the sword tomb, even at the risk of your own safety. Becoming buried within, you are a great hero of our sect." Chapter 28. The rice is cooked. Shui Changgue, realizing the situation had escalated to this point, concluded that detaining Shui Yuejun further was futile. He said, "You may return for now. I will investigate the cause of the sword tomb incident." Shui Yuejun, unfazed, smiled as he turned to leave. "By the way, brother, the night I came to see you, I wanted to inquire about the funeral expenses that were never issued during the years I was deceased. When will I receive them?" Shui Changgue, already overwhelmed, erupted in anger. "You, who have died and come back to life, still dare to demand funeral expenses? If I pay you today, you will resurrect again tomorrow. How is that expense justified? Do you think to deceive me with feigned death for your funeral costs? Not a chance. Get lost, and be gone." Shui Yuejun huffed, sweeping away as he departed. On the way home, Luo Qingyin recounted her experience of contracting the sword of Shitian, asking, "Master, do you know the origins of this sword?" Shui Yuejun gazed intently. "You say this sword is named Shitian Qijia?" Luo Qingyin nodded. Shui Yuejun narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting as if lost in distant memories. "That name. I feel I have heard it somewhere before." Luo Qingyin quickly inquired, "Where?" Shui Yuejun replied, "I cannot recall." Luo Qingyin exclaimed, "Oh dear, my master has seen too much. How can he remember it all?" Shui Yuejun yawned, smiling lazily. Regardless, now that you have contracted this sword, the rice has already been cooked. Why concern yourself with its origins? Luo Qingyan nodded in understanding. Indeed, my master is always right. Thus, the three disciples surrounded Shui Yuejun, conversing cheerfully as they made their way to Happy Peak. Along the way, the other disciples watched, secretly marveling. Though Happy Peak may be lacking, the bond between master and disciples is exceptionally harmonious. They treat one another with respect and affection, akin to a family. Upon returning to Happy Peak, they secured the door tightly. Shui Yuejuan's smile immediately transformed into fury. Without a word, Mu Yunzhao, Dongfang Che, and Luo Qingyan knelt in unison, their heads bowed. Shui Yuejun pointed at them, furiously scolding. You three ungrateful wretches! I kindly took you to seek weapons, yet when danger struck, each of you fled, leaving me to fend for myself. You truly break my heart. Mu Yunzhao lifted his head. Master, we truly did not anticipate, Luo Qingyan interjected. Indeed, you possess time-space magic. We thought you would be fine. Dongfang Che added, yes, who would have thought you would encounter trouble in a small creek? Shui Yuejun glared at them with displeasure, exclaiming, no need for explanations. You simply did not take my safety to heart. Luo Qingyan quickly defended, Master, how can you say that? You will always be our top priority. Had we known you were in danger, we would have rushed to your aid without a second thought. The reason we fled this time was due to your overwhelming strength. We feared we would hinder you. And thus we hurried away, I assure you. It will never happen again. Dongfang Che nodded vigorously like a pestle. Shui Yuejun let out a hum, sat down in her chair, crossed her arms, and wore an expression that suggested she was quite displeased. The three disciples immediately began to flatter her, kneeling before her. Shui Yuejun glanced at them and turned her head, huffing, I truly wonder what use you disciples are. You neither care for me nor protect me. All you do is make me sorrowful. Luo Qingyan quickly interjected. No, Master, beautiful Master. We toil so diligently in our cultivation to repay you in the future, to help you live the life you desire. Shui Yuejun scoffed. Spare me your sweet words. Luo Qingyan retorted. Setting aside distant matters, for this trial, we are determined to secure first place, to bring you honor. Wherever you go afterwards, the other peak masters will only look at you with envy. Just like Uncle Zhang, who boasted before you. Once your disciple achieves first in the trial, let us see what he dares to say. Shui Yuejun replied. I will not be swayed by your honeyed words. Humph. Despite her words, her expression softened somewhat. Mu Yunzhao said slowly, as long as Master desires us to attain first place, we shall indeed do so. Dongfang Che chimed in, exactly, Master, listen. Both of them have promised to strive for first place in the trial, to bring you glory. At that moment, Imo Chunxue arrived. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was somewhat taken aback. Master Uncle, what are you doing? Shui Yuejun huffed, indulging in the dreams painted by my disciples. Imo Chunxue. Shui Yuejun continued, your senior brother has arrived. Everyone rise, do not kneel there and embarrass yourselves. Only then did the three stand up with smiles. Mo Chenxua's gaze fell upon Mu Yunzhao. Who are you? Luo Qingyan quickly introduced, this is our senior brother Mu Yunzhao. You may not have met him before, as he has been bedridden for some time, but he has just recently recovered. Mo Chenxua examined him. The young man before him possessed a beauty that rivaled his own, with clean brows and eyes, and an elegant demeanor, making him a most desirable youth. Mo Chenxua's heart skipped a beat. Could this fellow also be an unexpected competitor? Chapter 29. Truly a foolish individual. Days passed, and Imo Chenxue had mostly ruled out Shui Yuejuan's suspicions. After all, living together on a mountain, the affinity rankings could not remain unchanged. Yet now, with the arrival of Mu Yunzhao, he had to admit that while the resources on Kuaihua Peak were lacking, the beauty of its inhabitants was undeniably high. Not to mention Shui Yuejun and Mu Yunzhao, even the somewhat dull Dongfang Che was quite handsome. Imo Chunxue was deep in thought, but he did not let it show, maintaining a warm smile without a crack. He nodded to Mu Yunzhao and then presented a gourd to Shui Yuejun. Master Uncle, I heard you were trapped in the sword tomb while pursuing the demon race. This bottle of elixir is a small token of appreciation from your junior. Shui Yuejun accepted it without hesitation. Smiling look, our chief disciple is quite thoughtful. Mo Chunxue lowered his gaze with a smile. He had come to a conclusion. Since he could not win over Luo Qingyan for the time being, He would win over those around her. As long as her master and senior brother found him agreeable, the goodwill would surely grow in time. After Imo Chinchue departed, Dongfang Che expressed his gratitude. Senior brother Chinchue is so kind. Not only does he not suspect us, but he also brought a gourd of elixir. Shui Yuejun toyed with the gourd in her hand, casually smiling. I wonder what kind of elixir Imo Chinchue has in this gourd? The collapse of the sword tomb of the Wanxian sect shocked the entire cultivation world. Such a mysterious and important place encountering issues drew the attention of various clans and sections. The sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, summoned several peak masters for a meeting to discuss the matter. If the culprit behind the intrusion could not be identified, it would be a great embarrassment, impacting the sect's reputation, and an official statement must be issued. Fortunately, while there was no concrete evidence, all clues pointed northward. Soon, after discussions among the higher-ups of the Wanxian sect, it was decided to announce through a jade slip to the entire cultivation world. The responsibility for this incident lies entirely with the demon race. The jade slip served as the mobile device of the cultivation world, capable of disseminating information. Elder Shun from the Mage Peak drafted a manifesto, vehemently condemning the despicable actions of the demon race. The public relations efforts were fierce and relentless. Other cultivation sects also expressed their support, strongly denouncing the repeated incursions of the demon race. Xie Yumingyao smashed the jade slip to the ground. Sneering, these old fools from the immortal sect are blaming us for everything. Without my demon race, where would you lot hide? On Kuaihua Peak, the trio of siblings engaged in fervent training each day in preparation for the trial. Before the formal trial commenced, there was a written examination. The written examination consisted of answering questions on ideology and spirit, akin to topics in history, politics, and moral education, with a perfect score of 100. Although the results of the written exam did not bear significant consequences, their publication was tied to face, prompting most disciples to review diligently. Luo Qingyan, however, did not take it to heart. To her, face was unimportant. And having faced countless examinations, especially in the arts, she was confident that she could pass even with her eyes closed, requiring no special review. After the written examination, Shui Yuejun inquired of her 3 disciples. How did you all fare? Were the questions difficult? Mu Yunjiao sighed lightly. This time, I performed terribly. The questions were exceedingly difficult. It is particularly my fault for not preparing seriously, leaving me utterly clueless on how to answer. I couldn't solve a single question. Dongfang Che expressed relief. I did reasonably well. While the questions were indeed tough, I managed to answer quite a few through guesswork. Hehe. Overall, my performance was neither too poor nor too good. Just average. Luo Qingyan laughed triumphantly. Difficult? I found it to be utterly simple. In fact, I completed all the answers in under 15 minutes. When I saw the other disciples deep in thought, I hesitated to submit my paper early, fearing it might pressure them, so I checked my answers several times to be safe. Shui Yuejun, upon hearing this, could not help but scold both Mu Yunjiao and Dongfang Che. You 2 elder brothers. Look at your little sister. TSK. All on the same mountain, facing identical questions, and she managed to answer them all, bringing honor to your master. You ought to learn from her. The next day, the results were announced. Mu Yunjiao scored 100 points. Dongfang Che scored 50 points. Luo Qingyan scored 0 points. Upon hearing the results, Luo Qingyan was utterly astonished. 0 points? Not a single point. How could this be possible? She clearly answered all the questions. The disciple conveying the results maintained a stern expression. Indeed, you received a 0. You are also the only disciple among the participants to achieve this score. Luo Qingyan. Following this incident, her reputation within the sect soared. Previously, she was known as the last in her class. Now, that title had been modified to include 0 points, causing her to be pointed at wherever she went. Look, there goes the sect's last place 0-pointer. To answer all those multiple-choice questions incorrectly was quite a feat. Indeed, it was no surprise that someone with a waterlogged brain could dodge the correct answers with such precision. Shui Yuejun was left speechless for quite a while upon hearing this. Ultimately, she did not blame Luo Qingyan, but with a complex expression, she reminded her. I heard you checked your answers several times. Perhaps next time, refrain from doing so. Luo Qingyan could only feel incredulous. These were humanities questions. Even without reading the questions, it was impossible to get them all wrong. She suspected that the paper had been graded incorrectly, and she had not been given the points she deserved. Responsible for organizing the written examination was the Mage Peak. So Luo Qingyan rushed there to inquire, insisting on reviewing her exam paper. To her astonishment, she found that she had indeed answered every question incorrectly. The correct answers were so absurd that they were beyond explanation. Leaving one breathless. Chapter 30. The senior brother is a cunning individual. For instance, one of the multiple-choice questions asked, "What is the goal of cultivation?" Option 1. Achieving immortality. Option 2. Exorcising demons. Option 3. Serving the sect. Option 4. Diligently cultivating. Luo Qingyan hesitated between the first three options and ultimately selected option 1. The correct answer, however, was option 4. The goal of cultivation is to cultivate diligently. What kind of nonsensical literature is this? Are you jesting with me? Unwilling to accept this, she sought out her old friend, Elder Shun, the scribe of the Little Yellow Book, for advice. Elder Shun smiled and explained, cultivators may spend 100 or 1,000 years in training. Such a long span renders all goals distant and nearly illusory, making it futile to paint dreams or brainwash. Each person follows a different path. If one can focus without distraction, one day, their path will reveal itself. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan felt a sudden clarity wash over her. The purity of the heart, cultivating for the sake of cultivation itself, is a kind of purity, a purity of living in the present. Additionally, she confirmed one thing. Her senior brother was a cunning individual. He claimed he couldn't solve a single question, yet he scored a perfect 100. Thank goodness he was her senior brother. Had he been an opponent, he would have surely outsmarted her. In the blink of an eye, the day of the trial had arrived. On that day, disciples from various peaks gathered outside the secret realm of the earth, creating a scene of great excitement. The task of the trial was to search for spiritual ginseng, also known as the miraculous radish, within the confines of the realm, with rankings determined by the quantity harvested 7 days later. Should anyone encounter life-threatening danger and be unable to protect themselves, their identity tokens would shatter automatically, transporting them out of the realm, thus leading to their disqualification. This set of rules was conceived by Xue Changgue. The monotonous task of digging for ginseng had been tedious in previous years, with the sect compensating disciples for their labor while also having to guard against them hoarding their finds. Now, however, the compensated task had been transformed into a trial without remuneration. With stakes tied to their rankings, the disciples would surely dig with fervor, eliminating any concerns about lack of motivation or concealment. Failing to perform well could result in elimination, necessitating further digging in the mines. Point 1 trial thus created two waves of free laborers. Luo Qingyan sighed inwardly, considering Xue Changgue's ability to devise such a scheme. A true capitalist lament. As the teams were formed autonomously in groups of 3, the dynamics became quite delicate. Although the Wuxian sect was a comprehensive sect, it was predominantly led by sword cultivators, with the Xinjian peak housing the largest number of disciples, far exceeding the combined total of the other 6 peaks. While the martial prowess of sword cultivators was formidable, their other skills were lacking, making the disciples from the remaining peaks highly sought after. Especially the alchemists from the Dani Peak and the talismans masters from the Fashi Peak, who were quickly snatched up by the disciples of the Xinjian Peak. A glance around revealed many combinations of 2 sword cultivators paired with either an alchemist or a talisman master, their expressions brimming with pride. Even more so were the combinations of 1 sword cultivator, 1 alchemist, and 1 talisman master, boasting a complete set of combat and support skills. This high configuration was almost guaranteed to succeed. Even before the trial commenced, a hierarchy of disdain had already formed. Teams consisting of 3 sword cultivators were evidently at the lower end of the social ladder, their faces marked by trepidation. Fortunately, there remained the very bottom of the hierarchy. The trio from the Kuaihua Peak, Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che, were notoriously known as the bottom 2, and as for their senior brother, he was entirely unheard of, likely not amounting to much either. Mocking glances were cast in their direction. Look, there goes the useless trio from Kuaihua Peak. If mining only required 3 people, with them around, we wouldn't have to worry about being eliminated. Indeed, they will surely be the first to be disqualified. The Kuaihua Peak team, which could have directly gone to mine, stubbornly showed up for the trial, demonstrating their obstinacy. Surrounded by cold jeers, Mu Yunju crossed his arms, feigning indifference, while Luo Qingyan frowned in contemplation. A disciple from the Xinjian Peak shouted, "Hey, we're talking about you. Didn't you hear?" Dongfang Che replied, "Stop the noise. My junior brother and sister are deep in thought about how to secure first place. Please refrain from disturbing us. Everyone responded, "You're really something." On the stage, Shui Yuejun, draped in flowing garments, arrived fashionably late. "Senior brothers and sisters, I have returned to life. Aren't you all thrilled?" The peak leaders from Dani Peak, Fashi Peak, Jiqi Peak, and Songbao Peak simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Only the leader of the beast-taming peak, a kind-hearted golden gorilla, smiled gently and said, "It's all right, being alive is what matters. We hold no grudge against you." The sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, sighed helplessly and spoke, "All right, let us focus on our own disciples." Shui Yuejun chuckled. "Those kids aren't worth watching." Shui Changgue shot him a sidelong glance, coldly mocking, "I truly wonder why you returned, to witness your disciples' shameful elimination." It was a consensus among the Wuxian sect that the trio from Kuaihua Peak would be eliminated. As the trial commenced, with a swish, the disciples were randomly teleported to various corners of the secret realm. Luo Qingyan and her companions found themselves in the heart of a forest, surrounded by exotic towering vegetation. A lush tropical rainforest scene. Luo Qingyan surveyed the terrain and remarked, "We are approximately in the southern part of the realm." This realm was akin to a thrilling battlefield, a survival of the fittest. The disciples would not only compete against each other for spiritual ginseng, but also contend with the beasts within the realm, and there would even be those maliciously seeking to eliminate their fellow sect members, leaving everyone, save for their teammates, as foes. Luo Qingyan produced a bottle of cedar essential oil, spraying some onto her and her two senior brothers' robes. It was said that the southern part of the realm was rife with red-bellied snakes, which were fond of heat and fearful of cold. Applying some essential oil could prevent them from being attacked, and no sooner had she spoken than several red-bellied snakes slithered out of the grass, eager for a meal. The next moment, the refreshing scent of cedar wafted through the air. The snakes collectively shivered. "What kind of smell is this? It's so cold." Disdainful, the red-bellied snakes quickly turned tail and slithered away. "Damn it, what bad luck!" Dongfang Che exclaimed, "Junior sister, your stuff is impressive." Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in the distance, slashing the snakes down on the spot. Immediately, 3 figures emerged from the woods, all bearing the colors of identity tokens from the Xinjian Peak. Upon spotting Luo Qingyan and her companions, they broke into laughter in unison. "Haha, we are so lucky. It turns out to be the trash from Kuaihua Peak." Dongfang Che glared at them. "You're not any better. You merely 3 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. What is there to brag about? That S still miles ahead of you." One of the sword cultivators laughed heartily. "Look at your unstable aura. You just reached foundation establishment. Didn't you? Your junior sister seems to still be in chi refinement. And as for your companion here, he seems slightly stronger. A mid-stage foundation establishment?" Mu Yinju relied on cultivating his soul consciousness to conceal his true cultivation level, which to the untrained eye appeared to be merely mid-stage foundation establishment. Dongfang Che retorted, "You're blind. Our senior brother has already." "Second senior brother," Luo Qingyan interjected, "there's no need to waste words on these people." She raised an eyebrow at the 3 sword cultivators. "What, looking for a fight?" "It's not a fight. It's about ensuring you're eliminated swiftly," the leading sword cultivator stated frankly. "After all, we are also afraid of being eliminated. So we hope more of you will be." Luo Qingyan nodded. "You have a point." The sword cultivator continued, "Will you shatter your identity tokens and exit on your own, or shall we assist you?" Luo Qingyan turned to Mu Yunju, "Senior brother, leave these people to us. We just want to practice our skills." Mu Yunju smiled faintly. "Very well. Let us keep it clean." The 3 sword cultivators scoffed, drawing their swords with derision. Luo Qingyan remarked, "Second senior brother, are you not going to unleash your ultimate move?" Dongfang Che nodded, raising his hand to the sky, shouting, "Thunder God, assist me." In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously in an otherwise clear sky, and amidst the thunderous roars, bolts of lightning cascaded down. The 3 sword cultivators were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this sect's bottom 2 could summon thunder, and their expressions shifted simultaneously. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck Dongfang Che. The 3 sword cultivators? The unexpected scene left them momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qingyan swiftly threw a burst talisman. 2 of the sword cultivators were hit and uncontrollably leaped into action, frantically dashing towards the precipice. The remaining one stood frozen in confusion. "Hey, where are you running? Wait for me!" He quickly took off in pursuit. Though unaware of what had spurred their teammates' flight, he figured it was wise to follow along. In the blink of an eye, the three sword cultivators had vanished from sight. Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che exchanged triumphant high-fives. Their collaboration had been a resounding success. Dongfang Che, having just been struck by lightning and emitting wisps of smoke, had fully recovered. As a thunder root cultivator, he was impervious to lightning strikes. In fact, the more he endured, the better for him. Outside the realm, a cultivator responsible for scorekeeping reported, 3 disciples have been eliminated. So soon? Xue Changgue inquired. It must be Kuaihua Peak, right? No, it's Xinjian Peak. Xinjian Peak? Xue Changgue expressed surprise. What caused their elimination? The cultivator replied. They jumped off a cliff. Xue Changgue was left speechless, raising his hand to cast a spell that projected the scene of the 3 eliminated individuals. They were seen racing towards the cliff. Completely disregarding the absence of pursuers, their minds set on leaping. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the front 2 leaped without hesitation. The last individual hesitated for a moment, but seeing his 2 teammates had disappeared, he too opted for oblivion, closing his eyes and jumping off the cliff. The cliff was quite high, and as the 3 sword cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage and unable to fly, they collectively triggered life-threatening danger, leading to their identity tokens shattering automatically, thus eliminating them from the realm. As the footage concluded, the sect leader and the various peak leaders fell into silence. After a while, the sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, deeply sighed. These children today are far too fragile. They give up at the slightest adversity, seeking a quick escape. The peak leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the future, we must strengthen the mental education for our disciples. Only Shui Yuejun chuckled lazily, smugly humming, you all are simply overreacting. Meanwhile, Xie Yumingyao reclined on the soft seat, his countenance dark and foreboding. Earlier, Luo Qingyan had affixed a comical talisman to his death point, causing him to laugh uncontrollably, which led to rumors circulating that the young master of the demon clan had a peculiar fondness for having his posterior touched, and that such an act would elicit laughter from him. Subsequently, a particularly audacious demon cultivator, seeking to curry favor, dared to attempt touching him. Xie Yumingyao, to his delight, erupted into hearty laughter on the spot and rewarded the demon cultivator with a soul-shattering experience. Now, the rumors had spread far and wide, tarnishing Xie Yumingyao's reputation, with Luo Qingyan being the instigator of it all. Xie Yumingyao inquired of his chief protector, how goes the arrangement? The chief protector replied, all has been meticulously arranged. I have sent a message to our undercover agent infiltrated within the Wenshan sect, instructing them to approach Luo Qingyan during the trials and eliminate her. This way, she will be disqualified and punished. Oh? Xie Yumingyao raised an eyebrow. Does the Wenshan sect still harbor your undercover agent? Is it reliable? The chief protector responded resolutely. Rest assured, Your Highness, it is absolutely reliable. That agent has been lurking in the Wenshan sect for years under the guise of a disciple, never once suspected. Excellent, Xie Yumingyao praised, stroking the ring on his finger as a low chuckle escaped his throat. You insufferable little girl, you are destined to fail the sect's assessment. I shall await you on your journey to the mines, personally bringing you back to the demon realm. Ha ha ha. Xie Yumingyao gazed at the -60 favorability rating next to his name on the leaderboard, then glanced at Mo Chinchua's -90, feeling quite pleased with his statistics. Luo Qingyan and her senior brothers ventured deeper into the secret realm, fortuitously discovering several spirit ginseng along the way, which they promptly harvested and placed into their counting bags. Suddenly, a voice of surprise called from behind, Luo Shimi, is that you? Chapter 32. Can this team really be trusted? Luo Qingyan turned around to see a young man emerging from the thicket. He had thick brows and large eyes, adorned in a red robe embroidered with a majestic fire dragon pattern, exuding an air of authority and valor, complemented by a friendly, sunny smile. Luo Qingyan regarded him. You are a disciple of the Qi Refining Peak? The robes of the Qi Refining Peak were indeed red. Qi Refining Peak, Duan Tianzhao. The youth introduced himself, expressing gratitude. The scent of the fur oil you sent to our Qi Refining Peak is truly delightful. My fellow brothers rave about it. Luo Qingyan recalled her previous visit to the Qi Refining Peak when she had indeed met this young man. Duan Tianzhao continued, the pot you requested was crafted by me. I have been curious. What do you intend to do with such a large pot? At the mention of the pot, Mu Yunzu's lips twitched, and he coldly redirected the conversation. What brings you to seek us? Duan Tianzhao quickly replied, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, I wish to inquire if you would be willing to join forces with us. Join forces? Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow. You mean, form an alliance? Yes, Duan Tianzhao nodded, his smile earnest. Our small group is somewhat lacking in strength, so we seek to ally with a suitable group, ensuring mutual support and enhanced safety. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan exchanged glances with her companions. Forming an alliance would not hinder their quest for spirit ginseng and would provide a united front against external threats, a splendid idea, albeit one that required profound trust between all parties involved. Mu Yunzu inquired, where are your teammates? Duan Tianzhao turned to call into the woods, come forth. I have found suitable allies. From the forest emerged a young man and a young woman. The young man had fair skin and an aloof demeanor. His white robe adorned with exquisite blue cloud patterns, unmistakably Gu Qianglu, whom Luo Qingyan recognized from their previous encounter at the Mage Peaks Trading Hall, where she had managed to win 100 spirit stones from him through gambling. The young woman, clad in green, possessed bright eyes and a delicate appearance, her identity tag indicating she hailed from the Alchemy Peak. Duan Tianzhao introduced them. These are my teammates. From the Mage Peak, the Talisman Cultivator, Gu Qianglu, and from the Alchemy Peak, the Healer, Yi Taoyao. Luo Qingyan, having dealt with Gu Qianglu before, knew him to be trustworthy, and thus introduced herself, I am Luo Qingyan from the Happy Peak. This is my senior brother Mu Yunzu and my second senior brother Dongfang Che. Pausing momentarily, she couldn't help but ask, talisman cultivators and alchemists are highly sought-after professions. Given your cultivation levels, how can you claim to be lacking in strength? Duan Tianzhao candidly confessed, though I am a talisman cultivator, I am unable to craft any weapons or magical artifacts. I can only create mundane items, such as pots, bowls, and furniture. The young woman, Yi Taoyao, smiled sheepishly, adding, I am a healer, but I specialize in treating animals rather than humans, which is of little use. Duan Tianzhao explained, in our group, only Gu Qianglu possesses significant strength, half a step into the Golden Core realm. Personally taught by the Peak Master. However, his temperament is rather peculiar. Countless individuals have sought to invite him to join their teams, yet he has regarded none with favor. Consequently, he found himself without a team at the end, and had no choice but to team up with us two undesirable misfits. Yi Taoyao, her eyes sparkling with mirth, remarked, I've heard your group is quite similar to ours, one competent individual paired with two misfits. How perfectly suited we are to ally. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan burst into excited applause. Indeed, with this alliance, we will have two competent individuals alongside four misfits. What a remarkable combination, Dongfang Che chimed in. Yes, the number of misfits has doubled. The four misfits found common ground, engaging in spirited conversation, while Mu Yunzu and Gu Qianglu, as the two competent members, stood to the side, somewhat at a loss for words. Can this team truly be trusted? Gu Qianglu turned to Mu Yunzu, squinting slightly, your cultivation is quite impressive. Though the aura surrounding Mu Yunzu suggested he was only in the mid-stage of chi refinement, Gu Qianglu sensed that he harbored hidden depths, likely surpassing his own abilities. Mu Yunzu smiled without elaborating. Duan Tianzhao produced 3 iron rice bowls from his storage bag. From now on, we are allies. Here are iron rice bowls I crafted, one for each of you. Luo Qingyan and her companions accepted the iron bowls, expressing their gratitude. Yi Taoyao, after some thought, rummaged through her storage bag and poured a handful of peanut-like snacks into their bowls, saying, I don't have much to offer, but please accept this. Dongfang Che curiously grabbed a handful and popped them into his mouth. Wow, this is delicious. What is it? Yi Taoyao replied, dog food. Dongfang Che, Yi Taoyao, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly added, this is a special dog food I developed myself. It's really fragrant, and not just dogs love it. Any animal enjoys it. Dongfang Che quipped, you might as well not explain. Luo Qingyan, however, was elated, carefully stowing away the iron bowl and dog food. Gu Qianglu sighed helplessly, producing a stack of talismans. These speed-enhancing talismans will increase your running speed. Consider them my gift for our alliance. Despite his aloof demeanor, Gu Qianglu was quite rational. With two teammates lacking strength, relying solely on himself would be challenging, making an alliance the safest option. Moreover, he was somewhat curious about Luo Qingyan, which further motivated him to accompany her. Luo Qingyan and her companions gratefully accepted the talismans, recognizing the sincerity of the gesture, yet unsure of how to reciprocate. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingyan, though she could indeed draw talismans, felt it inappropriate to show off in front of a professional like Gu Qianglu. Moreover, Happy Peak had no other gifts to offer. Thus, she produced a substantial handful of high-grade spirit stones, here, 250 for each of you as a meeting gift. Jiyu Qianglu and the others were taken aback. The high-grade spirit stones Luo Qingyan had just revealed were indeed a rare find. In the marketplace, ordinary spirit stones circulated widely, while high-grade spirit stones were a rarity. 250 high-grade spirit stones equated to 25,000 ordinary spirit stones, a considerable sum. Duan Tianzhao, astonished, stammered, No, this is far too valuable. Dongfang Che interjected. It's merely 250. It's not that extravagant. But these are high-grade spirit stones, Duan Tianzhao insisted. Apologies, but we only possess high-grade spirit stones. Dongfang Che admitted with some embarrassment. If you seek other types, I truly have none. Duan Tianzhao. Mu Yunzu chuckled lightly. The Happy Peak genuinely lacks any impressive gifts to offer, so we can only present some spirit stones as a token of our goodwill. If you refuse, it would imply you do not regard us as allies. Duan Tianzhao gasped in astonishment. Wait, is the Happy Peak really this wealthy? It was well known that the Happy Peak was the most resource-deprived among all the peaks. With its master deeply in debt, Dongfang Che hastily downplayed it. No, we are quite impoverished, to be honest. Besides spirit stones, we possess little else. Duan Tianzhao. Gu Qianglu gazed intently at Luo Qingyan, his expression one of increasing bewilderment. If the Happy Peak were indeed so affluent, why had this young woman previously chosen to incur debt at the trading hall? Her actions were truly perplexing. Yi Taoyao, meanwhile, cast her gaze downward at the spirit stones in her hand. Her eyes trembling. Never before had anyone gifted her such a generous sum. In stark contrast, the demon clan had owed her 3 years' worth of wages. 3 years prior, the chief protector had ordered her to infiltrate the Wenshan sect as an undercover agent, and she had since lived here under the guise of a disciple. Having never received a task, she, of course, had not been awarded a monthly stipend either. Just 2 days prior, the Grand Guardian had unexpectedly sent her a message, instructing her to eliminate a disciple within the secret realm. It was she who had first discovered Luo Qingyan, and she also recognized that the elder brother beside her was a formidable adversary. In order to approach her target and accomplish the task, she proposed an alliance and urged Duan Tianzhao to negotiate. However, she did not anticipate that the very person she intended to harm would present her with a generous gift right from the start. At that moment, Luo Qingyan suddenly grasped her hand and, with an air of mystery, said, My friend, I have a special gift for you, but it can only be given in private. With that, she pulled her behind a large tree. Yi Taoyao's heart stirred. They were now alone, presenting a prime opportunity to strike. Yet, her curiosity piqued. What could Luo Qingyan possibly want to gift her? Chapter 33. Such a thoughtful companion. Who could resist? Luo Qingyan produced a small yellow book from her storage pouch, winking as she handed it to Yi Taoyao. Here, it's absolutely delightful. I must tell you, the content in chapters 9, 10, 11, 22, and 23 is the most abundant and detailed, you'll understand, so you can start by picking those out. Yi Taoyao glanced at the book. The years I served as a furnace. She couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Where on earth did you acquire such a treasure? Luo Qingyan chuckled. That's a secret, but I have my channels and can see updates firsthand. Once I have them, I'll share them with you immediately. Finally, someone could share the small yellow book with her, and Luo Qingyan felt a sense of joy. Yi Taoyao clutched the small yellow book tightly, her emotions tangled. With both money and a yellow book being offered, who could resist such a thoughtful companion? In her moment of hesitation, Luo Qingyan had already dragged her back to the group. Subsequently, the 6 of them journeyed together and fortuitously stumbled upon a small patch of spirit ginseng. The delicate ginseng required careful extraction. The 2 girls took turns standing watch while the 4 from Mu Yunzhao began to dig up the roots. Dividing the bounty equally, during their watch, Luo Qingyan and Yi Taoyao found common ground, chattering away about various risky topics. There were several occasions when Yi Taoyao could have struck, yet she hesitated, delaying her actions. On one side stood the unscrupulous, wage-dodging demon boss, and on the other, a newly acquainted affluent friend who shared her values and was understanding. Yi Taoyao's resolve began to waver. She was not of the demon race, which had facilitated her smooth entry into the Wenshan sect. Her servitude to the demon race stemmed from the Grand Guardian's thorough indoctrination, instilling in her the belief that life as a demon meant serving diligently, and death as a demon's ghost meant loyalty in the afterlife. Yet, such beliefs could easily waver with the passage of time and change of circumstances. Having grown accustomed to life in the Wenshan sect, she found herself contemplating the possibility of simply continuing to live in peace. Now, faced with the decision of which team to join, Yi Taoyao found herself unable to commit, opting instead to bide her time. At that moment, a strange noise suddenly echoed from not far away. A massive lizard emerged from the rainforest in search of food. This beast, a formidable creature of the early Yuanying stage, bore a prehistoric resemblance. Akin to a Tyrannosaurus rex, yet even more fearsome, with a long tongue capable of striking at great distances, devouring small children with ease. Be cautious. Luo Qingyan and Yi Taoyao quickly alerted their companions and retreated to join their teammates. Mu Yunzhao, with keen eyes, swiftly assessed the situation. Despite the beast's formidable power, it was indeed possible to engage it. He slowly raised his hand and attempted to draw his pristine sword. However, to his surprise, the sword would not budge. It seemed the giant lizard, with its lack of hygiene, had caused the pristine sword to refuse to unsheath. Mu Yunzhao found himself pulling the sword in vain. Realizing that engaging was not an option, he decisively shouted, "Run!" The six of them shared a tacit understanding, activating their speed-enhancing talismans and swiftly retreating. The giant lizard roared, pursuing them relentlessly. Its tongue lashed out several times, nearly ensnaring the last runner. Dongfang Che. Despite their speed, the talismans merely allowed them to escape by the skin of their teeth. Jiyu Qianglu flung a handful of explosive talismans behind them, which detonated with a series of loud bangs. However, the giant lizard, with its massive size and tough hide, treated such explosions as mere firecrackers, insufficient to inflict any significant damage. Angered, the giant lizard accelerated its pursuit, roaring in fury. As they fled in a frenzy, Duan Tianzhao frantically rummaged through his storage pouch, hurling various items behind him in a desperate attempt to inflict physical harm on the beast. Pots, pans, table legs, chairs, and even a washing board were among the items he threw. Among them, a rice pot landed squarely on the giant lizard's forehead with a dull thud, bouncing off harmlessly. This act of humiliation only served to infuriate the lizard further. I let out a deafening roar and charged forward. In a moment of dire urgency, Dongfang Che, embodying a spirit of defiance, halted and summoned the thunder. "Thunder God, assist me!" With a thunderous rumble, lightning crackled ominously. The giant lizard momentarily halted, instinctively pausing in its tracks. However, it soon witnessed a bolt of lightning strike Dongfang Che instead. The giant lizard paused momentarily, then skirting around Dongfang Che, resumed its pursuit of the remaining five. Dongfang Che was left standing alone, enveloped in smoke, untouched by the lizard, perhaps out of concern that consuming such a peculiar individual might diminish its own intelligence. The giant lizard quickened its pace, the situation growing increasingly dire. Mu Yunzhao hastily formed hand seals, conjuring countless ice blades that shot forth. The giant lizard was bombarded by the cold, sharp icy projectiles. In a fit of rage, the lizard shook its head wildly, vowing not to consume these humans. Determined not to descend into madness, as the energy of their speed-enhancing talismans began to wane, the group recognized that none among them could match the giant lizard's might. Duan Tianzhao clenched his fists, pondering their predicament. How could they escape a foe they could neither defeat nor outrun? With the oppressive aura of the beast and its overwhelming physicality, their attacks felt akin to mere tickles. Failing to inflict any real damage, Jiyu Qianglu's brow furrowed. Would this trial truly end in their demise at the hands of this beast? Luo Qingyan observed the giant lizard, knowing that such a cold-blooded creature would not smile. Rendering their humorous talismans ineffective, in a moment of inspiration, she devised a plan. She had a way to deal with this colossal beast. Chapter 34. The Unconventional Mind of a Madman. Elder Brother. Luo Qingyan declared decisively, quickly, "Freeze the ground beneath it." At her words, Mu Yunzhao's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a brilliant idea. He swiftly enacted the spell, unleashing the chilling essence of his ice spirit root, which rapidly transformed the underbrush beneath the giant lizard into a slick, smooth sheet of ice. Just as the giant lizard, shaking off the ice fragments, prepared to pounce again, it found its feet slipping uncontrollably. With a sudden lurch, it lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The pristine ice surface, flawless and glistening, denied the beast any grip. Enraged, the giant lizard roared as it struggled to rise, but the slick surface thwarted its every effort, leaving it flailing in frustration. Not far off, Mu Yunzhao formed another set of hand seals, conjuring a fine layer of snow that fell delicately upon the ice. The giant lizard, now doubting its very existence, had never encountered such a phenomenon in its 1,000 years of life in the rainforest. Unleashing a cacophony of furious roars, at that moment, Dongfang Che, having caught up from behind, inadvertently stepped onto the smooth ice, slipping and landing in a rather undignified manner. Wow, this is incredibly slippery. The sight of one man and one beast grappling awkwardly on the ice was a spectacle to behold. Both struggling to regain their footing, only to repeatedly fall back down, creating an uproar. The other 5 stood at a distance, observing with various expressions. Luo Qingyan even took out a handful of sunflower seeds. Duan Tianzhao, intrigued, mused aloud, "I wonder which of the two will rise first?" "Is it not obvious?" Luo Qingyan replied, munching on her seeds with pride. "Why, second elder brother will undoubtedly be the last to get up." Duan Tianzhao could not help but comment, "You certainly have a lot of faith in your elder brother. He's my own brother." "Of course, I know him well," Luo Qingyan retorted confidently. Why, Yi Taoyao interjected, "I believe Dongfang Che has decent balance and might get up first. Shall we wager 100 spirit stones?" Luo Qingyan proposed. "You're on." Yi Taoyao agreed, cupping her hands in a trumpet shape, shouting towards Dongfang Che, "Come on, Dongfang Che, hurry up and get up." Luo Qingyan also cheered for the giant lizard. "You can do it, lizard brother. You're the best." Dongfang Che was perplexed. He could understand Yi Taoyao cheering him on, as they were allies, but why on earth was his little junior sister rooting for the giant lizard? Mu Yunzhao and Gu Qianglu exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. "It seems junior sister Luo enjoys placing bets," Gu Qianglu remarked. Mu Yunzhao sighed. "That's quite the gamble. If she loses, she'll pay a price. And if she wins, she'll continue to be pursued." Before long, the giant lizard finally found its footing, swaying precariously as it stood upright. "Let us go. You got this," Luo Qingyan cheered, extending a hand towards Yi Taoyao. Palm facing upwards. Yi Taoyao swallowed hard, reluctantly retrieving 100 spirit stones and handing them over. Meanwhile, Dongfang Che observed the giant lizard successfully rising to its feet and hurriedly grasped its tail, attempting to help the colossal beast regain its balance. The giant lizard, feeling humiliated for far too long, let out a furious roar, gathering immense primal energy before stomping down with a tremendous force, shattering the ice beneath. Just as it seemed the giant lizard would pounce again, Luo Qingyan remained unfazed, calling out, "Second senior brother, hold on to its tail and unleash another powerful attack." Dongfang Che, momentarily bewildered by her intent, nonetheless complied instinctively. "Thunder God, assist me." Once more, heavenly lightning was summoned. Striking towards Dongfang as he clutched the giant lizard's tail, he became a conduit for the electricity, resulting in a cacophony of crackling sounds as the lightning coursed through his hand into the creature's body. Crack, crack, crack. The giant lizard shimmered with electric energy, its tongue flicking wildly as it convulsed in a frenzied manner. At last, it abruptly stiffened and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Dongfang Che was elated. It turned out his skill could be utilized in this way. He staggered across the shattered ice towards the others, exclaiming, "Junior sister, thanks to you, I've finally grasped the true application of my skill. In the future, I'll simply seize whoever I wish to strike, using myself as a conduit for the heavenly thunder. After all, I'm not afraid of being struck. It's others who should fear it." With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued their journey. The experience of overcoming the giant lizard instilled in them the importance of teamwork. Subsequently, the alliance members grew increasingly in sync, discovering a dozen spirit ginsengs and defeating several other groups attempting to seize them, turning peril into safety. Along the way, there was laughter and conversation, continually showcasing the whimsical nature of their thoughts and the exuberance of the youth. Especially Dongfang Che, who displayed his prowess by single-handedly electrifying several obstructive demon beasts and even successfully shocking a wild boar. Allowing his companions to indulge in delicious roasted meat, as night fell, the group sought refuge in a secluded cave for the night. Luo Qingyan and Yi Taoyao rested deeper within, while the four young men slept near the entrance. The mountain night was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the distant cries of unknown spirit beasts. The two girls lay on grass bedding, engaging in idle chatter. Yi Taoyao inquired, "Where is your home?" "I have no home." Luo Qingyan replied, "I was picked up by my master during his travels." Yi Taoyao pressed on, "But what about before you came to the Xian sect? How did you survive?" "I don't remember." Luo Qingyan confessed, "You know, I had an accident that affected my memory, and I've forgotten everything from before." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I suppose I must have been wandering aimlessly, and you?" Yi Taoyao asked, "Like you, I too have no home. I've been wandering the cultivation world since childhood, begging to survive." And then, Yi Taoyao closed her eyes. "Then the great guardian of the demon clan recognized my talent and took me back for training, eventually sending me to the Xian sect as an undercover agent. To conceal my identity. I could not afford to be flamboyant or make friends. I became the only veterinarian on the Dan Medicine Peak, often ridiculed as useless. This profession is indeed of no use on the Dan Medicine Peak. The beast-taming peak has many spirit beasts, but they have their own veterinarian. Whenever the spirit beasts of the disciples fall ill, they seek help from the beast-taming peak, unaware that a veterinarian exists on the Dan Medicine Peak. I merely endured for 3 long years." Yi Taoyao continued, "Eventually, I arrived at the Xian sect, barely passing the entrance examination, which finally provided me with a place to belong." The two conversed until midnight, at which point Luo Qingyan yawned and drifted off to sleep. However, Yi Taoyao found herself unable to rest. Today had been the most joyous day of her life, filled with friendship and adventure, and she felt a yearning for this vibrant atmosphere. 2 choices lay before her. 1. To continue the mission. Eliminate Luo Qingyan and concoct an excuse to distance herself. By doing so, the hard-won friendship would inevitably fade away, leaving her to continue her solitary life as an undercover agent. The other option was to betray the demon clan, fully embracing her identity as a disciple of the Xian sect. This would surely result in a manhunt by the demon clan, yet as long as she remained within the sect, she would be safe. They would not expend effort to kill a mere pawn. Even if she had to venture outside later, the demon clan would surely strike hard upon encountering a disciple of the immortal sects. What difference would it make whether she was a traitor or not? After much contemplation, Yi Taoyao found herself leaning towards the latter. She no longer wished to labor for the demon clan in the shadows. However, betrayal required great courage. Though she desired to turn against them, she felt a lack of bravery. After a long period of hesitation, she ultimately decided to leave the choice in Luo Qingyan's hands. Let Luo Qingyan's response determine the fate of both of them. Chapter 35. The Transformation. The next morning, Luo Qingyan awoke to see the dark circles under Yi Taoyao's eyes. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Did you have trouble sleeping last night?" Yi Taoyao sighed. "I had a particularly distressing dream and didn't sleep well." Luo Qingyan inquired with concern, "What was the dream about?" Yi Taoyao replied, "I dreamed that I joined a sect and was assigned a task, but I didn't want to do it. Not at all. What do you think I should do in such a situation?" "If you don't want to do it, then don't," Luo Qingyan said dismissively, offering her unwavering support. "We shouldn't force ourselves." "But," Yi Taoyao countered, "in the eyes of that sect, my life belongs to it. It's expected that I would even die for it. How can I refuse the task?" Luo Qingyan responded without a moment's hesitation. "If a sect treats its disciples' lives so lightly, demanding that they die for it with no qualms, then let that sect perish." Yi Taoyao exclaimed, "Master, I've had an epiphany." For a moment, she was taken aback, then suddenly felt a wave of relief and burst into laughter. Seeing her laugh, though unsure of the reason, Luo Qingyan found herself laughing too, and their giggles grew into a shared fit of laughter, 2 girls reveling in their silliness. That day, the great guardian of the demon clan sent Yi Taoyao a secret message, inquiring if she had completed her task. Shortly thereafter, he received her response, which contained only 4 words, "Go die." The great guardian of the demon clan was left dumbfounded. He sent her another message, but received no reply, as if he had been blocked. Those 4 short words declared Yi Taoyao's complete betrayal and disdain for the demon clan. With no other option, the guardian had to report the situation to Xie Yumingyao. Xie Yumingyao frowned and said, "So, the undercover agent you placed in the Xian sect has betrayed us, refusing to carry out her mission and even insulting you." The great guardian, feeling embarrassed, nodded in affirmation. Xie Yumingyao declared, "I detest traitors above all else. Eliminate her immediately." The great guardian, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Currently, I have no means to take her life, but I will certainly eliminate her when the opportunity arises." Xie Yumingyao frowned. "You didn't poison or cast a curse on the undercover agent you sent out beforehand?" "No," the great guardian answered. "Your Highness knows that the Xian sect conducts strict inspections of their disciples. If she bore any poison or forbidden spells from our demon clan, it would surely be discovered." Xie Yumingyao inquired, "With no means to control her, how do you expect to manage her?" "Through trust," the great guardian awkwardly admitted. "But I never anticipated she would prove so untrustworthy." Upon hearing this, Xie Yumingyao chuckled coldly, sighing, "Though that traitor is despicable, she has indeed done one thing correctly. That phrase should be directed at you." "What phrase?" The great guardian was momentarily taken aback. "Go die." At dawn, the group members set off once more. Mu Yunzhou and Dongfeng Che led the way, with Luo Qingyan and Yi Taoyao in the middle, while Gu Qianglu and Duan Tianzhao brought up the rear. As they traversed a rocky terrain, a black hole suddenly appeared in the ground, swallowing Luo Qingyan whole. Moments later, the black hole vanished, and the surface returned to its original state. The others were taken aback. Yu Qianglu quickly approached, bending down to investigate. "This is a trap formation. Anyone who steps on it will fall into a maze." Dongfeng Che exclaimed, "But I just walked through here and was fine." "It's because this formation is relatively low level," Gu Qianglu explained. "As long as one's cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, they won't be sucked in." Everyone suddenly realized that Luo Qingyan was the only qi refining cultivator in the group. Mu Yunzhou frowned. "Can we rescue her?" Gu Qianglu shook his head. "There's no way. She must rely on herself." At that moment, Luo Qingyan found herself standing in the maze, having walked along a clear path, only to suddenly arrive at this desolate place, surrounded by complete darkness, unable to see anything. She raised her hand to summon the Shurtian sword, its blade emitting a jade-like glow in the darkness. "Master, where are we?" the Shurtian sword exclaimed in fear. "It's so dark here. I'm scared." "Don't be afraid," Luo Qingyan reassured it. "It's just a low-level trap, the kind only weaklings fall into." "I fell in. I must indeed be a weakling," the Shurtian sword lamented. "Master, can you find a way to break the trap?" Luo Qingyan replied, "There's no need for that. We'll just charge straight out." "Charge straight out?" The Shurtian sword, having lost its cultivation and become more timid, questioned nervously. "Can we do that?" "Of course we can. Come on with that." She gathered her spiritual energy and thrust the sword into the darkness. Whoosh! The surrounding darkness appeared as though it were a viscous paste, momentarily pushed back by the blade's edge, only to slowly regain its original form. Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow, stating, "It seems my efforts are insufficient." "Shirzong, let us combine our strength." Shi Tianjin lamented, "Werwu, I cannot." Luo Qingyan retorted, "Do not speak of your limitations. Put in your utmost effort. We are on the verge of breaking free." Shi Tianjin expressed confusion. "Oh?" Although the words of encouragement from his master sounded peculiar, he felt somewhat uplifted. With a swift motion, Luo Qingyan thrust her sword once more. The radiance of the blade caused the darkness to retreat yet again, but it remained unshattered, quickly returning like the relentless tide rushing to the shore. Shi Tianjin chastised himself. This maze might be more easily dismantled with a saber, but alas, I am merely a sword. The force of a saber is far more ferocious, better suited for dispelling the darkness. Luo Qingyan chuckled, teasing, "If only you could transform into a saber." "Indeed." Shi Tianjin sighed in distress. "Why can I not transform into a saber? I am utterly useless." As soon as he finished speaking, the blade unexpectedly emanated a brilliant light, and within that radiance, the sword's edge began to bend and elongate, ultimately morphing into a scythe-like saber. Luo Qingyan was taken aback. This, her casual wish, had manifested so effectively. Shi Tianjin had truly transformed into a saber. She stared in astonishment at the saber in her hand. Its shape was imposing. with a wickedly curved and gleaming blade that bore a striking resemblance to the sinister Imo Yao, the demonic blade of evil. However, this saber appeared more delicate, suited for a female wielder, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. Shi Tianjian, now transformed into Shi Tiandao, was equally bewildered. Master, have I truly undergone a transformation? Luo Qingyan exclaimed in realization. Shi Zong, you can actually change forms like a magical incantation? Shi Tiandao replied. I am not certain how it happened. I simply felt an overwhelming desire to transform, and then it occurred. Luo Qingyan's gaze narrowed as she recalled the 7 enigmatic characters engraved along the blade's edge. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis took root in her mind. The 7 characters inscribed upon you may signify that you can assume 7 different forms, Luo Qingyan speculated. Xian, Mei, Mia, Zong, Ming, Yu, Ju. Perhaps each character represents a distinct form. Can I truly do that? Shi Tiandao questioned, perplexed that it attempted to concentrate its spiritual essence, only to feel disheartened. But I cannot transform into anything else. Currently, I can only change between sword and saber, and regardless of how I change, I remain worthless. Who says you are worthless? You are incredibly powerful. Luo Qingyan encouraged, come, let us cleave through this wretched maze together. Shi Tiandao was profoundly moved. Wu, Master. Luo Qingyan took a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy as she lifted the saber high, striking fiercely towards the darkness while shouting. Ah, Shi Zong, you can do it. Shi Tiandao summoned all its strength, echoing her cries. Ah, I am worthless. With a tremendous crash, the formation shattered. The darkness dissipated, revealing Luo Qingyan standing in the forest. A triumphant smile graced her lips. See, we made it out. She had just fallen into a trap, and her companions must have been terribly worried. As she contemplated this, her gaze shifted. Not far off, under the shade of a tree, 5 teammates were leisurely relaxing. With sunflower seed shells scattered about the ground, Yi Taoyao expressed relief. Thank goodness I am not in the qi refinement stage. Otherwise, I too would have fallen alongside my dear Yin Yin. Indeed, Duan Tianzhao remarked. Luo Shimi truly has it rough. Her misfortune is unparalleled. It is fortunate that she is at the foundation establishment stage. Even without any notable skills, she is far superior to those in qi refinement. Gu Qianglu nodded in agreement. Those in qi refinement are undeniably weak, given their cultivation level. Mu Yunzu smiled faintly, reflecting, fortunately, we have all persevered, avoiding such dire straits. Does no one worry about the little junior sister? Dongfang Che inquired. She has yet to emerge. Could something be amiss? Luo Qingyan thought. At a critical moment, second senior brother finally speaks sense. She then observed Dongfang Che with his palms together in prayer. Heavenly Lord, please ensure our junior sister returns safely. The remaining sunflower seeds and snacks are all in her storage pouch. We must not allow her to hoard them all next time. She is too unreliable. Luo Qingyan mused. Suddenly, I no longer wish to rejoin the group. As the group continued their discussion, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from behind. Turning around, they beheld Luo Qingyan approaching, dragging her long saber, exuding an aura of menace. Dongfang Che leapt up. Little junior sister, you have finally returned. We were all terribly worried. Luo Qingyan grinned ominously. I can see that you were indeed quite concerned for me. Yi Taoyao interjected. Well, speaking of concern, could you please lower your saber? Mu Yunzu and Gu Qianglu exchanged glances, their lips twitching at the sight of the saber held aloft. Where did that saber come from? Mu Yunzu asked. Luo Qingyan remained silent, merely squeezing out words between her teeth, enunciating each syllable. I heard every word you just said. Suddenly, Dongfang Che exclaimed loudly. I know where your saber came from. You purchased it for 100 spirit stones. When I fell onto the ice with the giant lizard, you showed no concern for me, munching on sunflower seeds and betting with Yi Taoyao that I would certainly be the one to get back up first. Winning 100 spirit stones in the process, Luo Qingyan felt a twinge of guilt. She promptly stowed the saber away, chuckling. All right, I was merely joking. We are all fellow disciples. After all, there is no need for anyone to bear grudges. If anyone is to blame, it is our deep and touching camaraderie. In the secret realm, 6 days swiftly passed. On the 7th and final day, Luo Qingyan and her companions arrived at the innermost depths of the secret realm. An area known as the Dark Forest IT was rumored to be the most perilous location within the realm, filled with various advanced traps and mazes. However, Luo Qingyan knew that within the Dark Forest lay the largest field of spiritual ginseng, home to over 1,000 plants. In the original story, Hua Li's group had gathered countless ginseng from the Dark Forest, earning first place in the trial. Today, the formations within the Dark Forest had yet to activate, presenting a clear path, though many were too fearful to venture inside. Luo Qingyan proposed, "Shall we take a look?" Mu Yunzu and Dongfang Che agreed. If the little junior sister wished to go, then they would accompany her. However, Gu Qianglu and the others hesitated. This was due to Duan Tianzhao having accidentally injured his foot with a large hammer that had tumbled out of his storage pouch while he was tallying supplies, causing him to limp as he walked. After some discussion, Gu Qianglu finally stated, given Duan Tianzhao's condition, it is unwise for him to continue risking danger. We will remain outside the forest to rest. Should you encounter any peril, we will come to your aid. Luo Qingyan considered this. That sounds reasonable. If there is indeed danger within the Dark Forest, Duan Tianzhao's ability to escape would be severely hampered. Which is indeed unwise. Yi Taoyao, feeling reluctant, grasped Luo Qingyan's hand. I hope you find a bountiful harvest of spiritual ginseng in the forest and secure first place in the trial, bringing honor to our group of misfits. Luo Qingyan replied, "Thank you. With your words, I shall certainly strive to vindicate the misfits." With that, she pointed to a narrow path. Follow this path straight ahead. It leads to the northern side of the Dark Forest. There, you will find a low cliff. Wait for us at the base. Yu Qianglu nodded. Though unsure of Luo Qingyan's reasoning for sending them there to wait, they complied. After all, hiding anywhere was still hiding. The two teams subsequently parted ways. Luo Qingyan led her two senior brothers into the Dark Forest, and as described in the text, they traversed a grove of short pines, only to find themselves suddenly in a vast expanse. Under the sunlight lay a sprawling sea of spiritual ginseng. The verdant leaves were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Dongfang Che gasped, "My goodness! There must be over 1,000. With these ginseng, we will undoubtedly secure first place in the trial." Mu Yunzu was equally astonished. He could hardly believe that the little junior sister could predict such fortune, managing to find so many ginseng. Luo Qingyan chuckled, "No time to waste. Let us start digging." Without further ado, they began to harvest the ginseng. Just after they had unearthed a few, footsteps suddenly approached from a distance, accompanied by exclamations, "Look! This place is teeming with spiritual ginseng." Luo Qingyan turned her head. As expected, the inevitable had arrived. Hua Li, accompanied by two teammates, had come upon them. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan, Hua Li's expression flickered slightly. The bottom-ranked participant from Kuaihua Peak had somehow not been eliminated? Luo Qingyan smiled graciously. "Hua Li Shiji, what a coincidence." Hua Li scoffed coldly, "Quite the coincidence indeed." She now understood that this bottom-ranked participant's previous display of self-pity had merely been an act. Otherwise, she would not have survived to the 7th day. A mere chi refinement level weakling dared to scheme against her? She was simply courting death. Luo Qingyan assessed her opponent, noticing that the two young men standing beside Hua Li were her chosen teammates. One wore a yellow robe, adorned with jewels, clearly a rich heir. The other wore an unconventional and revealing outfit, reminiscent of a bare-chested individual donned in furs, his wrist adorned with copper rings depicting mythical beasts. Exuding an exotic flair, this moment, the boy with the copper rings spoke first, bluntly declaring, "Hey, this field of spiritual ginseng belongs to us." Dongfang Che was taken aback. "On what grounds?" The youth let out a cold laugh, asserting, "Our strength surpasses yours." Chapter 37. What are you doing? Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow and observed him. With such attire, are you from Beast Taming Peak? The youth replied, Beast Taming Peak, Jiang Lai. Beside him, a wealthy youth clad in yellow proudly introduced himself. I am Wang Baochuan, the nephew of the Peak Master of Treasure Peak. Luo Qingyan nodded. Oh, so you are the nephew. Dongfang Che chimed in, nephew is good. Wang Baochuan's anger flared. I am the nephew of the Treasure Peak Master. Not yours, Luo Qingyan inquired. Is your name Wang Baochuan? Wang Baochuan arrogantly nodded. Indeed. Luo Qingyan continued. Why are you not named Wang Baochuan? Wang Baochuan frowned. Why should I be called Wang Baochuan? Luo Qingyan pressed. Then why not Wang Baoqiang? Wang Baochuan, infuriated, shouted. I am Wang Baochuan. Why so many questions? Luo Qingyan remarked. According to the original text, Jiang Lai and Wang Baochuan are both ardent admirers of Huoli, commonly referred to as licking dogs. Huoli had her reasons for choosing them as teammates. Wang Baochuan's affluent background allows him to provide numerous expensive magical artifacts and equipment for the team. Furthermore, as a soil spirit root, he often digs for spiritual herbs to please Huoli, making him indispensable for this harvest. As for Jiang Lai, being a direct disciple of Beast Taming Peak, his spirit beasts can accurately locate spiritual ginseng in the secret realm and charge into battle when danger arises. With this configuration, Huoli's team has already collected over 200 spiritual ginseng, ranking first at present. If they can claim this patch of spiritual ginseng, they will lead the trials by a wide margin. Jiang Lai declared, "Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to be eliminated, be quick and leave." However, Huoli leisurely raised her hand to halt him. With a smile, she said, "As fellow disciples, it would be inappropriate for us to resort to force. Let us grant them a fair opportunity to compete. Whoever wins will claim the spiritual ginseng." Jiang Lai was taken aback but quickly agreed. "All right, we shall follow your lead." Huoli smirked, thinking it unwise to let these individuals go free as Jiang Lai had imagined. Luo Qingyan must be eliminated, yet Huoli valued the reputation of her master's direct disciples and was reluctant to be known for maliciously eliminating fellow disciples, hence the deliberate challenge. Once the fight commenced, if one were to accidentally knock the other out, it would be perfectly normal. Without waiting for Luo Qingyan's agreement, Huoli drew her sword and lunged forward. "Luo Jr.'s sister, be careful." Her demeanor and actions indeed appeared as though they were engaged in a fair duel. Luo Qingyan scoffed internally. "You, a golden core practitioner, dare to claim this is fair against my chi refining stage." She executed a swift escape, her figure vanishing to the side. "Your opponent is not me." Huoli's pupils constricted, and in the next instant, a sharp, cold sword aura surged towards her, forcefully blocking her attack. Mu Yunzhao stood firm with his sword, stating calmly, "If a fight is what you seek, then let it commence." Huoli's expression shifted slightly. The person before her was unexpectedly at the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, he possessed the rare dual spirit roots of ice and wind, which were in direct conflict with her superior fire spirit root. Huoli was momentarily astonished but quickly regained her composure. "I did not expect such a formidable opponent from Happy Peak." Having said that, she formed a sword technique and launched a swift and precise attack. Even though the opponent was of equal cultivation, she felt no fear, confident in her advanced equipment. Moreover, the remaining two lackeys from Happy Peak posed no threat to Wang Baochuan and Jiang Lai. One was at the Qi refining stage, and the other at the initial foundation establishment stage. Dreaming of defeating two peak foundation establishment practitioners was futile. Dongfang Che leaned close to Luo Qingyan and whispered, "Junior sister, I will dash forward and embrace Jiang Lai, drawing the heavenly lightning to strike him out." Luo Qingyan shook her head. "I doubt he will allow you to approach." The disparity in cultivation levels rendered it impossible for him to close the distance during combat. Dongfang Che grew anxious. "Then what should we do? In terms of cultivation, we cannot possibly compete with them." "Do not worry, second senior brother." Luo Qingyan chuckled mischievously. "We have already won." "Won?" Dongfang Che was puzzled. "Why?" Luo Qingyan explained. "From the moment Huoli faced off against senior brother, our victory was assured." Dongfang Che? He did not comprehend his junior sister's reasoning for their assured victory. Meanwhile, Wang Baochuan observed the two seemingly plotting in hushed tones. His expression filled with disdain. Those two worthless ones, what strategy could they possibly devise? Wang Baochuan dismissively said, "Jiang Lai, deal with these two useless ones. I shall go dig for ginseng." With that, he gathered his spiritual power and forcefully struck the ground with his palm. With a loud rumble, the power of his soil spirit root surged through the earth, causing the entire patch of spiritual ginseng to tremble as if they were about to burst forth from the soil. Luo Qingyan exclaimed, "Wow! No wonder Huoli chose this rich second-generation heir as a teammate. He truly excels at harvesting. While others could only unearth one at a time, he could operate in bulk, extracting many at once." Meanwhile, Jiang Lai summoned four majestic gray wolves, his battle spirit beasts. With an expression of assured victory, Jiang Lai taunted, "You actually have the leisure to watch us harvest ginseng. How utterly foolish. Since you dare to oppose senior sister Huoli, I have no words for you. I will send you off to the mines right now. You four beasts, what are you doing?" It turned out Luo Qingyan had produced an iron bowl and some dog food. The four wolves, unable to resist the allure of the dog food, drooled and surrounded it, devouring it ravenously. Delicious, truly delightful. Before long, they had consumed every last morsel from the bowl. Then, they looked expectantly at Luo Qingyan, signaling their desire for another serving. Jiang Lai was infuriated, smoke almost rising from his head. You shameful creatures! Have I ever starved you? To allow you to run over to the enemy to eat? Get back here. With that, in a fit of rage, he recalled the four battle wolves into his contract ring. He glared at Luo Qingyan through gritted teeth. You despicable wretch! Attempting to incite my contracted beasts to disregard their spirit beasts will still lead to your elimination. Saying this, he gathered his spiritual power in his palm, preparing to strike. Luo Qingyan remained unfazed, pulling out a thick stack of talismans. The bizarre symbols upon them clearly indicated they were not of a benign nature. Obviously intended for deception, Jiang Lai mocked, do not waste your efforts. We are all clad in armor protected against talismans. Your symbols are utterly ineffective against me. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 38. Despicable wretch, unprincipled. Luo Qingyan, with a swift motion, affixed a talisman onto Dongfang Che. Dongfang Che exclaimed, oh no! That familiar sensation again. In an instant, he leapt forward, compelled to sprint towards the distant cliff. Immediately after, Luo Qingyan pointed into the air, conjuring a resplendent array in the void. She cast forth a flurry of acceleration talismans. The acceleration talismans fell into the array, transforming into countless shooting stars that cascaded upon the hundreds of spiritual ginseng. Under the influence of the talismans, the spiritual ginseng seemed to sprout legs, leaping from their pits and energetically following Dongfang Che, racing forward in a jubilant throng. Luo Qingyan called out, second senior brother. These ginseng are now in your care. Junior sister, I thank you. Dongfang Che's voice faded into the distance. Wang Baochuan, witnessing this, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. My ginseng. Luo Qingyan smiled gratefully. I must thank you as well for loosening the soil. Wang Baochuan, too preoccupied with the chase, dashed after the spiritual ginseng. Come back, come back. Huali, astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief. In a moment of distraction, Mu Yunzhao's sword came slicing through the air, nearly shattering her identity token at her waist. Huali gritted her teeth, refusing to be distracted any longer, and focused on her battle with Mu Yunzhao. With Wang Baochuan in pursuit of the ginseng, Jiang Lai remained rooted in place, dumbfounded. He had thought that wearing armor would protect him from talismans. But he never anticipated Luo Qingyan would use her talismans on her own comrades and the spiritual ginseng. She had enabled her second senior brother to carry off the ginseng. Jiang Lai glared at Luo Qingyan with indignation. Luo Qingyan smiled radiantly. She held no animosity towards Jiang Lai. Though he appeared to be infatuated, Jiang Lai was, at heart, a loyal and passionate youth. Later, when the immortal sect was destroyed, Jiang Lai had the chance to flee but chose not to abandon his comrades, risking his life to rescue the spirit beasts of Beast Taming Peak, ensuring their escape while he perished in that calamity. For this reason alone, Luo Qingyan held him in high regard. She looked at Jiang Lai and raised an eyebrow. Now it is just the two of us, yet I fear you not. Watch as I unleash my ultimate move. With that, she suddenly exuded an aura of overwhelming power, slowly rising into the air. She tore a talisman in half by in an instant. Captivating background music echoed through the air. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart, pouring fine wine to make you stay, singing the most dazzling folk songs forever. The most beautiful posture in the entire sky. As the music played, Luo Qingyan began to perform, 5 colors of spiritual light converging into a rainbow, continuously emanating from her hands, cascading down like a waterfall, like noodles falling chaotically from the sky. Jiang Lai's eyes widened in astonishment. Due to his peculiar attire and status as a beast tamer, he had often been ridiculed as a performer. Today, however, he had witnessed true spectacle, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Not far away, Hua Li observed this scene. Her gaze also transfixed in awe. Luo Qingyan was actually creating a rainbow in the air, while Jiang Lai gazed at her in a daze. Seemingly entranced, in a moment of distraction, Hua Li felt a twinge of displeasure as she noticed her devoted admirer gazing intently at another. Seizing the opportunity while she was preoccupied, Muyunzu unleashed a piercing sword aura that sliced through the air like a frigid blade. Alas! Huoli was caught off guard, struck by the sword energy, and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Jiang Lai, regaining his senses, rushed to assist her. He glared furiously at Muyunzu. "How dare you lay such a heavy hand on senior sister Huoli?" Muyunzu replied coolly. "Did we not agree on a fair duel? Do you expect me to go easy on her?" Huoli swallowed the metallic taste of blood in her throat, gasping. "I was merely momentarily distracted." He acted without honor, taking advantage of the situation to injure me. Jiang Lai glowered at Muyunzu, exclaiming, "You despicable coward! You have no sense of martial ethics," Muyunzu scoffed. "In battle, one must seize the opportunity. It is her own indecisiveness that is to blame." Huoli gritted her teeth. Given her beauty and status, male disciples typically fawned over her, or at least maintained their decorum, yet Muyunzu had disregarded all pretenses. His swordplay was not merely ruthless, but insidiously cunning. He exploited a flaw with relentless attacks, aiming to strike while one was down. As disciples of the righteous sect, it was rare to encounter such a lack of integrity. Huoli narrowed her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Very well, Luoqinjian of Kuaihua Peak, Muyunzu, I shall remember you." Without further ado, Muyunzu raised his hand and formed a spell. "If you do not leave, it seems you wish for me to escort you." The word escort left his lips. The spiritual energy in his hand transformed into an overwhelming, chilling light that ruthlessly surged towards Huoli and Jiang Lai. Huoli, suppressing her injuries, waved her sleeve to conjure a wall of flames to fend off the assault, simultaneously shattering a smoke talisman. "Let us go." With a resounding pop, the smoke enveloped them, allowing Huoli and Jiang Lai to vanish without a trace. Luo Qingyan watched with a smile as her opponents fled in disarray. Little do they know of my senior brother's prowess. Who think they could gain an advantage over the old trickster's subordinates? How naive! Muyunzu is meticulous and ruthless. Under equal cultivation levels, no one can match him. Moreover, he and Huoli are leagues ahead of their other teammates. Should Muyunzu be given the chance to duel Huoli, once he prevails, Jiang Lai would be powerless to intervene. Hence, Luo Qingyan had confidently proclaimed, "Victory is assured for us." Outside the dark forest, Gu Qianglu and his companions followed Luo Qingyan's directions to the northern cliff base. The area was lush with vegetation, and the trio concealed themselves in the underbrush, biding their time until the trial concluded. Gu Qianglu closed his eyes in meditation. Yi Taoyao was engrossed in a small yellow book, while Duan Tianzhao, tasked with keeping watch, idly sipped from his water flask. At that moment, he spotted Dongfang Che racing towards the cliff, a cloud of dust billowing behind him, seemingly pursued by something. Duan Tianzhao's eyes widened in shock, forgetting to swallow the water in his mouth. Then he finally discerned what was chasing Dongfang Che. It was a veritable horde of spiritual ginseng. Dongfang Che reached the edge of the cliff and leaped without hesitation. The ginseng following suit, tumbling down in a chaotic flurry. Pfft! Duan Tianzhao was so startled that he spat out his drink. Gu Qianglu opened his eyes. "What happened?" Duan Tianzhao exclaimed. "I saw Brother Dongfang being chased by a massive swarm of ginseng." Gu Qianglu frowned. "You mean spiritual ginseng?" "Yes," Duan Tianzhao confirmed. "Just now, countless ginseng were madly pursuing Brother Dongfang, forcing him to jump off the cliff." No sooner had he spoken than several ginseng tumbled down towards them. Gu Qianglu's mouth twitched as he stood up. "This cliff isn't very high. He should be fine. I'll go take a look." Duan Tianzhao nodded vigorously, while hurriedly gathering the ginseng scattered at his feet into his counting bag. Yi Taoyao, curious, closed her small yellow book. "I'll go with you." The two emerged from the thicket to find the ground strewn with ginseng, with Dongfang Che sitting amidst them, eagerly stuffing them into his bag. Gu Qianglu was taken aback. "Where did all this ginseng come from?" "It's a long story," Dongfang Che replied. "Quick, let's get them packed. There's plenty." Just then, Wang Baochuan also arrived, seeing Dongfang Che and the ginseng below. He cried out anxiously. "Give me back my ginseng," he shouted, leaping after them. Gu Qianglu looked at him. "And you are?" "He's my nephew," Dongfang Che introduced. "Nephew?" Yi Taoyao couldn't help but ask. "Is he yours?" "Of course not. He belongs to the peak master of the treasure peak." Wang Baochuan was nearly beside himself with rage. "What kind of people are these? Are they fools?" Dongfang Che declared proudly. "No matter whose nephew he is, these ginseng are ours." Wang Baochuan glared at them, panting heavily. Although they were not in the same team, it was evident they were in cahoots. As they spoke, Duan Tianzhao limped out as well, faced with such overwhelming numbers. Wang Baochuan realized he stood no chance and might even be eliminated. He could only swallow hard, stomp his foot in frustration, and leave with a warning. "We'll see about this," before wisely retreating. 7 days had passed, and the results of the trial were announced. According to the tally from the counting bags, the Kuaihua Peak Group had collected over 800 ginseng, securing first place in the trial. The second place went to Gu Qianglu, Yi Taoyao, and Duan Tianzhao S Group, with over 400 ginseng. Third place was Huili S Group, with just over 200 ginseng. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the sect. No one had anticipated that the Kuaihua Peak Group not only avoided elimination but also claimed first place. Meanwhile, Huili S Group, which everyone believed would easily secure first, ended up in third. Upon returning to Kuaihua Peak, Luo Qingyan was astonished to find Shui Yuejun had surprisingly taken to cooking several dishes, greeting them with a beaming smile. "My beloved disciples, you have worked hard these past few days. Your master loves you," Luo Qingyan remarked. "Indeed, good performance yields good treatment. If we had placed last, we might have been made to kneel upon entering." The trio sat down, happily enjoying their master's culinary creations, all the while feigning sincerity in their praise. The first-place finish came with generous rewards, granting them the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly secret realm. The energy in the heavenly secret realm was exceptionally abundant, and anyone who entered would surely reap significant benefits. Traditionally, only the sect leader, peak masters, or their outstanding direct disciples had the chance to enter. Moreover, each time the secret realm opened, only 3 individuals were permitted entry. It was precisely due to the limited number of entrants that the heavenly secret realm remained untainted, preserving its primal richness and mystery. In 10 days' time, the opportunity to enter the heavenly secret realm would arise. Shui Yuejun smiled warmly. "It has been quite some time since I visited the heavenly secret realm. Remember to bring me back a gift?" Dongfang Che nodded, then hesitantly inquired, "Master, although the heavenly secret realm is excellent, I am uncertain where to cultivate once inside. How does it differ from training at Kuaihua Peak?" Shui Yuejun pondered for a moment and replied, "The heavenly secret realm comprises 3 areas, the ice plains, the desert, and the forest." He rummaged through his storage bag and produced 2 scrolls, handing one to Muyunzu. "Muyunzu, the earth energy of the ice plains harmonizes with your ice wind spiritual root. You should go to the ice plains and practice the sword techniques on this scroll. You will surely progress." Muyunzu nodded in understanding. Shui Yuejun then handed the other scroll to Dongfang Che. "Little Che, your lightning spiritual root is akin to my moon spiritual root. Both belong to the heavenly system. You can summon thunder and lightning, and in principle, summon other entities as well. The desert is an excellent place to cultivate spatial spells, so you should learn this summoning technique there, striving to become a summoner." A summoner? Dongfang Che's face lit up with excitement. Such a figure was a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Dongfang Che instantly felt invigorated. "Great. I will work hard." Luo Qingyan couldn't help but ask, "Master, what about me? What should I study in the secret realm?" Shui Yuejun replied, "You needn't learn anything. Just do as you please." Luo Qingyan, with tears glistening in her eyes, lamented, "Master, is it because I lack a mutated spiritual root like my brothers that you have chosen to abandon me? Refusing to teach me cultivation?" No, Shui Yuejun, seeing her despondent expression, comforted her by patting her head. "I simply couldn't think of a suitable technique for you at the moment. How about this? Go to the forest and seek out a spirit beast that resonates with you." "A spirit beast? Indeed, as a girl, you should have a spirit beast to accompany you." Shui Yuejun produced another scroll and handed it to her. "This is the contract technique for spirit beasts. You can learn it. With your 5 spiritual roots, there are numerous spirit beasts you can contract, but remember, just like your life sword, you can only have one spirit beast. The heavenly secret realm is home to all manner of flying and running creatures. So choose wisely. Don't make a hasty choice when forming a contract." Luo Qingyan eagerly took it. "All right. I can hardly wait to see what my spirit beast will look like." Chapter 39. The most intelligent beings in the world. In the following days, the trio of siblings practiced diligently while awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Aside from studying the Beast Mastery Scroll, Luo Qingyan spent her time darting between other peaks. She visited the Mage Peak to consult Elder Shin about the small yellow book, sought Gu Qianglu to discuss talisman drawing, and approached Duan Tianzhao at the artifact peak to explore magical daily necessities. To seek out Yi Taoao at Danny Feng for the exploration of new flavors of dog food, and subsequently visit Yusho Peak to present the new culinary creation to Jiang Lai for his wolf's taste test. Initially, Jiang Lai was reluctant, harboring lingering discomfort from the trials. Yet, he found himself unable to resist Luo Qingyan's affectionate address of Jiang Shixiang, which felt so familiar and warm. He realized that to maintain his aloofness would be rather petty. Thus he acquiesced to her wishes. Luo Qingyan was naturally sociable and possessed an exceptionally thick skin. She effortlessly engaged with everyone, blending seamlessly with the various peaks, as if they were her own home. The disciples' opinions of her had shifted considerably. Once regarded merely as an unlearned, infatuated girl, the lowest ranked in the sect, they now acknowledged her low cultivation level but noted her amiable personality, deeming her a polite and cheerful jester. Upon hearing this, Huali furrowed her brow in secret. Was Luo Qingyan attempting to usurp her position as the most illustrious female disciple of the sect? Previously, discussions among disciples predominantly revolved around Imo Chunxue and herself. Yet now she was inundated with conversations about Luo Qingyan. Even Jiang Lai, her most steadfast admirer, had become a close friend of Luo Qingyan. Huali, accustomed to brilliance and glory, was unwilling to let anyone encroach upon what was rightfully hers. While achieving third place in the trials was commendable for many, for her it felt like a profound humiliation. Tio thinks she only placed third was utterly disgraceful. She had never fared so poorly. She was meant to secure first place, yet due to carelessness, she was outmaneuvered by Luo Qingyan. After a long while, Huali sat in her room, gradually calming her turbulent emotions, no matter how much Luo Qingyan pranced about. Her cultivation level remained far inferior. A mere character who relied on opportunism and unrefined tactics to claim victory was hardly worthy of her distress. As for this trial, although Luo Qingyan's group had earned the chance to enter the heavenly secret realm, Huali, as the sect master's direct disciple, had already been there once. What others had fought tooth and nail to attain was something she had long possessed. Her starting point was already a destination that countless individuals would struggle a lifetime to reach. With this thought, Huali's heart found considerable solace, and she couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. It was unclear whether she was mocking Luo Qingyan or herself. The fact that a mere cheer-refining period cultivator could instill in her an unprecedented sense of crisis was both amusing and vexing. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in her cultivation. Hatred and jealousy were futile. The only matter of consequence was to enhance her strength. She must strive diligently to break through to the late golden core stage and transcend to the nascent soul. She was an unparalleled genius, and no one could obstruct her path. 10 days later, two significant events unfolded within the Wanxian sect. First, due to her failure to secure first place in the trials, Huali, fueled by shame and determination, unexpectedly broke through her long-standing cultivation bottleneck, advancing to the late golden core stage. Second, the heavenly secret realm was opened, and the trio from Kuaihua Peak entered amidst the envious gazes of their fellow disciples. Upon entering the realm, the three siblings set off towards predetermined destinations: the forest, the icy plains, and the desert. The heavenly secret realm would only remain open for 7 days, after which they would be expelled. As Luo Qingyan meandered through the lush forest, she reveled in the purest essence of heaven and earth, inhaling each breath as a delightful indulgence. She encountered various spirit beasts. Some were fierce, eager to devour her, while others were adorable, seeking her affection. Each spirit beast possessed its own strengths, yet she found them all somewhat lacking. Her master had advised that a contract with a spirit beast should only be made with the utmost discernment, as one could only have one destined companion. She desired a spirit beast that was both formidable and endearing. Thus, she hesitated, allowing the 7th day to arrive. Lighting a fire, she grilled fish while contemplating her choices. Today was the final day. If she did not forge a contract, the opportunity would vanish. But what spirit beast should she choose? A gentle breeze wafted the aroma of grilled fish far and wide when a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. I offer you the chance to earn my companionship." Luo Qingyan turned in astonishment. A majestic owl perched on a nearby branch, its feathers resplendent and its large, bell-like eyes seeming to peer into the depths of the world, gazed down at her with an incisive and enigmatic scrutiny. "Did you just speak?" she inquired, staring at the owl. Indeed, I am Dashiner, the wisest creature in this realm. It replied. Dashiner? Luo Qingyan scrutinized it with skepticism. I in her homeland. 9 out of 10 who claimed to be Dashiner were charlatans, lacking any true abilities, merely skilled in deception. The owl continued, humans desire to contract with me to share in my wisdom. Yet, I have never allowed them to succeed. Today, I see in you a unique physique and exceptional culinary skills, thus I bestow upon you a rare opportunity. Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow. This lofty tone surely bespeaks a con artist. You think I am unaware? You merely wish to trick me into providing you with grilled fish. The owl persisted. I, Dashiner, shall pose you a question. If you answer correctly, I will agree to the contract. Intrigued, Luo Qingyan asked, what is the question? The owl, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, what is 1 plus 1? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingyan tentatively answered, 2. The owl exclaimed, congratulations, you are correct. You have successfully earned the right to contract with me. Luo Qingyan scoffed inwardly at the simplicity of the trickery. Is modern deception truly this rudimentary? Do they consider us fools? She smirked, plotting to expose the owl's true nature. Since you claim to be Dashiner, you must possess remarkable calculation skills, correct? The owl preened its feathers proudly, declaring, of course. With a sardonic smile, Luo Qingyan countered, then allow me to pose a question. What is 549,692,5372 divided by 89734? The owl confidently responded. It equals 61258. What of it? Luo Qingyan paused, feeling a hint of embarrassment, and sheepishly remarked, oh, it's nothing. I was just curious. She then crouched down, using a twig to sketch out the division formula. What was it I just asked? Again, the owl replied, 549,692,5372 divided by 89734. Luo Qingyan began to mutter to herself, 549,692, as she earnestly calculated for approximately 10 minutes. Finally, she arrived at the correct answer, 61258. The Dashiner was correct. It truly is 61,258. Tossing aside the twig, she stood up, trembling with excitement. I am utterly impressed. What other abilities do you possess, Dashiner? The owl huffed. I possess many talents, such as, Luo Qingyan inquired. The owl boasted, I am fluent in over 1,000 languages. Whether it be birds, beasts, flowers, or fish, as long as they possess consciousness, I can communicate with them effortlessly. Luo Qingyan's heart raced with exhilaration. She had not anticipated that Dashiner was a true scholar, not only excelling in mathematics but also boasting impressive linguistic skills. Contracting with it would grant her a golden opportunity to converse with various mythical beasts. In the realm of cultivation, aside from a few beasts that had been contracted by humans or had interacted with them, most could not understand human speech. They had their own languages, creating a barrier to interspecies communication. But with Dashiner by her side, such obstacles would cease to exist. This skill was truly exceptional, and Luo Qingyan readily exclaimed, let us discuss terms of employment. What are your requirements post-contract? The owl asserted, I require provisions and accommodations. Luo Qingyan replied, that is the bare minimum and must be arranged. The owl added, the food must not be subpar. It should be of the same caliber as this grilled fish. Between main meals, snacks are essential. Regular bathing and feather care are also necessary. Luo Qingyan promptly agreed. Rest assured, I can guarantee that our peak is affluent, and we can procure anything we desire. As for cleaning, my senior brother is a neat freak. He cannot abide filth, so even if I were hesitant, he would ensure you are well taken care of. The owl readily consented. It's a deal. Luo Qingyan was elated. Having learned from past experiences, she hastily inquired, by the way, after the contract, your intelligence won't suddenly diminish to my level, will it? Of course not. The owl replied nonchalantly. I, Dashiner, never engage in anything that would lower my own intellect. Hearing this, Luo Qingyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now I can rest easy. Thus, with great joy, she formed a contract with the owl, making it her destined spirit beast. This was an equitable contract, mutually beneficial, with no expectation to share the same birth or death. Dashiner would not merge into her contract ring or consciousness, but would exist as an independent entity, accompanying her with absolute freedom. After signing the labor contract, Luo Qingyan made her way to the boundary area to check on her senior brother's progress in their cultivation. As she traveled, her spirit soared. For with Dashiner, This wise being at her side, she would never again face the humiliation of scoring 0 in the sect's written examinations. She was destined to achieve perfect scores, amidst a moment of secret delight. A majestic hunting tiger emerged from the thicket. In previous encounters with such formidable creatures, Luo Qingyan would have opted for flight. However, today, armed with a newfound confidence, she resolved to attempt dialogue. O wise one, please convey to this tiger my desire for companionship. I wonder if it would be amenable to such an offer. The owl nodded sagely and fluently translated to the tiger. Roar, 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 roar. She expresses that you are magnificent and charismatic, and she wishes to bear your young. The tiger, taken aback, thought to itself, have humans truly become this devoid of boundaries? Chapter 40. Sea King, prepare to meet your doom. The tiger felt a flush of embarrassment. Such a forward proposition was quite shocking. In the realm of animals, it is the males who must endure great trials and tribulations to court a mate, often risking their lives, for no female would ever take the initiative to express affection. The tiger never imagined it would one day receive a declaration of interest from a female. Though they belonged to different species, an unexpected joy surged within it. Simultaneously flattered and bashful, the tiger cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Qingyan before shyly retreating into the nearby underbrush, leaving only its tail visible, swaying back and forth. Luo Qingyan was taken aback. All she had done was suggest friendship, yet the tiger reacted with such bashfulness, akin to social anxiety. The scene was undeniably peculiar, prompting her to marvel at the oddity of the situation. Nevertheless, the potential conflict was successfully averted. Grateful, Luo Qingyan expressed, Wise one, it is thanks to you that I was able to converse with that fierce tiger. The owl graciously waved a wing, dismissing her thanks as a trivial matter. Continuing her journey, she soon encountered a python blocking her path. Drawing upon her previous success, she eagerly said, Wise one, please tell this python that I wish to befriend it. The owl relayed to the python, Hiss, 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 hiss. She says you are imposing and charismatic, and she wishes to bear your young. The python retorted, What nonsense! Not long ago, a female uttered similar words, only to abandon me for a neighboring serpent. A woman's words are but deceit. The python, evidently wounded by past betrayals, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and sorrow, lunging forward in a fit of rage. Luo Qingyan gasped in horror. This snake was far less amicable than the tiger. Just as she prepared to defend herself, the tiger leapt from the underbrush, positioning itself protectively in front of her, declaring, Roar, 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 do not harm my companion. The ensuing clash between the snake and the tiger left Luo Qingyan utterly astounded. This tiger was incredibly loyal. A friend she had just met was willing to come to her aid. After a fierce struggle, the tiger emerged victorious, driving the python away. Luo Qingyan was in awe, quickly giving a thumbs up to the tiger in appreciation. The tiger, understanding her gesture as praise, beamed with pride and shot her a smoldering glance before retreating shyly back into the underbrush. With a playful whistle, Luo Qingyan exclaimed, Oh, how wonderful it would be if all animals were as friendly as it. She pressed onward, soon encountering a brown bear. As was her custom, she sought the owl's assistance to communicate her desire for friendship with the bear. The owl dutifully informed the bear, Ah, 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 ah. She says you are formidable and charming, and she wishes to bear your young. The bear, overwhelmed with joy, rolled on the ground in excitement before hiding its face in the grass. Peeking at Luo Qingyan through the gaps in its paws, how adorably shy, the nearby tiger observed, bewildered, Who are you, my friend? The bear and tiger exchanged confused glances, unable to communicate due to the language barrier. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan proudly laughed, realizing that it was indeed easier than she had thought to befriend such magnificent beasts. As she continued her journey, she encountered several more large predators, all of whom responded similarly to the tiger and bear, initially stunned, then bashfully retreating into the grass, quietly following her. Luo Qingyan could not help but muse that the creatures in this mystical realm were remarkably friendly, albeit a bit too shy. Eventually reaching the forest's edge, she encountered a magical barrier, beyond which lay the desert. Realizing it was time to bid farewell to her newfound friends, she turned with a smile and waved, Thank you all for your company. I must take my leave. The beasts collectively froze, bewildered. Were they not to engage in courtship and bear young together? As they watched Luo Qingyan's departing figure, their expressions mirrored shock and disappointment. Suddenly, the truth dawned upon them. This woman had deceived them all. She had uttered the same sweet nothings to each of them, making identical promises. Now, without any sense of responsibility, she was leaving them with nothing but fleeting hopes. Realizing they had been emotionally misled, the beasts roared in unison, their hearts shattered, and they lunged toward Luo Qingyan, crying out, "Roar! Cad, do not leave. Ah, ah, ah! Sea King, prepare to meet your doom." Turning back in alarm, Luo Qingyan was taken aback to see the once bashful beasts now transformed into a fearsome collective, bearing claws and fangs, charging toward her. "Heavens! What is happening?" she exclaimed, sprinting away in a frenzy, utterly perplexed. Behind her, the relentless roars of the pursuing beasts echoed through the air. Desperate, she asked the owl, "What are they shouting?" The owl replied, "They implore you not to leave and to stay, so that you may bear their young." Luo Qingyan exclaimed in disbelief, "Have animals truly lost all sense of boundaries?" Terrified, she cried out, employing her utmost speed to escape. Ultimately, she crashed through the magical barrier and into the desert beyond. The beasts, being creatures of the forest, could not traverse the climatic barrier, left to glare at her retreating form, growling in frustration. After a considerable time, they reluctantly dispersed, their spirits dampened. From that day forth, tales of Luo Qingyan's escapades echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 41. A revitalizing incantation panting, Luo Qingyan escaped into the desert, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The wise owl perched on her shoulder, spread its wings in commendation. "Your speed in fleeing was remarkable. You truly are the chosen one I sought." Breathless, Luo Qingyan replied, "In such a situation, anyone would sprint as if pursued by a horde of wild beasts." She reflected on the openness of the animal's thoughts and felt a myriad of emotions. After collecting her thoughts, she took a moment's respite before seeking her second brother. Stretching across the golden sands, the distant sky flickered with blue-violet lightning. Luo Qingyan knew that beneath those flashes lay her second brother. As she approached, an astonishing sight greeted her. An endless expanse of cacti, both large and small. Dongfang Che stood triumphantly amidst the cacti, a beaming smile illuminating his face. "Second brother," Luo Qingyan called out from a distance. "Little sister, I have mastered the art of summoning," he exclaimed with exhilaration. "Wow! What have you summoned?" she inquired eagerly. "Cacti. I can summon cacti at will." Luo Qingyan realized that the multitude of cacti surrounding her were all conjured by her second brother. This could prove quite effective in a battle, especially if summoned beneath an opponent. She couldn't help but admire, "Second brother, you are truly remarkable." With a proud strut, Dongfang Che navigated through the cacti to stand before her. "And you? Have you contracted a spirit beast?" Luo Qingyan gestured to the owl perched on her shoulder. "This is Dashiner, my spirit beast." "Dashiner?" Dongfang Che examined it with curiosity. The owl, now feigning sleep with one eye open and one closed, was a creature of nocturnal habits, preferring to slumber during the day. Luo Qingyan boasted, "This Dashiner is incredibly adept, possessing proficiency in over 1,000 languages. It is a highly intelligent being." Dongfang Che, somewhat confused but impressed, replied, "Indeed, it does appear quite astute with its one eye open and one closed." After reuniting with her brother, they proceeded together to find their eldest brother. Arriving at the icy expanse, they discovered Mu Yunzhou meditating atop a snow-capped peak, his white robes blending seamlessly with the ancient glaciers. Sensing their approach, he slowly opened his eyes, their icy gaze reflecting a brilliant hue against the swirling snow. A gentle smile graced his lips as he declared, "I have broken through." Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che gasped in astonished delight. Eldest brother has advanced once more. They realized he had now reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Just over a month ago, he had only recently attained the mid-stage of the Golden Core, yet he had achieved another breakthrough in such a brief span of time. The velocity is terrifying. Truly a genius among geniuses, Mu Yunzhu leapt gracefully before them, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It appears that you all have made significant gains." Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have accomplished our preset objectives." Mu Yunzu's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned once more to gaze at the endless expanse of pristine white snow. The secret realm was on the verge of closing. And such a pristine place was indeed hard to part with. As the 7-day journey through the celestial secret realm concluded, upon returning to Happy Peak, Shui Yuejun approached them with a warm and friendly demeanor. "You back. What gifts have you brought for your master?" Mu Yunzu produced a lustrous piece of ice jade. "Master, this is what I found in the icy plains of the secret realm. Thank you for your diligent cultivation of us." Shui Yuejun accepted it, nodding with a smile. "Very good. It seems my efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain." Luo Qingyan then presented a large bouquet of daffodils. "Master, I picked these for you in the secret forest and enchanted them so that they will never wither, just like your youthful beauty." Shui Yuejun joyfully accepted the flowers, exclaiming, "Thank you. I feel truly cherished." Dongfang Che stepped forward. "Master, this is my gift to you." With that, he pointed his embroidery needle towards the sky and bellowed, "Come." With a loud bang, amidst a cloud of smoke, a multitude of cacti appeared around Shui Yuejun. They piled high, leaving Shui Yuejun trapped and immobile. Fuming, Shui Yuejun shouted, "You rascal! Are you gifting me or punishing me?" Dongfang Che looked pitiful. "Master, there was nothing but cacti in the desert. Enough chatter. Hurry and remove these prickly things." "Yes, I will do so at once." Dongfang Che hastily waved his hand, collecting the cacti. Shui Yuejun, shaking off the thorns from his garments, grumbled, "I am not pleased with your gift." "You shall reflect on this for 3 days in isolation," Dongfang Che replied. "Understood." After receiving their gifts, Shui Yuejun inquired about his 3 disciples' experiences in the secret realm, his gaze eventually landing on the owl. "Xiao Yinyan, is this your contracted spirit beast?" "Yes, it is called Dashiner and possesses extraordinary intelligence," Luo Qingyan proclaimed with pride. "It has wisdom far surpassing that of humans." At that moment, the owl Dashiner had both its eyes closed. Dozing peacefully, Shui Yuejun observed it for a while and nodded. "You cannot deny, with its eyes closed like that, it does indeed appear quite enlightened," Luo Qingyan retorted. "Do not speak in jest. Had you witnessed its abilities, you would undoubtedly be as convinced as I am." In the following days, the master and disciples of Happy Peak enjoyed a tranquil existence, basking in the serenity of time. Shui Yuejun continued to live comfortably, while the 3 disciples diligently practiced their cultivation. Having contracted Dashiner, Luo Qingyan felt a surge of confidence knowing she had such a wise companion. However, the owl's biological clock was opposite that of humans, always sleeping during the day, prompting Luo Qingyan to attempt to adjust its schedule. The owl refused. "No, Dashiner becomes drowsy during the day. It only awakens at meal times." An idea struck Luo Qingyan. "I know a spell that can invigorate the mind and instantly boost energy. And it's quite simple. Would you like to try it?" The owl inquired. "What spell?" "Timmy." The owl repeated. "Timmy? Ah, how invigorating." The moment I heard that sound, I felt a surge of energy. "What about you? Are you feeling energized?" The owl remained unmoved. Despite its wisdom, it could not grasp the essence of the spell. Feeling inexplicably speechless, it closed its eyes and continued to sleep. Luo Qingyan sighed. As expected of a scholarly Dashiner. So unperturbed? Unwilling to give up, she called out to the owl a few more times. "Timmy, Timmy, Timmy." Passing by the courtyard, Dongfang Che could not help but ask, "Little junior sister, what are you doing?" "I am studying," Luo Qingyan replied from within her room. "Studying?" Dongfang Che was perplexed, but I heard a strange sound. "What is Timmy?" Luo Qingyan explained. "It's the sound of my dedicated study," Dongfang Che responded. "Oh, I see. Little junior sister is diligently practicing again." Seeing her so hard-working, he felt inspired and hastened back to his room to cultivate. Days later, an excited shout from Dongfang Che echoed through Happy Peak. "Elder brother, little junior sister, come quickly." Luo Qingyan and Mu Yunzu rushed over to find Dongfang Che standing in a clearing, his face aglow. "Just now, I finally managed to control the direction of the thunder. And I no longer have to strike myself?" Dongfang Che exclaimed with exhilaration. "I successfully guided the thunder away from me, and it struck the bamboo forest instead." Luo Qingyan immediately applauded. "Congratulations, second senior brother, well done." Mu Yunzu's expression turned serious. "The bamboo forest? I hope nothing was damaged." "No, there's only an outhouse in the bamboo forest," Nothing else, Dongfeng Che said proudly. He can't be that fortunate. Striking the outhouse directly? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin felt a twinge of anxiety. The three siblings hurried to check. Upon entering the bamboo grove and turning a corner, they beheld the outhouse. It had been charred and was emitting thick, black smoke. Looking precariously unstable, Luo Qingyin exclaimed, "Oh no!" Mu Yunzu added, "Alas, it's all my fault. All my fault." Dongfeng Che stomped his foot in regret. "I never thought I could strike so accurately." Luo Qingyin comforted him. "It's just an outhouse. It's not a big deal." However, the next moment, a furious voice boomed from within the outhouse. "Dongfeng Che, do you wish to kill your master?" The three siblings froze. "We're doomed. The worst-case scenario isn't just the outhouse being struck by lightning, but that master happened to be inside." In the ensuing moments, Shui Yuejun simmered in anger inside, while Dongfeng Che knelt in the courtyard, remorsefully rubbing a washboard. Luo Qingyin inspected the outhouse, and Mu Yunzu stood nearby, calmly directing. "The left pillar seems to be cracked. Check if it's serious." Luo Qingyin grumbled while inspecting. "Am I the only girl tasked with fixing the outhouse? Do you have no conscience?" "What can we do?" Mu Yunzu replied, smoothing out the folds of his robe. "You know I have a cleanliness obsession. I simply cannot manage such tasks. This outhouse as pillar is broken. It might collapse at any moment," Luo Qingyin huffed, throwing down her tools. "It's a dangerous structure. Let us just replace it with a new one," Mu Yunzu pondered. "I wonder if Duan Tianzhao can construct an outhouse. Perhaps we could seek his assistance. I bet he can only build toilets." Luo Qingyin scoffed. "We'll have to construct the outhouse ourselves. Neither you nor master would lend a hand. So let us have second senior brother build a new one." Upon hearing this, Dongfeng Che, kneeling on the washboard, felt a wave of guilt. "The trouble I've caused, I should indeed make amends. But I've never built an outhouse and fear it won't be sturdy." Suddenly, Luo Qingyin had a brilliant idea. "Second senior brother, you can use summoning magic. Can't you summon an outhouse here?" "Huh?" Dongfeng Che was taken aback by this audacious suggestion. "If you can summon cacti, you can certainly summon an outhouse," Luo Qingyin urged. "Just summon one over. It'll save us the trouble." Dongfeng Che hesitated. "I've never summoned an outhouse. I'm not sure I can." "You must try," Luo Qingyin insisted. "Summoners possess immense mental power. If you concentrate and envision an outhouse, it will surely succeed." "That does make sense," Dongfeng Che conceded, though still uncertain. "But summoning spells are spatial spells, essentially bringing objects from afar. Where would I summon an outhouse from?" Luo Qingyin replied. "There are plenty of outhouses on other peaks. Just summon one from another peak." After a moment's thought, she excitedly suggested, "Why not summon one from Treasure Peak? I've heard their outhouse pillars are made of spirit stones and are very sturdy." Dongfeng Che frowned. "But if I do that, Treasure Peak will lose an outhouse. If they discover it's missing, Uncle Changgue will surely be furious." Shui Changgue was known as the most miserly figure in the cultivation world, so stingy that he wouldn't even allow others to take stones from a latrine. "Do not worry," Luo Qingyin reassured him. "There's no name on the outhouse. Even if they find out later, we'll simply deny it and insist it belongs to our mountain." Dongfeng Che pondered her words and found them reasonable. "Then, I'll give it a try." The three made their way to the bamboo grove, where Dongfeng Che cleared away the dilapidated outhouse, then closed his eyes, focusing his energy. He extended his hand, pointing his embroidery needle toward Treasure Peak, and shouted, "Come." With a loud bang, a thick cloud of white mist rose, slowly dispersing to reveal a luxurious outhouse before them. It worked. Dongfeng Che was filled with immense joy, almost unable to believe in his own strength. Luo Qingyin clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Second senior brother, 999. You've outdone yourself." The surroundings of Kaibao Peak surveyed the restroom, which, true to its reputation, appeared grand and sophisticated, with door handles crafted from jade. Luo Qingyin cheerfully remarked, "This restroom is far more luxurious than our previous one." "Indeed," Dongfeng Che responded, "had I known, I would have replaced our restroom much earlier." A hint of worry crossed his face as he added, "I just fear that someone from Kaibao Peak might discover it." "Fear not, there's nothing to worry about." Luo Qingyin pointed at the restroom with pride, declaring, "Even if they want to investigate, do they have any evidence? On what grounds can they claim this restroom belongs to them?" Just then, the door of the restroom swung open, and Wang Baochuan emerged, looking refreshed. To everyone's astonishment, the restroom had brought him along. Seeing the scene before him, Wang Baochuan was startled, taking a sudden step back. He had merely stepped out of a restroom, yet the surrounding environment had transformed into something utterly unfamiliar. More bizarrely, he spotted 3 individuals from Kuaihua Peak. Wang Baochuan doubted his own senses and quickly retreated into the restroom, shutting the door behind him. Moments later, he cautiously opened the door again. However, as soon as he stepped out, a sack was thrown over his head. Bang! A heavy blow followed, knocking him unconscious to the ground. Dongfang Che lowered the club he had used and looked down at the sprawled Wang Baochuan, asking, "What should we do now?" Luo Qingyan produced a small vial, pouring the contents into Wang Baochuan's mouth. "This is a mind-clearing pill I purchased from Danny Peak. It will erase a quarter of an hour of his memories. When he awakens, he won't remember what just transpired." She swiftly tied the sack shut. "Let us hurry and dispose of him back to Kaibao Peak before he regains consciousness." The trio lifted Wang Baochuan and stealthily made their way to a secluded slope behind Kaibao Peak. Luo Qingyan kicked him down the slope, exclaiming, "Off you go." Wang Baochuan tumbled down the hill, akin to a legendary rolling calf. That day, an extraordinary incident occurred at Kaibao Peak. A restroom vanished without a trace. Such an event had never been witnessed among the major sects of the cultivation world, prompting disciples to speculate wildly, suspecting a ghostly disturbance at the mountain. Xue Changgue was left dumbfounded upon hearing the news. While the disappearance of a restroom may seem trivial, it was still perplexing. How could a perfectly good restroom simply vanish? Xue Changgue instructed his disciples to investigate, yet they could uncover no leads. The restroom seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no suspicious traces behind. Until Wang Baochuan, sporting a large bump on his head, returned, kneeling before Xue Changgue and pleading, "Uncle, you must seek justice for me." Xue Changgue frowned and inquired, "What happened?" Wang Baochuan wept. "I had just exited the restroom when I was suddenly knocked unconscious and stuffed into a sack, only to be discarded into a ravine." "So, they knocked you out to steal the restroom?" Xue Changgue pressed. "Did you see who they were?" "I didn't see anything." Wang Baochuan sobbed. "I was blinded by the sack." Xue Changgue sought to discern the circumstances, questioning Wang Baochuan repeatedly, but he could provide no useful information. The incident quickly spread, not only throughout the sect but also to other factions, becoming a source of amusement for many. "Have you heard? The restroom of Wanxian's sect was stolen." "I heard." "I'm dying of laughter." The major sects have the most absurd occurrences. Upon learning of this, the sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, was left speechless for a long time. Unable to contain his frustration, he chastised Xue Changgue. "How can you, the Peak Master, allow such a thing? First, you failed to guard the sword tomb, and now you can't even keep watch over a restroom?" Xue Changgue clenched his fists. "It was my oversight. Losing such a large restroom is truly heart-wrenching." Wuji Zhenren sighed. "At this point, we must swiftly identify the culprits to quell the rumors. Other sects are undoubtedly enjoying this spectacle." "Yes." The disciples of Kaibao Peak were ordered to scour the entire mountainside but found no clues. "Master, we have searched thoroughly, yet we cannot determine the cause of the restroom's disappearance," Xue Changgue's eldest disciple reported. Kneeling in distress, "The main peak is pressing us for an explanation. What should we do?" "What else can we do?" Xue Changgue sighed, waving his hand. "Let us proceed according to the old ways, understood." The eldest disciple returned to relay the message. "Master has decreed that if we cannot find the thief of the restroom, we shall cease our search and proceed according to the old ways." Thus, Kaibao Peak swiftly issued an official announcement to the entire cultivation world via jade slips. The restroom of Wanxian sect has been stolen, and it is the work of the demon clan. According to the established protocol of Wanxian sect, if the perpetrator was unknown, it would uniformly be attributed to the demon clan. Upon seeing this, cultivators couldn't help but comment in droves. The demon clan has truly lost its mind, resorting to stealing a restroom from another sect. It seems the demon clan has fallen on hard times. Their strength has waned, to the point where they cannot even construct a restroom. Even so, how could they resort to theft? Aren't they ashamed? I feel embarrassed for them. As expected, the demon clan was known for their shamelessness, utterly devoid of any sense of propriety. In the demon palace, Xie Yumenjiao cursed as he threw the jade slip to the ground, exclaiming, "This is absolutely disgusting." These cultivation sects are placing the blame on us with increasing absurdity. Why don't they let the demon clan take the fall for everything? At that moment, the Grand Protector entered to report. Your Highness, the blood demon crows have been successfully mass-produced. We are only a step away from deploying them to the celestial sections. The blood demon crows were a terrifying creation of the former demon lord, born from years of relentless toil. The current demon lord, Seiyumanjiao's father, was the foremost scientific madman in the cultivation world. Dedicating his life to experiments and research, the former demon lord seldom made appearances, leaving the military and political affairs of the demon clan to Seiyumanjiao. Deep down, Seiyumanjiao considered his father a madman. While the former demon lord neglected political matters, each brief emergence was filled with nonsensical revelations, such as the last time he proclaimed that ripe fruit fell to the ground due to the existence of gravitational forces. Asserting that all things in the world were interconnected by gravity, he also had a penchant for stargazing, concluding that the sun was the center of the universe, that sunrises and sunsets occurred because our continent revolved around the sun, while the moon orbited our continent, which itself was in constant rotation. The gathered crowd was left utterly bewildered. No one could comprehend the operations of the sun, moon, and the former demon lord's mind. However, there was no denying his extraordinary talent, having invented many awe-inspiring spells and weapons. The latest creation, the blood demon crows, composed of a blend of demonic energy and ghostly blood, possessed devastating destructive capabilities. Guaranteed to instill despair in the celestial sects, the Grand Protector stated, the blood demon crows carry demonic energy. The Lord wishes for us to find a way to conceal this energy, so that when they are deployed to the celestial sects, they will not realize it is the work of our demon clan. Upon hearing this, Seiyumanjiao chuckled coldly. There is no need for such measures. We shall deploy them directly, immediately, without delay. Let us wreak havoc upon those detestable cultivators. The Grand Protector hesitated. Is that wise? What is unwise about it? Seiyumanjiao replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether the blame falls on the demon clan or not, they will attribute it to us. I am tired of being the scapegoat. This time, let us truly give them a taste of the might of our demon clan. Understood, Seiyumanjiao added. Send the blood demon crows to Wanxian sect, but do not target Kuaihua Peak. For the sake of goodwill, I cannot allow Luo Qingyan to be harmed. Rest assured, Your Highness. That wretched place, Kuaihua Peak, the blood demon crows would hardly wish to go there. Soon, news reached Kuaihua Peak that a grave incident had occurred within the sect. A horde of demonic creatures had successfully breached the mountain gate's barrier and attacked Wanxian's sect. These were monstrous birds resembling crows, with blood-red eyes, frenzied and attacking anything in sight, intent on annihilating all living beings. Dongfang Che remarked, it is said that over 100 disciples have suffered injuries, and worse yet, those blood demon crows can resurrect infinitely. Even if their bodies are reduced to ashes, they will quickly reassemble and rise again. Embodying the concept of immortality, Luo Qingyan, munching on seeds, shrugged nonchalantly, it's of no consequence. Sister Huali will take action. As noted in the original text, Huali had once used her phoenix spirit fire to reduce the blood demon crows to ashes, thereby resolving this significant trouble for the sect and earning great merit. Dongfang Che added, I heard Sister Huali indeed intervened, using her life fire to incinerate them completely, but who would have thought those demonic crows could undergo a rebirth? They soon rose again from the ashes. Luo Qingyan paused, her expression shifting. What? The plot has once again veered off course. Has Hua Li's phoenix spirit fire failed? Dongfang Che said anxiously, at present, those blood demon crows are at the Beast Master Peak, temporarily restrained by the Peak Master's barrier. However, there is no way to annihilate them. We can only continuously channel spiritual energy into the barrier, but we do not know how long it can hold. Each peak is notifying their disciples to come up with a solution, but in the face of such invulnerable monsters, what can anyone do? There is nothing we can do. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan pondered for a moment before waking the owl that had been sleeping during the day. Great sage, do you speak the language of the blood demon crows? Can you communicate with them? The owl, still groggy, replied, Of course, I can speak all languages. Luo Qingyan responded, Good, then let us have a heart-to-heart with the blood demon crows. We are sure to find a solution. Chapter 44. She wants to bear you children. Luo Qingyan summoned her master and senior brother to accompany her to the Beast Master Peak. The Beast Master Peak is the largest mountain of the Wuxian sect, entirely enveloped by primordial forests, truly a natural sanctuary in the realm of cultivation. From a distance, they spotted a massive gorilla bellowing as it pushed against a gigantic spherical barrier, within which the group of captured demon crows was temporarily imprisoned. This gorilla was none other than the peak master, Tai Kwangya. Tai Kwangya was a fervent animal rights activist, so enamored with creatures that he spent centuries cultivating, ultimately transforming himself into a gorilla. In the realm of cultivation, it is common for animals to cultivate into humans, yet Tai Kwangya was the sole human who had evolved into an animal. Thus, he became the world's greatest beast tamer, but even so, he could not control the blood demon crows, for they were not animals at all, but rather pure monsters. Luo Qingyan felt as though she were gazing upon King Kong from a film upon seeing Tai Kwangya. The scene was chaotic, filled with countless individuals, including peak masters, elders, and disciples, all utterly at a loss. The sect leader was in seclusion, and the sect was faced with this grave predicament. Maintaining the confinement barrier required an immense amount of spiritual energy, which could not last long, while the blood demon crows could infinitely resurrect, rendering them impossible to eradicate. In this situation, everyone was powerless. Luo Qingyan also noticed Zhang Lai, whose 4 hungry wolves had sustained injuries. Yi Taoyao was tending to their wounds. Luo Qingyan approached and inquired, from the wounds, "Is there anything peculiar about the blood demon crow's attacks?" "Indeed." Yi Taoyao frowned and replied, "Generally, when spiritual beasts tear flesh from their prey, they instinctively consume it as part of their hunting behavior. However, these demon crows do not. They seem to have no interest in food." "No interest in food?" Luo Qingyan's eyes narrowed. The flesh of spiritual beasts from the sect is considered a great tonic for demon or monster beasts. Since they had bitten into it, there was no reason for them not to eat. A subtle thought flashed through Luo Qingyan's mind. She quickly examined other spiritual beasts that had been attacked by the blood demon crows. And indeed, these creatures consumed nothing. They did not hunt, only slaughter. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qingyan approached Tai Kwangya. With the great sage perched on her shoulder, "Uncle Kwangya," Luo Qingyan said earnestly, "could you allow me to enter the barrier? I wish to converse with these blood demon crows. Perhaps we can resolve this peacefully." Tai Kwangya looked down at her. This little girl was not even half his height. "You wish to enter and talk to them? How naive." Tai Kwangya's voice boomed. "They do not speak human language, nor can they comprehend your words. Beast tamers possess spells to communicate simply with unfamiliar beasts, yet such methods were utterly ineffective with the blood demon crows, as they seemed immune to spiritual techniques." Luo Qingyan pointed to the owl on her shoulder, saying, "My contracted beast can serve as a translator. It speaks all bird languages. That won't do. It's too dangerous." Tai Kwangya still refused to agree. Zhang Lai added, "Luo Jr.'s sister, those monsters are not to be trifled with. They will kill you." Mo Chinshue directly pulled Luo Qingyan to her side, saying, "Little girl, this is not the time for your recklessness." At that moment, Huali, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "I believe in junior sister Luo. There is no other option at present, so why not let her give it a try? Perhaps she truly can." Luo Qingyan turned to look at Huali, who raised an eyebrow, her gaze flickering. Let Luo Qingyan deal with those blood demon crows. Should she fail, she would surely be gravely injured or even lose her life. If she succeeded, it would alleviate the sect of a significant burden. For Huali, both outcomes appeared favorable, a risk-free gamble. After all, she was the sect leader's direct disciple, enjoying the best resources. Should the sect face difficulties, she would not benefit. Huali was acutely aware of these matters. Yet, deep down, she leaned towards believing that Luo Qingyan would fail, for these were monsters that even her phoenix fire could not extinguish. How could Luo Qingyan possibly find a way to eliminate them? Tai Kwangya hesitated for a moment before shifting his gaze to Shui Yuejun. "She is your disciple. What do you say?" Dongfang Che tugged at Shui Yuejun's sleeve, saying, "Master, you mustn't let junior sister go. With her level of cultivation, it would be tantamount to sending her to her death." Shui Yuejun ignored him and instead cheerfully asked Xue Changgue, "Brother Changgue, if my disciple were to eliminate these blood demon crows, how many sect points would she earn as a reward? You tell me first, and then I will decide whether to allow her to risk her life. After all, her points are also my points. Points in the sect are equivalent to high currency, not only redeemable for items and privileges in the transaction halls of various peaks, but also a symbol of glory and honor." Xue Changgue's temples throbbed. How could this rascal shamelessly utter such words? He had already audaciously claimed his disciples' points, and now he was willing to risk her life. With the situation urgent, he could only say, 5,000 points. Shui Yuejun replied leisurely, not enough. You need to increase the amount. Shui Changgue gritted his teeth, 1,000. Only then did Shui Yuejun smile in satisfaction, pointing at the blood demon crows, little yen. Charge forth. For Master S 1,000 points, eliminate them. Luo Qingyan exclaimed, Master, is this really a good way to motivate me? Clenching her fists in indignation, she cried, so in your eyes, my life is worth only 1,000 points. In despair, she let out a scream. Ah, I want to live no longer. With that, she dashed headlong into the barrier. Inside the barrier, chaos reigned. All vegetation had been reduced to ashes by Hua Li's phoenix fire, leaving hundreds of blood demon crows reborn from the flames, frantically crashing against the radiant walls in a desperate bid for escape. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan enter, they immediately targeted her and prepared to launch a collective attack. Luo Qingyan hastily called out, Great Sage, quickly inform their leader that I mean no harm. I come in peace to negotiate. The owl nodded and fluently translated to the foremost blood demon crow leader. J. G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A-A. She says you are majestic and charming. She wishes to bear you children. Blood demon crow leader? What nonsense? Bear children? It looked on in astonishment at Luo Qingyan. This little girl, though young, could certainly spin a tale. How dare she fabricate such absurdities? The blood demon crow leader had never before heard its own language from an outsider, and given the outrageous content, it was quite taken aback. It waved its wings, signaling the others to halt their assault. Luo Qingyan and the owl stared at it, awaiting its response. The blood demon crow leader raised its proud head and replied, Wah wah wah. We are immortal monsters. We do not bear children. Luo Qingyan rushed to ask the great sage, What did it say? The owl translated, It says it is infertile. Luo Qingyan? A row of question marks appeared above Luo Qingyan's head, her brows knitting into a tight braid. This was utterly nonsensical. She had asked the blood demon crow leader if it was willing to negotiate, yet the response was about its infertility. This was quite a disjointed conversation. Chapter 45, Aphrodisiac, Promoting Reproduction. Luo Qingyan glanced at the owl and suddenly understood. It must be that the blood demon crow leader's thoughts were too erratic, causing it to respond off-topic. Luo Qingyan, being adept at conversation, quickly followed its train of thought, saying, Then if we could cure your infertility, would you be willing to withdraw your forces? The owl conveyed to the blood demon crow leader. G-A-J-A-J. She says she has a way to make you bear children on the spot. Blood demon crow leader. The blood demon crow leader could not help but exclaim, Wah wah. Wah. First, we birds lay eggs, not give birth to children. Second, we do not need to reproduce and have never considered it. The owl informed Luo Qingyan, it refuses treatment. It simply does not wish to have offspring. Luo Qingyan sighed. It seemed that the phenomenon of low reproductive desire was quite prevalent, having spread to the realm of cultivation. Next, Luo Qingyan engaged in a lively discussion with the blood demon crow leader about whether or not one should have children. Thanks to the top-notch translation provided by the owl, Luo Qingyan and the blood demon crow leader managed to engage in cross-species dialogue without barriers. Luo Qingyan lamented, To be honest, I also do not wish to have children. It seems both costly and painful. What about you? Why do you not want to reproduce? The owl translated for the blood demon crow leader. G-A-A, 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 G-A-A. She asks why you do not want to have children. Is there something you cannot speak of? Is there a hidden ailment? The blood demon crow leader quickly retorted, Wah 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 wah. Lozi's health is exceptionally good. In fact, he simply does not wish to reproduce. The owl conveyed to Luo Qingyan. It stated that it is entirely incapable of giving birth. Incapable of giving birth. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nodded and said, It's fine. If you cannot give birth, then so be it. Just as well, I have no desire to reproduce either, so let us agree that from now on, neither of us shall bear children. If we say we won't, then we must adhere to it resolutely, no turning back. Lest one day we suddenly find ourselves able to give birth. The owl then relayed to the blood demon crow leader, Caw, caw, caw. It suggested you should try giving birth right now, and see if you can do it. Hurry up and give it a shot. If you cannot, it must mean you have some hidden ailment. The Blood Demon Crow leader responded. I never expected that a visit to the Immortal Gate would lead me to encounter a birth promoter. And to speak so provocatively. Enraged, the Blood Demon Crow leader began to screech furiously, vowing to tear apart this insufferable person and owl. The owl informed Luo Qingyan. Oh dear, it is angry. It claims there is nothing wrong with its body. The reason it does not reproduce is simply that it is unnecessary. They exist beyond the constraints of natural law and are not governed by the dictates of nature. Reproduction is not needed for the continuation of their kind. Luo Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Her mind flooded with countless speculations and thoughts. Suddenly, she understood. She realized why these blood demon crows could not die. Without birth, there is no death. The blood demon crows do not perish because they have never lived in the manner of ordinary beings. They do not eat, do not reproduce, and thus exist in a state devoid of life and death, eternally undying, in an instant. A smile of comprehension spread across Luo Qingyan's face. She knew how to deal with them. Outside the barrier, onlookers watched with bated breath. To their astonishment, it appeared that Luo Qingyan had indeed established communication with the blood demon crow. Wang Baochuan exclaimed in disbelief. Is it possible that Luo Qingyan possesses beast-taming skills? The wild master could not communicate with the blood demon crows, yet she can speak with them? Dongfang Che wore a smug expression. What is so surprising? Ever since my little junior sister had a moment of enlightenment, she has transformed entirely. She can converse with any creature, no matter how bizarre. Hua Li observed with a cold smile. What use is mere communication? If dialogue could resolve issues, the world would be devoid of conflict and warfare. Moreover, it seems Luo Qingyan struggles to articulate herself. The blood demon crow leader is clearly growing agitated, trembling in rage, ready to pounce and tear her apart. Yet, what followed took everyone by surprise. Calmly, Luo Qingyan retrieved a heaping iron bowl of magical dog food from her storage bag. With a warm smile, she said, This is a specialty delicacy from our asking immortal sect. You have traveled such a long way, it would be a pity not to try it. The owl translated for the blood demon crow leader. Caw, caw, caw. She says she wants to treat you to dog food. Whoever refuses is a dog. The blood demon crow leader. Luo Qingyan tossed the dog food into the air, and an unusual fragrance instantly wafted through the atmosphere. The blood demon crow leader was utterly speechless. However, it had to admit that the aroma was indeed delightful. The flock of demon crows became restless. Since they gained consciousness, they had known only destruction and slaughter. Never having tasted food, the allure of this dog food was overwhelming, so fragrant it was impossible to resist. After a moment of hesitation, the blood demon crow leader ultimately agreed to partake in the feast. After all, why not enjoy it if it was free? Thus, it led the flock in a rush toward the banquet, a buffet. Let the festivities begin. The onlookers outside the barrier were left breathless. Luo Qingyan was actually feeding the blood demon crows? Could it be that this bird food was poisoned? Duan Tianzhao speculated. Is junior sister Luo attempting to poison them? Impossible, Gu Qianglu interjected, frowning as she analyzed the situation. Those blood demon crows are immortal? Poison would be ineffective against them. Duan Tianzhao remained perplexed. Then what is junior sister Luo trying to accomplish? Only Yi Taoyao's expression twitched. That dog food is far from ordinary. It is a specially formulated, enhanced version that she and Luo Qingyan developed just days ago, designed specifically for improving the reproductive willingness of spirit beasts. Gu Qianglu looked at her. What is it? Does the dog food hold some secret? Indeed, Yi Taoyao replied. It stimulates desire and promotes reproduction. The crowd, Duan Tianzhao, could not help but ask, why would junior sister Luo feed this to the blood demon crows? Yi Taoyao rationally inferred. Perhaps she believes the blood demon crows are too few in number and wishes to help them expand their population? The crowd. Wang Baochuan could not contain his outburst. Has Luo Qingyan gone mad? These monsters are already unmanageable, and she wants to create even more. Is she insane? He had voiced the thoughts of everyone present, and no one could fathom what Luo Qingyan was truly up to. Chapter 46. Observing the spirit beast's affairs. Is it beneficial for enlightenment? Only Tai Kuangya pondered thoughtfully about the rules of the heavenly way and the continuation of species. Could there be a connection? Within the barrier, The blood demon crows were enthusiastically devouring the dog food, their bodies undergoing a transformation. The crimson hue in their eyes gradually faded, and they lost their infinite rebirth abilities. Life is akin to an amusement park, with eating being one of the most vital attractions, while death serves as an eternal rule of the park. If one does not partake in the activities, the rules do not apply to them. However, once one engages in the games, they must abide by the rules, unable to resist. The former blood demon crows, having never eaten or reproduced, had essentially remained outside the realm of life's amusement park. Now, Luo Qingyan had drawn them in, they had entered, and from that moment onward, they had to comply with the natural laws of life and death. With life comes death. To live is to eventually die. Yet the blood demon crows remained blissfully unaware, each one excitedly savoring the human experience, discovering how delightful it truly was, brimming with happiness. After feasting, they felt an overwhelming surge of power, and the opposite sex around them appeared as beautiful as flowers. Their latent instincts erupted forth, and the blood demon crows began to court one another in various flamboyant displays. In an instant, chaos ensued. Fortunately, most avian species practice monogamy, and soon they completed their pairings. Finding their ideal partners, naturally, this led to the next phase of their activities. Ahem, heh heh heh, caw caw. Joyful cries echoed through the skies. Luo Qingyan watched them, a hint of melancholy in her sigh. We had agreed to refrain from reproducing together. Yet you all have betrayed me, leaving me as the lone single dog, destined to grow old in solitude for eternity. With that, she settled down amidst the ancient, romantic, and frenzied symphony of life's grand harmony. Surrounded by a sacred golden glow, the onlookers outside the barrier were left dumbfounded. She had attained enlightenment. Some expressed their envy with gasps. Enlightenment is an extraordinary opportunity for cultivators, one that can elevate the soul, yielding benefits greater than mere breakthroughs in cultivation. Simultaneously, Tai Kuangya also grasped something, sitting cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of enlightenment. Jiang Lai, also a beast tamer, appeared baffled. What exactly have they realized? Dongfang Che gazed at the amorous blood demon crows, scratching his head in confusion. Is it truly possible for such a scene to lead to enlightenment? Yi Taoyao frowned. This shouldn't be related, right? After all, I read romance novels daily, yet I have not achieved enlightenment. Dongfang Che remarked. Perhaps the descriptions in the books are not vivid enough. Experiencing it live is far more evocative. Not vivid enough. Upon hearing this, Elder Shen Chong, the author, had a spark of inspiration. Clearly, his writing skills needed improvement. Observing the raucous and shameless display of the flock, Elder Shen suddenly felt a surge of creativity, believing his ability to write steamy stories had reached new heights. He too sat down, surrounded by the golden glow of enlightenment. This left the crowd even more astonished. After all, Tai Kuangya was a beast tamer, so his sudden enlightenment amidst the blood demon crow flock was somewhat reasonable. Yet why could Elder Shen, a talisman practitioner, also achieve enlightenment? The simultaneous enlightenment of 3 individuals was unprecedented in the sect. Following their copulation, the demonic nature of the blood demon crows dissipated entirely. Tai Kuangya released the barrier, and they flew off like ordinary birds into the majestic mountains, seeking places to settle down and prepare for offspring. In the days to come, they would be preoccupied with laying eggs and raising young, having no time for meaningless destruction or slaughter, as they would be too busy. The crisis posed by the blood demon crows was thus successfully resolved. Luo Qingyan emerged, and Dongfang Che immediately rushed over. Junior sister, what on earth is going on here? He simply could not comprehend the principles behind it. Luo Qingyan smiled and explained. Desire for food and procreation is inherent in all animals. Thus, individual lives may perish, yet their species can endure for millennia. This is the law of the heavenly way. The blood demon crows, having been subjected to magical curses, existed outside the heavenly order, attaining a state of neither life nor death. To eliminate them, one must first draw them into the laws of the heavenly way, and the specific method is to encourage them to eat and reproduce. By eating, they participate in the cycle of life, and thus must comply with the laws of death, and through reproduction, their lives acquire purpose, leaving them busy with the responsibilities of survival, leaving no energy for mischief. Dongfang Che listened, half comprehending in any case. It was clear that Junior Sister had unraveled the secret of the blood demon crow's immortality. Dongfang Che proudly summarized, "As expected of my junior sister, such wisdom is truly inherited from me." Mu Yunjiao inquired, "What did you realize just now?" Luo Qingyan pondered for a moment before simply stating, "Life is but a day trip to an amusement park. I have visited, immersed myself in the experience, yet in the end, I must depart, taking nothing with me. Ultimately, all of this is devoid of meaning." Indeed, life is, in essence, devoid of meaning, lacking any ultimate objective. Yet, it is precisely this absence that grants individuals the liberty to live as they wish, to follow their desires without constraint. As for the deeper truths, she has come to an epiphany, yet finds herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her insights, unable to find suitable language for expression. The disciples sighed in contemplation. The profound truths of enlightenment are often comprehensible only to the one who experiences them. Others can only grasp the superficial aspects. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai, intrigued, inquired of Tai Kuangya, "Master, what have you realized?" Tai Kuangya gazed skyward, sighed, and replied, "It is easy to align with the heavens, yet difficult to go against them. The demon clan has expended countless years attempting to detach these blood demons from the heavenly path. Yet their return can be achieved in the mere span of a meal." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lai nodded thoughtfully. Tai Kuangya let out a deep sigh, saying no more, "The essence of cultivation is, in truth, a defiance of the heavens. To follow the natural order is to be mortal, while to resist is to ascend. Yet, how far can one truly tread upon this path of defiance? And ultimately, what lies at the end of ascension?" Not far away, Gu Qianglu could not contain her curiosity and asked Elder Shan, "Elder, what is it that you have comprehended?" The disciples turned their attention to him. Filled with anticipation, Elder Shan's face flushed red. He had realized the new content of the little yellow book. Clearing his throat, he retorted grumpily, "The secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. Telling you would be of no avail." The disciples felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they were accustomed to Elder Shan's cantankerous demeanor. Shui Yuejun called Luo Qingyan to his side, affectionately patting her head and praising, "Truly, my disciple." Then he turned to Shui Changgue. Extending his hand, "Senior brother Changgue, the promised 10,000 points, please expedite the transfer." Shui Changgue, with a stern countenance, remarked, "You previously owed the sect 20,000 points. Now that 1,000 has been offset, you still owe the sect 19,000. When do you plan to repay it?" Shui Yuejun replied, "Luo Qingyan." Mu Yunjiao suddenly interjected, "Senior brother Changgue, do you mean to say that my junior sister has accomplished great merit, yet receives nothing in return? How could she receive nothing?" Shui Changgue countered, "She has merely repaid half of her master's debt." Mu Yunjiao insisted, "I believe this to be unjust. Luo Qingyan has risked her life and contributed immensely, yet she receives no reward. Which disciple would be willing to risk their life for merit in the future?" His words resonated, and many nodded in agreement. Shui Changgue, displeased, retorted, "What do you propose should be done?" Mu Yunjiao suggested, "The 10,000 points rightfully belong to Luo Qingyan. As for my master's 2,000 points, let them remain as is." Luo Qingyan nodded vigorously to in this crucial moment. My senior brother finally spoke a fair word. Upon hearing that the points might be forfeited, Shui Yuejun quickly amended, "Indeed, the credit belongs to my disciple. How could I, as her master, seize her reward? The 10,000 points must be given to her, and only to her. After all, once she receives it, I too can benefit from it." "Fine, fine." Although Shui Changgue felt a pang of regret, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Then, according to sect rules, Luo Qingyan shall receive a reward of 10,000 points. After all, her contributions today are indeed substantial. Upon hearing his agreement, Luo Qingyan added, "By the way, senior brother Changgue, the magical dog food fed to the blood demons was the key to solving the problem. Yet this dog food was not my invention. It was truly the brainchild of Yi Taoyao from the Pill Medicine Peak. Therefore, she deserves recognition for today's events. I wonder how many points she will receive as a reward." The crowd turned their curious gazes toward Yi Taoyao. She had always been regarded as a waste at the Pill Medicine Peak, having entered the sect only to remain solitary, with few friends, and had never drawn anyone's attention. Yi Taoyao was astonished. For the first time in her life, someone was advocating for her interests. Xue Changgui's eyelids twitched as he cast a resentful glare at Luo Qingyan. Are you seeking to forfeit your own reward while ensuring your friends benefit as well? While rewards are indeed deserved, Xue Changgui, being frugal by nature, upheld the principle of saving wherever possible, as the head of finance. He would never proactively give out funds unless the recipient demanded them. Now that Luo Qingyan had publicly mentioned it, Xue Changgui could only respond, I will send disciples to verify if what you say about the dog food being made by Yi Taoyao is true. Then according to regulations, she will also be entitled to receive between 2,000 to 3,000 points. The crowd was filled with envy upon hearing this. Luo Qingyan could have easily claimed all the merit for herself, yet she chose to uplift her friend as well. Now that is true camaraderie. Yi Taoyao was thoroughly moved, nearly wanting to embrace Luo Qingyan in joyous gratitude. Not far away, the head of the pill medicine peak, Bian Tuo, gazed intently at Yi Taoyao. Previously, he had never paid attention to this disciple, but to create such coveted medicinal food for the blood demons, she must possess extraordinary talent. Bian Tuo approached her with a warm demeanor. Let me see the medicinal food you have created. Yi Taoyao looked at the peculiar elder before her, momentarily taken aback. Then she hurriedly rummaged through her storage bag, presenting the dog food. These are all of various flavors. Some can excite emotions, some can soothe them, some can stimulate appetite, some can promote development, some can enhance fertility, and others can assist in sterilization. Bian Tuo accepted the samples, examining them with quiet amazement. Truly gifted, with remarkable insight, she is undoubtedly a promising candidate. With careful guidance, she could achieve great things. He further assessed Yi Taoyao's spiritual roots. Wood, fire, and earth. Wood and fire being of high quality, and earth being of moderate quality, making her a prodigy in alchemy. Yet, there was an unusual aura emanating from her, reminiscent of the bloodline of the elusive elven race. It was deeply concealed, but Bian Tuo still sensed it. He wished to inquire about her origins. But faced with the girl's bewildered gaze, he hesitated, choosing not to voice his thoughts. The hidden elven race ought not to appear in the realm of immortals unless she is entirely unaware of her heritage. To discover a long-overlooked waste from their own mountain peak, who turned out to possess such talent and an ancient bloodline that he had long sought, was a source of immense joy for Bian Tuo. The specifics could wait for another time. The immediate priority was to accept her as a disciple. Bian Tuo cheerfully proclaimed, Child, become my disciple. Yi Taoyao was momentarily stunned. The disciples around them were equally astonished. The head of the pill medicine peak was set to take Yi Taoyao as his personal disciple. In major sects, the personal disciples of a peak master are selected through rigorous scrutiny. A rare existence, of course, the Joy Peak is an exception, as it consists of only 4 individuals, all counted as personal disciples. Bian Tuo's discerning eye was not to be underestimated. His willingness to take Yi Taoyao under his wing so readily indicated her tremendous potential. The sudden turn of fortune left Yi Taoyao speechless, rooted in place with a perplexed expression. Luo Qingyan gleefully nudged her. Master Bian Tuo wishes to take you as his personal disciple. Why are you still dazed? Hurry, pay your respects. Only then did Yi Taoyao come to her senses, hastily kneeling in reverence. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. A smile involuntarily spread across her face. Had she known it would come to this, she would have betrayed the demon clan much earlier, saving herself from years of drudgery. The disciples of the pill medicine peak gathered beneath the lemon tree, sharing their feelings of envy and jealousy. Luo Qingyan, feeling content, mused, alchemy cultivators are the wealthiest. As long as my best friend is willing to put in the effort, I can enjoy the fruits of her labor. At that moment, Tai Kuangye suddenly called out to her. Little Luo Qingyan, is it? I see you have a considerable talent for beast taming. Why not join my beast taming peak? I shall take you as my personal disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lai immediately chimed in with enthusiasm. Yes, Luo Jr.'s sister, come to the beast taming peak. Shui Yuejun, witnessing this, was furious. Are you attempting to poach my disciple right in front of me? Tai Kuangye glanced at him, speaking kindly. Some may live, yet they are burdened with insurmountable debts, rendering their existence a greater burden than death. Several peak masters nodded in agreement. Shui Yuejun's revival had indeed become a source of great frustration. Tai Kuangye, resolute, offered Luo Qingyan a tempting proposition. Should you choose to come to the beast taming peak, I will teach you how to transform into a gorilla, and it will be permanent. Once you become a gorilla, you will never revert to human form. What do you think? Isn't that enticing? Luo Qingyan immediately took a step back. Thank you, Master Kuangya. While I am genuinely intrigued, I have grown accustomed to Joy Peak and am reluctant to leave. However, if you do not mind, I would love to seek your guidance on beast taming in the future. Tai Kuangya felt a pang of disappointment but maintained a gorilla-like smile. Very well, you are always welcome to visit. After the storm surrounding the blood demons subsided, the demon clan swiftly received news. The biochemical weapon developed by the old demon lord over a century had been effortlessly subdued by the cultivators with a mere meal of dog food. Years of effort had been utterly vanquished. Upon hearing this, the old demon lord erupted in fury, immediately summoning the mischievous Xie Yumenjiao and venting his wrath upon him in the old demon lord's eyes. His research outcomes were infallible and could not be easily defeated. Therefore, it must have been his son's incompetence in deploying the blood demons against the Wuxian sect that led to this debacle. Xie Yumenjiao bore the brunt of this blame, rolling his eyes internally. His father was becoming increasingly irrational. As for the mischievous Luo Qingyan, upon hearing that she was behind this incident, he found it even more infuriating that she, who was so adept at provoking others, was precisely the object of his pursuit. In a fit of rage, Xie Yumenjiao seethed with fury and subsequently retreated into seclusion. He first needed to resolve the pressing issue concerning the deadlock on his posterior before seeking her out, to settle both new grievances and old scores alike. Soon enough, the incident involving the blood demon crows spread throughout the entire cultivation realm. The populace quickly distilled the event to a key takeaway. 3 individuals from the Wuxian sect, upon witnessing the magnificent sight of the demon crows courting, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Thus, observing the mating rituals of spiritual beasts was deemed beneficial for attaining understanding. Chapter 47. Mingzhu City, the third male protagonist. Once this insight was unveiled, a wave of fervor ensued. Various sects hastily organized their disciples to collectively observe the spiritual beasts mating. The spiritual beasts were quite unaccustomed to this, each one inwardly cursing. Are these cultivators truly perverse? They wish to watch us give birth. Do they not feel embarrassed? However, the disciples remained blissfully unaware. As long as we do not feel awkward, it is the spiritual beasts who should be embarrassed. After some time, a handful of disciples did indeed achieve enlightenment. Yet, these were merely a select few. The cost was that a multitude of spiritual beasts were left feeling mortified, some even developing psychological scars regarding the act. Perpetually sensing a crowd watching them, following an analysis by the higher echelons of the various sects, they were compelled to suspend the collective observation activities. Nevertheless, this unique concept of attaining enlightenment through watching action films continued to be passed down through the ages. Revered as a classic on the summit of Kuaihua Peak, there were spiritual stones, points, and seemingly everything one could desire. The master and his few disciples decided to invest in the mountain's development to enhance its grandeur. First and foremost was the creation of sect robes. Other peaks each had their distinctive robes. Xianjian Peak adorned in white, Dani Peak in green, Mafashi Peak in blue, Zhuqi Peak in red, Songbao Peak in yellow, and Yusho Peak in revealing attire. Only Kuaihua Peak, due to prolonged financial constraints, had been deprived of even school uniforms. After discussions among the 3 siblings, they resolved to descend the mountain to tailor a splendid set of robes. As for Shui Yujin, he was exempted, for his wardrobe was already overflowing with beautiful robes in the town. Luo Qingyan and her 2 senior brothers perused the area, ultimately selecting a tailor shop named Wear It and Ascend. Known for its exorbitant prices and specialization in sect robes, wearing our garments, ascension is an inevitable outcome. The proprietor boasted, our robes are custom-made according to the spiritual root attributes of the cultivators. Whatever your root, that is what type of robe you shall wear, guaranteed to aid your cultivation. The proprietor inquired, what are your spiritual roots? The 3 exchanged glances, agreeing that the shop seemed promising. Although there were hints of false advertising, the robe samples were exquisite, and they subsequently revealed their spiritual root attributes. Upon learning that Luo Qingyan possessed 5 spiritual roots, the proprietor was astonished. So many dual or triple roots are common in the cultivation realm, but 4 roots are rare. 5 roots are virtually unheard of. Luo Qingyan nodded in affirmation. The proprietor chuckled. Having so many roots means the garment must encompass multiple elements, making it more challenging to create. Thus the price will be a tad higher. Money is no object, Luo Qingyan replied, But can a single robe truly embody 5 elements? Rest assured, none will be overlooked, the proprietor assured confidently a few days later. The robes were completed. The 3 siblings joyfully set out to retrieve their new garments. The robe for Mu Yunzhou was white, with light silver patterns adorning the waist and cuffs, crafted from exquisite material that felt cool and smooth, exuding an icy and pure aura. Dongfang Che's robe also featured a white base, but with purple lightning totems at the hem, intricate and imposing, utilizing special threads that attracted lightning. Both were thoroughly pleased with their garments. Only Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly, as hers was a riot of colors. With her 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the belt was stitched with golden thread, representing gold. The lapel bore tree-like patterns for wood. The left sleeve featured wave embroidery for water. The right sleeve displayed fiery embroidery for fire. Overall, it was complex and flamboyant, yet conspicuously lacking in earth representation. Luo Qingyan turned the robe inside out, yet found no symbol for earth. Where is the earth element? She pondered aloud. Didn't you say it would encompass gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? The proprietor chuckled. Once you wear it outside, you shall know, skeptical yet intrigued. Luo Qingyan donned her new attire. Upon stepping out of the tailor shop, she overheard passers-by commenting, "Look, that person's outfit is so tacky." Another passerby whispered, "Indeed. How could anyone wear something so atrocious? It's utterly embarrassing. Look at the 2 young men beside her. Their outfits are splendid, and they are handsome too. How did she end up with such a garish ensemble?" Luo Qingyan glanced down at her new robe. "What is tacky about it? Why do I find it rather cool? It possesses a certain madness of beauty." Doubting her own taste, she couldn't resist asking, "Senior brother, second senior brother, do you think my outfit is tacky?" "Tacky? Not at all," Dongfang Che exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "It looks marvelous." Luo Qingyan then turned to Mu Yunzhou, who hesitated, finding it difficult to assess, and finally suggested, "Perhaps you should ask Master." Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement. Realizing her master had a keen eye for aesthetics, surely her taste wouldn't falter. As for those pedestrian critics, they could say what they wished. Upon returning to Kuaihua Peak, Shui Yujin, upon seeing the new robes of his eldest and second disciples, nodded in approval. "Not bad, very attractive." Eagerly, Luo Qingyan inquired, "What about mine, master?" Shui Yujin's gaze fell upon her, momentarily pausing. "How does one describe your robe?" After much contemplation, he finally nodded. 4 words will suffice." Luo Qingyan, filled with anticipation, asked, "Which 4 words?" Shui Yujin replied, "Tu Gue Yong." Following this, the 4 of them proceeded to renovate their abode, planting various flowers and greenery. Once a desolate and inhospitable Kuaihua Peak had transformed into a veritable paradise, significantly enhancing their sense of happiness. When Yi Taoyao visited Luo Qingyan, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Your mountain has truly become more refined." However, the comfortable days had scarcely passed before an unexpected trouble loomed. A disciple arrived at Kuaihua Peak with urgent news. The sect had a particularly challenging task for the year, to quell unrest in Mingzhu City. The mating season for the demon clan had arrived, and turmoil was imminent in Mingzhu City, necessitating disciples to address the situation. Luo Qingyan remarked, "It's of no concern. Senior Sister Huali will handle it." The original text was quite clear that maintaining stability in Mingzhu City was Huali's responsibility. It was also here that the third antagonist male lead, the epitome of beauty in the cultivation realm, the most enchanting man in the entire narrative, would make his appearance. The messenger disciple interjected, "No, this arduous task has been assigned to Kuaihua Peak, specifically designated for the 3 of you." "What?" Luo Qingyan was taken aback. She questioned, "If I recall correctly, our Kuaihua Peak has never undertaken a sect mission before." "Has it?" "Indeed," the messenger disciple lamented. "You were all rather ineffectual before, so you had nothing to do. Now, as the champions of the trials, it's only natural that you receive tasks." Luo Qingyan sighed. "Ah, such is the nature of the sect system. The greater the ability, the more work one must undertake. As for Mingzhu City, it was a renowned commercial hub within the cultivation realm, home to a diverse mix of mortals, cultivators, demon clans, and demonic tribes, forming a complex web of power dynamics. Mingzhu City, rich in spiritual energy, was akin to a jewel within the cultivation realm, a celebrated treasure trove. For millennia, various factions had vied for control over this city, Yet none had succeeded. Ultimately, the leaders of the major clans convened here to sign a millennial agreement, promising to abandon warfare and live peacefully side by side. Outside of Mingzhu City, the forces of good and evil were irreconcilable, but once one entered the city, prejudices must be cast aside, and business conducted with propriety. Thereafter, Mingzhu City became a free city without a master, flourishing in commerce and coexisting with multiple races. However, during the demon clan's mating season, it was also the most tumultuous time, often leading to outrageous events. The hormonally charged demons lacked any sense of decorum, engaging in all manner of bizarre activities, leaving even birds passing by to cover their behinds in fear of being assaulted. The Onxian sect maintained numerous large shops in Mingzhu City, dealing in talismans, elixirs, and various other businesses, contributing significantly to the sect's financial income. To protect the sect's interests and benefit the local populace, the Onxian sect would dispatch disciples to maintain order during the demon clan's mating season. Luo Qingyan sighed. What was originally senior sister Hua Li's task had unexpectedly fallen to her, rendering the original text reference value increasingly diminished. Mu Yinzhou inquired, "Are we the only three going for this mission?" "Such a substantial task cannot rely solely on the three of you," the messenger disciple retorted with a hint of envy. "Senior brother Chen Shui will also accompany you, forming a temporary team." For many disciples, the opportunity to undertake a mission with Imo Chen Shui was highly coveted. As the departure approached, the thoughts of the team members varied. The nascent soul stage Imo Chen Shui felt a deep sense of concern. The situation within Mingzhu City was dire, and the remaining three disciples' cultivation levels were insufficient. As the chief disciple, not only did he have to lead the team to accomplish their mission, but he also sought to seize the opportunity to improve the little girl's favorability. All in all, the pressure was immense. In the twilight of the golden elixir stage, Mu Yunzhao felt a wave of concern. The waters within Mingzhu City ran deep, and the cultivation levels of the remaining two junior disciples were insufficient. As the elder brother, he bore the responsibility of protection, even if they ultimately failed the mission. He must ensure their safety. In short, the pressure was considerable. In contrast, Dongfang Che, a foundation establishment disciple, felt little worry. Regardless of what Mingzhu City entailed, he had already established his foundation, and only the junior sister lacked sufficient cultivation. His only task would be to shield her. As for the mission, whether it was completed or not was of no concern to him. Thus, the pressure felt minimal. Meanwhile, in the qi refinement stage, Luo Qingyan laughed heartily. "Worry? What is there to worry about? It's simply absurd. Clad in my exquisite attire, with Master Shi on my left and the great Xiener on my right, won't I be invincible in Mingzhu City? Indeed, I shall stride boldly. Whatever happens, happens. I am fearless and invincible. How lonely is invincibility? Pressure. Non-existent. Not a shred of pressure at all." On the day of departure, Lord Shueyue tearfully bid farewell to his three disciples. "My dear students, remember to bring me gifts upon your return." He waved his sleeve with reluctance. Outside the mountain gate, Imo Chen Shui awaited by the flying boat. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan in her elegant robe, his eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he comprehended why his previous gifts had failed to garner affection. It turned out that the young girl's taste was quite unconventional. This was Luo Qingyan's first experience aboard a flying boat, and to share it with the eccentric killer Imo Chen Shui was rather thrilling. The flying boat was compact, with 2 rows of seats accommodating only 4 individuals. Imo Chen Shui seated Luo Qingyan in the front. Akin to first class, facing the vast sky and the most beautiful scenery, he naturally settled beside her, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The rear seat occupants, Mu Yunzhao and Dongfang Che, observed this interaction. Dongfang Che remarked, "Senior brother Chen Shui is truly kind. The lower one's cultivation, the more he cares. There is no discrimination whatsoever." Mu Yunzhao frowned. "Does it not strike you as peculiar? Senior brother Chen Shui's intentions seem rather complicated towards our junior sister." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Ah?" Dongfang Che was taken aback. "What do you mean?" With a significant look, Mu Yunzhao clarified, "Just what I implied." "You mean senior brother Chen Shui has taken a liking to our junior sister?" Dongfang Che was incredulous. "Impossible. He is not blind," Mu Yunzhao retorted, poking the drowsy owl in the back seat. "Hey, am I right?" The owl, Dashiner, remained unresponsive, merely flapping its wings in annoyance. "Don't bother me." Dongfang Che pointed at it. "See? Our junior sister's demeanor is just as unrefined as that of her contracted beast. What man would want to pursue someone like that? Mu Yunjiao chose not to argue, smirking confidently. Just wait and see. Senior brother Qinxue undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives regarding our junior sister. What should we do then? Dongfang Che felt a twinge of anxiety. Should we try to matchmake them, or should we disrupt it before it begins? Let us observe how it unfolds, Mu Yunjiao mused thoughtfully. What happens will depend on our junior sister's attitude. He squinted, slowly stating, if she likes senior brother Qinxue, we must create opportunities for them. But if she doesn't, no one, not even a divine beast, should dare to encroach upon our junior sister. Dongfang Che felt admiration. Senior brother, you are truly formidable. In the front, Luo Qingyan remained oblivious to the gossip of her two senior brothers. Engrossed in discussing matters concerning Mingzhu City with Imo Qinxue, Chunxue spoke softly. Mingzhu City is quite perilous. Once we arrive, you must stay close to me and avoid wandering off alone. Be wary of being abducted by the demon clan. Luo Qingyan tilted her head, inquiring, Senior brother Qinxue, what should we do if we encounter frenzied demons causing trouble? Typically, we would first attempt to persuade them, Imo Qinxue explained. If peaceful resolution proves impossible, we would resort to suppression. Luo Qingyan pondered for a moment before stating, I believe this approach is flawed. The demons' restlessness stems from their unaddressed physiological needs. They lack suitable partners to fulfill their desires. If we could fundamentally assist them in resolving these difficulties, there would be fewer conflicts and disturbances. Imo Qinxue's mouth twitched at her candidness. A young girl speaking so bluntly was quite surprising. He couldn't help but ask, how do you propose to address this fundamentally? During the demons' mating season, the red light districts of Mingzhu City would be perpetually packed, yet still unable to accommodate the influx, resulting in daily brawls over lodging. Those unable to enter would roam the streets, often succumbing to their uncontrollable desires and targeting passers-by. Consequently, residents of Mingzhu City, regardless of age, would minimize their outings during this period, especially at night, fearing they might be knocked unconscious and awakened to find their dignity compromised. Often unaware of their assailant, the Wuxian sect possessed several large trading halls in Mingzhu City, where the business of the alchemy hall would flourish during this time, drawing numerous demons seeking medicinal pills, primarily vitality-enhancing or calming elixirs. With increased customers, disputes were inevitable, sometimes escalating to violent thefts and property destruction. Protecting these trading halls was one of the team's missions. Luo Qingyan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I have a splendid idea that can both quell the unrest in Mingzhu City and generate profits for our sect. Oh? Imo Qinxue replied, intrigued. What is this idea? Luo Qingyan produced an oval-shaped stone from her storage bag, pale white in color, resembling a monstrous egg. This is the singlehood removal egg, developed in collaboration with Duan Tianzhao from the Artifact Peak. With this egg, I can establish a matchmaking service for the demons. Once they find companionship, the young couples can retreat behind closed curtains to satisfy their needs, thereby preventing them from wreaking havoc in society. Imo Qinxue, taken aback, couldn't restrain his curiosity. But how does this egg assist the demons in finding partners? Luo Qingyan did not respond directly, instead grinning as she countered, Senior brother, do you know why there are so many single demons in Mingzhu City? Chapter 49. An increase in peculiar knowledge. Imo Qinxue shook his head, admitting he had not researched this matter. Luo Qingyan, adopting the role of a biology teacher, elaborated, it is due to changes in their living environment. In the animal kingdom, courtship is as fundamental as survival. When animals reach sexual maturity, they instinctively seek partners. However, dwelling in the vast forest sometimes makes it challenging to encounter the opposite sex, prompting them to leave scent trails on trees. Signaling their desire for companionship, if a potential mate passes by and detects the scent, they can follow it to find each other. After taking a sip of water, Luo Qingyan continued, now that they have cultivated to take human form and moved into towns, their animal instincts remain. When the mating season arrives, they are consumed by desire. Yet, they typically refrain from interspecies encounters due to reproductive barriers. They seek mates of the same species first. If that fails, humans will suffice, as only this can ensure the continuation of their lineage. Mingzhu City is home to countless beings, akin to a vast forest, but there are no suitable trees to serve as platforms for their courtship. Their mating scents are drowned in the bustling streets, lost in the sea of humanity, unable to find their destined partner. Luo Qingyan held up the egg. This singlehood removal egg can filter out all human world distractions, accurately recording each demon's spiritual energy, scent, and mate preferences. With a storefront dedicated to matchmaking services for demons, we can help them find suitable partners of the same species. We could also connect with our alchemy hall to sell vitality-enhancing pills. The profits would undoubtedly be substantial. Imo Chinchua listened, astonished. This young girl, though still youthful, possessed remarkable understanding. He took a deep breath and asked, "Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Luo Qingyan chuckled. "I've watched plenty of documentaries about the animal kingdom, such as Blue Planet, Perfect Planet, and The Planet in Distress, gaining a comprehensive understanding of nature. Of course, my master shared this knowledge with me," she replied casually. Imo Chenxue was taken aback. "Has Master Shueyue taught you such things?" "Indeed," Luo Qingyan nodded. "My master never shies away from imparting knowledge. He shares everything." "So, what do you think of my idea?" Imo Chinchua responded warmly. "It is a good idea, but the sect has never ventured into such business. If you wish to manage it, you must apply to the sect." "Senior brother, Chinchua," Luo Qingyan leaned closer with a smile. "Following procedures is too cumbersome. Instead, let us consider the matchmaking service as a venture of the Kuaihua Peak. Any profits or losses will be attributed to our sect, relieving the sect of any burdens. What do you think?" In her heart, believed that she was being utterly nonsensical. How could she possibly think of using this task as an opportunity to earn money in Mingzhu City? That place was teeming with shrewd and wealthy merchants, making business exceedingly challenging. With her abilities, aspiring to carve out a niche for herself was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet, upon glancing at her system status, which displayed a -90 in favorability, she found herself in the glaring position of last place. With a determined sigh, smiled warmly and nodded. "Very well, once we arrive at Mingzhu City, I shall speak with the elder in charge to arrange a shop for you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your senior brother. I shall support you unconditionally," clapped her hands in gratitude. "Senior brother Chanshu, you are truly wonderful." Cast a solemn look at the system. The favorability remained stagnant at -90, showing no sign of change. She sighed inwardly. The young girl was indeed challenging. Naturally, would not easily place her trust in this pretender, and no matter how pleasant his promises sounded, they were but empty words unless they materialized into action. 3 days later, at sunset, the sky was painted with the vibrant hues of twilight, and clouds billowed around them like a fantastical underwater world. The flying vessel navigated through the sea of clouds and mountains, finally descending towards Mingzhu City, located along the southern coast of the cultivation realm. The elder Tang, in charge of the Wenshan sect in Mingzhu City, had already come to welcome them with his disciples. This quartet, being direct arrivals from the headquarters, especially with the esteemed among them, could not be treated lightly. Elder Tang, a devout Buddhist clad in coarse robes, might have been mistaken for a monk by those unaware. Upon seeing and her companions, he joined his hands in prayer. "Umitba, you have finally arrived." Blinked and trailed behind her senior brothers, touring the sect's shops and listening to Elder Tang's explanations of the local situation. Before long, she had set her eyes on a quaint and used building adjacent to the pill hall. "Senior brother Chanshu, this place looks splendid. Let it be my singles haven," chuckled, not truly believing she could make anything of it. Yet, she decided to indulge her whim. Once the girl had had enough of her antics and faced defeat, she would surely abandon the idea. Briefly discussed plan with Elder Tang and the others. Upon hearing it, they hesitated. "Is this truly feasible?" "Of course it is," replied with a smile. "I can understand your skepticism. How about this? We can schedule a time for me to elaborate on this matter to you all." Elder Tang then instructed someone to summon all the disciples to the discussion hall. Once everyone was seated, began earnestly. The primary conflict currently faced in Mingzhu City stems from the increasing sexual demands of the demon race during their mating season, coupled with the difficulty of finding suitable partners among their kin. The disciples took notes, their eyes wide with focus. What peculiar knowledge they were acquiring. Elder Tang sat in a corner with his hands clasped, his expression a mixture of turmoil. "Umitba, what am I hearing?" Then, he watched as raised her hands and mimicked a piston-like motion. "Here is a fun fact. Do you know why animals engage in such actions during reproduction?" Elder Tang. Chapter 50. The iron rule of male pursuing female explained with utmost seriousness. This is essentially a cleansing behavior aimed at expelling the genetic material of rivals to increase the likelihood of one's own offspring. For animals, reproduction is nearly the ultimate goal of existence, an irresistible instinct. She passionately delivered a plethora of biological knowledge, captivating her audience, leaving them spellbound. It was undeniable that today's lesson was incredibly engaging. Escape was not an option. Only Elder Tang appeared distressed. In conclusion, stated, "Now we understand the urgent needs of the demon race. As long as we assist them in finding partners, all conflicts will undoubtedly be resolved." She clasped her hands. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, the Singles Haven requires your assistance. I extend my heartfelt thanks in advance." The disciples heaved a sigh of relief, outwardly laughing, but inwardly skeptical. A mere refining stage girl was only able to act with such audacity due to her connection to. Although her tales were entertaining, to expect them to contribute labor based on mere words. Dream on. Elder Tang, with his laid-back demeanor, had disciples who were equally lethargic, always shirking responsibilities, produced a package of neatly wrapped spirit stones. Her smile radiant. "As a token of our first meeting, I have nothing of value to offer, but please accept 10 high-grade spirit stones each as a treat." This revelation stunned the disciples. 10 high-grade spirit stones equated to 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. They had not anticipated that this junior sister would be so generous, offering 1,000 in one go. The slackers instantly perked up. "Junior sister, you are too kind. If you need assistance, please let us know." "Yes, indeed. You need a shop set up, right? I'll help you move the tables. I'll join too. Not only must we move things, but the room also needs a thorough cleaning." They all rose, eagerly volunteering to assist. Within half a day, the shop was tidied up impeccably. Elder Tang observed this with a sigh. "Well done, well done. The power of money is truly formidable. As long as you possess wealth, countless individuals will gladly indulge your whims." Dongfang Che expressed admiration. "Junior sister, you truly have a knack for this," replied. "I must thank you for the spirit stones. Without them, I would have struggled to convince these disciples." "Don't mention it. My family has always been abundant in spirit stones, stacked high. I even find them cumbersome," Dongfang Che said straightforwardly. Mused silently for a moment, sighing. "In this world, there is no relationship that money cannot bridge. If there is, it simply means the funds are insufficient." Thus, they busied themselves relentlessly for 3 days, and the Singles Haven successfully opened its doors. Favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, -85, exhausted, lay on her bed, feeling utterly drained. Never had she experienced such mental fatigue in her life. Heaven knows how much effort she had expended to finally gain a mere 5 points in favorability. It was a Herculean task. On the day of the Singles Haven's grand opening, firecrackers erupted, drawing a multitude of onlookers. Upon hearing that this place could assist in finding partners, the demon race flocked in droves, creating a bustling atmosphere. Across the street stood the trading hall of another sect from the 3 major factions of the cultivation realm, the Jiuxiao sect. Elder Su, in charge, frowned as he gazed at the prominently displayed sign of the Singles Haven. "What trickery is Wenshan's sect up to?" his eldest disciple scoffed mockingly. "No matter how they wriggle, it will all be in vain. The income from the Wenshan sect's trading hall pales in comparison to ours. With some shops on the verge of collapse, no amount of gimmicks will help." Inside the Singles Haven, cheerfully addressed the gathered demon men and women. "Feel free to leave your personal information and dating preferences on the Singles Egg. It won't cost you a single penny. It's free." A stir went through the crowd. Someone shouted, "And then what?" "Where do we collect our partners?" replied. "Then, gentlemen, it's time for you to showcase your charm. For just 198 spirit stones. Yes, you heard correctly, merely 198. You can access a lady's information, find your ideal match, and then pursue her. Should the lady take a liking to you after your encounter, you can return to collect a marriage certificate, which grants you a 10% discount for life at all trading halls under the Wenshan sect's name." A demon woman blushed and inquired, "Can only males view the lady's information? Can't we choose from among them?" "Of course you can," replied with a smile. "Ladies, you are welcome to take the initiative in selecting. Once you make your choice, we will inform the male counterpart that someone has taken an interest in him, prompting him to pay the 198 spirit stones to pursue you." Upon hearing this, the demon men and women nodded enthusiastically. This method aligned perfectly with their inherent behaviors. The rule of male pursuit of female was a fundamental principle in the animal kingdom. Males were responsible for covering all dating expenses, employing every means to win the affection of females, even at the cost of their lives. Meanwhile, females were tasked with pregnancy and childbirth, a challenging process fraught with peril. In the course of species propagation, both males and females exerted tremendous efforts, which reflected the fairness of the natural order. Excellent. A young man stepped forward first. Since leaving a message is free, I'll give it a try. Following's guidance, he placed his hand above the single's egg and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. The single's egg promptly recorded his information. He is a black bull spirit. Male, 30 years old, standing at 7 feet tall. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Well done, my friend. Your details are sufficiently thorough and include crucial information. In modern terms, this height is equivalent to around 180 centimeters. Definitely a strong contender. The black bull spirit continued. I own property, land, and a vehicle. With savings to boot, I earn my living through farming, able to cultivate an acre of land 10 times daily, hardworking and gentle in nature. Partner requirements: a female of the same kind, alive. In the following days, countless creatures of the demon race approached the uncoupling egg, infusing it with their spiritual energy while leaving behind their personal information. The demon race, naturally adept in matters of courtship, saw the male submissions adhere to a remarkably similar format, each striving to showcase their individual merits. Strikingly, their preferences in choosing a mate were astonishingly uniform. They all sought females of their own kind. As long as they were alive, the mere prospect of acquiring a wife was deemed fortunate, leaving no room for picky selection. In contrast, the young women held the reins of reproductive choice and decision-making. Adopting an air of relative superiority, they merely needed to leave their essence and await suitors. As days passed, the number of users recorded by the uncoupling egg grew exponentially, and business thrived remarkably. Reaching its zenith, Luo Qingyan bore witness to the myriad forms of demon existence. The age of a demon was calculated from the moment they attained a humanoid form, and among those seeking companionship were beings ranging from 20 to several hundred years old. With one extraordinary black bear demon boasting an astonishing age of 1,000 years, a true relic of the ages. The black bear demon, appearing as a man in his 40s, with a stout and honest demeanor, placed a spirit stone on the table and spoke haltingly. I am quite aged. I wonder if anyone would still find me appealing. Luo Qingyan replied, Certainly. Now, place your hand upon the uncoupling egg and seek for yourself. The black bear demon cautiously extended his hand, feeling the foreign spiritual energy emanating from the egg, and his face flushed with excitement. I found one. There is an 800-year-old maiden here. Her essence captivates me. Luo Qingyan encouraged him. Go forth, best of luck. The black bear demon expressed profound gratitude. For 1,000 years, I have survived through mere indulgence. At last, I may have a love of my own. Luo Qingyan smiled encouragingly. If it truly comes to fruition, you must treat her well, of course. If she chooses to marry me, I shall obey her every whim. If she desires me to be round, I shall be round. If she prefers me flat, I shall be flat. With that, he eagerly set off in search of the maiden's essence. Luo Qingyan watched his departing figure and sighed. Creatures like the black bear, in truth, do not adhere to monogamous unions. After a brief period of passionate courtship, the male would depart, leaving the female to rear their offspring alone. The heartfelt vows exchanged during mating seasons are genuine, yet the subsequent separations are equally real. Even among humans, the instinct to flee post-copulation is prevalent, a trait many men possess. The notion of growing old together in unwavering companionship is, in reality, a testament to love and responsibility triumphing over instinct. Luo Qingyan meticulously categorized the demon races based on their species, addressing certain perilous varieties separately. For instance, the spider and mantis demons, where the female harbors a penchant for consuming her mate, often seize the opportunity to feast upon the male, whether after consummation or midway through. This consumption is physical in nature, yielding a delightful crunch, rich in sustenance and flavor. Hence, when encountering gentlemen from these species, Luo Qingyan required them to sign a liability waiver, promising that any fatal outcomes during courtship were unrelated to the uncoupling pavilion. The gentlemen complied without hesitation, fully aware of their fates, exiting the bridal chamber only to arrive at the crematorium. Yet they embraced this fate willingly. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Luo Qingyan inquired of a mantis male, Aren't you afraid? Not in the least, he replied proudly. She would only wish to consume me out of love. It is my honor. In truth, many female demons, upon attaining humanoid forms, have learned to restrain their predatory instincts towards their husbands. Most times, they succeed, but occasionally, exceptions arise, and in a moment of fervor, the male may meet his demise. Afterward, they are often filled with remorse. Yet, gazing at their beloved's lifeless form, they cannot bear to waste it, leading them to mournfully lick their lips and consume the remains, the uncoupling pavilion's famed sword. Some mortals also sought to partake, wishing to find their own fates in love. Consequently, Luo Qingyan established a separate jade tablet to record the courtship preferences of these mortals. In contrast, mortal men typically held specific expectations of their female counterparts, often desiring qualities such as virtue and filial piety. Unlike the demons, whose courtship was marked by candor and fervor, humans approach the process with a multitude of reservations, akin to a game of strategy. Demon men are unreserved in their affections, their objectives clear: to win the acceptance of the female, to inspire her willingness to bear their offspring, and for this, they are prepared to invest boundless effort without reckoning the cost. Conversely, human men tend to view childbirth as a natural obligation. Even if unspoken, they seem to maintain a mental ledger, meticulously recording every expense, striving to secure the most advantageous union with minimal investment. Correspondingly, human women have grown increasingly astute, adept at concealing their intentions, leaving men perplexed as to whether they have received consent, often resulting in futile endeavors. Ultimately, Luo Qingyan resolved to raise the fees for human matchmaking. The rate for demons would be $198, while for humans, it would rise to $598. After all, facilitating human unions proved to be far more laborious. The effort required to pair a mere pair of mortals could suffice to unite 10 pairs of demons. During mating seasons, demon pairings occur with remarkable swiftness, unlike the humans who dawdle indecisively. Each day, demons would form hundreds of couples, returning to claim their marriage certificates, as these documents afforded them discounts, leading them to naturally purchase various marital and child-rearing supplies from the stores affiliated with the sect of the Inquiring Immortals. Thus, in recent days, the business under the sect of the Inquiring Immortals flourished rapidly. Elder Tang would peruse the ledgers submitted by his disciples daily, exclaiming, "Umitba, splendid!" He gazed at Luo Qingyan with admiration. "I never anticipated that your uncoupling pavilion would bring such substantial additional income to our sect." "Indeed," Luo Qingyan replied with a mischievous smile. "Elder Tang, would you like to see the revenues of each store multiply several times over?" Elder Tang's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you possess a method?" "Indeed," Luo Qingyan rubbed her hands together, a gleam of delight in her eyes. "If you trust me, entrust all the stores to my management. I have a strategy that can significantly enhance profits." Chapter 51. To succeed, first go mad. "What? You wish to take charge of the trading hall?" Elder Tang was taken aback by her ambitious aspirations. Luo Qingyan nodded. "Allow me to call the shots, and I assure you that within half a month, profits will double." Elder Tang hesitated momentarily. This girl had transformed the uncoupling pavilion into a bustling establishment. She was undoubtedly a business prodigy. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to let her try. Thus, he clasped his hands together and said, "Umitba, let it be as you say." That evening, Luo Qingyan summoned her disciples to the assembly hall once again. She had observed that these disciples, stationed at various stores, received fixed monthly stipends, yet treated customers with a lackadaisical attitude, often appearing indifferent. Their mantra seemed to be one of indifference: buy if you wish, or do not. With business booming recently, they exhibited not joy, but rather annoyance at the influx of customers, complaining that it hindered their leisure of sipping tea and perusing jade tablets. "Dear fellow brothers and sisters, our sect's business has been thriving lately, and your contributions have been invaluable," Luo Qingyan proclaimed with a smile. "To express our gratitude for your efforts, Elder Tang and I have agreed that starting tomorrow, 10% of the daily earnings from each store will be allocated as bonuses for everyone. The more you sell, the more you earn." Upon hearing her initial remarks, the crowd rolled their eyes in disbelief. However, when she mentioned bonuses, their spirits were instantly ignited. "You will truly give us 10% of the store's earnings? Is that for real?" "Absolutely." Luo Qingyan produced a ledger and stated, "Here are the designated responsibilities. Starting tomorrow, each person will be assigned a specific product area. Earnings will be settled at the end of the day, and bonuses will be distributed the following morning based on your performance." The disciples, hearing this, became exhilarated, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon them. The sect of the Inquiring Immortals was a vast establishment, and a 10% bonus was already quite considerable. If they managed to sell considerably more, they could potentially earn in a day what they would typically receive in a month. Yet, some remained skeptical. Although Luo Qingyan was generous, could she truly wield such authority over such a significant matter? That day, a small fraction of the disciples altered their attitudes, beginning to enthusiastically promote the products. The majority, however, remained watchful. The next morning, prior to the opening of the stores, Luo Qingyan indeed gathered everyone together. Publicly announcing the performance metrics and distributing bonuses, several diligent disciples received spirit stones amounting to several times what others earned. This revelation ignited envy among the rest, who vowed to work diligently that day in hopes of claiming such generous bonuses. Seizing the momentum, Luo Qingyan clenched her fists and raised her arms, leading the crowd in a spirited chant. To succeed, first go mad. Charge headlong into fortune without reservation. Strive wholeheartedly, and wealth shall follow generations. Sleep on the floor today, and be the boss tomorrow. The disciples listened in a state of bewilderment. Yet, caught up in the fervor of the atmosphere, they felt an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm, and soon were shouting along with fervor, "Go! Go! Go!" Luo Qingyan, with a grand flourish of her hand, declared, "Let the work commence." From that day forth, the trading halls of the Wanxian sect within Mingzhu City underwent a remarkable transformation. Upon entering, patrons were met with warm and enthusiastic welcomes, while some disciples eagerly took to the streets to call out and draw in customers. The citizens of Mingzhu City were taken aback, well aware that the disciples of major sects were typically haughty, behaving like lords. Had it not been for their quality goods, no one would have bothered to make a purchase. Yet now, with such a pleasant demeanor and the added incentive of discounts for married couples, customer traffic surged dramatically. As for the public order within Mingzhu City, many members of the demon race had found partners through the single escape tower and ceased to pose a threat to society. Compared to previous times, peace had indeed been restored significantly. With fewer dangerous elements, fewer dared to cause trouble, creating a virtuous cycle. Luo Qingyan toiled day and night, often working until the early hours. Mo Chenxue seized the opportunity to offer various forms of care and support, especially during her times of trouble, unhesitatingly using resources to assist her. Over time, Luo Qingyan came to realize that if this peculiar individual did not destroy the sect in 3 years, he might indeed be a rather fine anomaly. She was not one to be ungrateful, thus she elevated his favorability by 5 points. Mo Chenxue gazed at the system, taking a deep breath. Current favorability of the host, -80. Although still in last place. The gap had finally narrowed a bit compared to other competitors. Given this tortoise-like pace of improvement, Mo Chenxue secretly anticipated that he would soon surpass Xie Yiminjia. Dongfang Che watched Luo Qingyan, who worked tirelessly, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Little junior sister, why burden yourself with the sect's affairs? Those disciples earn commissions on their sales, but what do you gain? You exert yourself so fervently. What do you seek? What does she seek?" Luo Qingyan, with hands clasped like Elder Tang, replied melodiously, "The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of, Dongfang Che." In truth, Luo Qingyan had already conceived a grand plan in her heart. She aimed to save the sect. Initially, she had only thought of running away. However, now she had formed ties with the Wanxian sect. She had a master, a senior brother, and friends across various peaks. The Wanxian sect had become her home, and she did not wish for this sanctuary to be destroyed. Yet, she currently held little influence and authority. Thus, she needed to continually elevate her reputation and status within the sect. Only with these could she have a voice and potentially prevent the tragedy that awaited 3 years hence. Elder Tang, being a practical individual, would surely report her achievements to the sect, enabling her to earn merit points and significantly enhance her standing in the eyes of the higher-ups. Every effort she exerted would be rewarded. As expected, Elder Tang soon relayed a message to the sect, extensively promoting Luo Qingyan's merits, praising her as a prodigy, and noting how she had resolved the turmoil caused by the demon race and substantially increased the sect's profits in Mingzhu City within just over half a month. Xue Changgue, who had previously held a poor impression of the Happy Peak, immediately discarded his bias upon discovering Luo Qingyan's ability to generate profit. In his eyes, a disciple who could make money was indeed a good disciple. The recently emerged Wu Ji Zhenren also heard of this sect's last-place disciple, who not only transformed into the first in trials, but also dealt with the troubles caused by the blood demon crow. And now, she was showcasing her talents in Mingzhu City. Wu Ji Zhenren grew curious about this girl who had made such a remarkable turnaround and decided to meet her upon her return. Only Hua Li felt immense pressure. She had initially thought that the trip to Mingzhu City would leave Luo Qingyan utterly defeated, yet unexpectedly, she had achieved such significant accomplishments. Damn it, is this not pushing one to compete? Hua Li, unwilling to yield, found the brilliance of her rival spurring her on to train harder, diving into a frenzy of competition. In Mingzhu City, directly opposite the single escape tower, Elder Su of the Jiuxiao sect gazed at the ledger. His face drawn long. Customers had been snatched away by the Wanxian sect, causing their profits to dwindle daily. Their sect's business had originally been much better than the sect across the way. His eldest disciple, a younger relative named Su Gao, bitterly remarked, "It's all that stinky girl from the Wanxian sect, creating a single escape tower to issue marriage certificates, tying the customers to their side. What's worse is that she even gives commissions to her disciples. This has made our disciples envious, all complaining that our sect offers no commissions, unlike the Wanxian sect." Elder Su sighed, "If our income continues to decline like this, we will have much to explain to the sect." Su Gao's eyes flickered with a scheme as he proposed, "Master, why not directly poach that Luo Qingyan over to us? Let her serve our sect." "Ah? You think that's a splendid idea?" Elder Su glared. "The problem is, would she even be willing to come?" Su Gao said slyly, "Master, I've already concocted a plan that guarantees she will betray the Wanxian sect and join ours." Elder Su quickly inquired, "What do you have in mind?" Chapter 52. The old Yin-Yang man. Su Gao replied, "I've already looked into it. That Luo Qingyan is from the Happy Peak, the weakest peak of the Wanxian sect. Lacking in resources, truly laughable. A lowly girl with little experience, merely possessing some whimsical ideas. If we promise her great benefits and make her the direct disciple of our Jiuxiao sect's leader, she will surely come willingly." Elder Su. He had expected Su Gao to devise a clever plan. But wasn't this pure nonsense? Elder Su retorted angrily, "Make her the leader's direct disciple. How can we even do that? The leader's direct disciple is not something we can just grant her. It's just to deceive her." Su Gao chuckled. "Rest assured, Master, once she joins Jiuxiao sect, we will be in control, even if we don't fulfill our promises. What can she do? She has already betrayed the Wanxian sect, and if she wants to return, she won't be able to. She will have to obey our orders." The next day, Luo Qingyan received an invitation from the Jiuxiao sect across the way, asking her to join them for a meal. The Jiuxiao sect, like the Wanxian sect, was one of the three major sects in the cultivation world, with comparable strength. However, in Mingzhu City, the Jiuxiao sect's business had initially been much better than that of the Wanxian sect, but recently they had been surpassed. Luo Qingyan, accompanied by the owl Daxian, went to the banquet. Daxian had already made it clear that it should not accompany her on dangerous matters, but insisted on being present for meals. Upon meeting Elder Su, Luo Qingyan immediately bowed respectfully, her face beaming with a smile. "I am Luo Qingyan of the Wanxian sect, paying my respects to Elder Su. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is said that you are most honorable in the business world, possessing an impeccable character, never resorting to despicable means, nor deceiving others. To be honest, I have always regarded you as a role model." Elder Su felt somewhat uncomfortable under her flattery, awkwardly shifting his toes. At his age, calculating against a young girl felt somewhat shameful, so he chuckled dryly and invited her to sit down for the meal. Su Gao watched with a cold smile. This Luo Qingyan, though young, was indeed an old Yin-Yang master. She must surely know their ill intentions, deliberately flattering Elder Su to make it difficult for him to act against her. Luo Qingyan, unfazed, ate heartily, using her hands when chopsticks became cumbersome, while praising the culinary skills of the chefs, declaring it utterly delightful. Her innocence and unpretentiousness were particularly evident. Elder Su observed, feeling increasingly unsettled. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Gao sensed the moment was ripe and began, "Taoist Luo, given your brilliance, remaining in that remote little peak of the Wanxian sect is truly beneath your talents. I feel sorry for you. Why not join our Jiuxiao sect? If you are willing to join, we can recommend you as the leader's direct disciple. At that time, you will have access to the best cultivation resources of the entire sect." surrounded by stars, with everything at your disposal. He continued, "Oh, and if you prefer to focus on business, you can remain in Mingzhu City, where you will have full control over the business here. You will be free to unleash your commercial talents and achieve great success." He rambled on extensively. However, Luo Qingyan merely kept her head down, concentrating on her meal, not engaging with him. Seeing this, Su Gao added with a forced smile, "Daoist Luo, these conditions are quite generous, aren't they? If you have any other requests, just let us know. We can accommodate you." After finishing a chicken leg, Luo Qingyan licked her fingers and turned to the owl Daxian. "I was too busy enjoying my meal to pay attention to what Brother Su said. Could you repeat it for me?" The owl nodded, swallowing a piece of braised fish, and recounted. He said, "Hurry up and betray the Wanxian sect. Come to our Jiuxiao sect, and we will recommend you as the leader's direct disciple." Of course, that's impossible. I haven't even become the leader's direct disciple yet. How could they let you be? Dream on. I just want to trick you over. Heh, once you come over, you will have to obey me. You will never be in charge. I am the eldest disciple here. What do you count as? You'll just be working for me, doing all the chores and taking the blame for everything. While I take all the credit, by the time you realize this, it will be too late. You will already be a traitor, infamous, and unable to mix anywhere else. Thus you will have no choice but to stay here and obey my orders. Ha ha ha, what a fool, Su Gao. Does this owl possess mind-reading abilities? It articulated his true thoughts, tone and all, without missing a word. Luo Qingyan frowned. Is that all he said? What else did he mention? The owl replied languidly. He noticed you didn't respond, so he added flatteringly, asking if his offer was enticing enough. Please share what other types of pastries you enjoy, including their sizes, shapes, and flavors. Regardless of the suggestions you make, he will be able to illustrate them. Su Gao's face had already turned a deep shade of crimson as he bellowed, "Nonsense. I never said such a thing." Elder Su, seated nearby, wore a decidedly displeased expression. This owl is quite adept at recounting. Luo Qingyan quickly intervened to ameliorate the situation. "Oh dear, what a commotion this has caused. Elder Su, Brother Su, I apologize for the embarrassment." She shook her head in remorse. Sighing heavily, "Alas, my contracted beast has no other faults, save for an excessively high intelligence. It possesses an uncanny ability to perceive the intentions of others, always able to discern their thoughts. However, everything it just said was mere rambling. Utter nonsense. I do not believe a word of it, and I urge you not to take it to heart, Elder Su." Su Gao. Now he is even more at a loss. Su Gao's face had turned as red as a monkey's backside, and in a fit of rage, he glared at the owl, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! How dare you slander me with your reckless words?" With that, he sprang to his feet, drawing his sword and lunging towards the owl. Chapter 53. That place is off limits. Stop, Elder Su commanded, his face a tumult of colors. You have no say in this matter. Turning to Luo Qingyan, he managed an awkward smile and remarked, "My wayward disciple has indeed exaggerated. The position of the sect's direct disciple is not mine to grant. However, I assure you, should you wish to join the Jiuxiao sect, I can accept you as my personal disciple, and the privileges Elder Tang bestows upon you. I can offer as well." Upon hearing this, Su Gao was struck with a profound shock. Is my master truly considering allowing Luo Qingyan to usurp my position? Luo Qingyan replied earnestly, "I am grateful for Elder Su's kindness, but if I were to agree today and betray the Wanqing sect, tomorrow I would betray you for other interests, as such a person worthy of your trust. Though my cultivation is lacking, I possess a heart of unwavering loyalty. I shall never betray the sect." Her impassioned declaration left Elder Su deeply moved. He could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This girl is truly remarkable. Her character is commendable. Such disciples are rare in this age. Luo Qingyan politely bowed, saying, "Thank you for your warm hospitality, Elder Su. I shall return another day to express my gratitude. If you have no further guidance, I shall take my leave." Wait. Elder Su inhaled deeply, mustering his courage to confess. To speak frankly, the trading hall of the Jiuxiao sect was once the most prosperous in Mingzhu City, eclipsing Elder Tang's establishments. However, ever since you arrived, our profits have soared to several times their former heights, with customers flocking to your side, causing our own profits to plummet. We are truly feeling the squeeze. Elder Su, you misunderstand me." Luo Qingyan replied sternly, with righteous indignation, why establishment of the Dan building was meant to quell the turmoil of the demon race. You are well aware that this has been a long-standing issue. Everything I do is for the peace of Mingzhu City and the betterment of the cultivation world. I am not motivated by profit. What is money to me? Su Gao could no longer endure it. Isn't it all about money? Do you truly believe your own words? The fervor in your tone and the righteousness in your demeanor are absurd. Elder Su, rendered speechless by her retort, was fully aware that Luo Qingyan was speaking in grandiose terms. Yet he could find no fault in her argument. With a smile and a raised eyebrow, Luo Qingyan added, Elder Su, if the demon race is peaceful, wouldn't your business thrive as well? My intention is to resolve troubles for the cultivation world. Seeking not accolades but merely a lack of wrongdoing, as she continued to sidestep the issue, Elder Su was at a loss for how to respond. Su Gao interjected hastily, since you claim this is for the greater good and not for profit, might you consider waiving the commissions for the disciples of the Wenqing sect? Why? Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow. Su Gao retorted angrily, it is the duty of disciples to serve the sect, and receiving a salary each month is already generous. Why must you also distribute commissions? Because of this, our disciples are dissatisfied and even reluctant to fulfill their duties. Luo Qingyan replied with a smile, that's simple. You could also distribute commissions. Commissions are not exclusive to our sect. Su Gao clenched his fist. While Elder Su had previously contemplated adopting a commission system but was vehemently opposed by Su Gao. The disciples of the Jiuxiao sect do receive bonuses. However, as the eldest disciple, Su Gao has the final say on the amount and to whom it is given. As a result, the disciples must flatter and please him, allowing him to gain considerable benefits. Should a commission system be implemented, it would strip him of his privileges, making it detrimental to his corrupt practices, and he would naturally resist it. Su Gao sneered, your words sound easy, but our revenue has significantly declined. The sect is already displeased. In such extraordinary times, if we were to allocate even 10% to the disciples, how could we justify it? Then there is nothing to be done, Luo Qingyan shrugged. Each to their own. How you choose to manage your affairs is your business. You cannot compel me to align with you in every regard. We are not from the same sect, and there is no reason for that. After Luo Qingyan departed, Elder Su sat at the table. His expression dark as thunder. His objective had not been achieved, and instead, he had been schooled by the young girl, leaving him utterly humiliated. Su Gao stood by, fuming, Master, did you see that? Luo Qingyan is nothing but smooth-tongued and insincere. She speaks not a single truth, yet can twist even the dead into life. Be quiet. You are making a fool of yourself? Elder Su shot him a glare. Look at the foolish ideas you come up with. And yet you belittle that girl. I see her as superior to you. How is it that such an excellent disciple is not under my tutelage? Su Gao quickly lowered his head. Master, you speak truly. After a long pause, Elder Su sighed deeply. If all else fails, let us emulate her and try implementing commissions. One must sacrifice to gain. Master, you must not, Su Gao implored. Elder Tang could not manage his disciples, who were all lazy and listless. It was only with the incentive of commissions that they began to take their duties seriously. However, our disciples have always been spirited and diligent. Giving them commissions would be redundant and would have no effect. Su Gao asserted confidently, Master, grant me 3 more days, and I will certainly resolve this matter. Elder Su grunted. I hope you truly have a plan this time. Su Gao eagerly replied, rest assured, Master. I shall take care of it. He set off towards a small grove on the outskirts, cursing Luo Qingyan 100 times along the way. It was all her fault. His master was clearly dissatisfied with him. The commission system would severely obstruct his corrupt practices, and since Luo Qingyan dared to cut off his financial flow, he would ensure she faced dire consequences. Su Gao stealthily arrived at the grove, producing a piece of paper exuding dark energy, which he crumpled, transforming it into a spiritual message. My lord, I have a lucrative deal and seek your cooperation. The next day, Luo Qingyan was awakened by a loud knocking on her door. Junior sister Luo. It is terrible. The unbonding egg has been stolen. The duty disciple opened the door to discover the unbonding egg had vanished without a trace and hurried to inform Luo Qingyan. In the conference hall, Elder Tang expressed his concern. Ba, what shall we do? Do not panic. We can retrieve it, Luo Qingyan declared, producing a stone tablet of the same material as the unbonding egg. When I designed the unbonding egg, I intentionally kept a piece of material as a tracker to sense its location. Concentrating her spiritual energy, the stone tablet glowed. It is located 20 miles north of Mingzhu City, Luo Qingyan announced as she stood up. 20 miles north? Elder Tang's face turned pale with fear. No, that place is off limits. Chapter 54. Favorability 3. Why is it off limits? Luo Qingyan inquired, puzzled. Elder Tang replied in a state of panic. That is the great forest. Great forest? Yes. The great forest is extremely dangerous, Elder Tang explained. The great forest has a unique geography and was once the stronghold of the ancient demon race. It is filled with mutated large demon beasts. Even the ants are as large as wild boars. There are countless traps and mechanisms specifically designed to target cultivators. Out of 10 who enter, 9 do not return. Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. She had ways to deal with demon beasts and was not afraid. What concerned her most was that the loss of the unbonding egg could very well be a trap. Following its location could lead her into the enemy's scheme. Yet, the unbonding egg contained the secrets of countless demon races, including their lengths and other details, if leaked and exploited by those with ulterior motives. The consequences would be dire. Seeing her troubled expression, Imo Chenxue realized his opportunity to earn points had arrived and immediately spoke softly. Junior sister, wait here. I will retrieve the item. No, Luo Qingyan stopped him. I have left a spell on the unbonding egg. I must go personally. Then I shall accompany you, Imo Chenxue declared without hesitation. The unbonding egg is vital to the stability of Mingzhu City. It must be retrieved. Luo Qingyan felt immensely grateful upon hearing this. Thank you, senior brother. Favorability 3. Imo Chenxue was so delighted he nearly laughed aloud. It was the first time his favorability had risen so rapidly, increasing by 3 points at once. This was a promising sign. Imo Chenxue felt as though he was about to soar. Dongfang Che chimed in. I shall go as well, with Shixiang Imo Chenxue by my side. I fear not the vast expanse of the forest, be it a grand forest or even an immense one. He has always held deep admiration for Imo Chenxue, who, despite his elevated cultivation and status as the chief disciple, remains humble and caring towards his junior brothers and sisters, especially the youngest one. Dongfang Che currently harbors a perfect fondness for Imo Chenxue, which is evident to Imo Chenxue himself, prompting an inward sigh. Why, he muses, does the system compel him to pursue Luo Qingyan? If only he could choose someone else, his task would be far less arduous. Mu Yunju declares, I shall accompany you. Without further ado, the quartet sets forth. Upon reaching 20 miles north of Mingzhu City, at the edge of the vast forest, one would perceive nothing extraordinary, just an ordinary grove, lush with verdure, seemingly devoid of any grandeur. Luo Qingyan produces 4 helmets. Here, these are safety helmets developed in collaboration with Duan Tianzhao. Simply don them, and the beast will mistake you for one of their own. She places one upon her head and distributes the others among her 3 senior brothers. What do you think? Aren't these helmets splendid? Quite so, Mu Yunju replies nonchalantly, though they would be even better if they were not green. Green they must be, Luo Qingyan insists. Green represents nature, serving as a protective hue. Other colors might not suffice. Mu Yunju refrains from further comment. Despite its vibrant green, the helmet is clean, and he acquiesces to donning it. Dongfang Che, indifferent, considers that green is preferable to being devoured by a beast. Imo Chenxue's brow twitches. He truly despises this headgear. However, given its origin from the target of his pursuit and its efficacy in warding off beasts, he begrudgingly accepts it, placing it atop his head. The 4, adorned in their green helmets, venture into the expansive forest. The moment they step within, the surroundings inexplicably amplify. In an instant, the grass towers over them, the flowers bloom to the size of houses, and the trees ascend like towering peaks, rendering all things magnificently colossal. Dongfang Che exclaims in awe, no wonder it's called the vast forest. Luo Qingyan gazes around, suddenly realizing that it is not the scenery that has enlarged, but rather, they have diminished. It must be due to a peculiar formation within the forest that shrinks intruders to the size of Thumbelina, thus creating the illusion of a grand expanse. At that moment, a colossal ant approaches, its size comparable to that of a wild boar, a true giant among ants. Sensing the presence of humans, it initially assumes a delivery has arrived. However, upon spotting the green helmets atop their heads, It concludes, "Ah, green helmets. These must be my comrades." The giant ant turns to leave. Dongfang Che, surprised, did not anticipate the effectiveness of the green helmets. Driven by curiosity, he removes his helmet. The ant, seeing this, realizes, wait, this is not one of my own but rather a delivery. It advances toward him in a flurry. Dongfang Che hastily dons the helmet once more. The ant, now puzzled, exclaims, "This is indeed not a delivery, but a comrade." The ensuing antics see Dongfang Che repeatedly removing and replacing his helmet, leaving the ant trapped in an infinite loop of confusion over whether he is friend or foe. The other three observe, exasperated. Luo Qingyan, her expression darkened, chastises, "Are you ever going to stop?" Fortunately, the ant possesses a rather good-natured temperament. Had it been a more irritable creature, it would have surely attacked regardless of their helmets. The quartet continues deeper into the forest toward the location of the singlehood egg. Progress is unhindered. The beasts, seeing the green helmets, regard them as allies and refrain from attacking. As they approach their destination, a thick cloud of white mist suddenly rises before them, forming a barrier akin to a wall. The atmosphere becomes distinctly eerie in the bright daylight with the unexpected fog. Ochenshua narrows his eyes, declaring, "Wait, there is something amiss within this mist. I shall investigate." With that, he strides forward. After years of building a stellar reputation as chief disciple, charging into danger has become second nature for him. Dongfang Che feels a surge of emotion, clenching his fists in admiration. Mo Chenshua reaches the mist. He raises his hand, summoning a radiant long sword that shimmers with light. Almost simultaneously, several peculiar tentacles burst forth from the dense white fog, darting toward him with lightning speed. Mo Chenshua's sword flashes, severing the tentacles in an instant, and with a swift counterattack, he disperses the fog. As the mist clears, the group gasps in awe. Before them lies a horde of enormous man-eating flowers, their tendrils having evolved into tentacles, ravenously waving about. The centers of their petals resemble gaping maws, glistening with rows of sharp white teeth. They appear somewhat dazed, yet undeniably terrifying. Faced with this unexpected feast, the man-eating flowers waste no time and immediately launch an assault on Mo Chenshua, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Mo Chenshua wields his sword with precision, while simultaneously conjuring a barrier with his left hand to shield Luo Qingyan and the others from the monstrous onslaught. "You three, stay there and do not move." His actions flow seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. Time and again, he places himself in peril to ensure the safety of his junior brothers and sisters, which is why they willingly accompany him on missions. Luo Qingyan is deeply moved by his bravery. Mo Chenshua's actions transcend mere pretense. He consistently steps forward in danger, risking his life to protect them. It is hard to fathom that this gentle and noble Shixiang would, 3 years hence, raise a blade against those he has steadfastly defended, mercilessly slaughtering them. Such is the depth of his hatred for the Wanxian sect. Mu Yunju and Dongfang Che remain oblivious to the complexities of Mo Chenshua's heart. They are simply inspired by his courage. As more and more man-eating flowers charge at him, Mu Yunju decisively states, "You two stay here. I shall assist Shixiang Mo." He unsheathes his pristine sword and steps beyond the barrier, plunging into the fray. Dongfang Che, alarmed, brandishes his sewing needle, exclaiming, "Little Shimmy, remain here. I will join them." With that, he darts into the battle. At this point, Luo Qingyan has little to say. Without hesitation, she summons the Shirtian sword, declaring, "Shirtian, let us vanquish these plants." Regardless of whether Mo Chenshua is a villain or not, they must first resolve the immediate threat. The roots of these man-eating flowers slither underground like serpents, their tentacles as agile as vines, spraying thick brownish liquid towards the group. Dongfang Che, intrigued, sniffs the air. What is that they are spraying? It resembles some sort of sauce. Luo Qingyan replies, "It smells a bit like soy sauce. They seem intent on dousing us in it." It appears these man-eating flowers are quite particular about their meals, she adds. Not only do they wish to eat, but they also desire dipping sauce. Mu Yunju's brow twitches. He too has caught the scent, which not only seems overpowering but also decidedly unsanitary. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he channels his spiritual energy, amplifying his output. The 4-person team engages in battle against the man-eating flowers. Both Mo Chenshua and Mu Yunju, Being elite sword cultivators, possess formidable offensive capabilities. Dongfang Che continuously calls down lightning, thunder crashing in rapid succession, each strike obliterating swathes of enemies. Of course, several strikes veer off course, nearly striking Luo Qingyan, but she deftly evades with her agile footwork. While dodging her second brother's lightning, she also swings her sword, making full use of her skills. Before long, the man-eating flower horde collapses in disarray, scrambling to retrieve the petals that have been severed, carelessly reattaching them to their faces before fleeing in panic. They find themselves aggrieved, having not only been denied their meal, but also having suffered injury in the process, as they retreat in haste. A few cunning man-eating flowers attempt to turn the tables, suddenly launching an attack. Watch out! Imo Chinchue warns, his sword emitting a brilliant light as he shatters the tentacles lunging at his three companions. Seizing the opportunity, one man-eating flower aims at him, unleashing a torrent of viscous liquid. Imo Chinchue, unable to evade in time, is splattered by a droplet on his face, wiping the substance from his brow. He grits his teeth and sheathes his sword, muttering, "Damn it!" The three quickly rush to his side. Dongfang Che reassures him, "Xixiang Imo, it's nothing to worry about. Just a bit of seasoning. No, this liquid is toxic." Imo Chinchue replies, closing his eyes, veins bulging in his hands. My meridians are locked by it. I can no longer wield spiritual power. The three companions are taken aback. Such a trivial sauce has such potent effects. Luo Qingyan hastily inquires, "Is there an antidote?" Imo Chinchue shakes his head. Records indicate that the juice of a certain man-eating flower can temporarily render a person powerless for 1 hour, with no remedy available. So, after an hour, your powers will return on their own? Indeed, Imo Chinchue concedes helplessly. For the next hour, I will rely on the three of you for protection. Dongfang Che immediately vows, "Rest assured, Xixiang Imo, we will ensure your safety." Mu Yunju solemnly nods in agreement. Were it not for his efforts to save them, Xixiang Imo would not have been injured. Luo Qingyan lowers her gaze, her thoughts racing. They remain unaware of Imo Chinchue's true nature. This is an opportune moment to eliminate him while his powers are restrained. If only the instigator could be eliminated at this very moment, the destruction of the sect 3 years hence could be averted. However, this thought flickered for but an instant before being dispelled by Luo Qingyan. Even if Imo Chinchue lacked the cultivation to wield, her martial prowess and agility remained intact, setting aside the uncertainty of whether she could succeed. Even if she did, how could she explain her actions to her two senior brothers? Would they believe her words? The notion that Imo Chinchue could bring about the sect's ruin sounded like sheer folly to anyone who heard it. The heinous crime of plotting against the sect's chief was enough to warrant her demise 800 times over, and it could very well implicate her two brothers as well. This course of action was untenable. Moreover, Imo Chinchue's recent behavior had left her greatly shaken. Upon reflection, during the time spent with Imo Chinchue, he had not committed any wrongdoing. Despite the original narrative painting him as a villainous fiend, her first-hand experience revealed him to be an exemplary sect chief, both virtuous and talented. Furthermore, the events in the book had diverged significantly from the original text, becoming increasingly absurd. Many occurrences that should have transpired had not. At this rate of deviation, perhaps 3 years hence, Imo Chinchue would not resort to bloodshed against the sect at all. The future held infinite possibilities, and she should not hastily condemn him. With these realizations, Luo Qingyan's animosity towards Imo Chinchue diminished considerably. Favorability 7 Current favorability -70. Imo Chinchue's gaze sharpened. His favorability had increased once more. In a flash, he understood that his recent actions had touched the young girl. During the skirmish, he had not consciously sought to enhance favorability but had instinctively protected his teammates. As the sect chief, it was imperative to ensure the safety of his juniors during missions. Unexpectedly, his unintentional kindness had borne fruit. Imo Chinchue firmly suppressed the corners of his lips that threatened to curve upward, a sudden increase of 7 points in favorability. At this rate, he was indeed on the verge of soaring. Subsequently, the quartet conferred, realizing that the man-eating flowers congregated in clusters, indicating that many more lurked nearby, rendering their current location perilous. They needed to depart swiftly. They selected a direction and hastened onward. Before long, the second wave of man-eating flowers descended upon them. Mu Yunzhao took the lead with his sword, vanquishing countless foes until all the man-eating flowers retreated beneath the force of his blade. before turning back with a darkened expression, declaring, "I have some bad news to share with you all." Luo Qingyan, sensing something amiss, paled. "Senior brother, you wouldn't mean..." Mu Yunjiao gritted his teeth. "Indeed, I too inadvertently got splashed by the venom. My spiritual energy has been sealed." He and Mo Chenshua exchanged glances before simultaneously looking towards Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan. "This time, we shall rely on you two for protection. Dongfang Che, Luo Qingyan, both our nascent soul and golden core have been sealed. We are left with only one foundation establishment and one chi refinement practitioner." Lacking confidence, Dongfang Che still boldly vowed, "Fear not, we shall protect you both well." Luo Qingyan's gaze turned serious. These man-eating flowers employed a technique to seal spiritual energy, and once cultivators entered, not only were their bodies diminished, but their spiritual powers were rendered unusable, leaving them as helpless as ants. It was no wonder that 9 out of 10 did not return. The group pressed onward, nearing the exit of the formation when they encountered a third wave of man-eating flowers. These flowers seemed to favor those with higher cultivation levels, perhaps finding them more nutritious. Among the team, only Dongfang Che and Luo Qingyan possessed any cultivation, albeit limited, making Dongfang Che their prime target. Without hesitation, Dongfang Che summoned the thunder, unleashing a torrent of strikes. Luo Qingyan wielded the Shirtian sword with deft precision, executing a flurry of maneuvers. In the end, all the man-eating flowers were vanquished. However, Dongfang Che collapsed onto the ground. "It's over. I'm finished. I've also been affected and cannot use my spiritual energy." Luo Qingyan. In the next moment, Mo Chenshua, Mu Yunjiao, and Dongfang Che turned simultaneously to fix their gazes upon Luo Qingyan. "Little junior sister, it seems we are now relying solely on you for protection." Luo Qingyan. "I never imagined such a day would come when I would stand at the pinnacle of our team's cultivation. It felt absolutely invigorating." Luo Qingyan could not help but place her hands on her hips and laugh triumphantly. "Ahahaha. Delightful." The three senior brothers. They would sooner believe that pies would fall from the sky than trust that this scatterbrained junior sister could safeguard them. The four accelerated their pace, finally escaping the gathering of man-eating flowers. Collectively exhaling in relief, suddenly, an excited shout rang out from not far away. "My lord, they have indeed arrived. It's those wearing green hats. Quickly, seize them." Chapter 56. The Art of Humor, accompanied by the voice. A throng of black-cloaked figures appeared in a flurry, each donned a style reminiscent of the demon clan, with one at the forefront, his long, lustrous hair cascading down, a striking testament to meticulous grooming. Mo Chinchua's eyes narrowed. "You are the demons of the Heavenly Calamity Sect." The Heavenly Calamity Sect is the most notorious cult in Mingzhu City, controlling the majority of the city's underbelly. Its leader is none other than the younger brother of the demon clan's young master, Xie Yumingyao, Xiao Guangshi. Centuries ago, Xiao Guangshi had a falling out with the demon lord and, taking a portion of his subordinates, departed the northern demon realm to establish the Heavenly Calamity Sect in Mingzhu City, laboring tirelessly for hundreds of years to become the preeminent force of darkness in the area. And among this cadre of demons stood Su Gao, his face brimming with sycophancy as he addressed the long-haired leader. "My lord, these are the disciples of the Asking Immortal Sect, one of whom is a nascent soul chief. They have all lost their spiritual energy due to the man-eating flowers and are now utterly defenseless." The long-haired leader replied, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Excellent. A nascent soul's elixir is indeed a rare treasure. Once I extract it, I shall report back to the sect leader and secure your deserved reward." Su Gao nodded eagerly. "My lord, I seek no reward. I only wish for you to eliminate these few individuals. Especially that insufferable little girl," the long-haired leader proclaimed arrogantly. "Rest assured, none shall escape." Su Gao smirked inwardly. This was his plan to kill two birds with one stone, by allying with the Heavenly Calamity Sect and luring Luo Qingyan and her companions into the vast forest. He would eliminate them without a trace, ensuring his position remained unchallenged. Additionally, should anything happen to these disciples, the Asking Immortal Sect's trading hall would undoubtedly descend into chaos. With Elder Tang's temperament, he would struggle to maintain order, allowing Jiuxiao's sect to reclaim their standing. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Luo Qingyan remained unfazed and composed. She gazed calmly at Su Gao and remarked, "It appears you have colluded with the demon clan to steal the singlehood egg, enticing us here." Are you not afraid your sect will discover this? Su Gao scoffed. Since I dare to show my face, none of you will escape alive. Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps not. Su Gao glared at her. You, a mere chi refinement weakling, cornered and helpless. What could you possibly do? Luo Qingyan smiled mischievously. I have my own methods. Do pay attention. Su Gao could not help but widen his eyes, staring at her unblinkingly. After a moment, Luo Qingyan remained utterly stilled at Su Gao. Su Gao felt as though he had been outwitted, his eyes widening in disbelief. You seek death? Luo Qingyan, sensing the moment was ripe, suddenly unleashed her spiritual energy from her pupils. The humorous technique from the survival art did not require significant cultivation. It relied solely on a steadfast gaze with the opponent. The more anxious and focused the opponent became, the deeper they would fall under its spell. Su Gao, fixated on her, was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly froze, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! The members of the Heavenly Calamity sect? The long-haired leader frowned. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing. I just saw a gust of wind sweep across the ground. What is so funny about that? The long-haired leader inquired impatiently. And then? Su Gao chuckled. And then, my lord, your wig was blown away. Ha 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 ha. The long-haired leader, taken aback, immediately reached up to touch his head. Realizing his wig was still in place, he exhaled in relief. The next moment, he grasped what had transpired and erupted with fury, slapping Su Gao across the face. Who said my hair was fake? Do you wish to die? Su Gao was knocked to the ground, yet lost in the illusion. He had no self-control, and could only blurt whatever came to mind, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. His laughter cutting deep into the long-haired leader's ears. The long-haired leader, seething with rage, leaped up and unleashed a flurry of kicks at Su Gao. You insolent wretch, dare to claim my hair is fake. You re as good as dead. Su Gao could barely contain his laughter, even as he was pummeled, emitting honking sounds. Ha 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 ha. The long-haired leader was nearly driven to madness, his fury escalating as he kicked and stomped furiously. Eventually, Su Gao finally broke free from the illusion, desperately crying out, my lord, I was merely ensnared by that girl's trickery. I meant no offense. Please spare me. The long-haired leader paid him no heed. Continuing to unleash his wrath in a final fit of rage, he ripped off his entire head of hair and thrust it before Su Gao. Open your eyes and behold, is this hair fake? Su Gao frantically shook his head in terror. No, no, my lord, your hair is as genuine as it could be. The bald leader snorted, only then reattaching his hair and tidying it up, transforming once again into the confident, flowing-haired chief. Su Gao, having been thoroughly beaten, struggled to gather his scattered teeth. When he finally rose, he glanced around, only to find that the members of the immortal sect had long since fled without a trace. My lord, they have escaped, Su Gao exclaimed anxiously. The wig-wearing leader's expression darkened. In his preoccupation with dealing with Su Gao, he had allowed those individuals to slip away. With a cold smirk, he declared, they can't have gone far. Pursue them! This vast, ancient forest had once been the territory of the demon clan, and the heavenly fiend sect had occupied this land for many years, possessing an intimate knowledge of the terrain. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan was leading her 3 senior brothers in a hasty retreat, as long as they could endure until the designated time. Once Imo Chenchua's cultivation was restored, they would no longer fear those demon scoundrels. Suddenly, the sound of pursuit echoed behind them. Dongfang Che shouted, not good, they are closing in. Luo Qingyan quickly scanned her surroundings, seeking a place to hide. Soon, her eyes lit up as she pointed, exclaiming, I've found the perfect hiding spot. I guarantee we won't be discovered. The 3 senior brothers followed her finger's direction. There lay a massive pile of dung. It appeared to belong to some beast, and due to their shrunken size, the excrement looked enormous, resembling a small storage shed, ample enough to conceal all 4 of them. The corners of the 3 senior brothers' brows twitched violently. Mu Yunzhao gritted his teeth and said, I would rather die than hide in that. Don't be afraid. I want to make you crawl into the dung. Luo Qingyan reassured, quick, gather around me, closer. Though the 3 senior brothers were baffled, they complied with her instructions. As they stood together, Luo Qingyan raised her hand. Forming a spell, the earth beneath them instantly surged upward, coalescing into a cylindrical shape, encircling them in spirals. culminating in a pointed tip that perfectly mirrored the dung not far away. Thus, the four were enveloped within. Mu Yunjiao clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his urge to explode. He had never imagined he would find himself hiding in something resembling that. It had crossed the line for him, surely a lifelong shadow. Shu, Luo Qingyan whispered soothingly, they won't conduct a thorough search. They will leave soon. Just endure for a bit. Besides, this isn't real dung, Yu Yunjiao replied. But Dongfang Che, however, was utterly amazed. Wow, such an exquisitely crafted shape. How did you manage that? Luo Qingyan smirked with pride. She had to admit that since donning the particularly rustic monk's robe, her cultivation speed with her earth elemental affinity had surged dramatically, and her control over earth elements had become increasingly adept. Imo Chunxue merely sighed in silence. It was difficult to evaluate. Su Gao, trailing behind the members of the Heavenly Fiend sect, had seen not a single soul. All that lay before him were two colossal heaps of dung. A demon clan member queried. I clearly saw them running in this direction. How can there be no trace of them? Su Gao craned his neck to peer around. This direction has only one path. They can only have gone this way. Perhaps they are hiding somewhere. He intended to search more thoroughly. Yet the wig-wearing leader, visibly impatient, covered his nose and said, Enough. There's nothing here but colossal excrement. Hurry and check elsewhere. They may have fled to another location. Su Gao had no choice but to follow him. They changed direction and searched far and wide, yet still found nothing. Those individuals seemed to have vanished into thin air. Leaving not a trace as they continued, Su Gao's unease grew. Suddenly, he halted and shouted, My lord, I just remembered something crucial. The wig-wearing leader frowned. What is it? Su Gao exclaimed excitedly. The two piles of dung from earlier were different colors. The wig-wearing leader was momentarily speechless, then sarcastically replied, What you've just said is absolutely vital. From now on, when you relieve yourself, make sure it's all the same color. Understood? Su Gao hurriedly protested. My lord, what I mean is, one of those piles is likely fake. They must be hiding in that fake dung. The wig-wearing leader was taken aback. He found it hard to believe. Constructing a fake pile of dung beside the real one to hide? Was this something a sane person could conceive? Su Gao insisted. That girl's mind has always been peculiar. I heard she nearly drowned. But I still don't understand. The wig-wearing leader pondered. If they wish to hide, why create a fake pile of dung? Why not just conceal themselves within the real one? Su Gao responded. That's a question I too find puzzling. He was at a loss for words. Only urging, my lord, we must have taken the wrong direction. Let us hurry back and check. The wig-wearing leader contemplated for a moment, realizing there was some merit in Su Gao's words, and thus led the group back. Upon returning to the previous spot, they found that one of the original two piles of dung had vanished without a trace. Su Gao panicked, my lord, such a massive pile of dung cannot simply disappear. It must be the fake one. They were hiding in it earlier. The wig-wearing leader cursed. This forest is so vast. Anything can happen. Keep pursuing. After another 15 minutes of pursuit, faintly, Luo Qingyan's voice could be heard in the distance. The group hastily quickened their pace, racing forward to a clearing before them. Yet another enormous pile of dung appeared, still the size of a house. Luo Qingyan's voice had also vanished. Su Gao could not help but laugh derisively. Ha ha ha, still trying to nauseate us with the same trick? I won't fall for the same ploy twice. That dung is clearly fake, made of earth. Come out and face your end with that. He gathered his spiritual energy and struck it with a palm. Boom! The dung exploded. The members of the Heavenly Fiend sect had yet to react before they were met with a dazzling storm of golden light, collectively splattered in excrement. After a moment of stunned silence, the wig-wearing leader's expression twisted in frustration as he wiped his face with his hand, immediately following it up with a punch aimed squarely at Su Gao's face. You little brat, you're in cahoots with them. Aren't you? You've conspired with them to trick me. The wig-wearing leader was livid, grabbing hold of him and delivering a barrage of blows. You're all from the immortal sect. You re their mole. I'm not, Su Gao cried, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. I truly am not. You are. The wig-wearing leader shouted angrily. You've got dung all over my hair. Do you know how long and thick my hair is? How much effort it takes to wash it? Su Gao retorted. Your hair is no easier to clean than anyone else's, after all. You can just take it off and wash it. But Su Gao dared not voice his anger, only desperately pleading for mercy. My lord, they are intentionally sowing discord between us. If we don't chase them down, they will truly escape. Upon hearing this, the wig-wearing leader finally relented, grumbling, "Continue the pursuit." The members of the Heavenly Fiend sect pressed on, but had not gone far when a deafening, piercing shriek rang in their ears. Before they could react, a torrent of sword energy surged from all directions. Not far away, within the void, Imo stood, his white robes billowing, sword in hand. An hour had passed. His spiritual energy had fully recovered. Not good, the wig-wearing leader shouted, causing the demon clan to erupt into chaos. Among them, the highest cultivator was the wig-wearing leader at the early stage of nascent soul. How could he possibly contend with Imo who was at the late stage? He was completely overpowered. The wig-wearing leader bellowed, "Don't panic. Stay calm. Charge out with me." The members of the Heavenly Fiend sect began to break through Su Gao, clutching his head, hit at the back, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Mu Yunjiao and Dongfang Che gradually regained their cultivation, with Mu Yunjiao reinforcing the ice barrier around Imo Chunchue's sword formation, further trapping the demon clan within. Then, Dongfang Che struck, unleashing a barrage of lightning. Crack, crackle. The demon clan members were left reeling, their eyes rolling back, their bodies convulsing as their skeletal forms flickered in the blinding light. Luo Qingyan watched in awe, marveling at the sheer might of her second senior brother. While others relied on their own strength, he could harness the forces of nature, summoning the power of a master. Truly impressive. After several rounds of relentless lightning strikes, the members of the Heavenly Fiend sect suffered massive damage, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Luo Qingyan strolled over to the wig-wearing leader. His long, straight wig had been transformed by the heavenly lightning into golden. Wavy locks, voluminous and exuding a distinctly Western flair. Luo Qingyan tilted her head, observing him. "Your hairstyle resembles that of Newton." The wig-wearing leader responded, "Newton? Although I am unaware of who that is that a compliment?" Luo Qingyan suddenly thought her second senior brother could open a hair salon, with a sign reading Heavenly Lightning Perm, offering both dyeing and perming in one go, with exceptionally natural results. Luo Qingyan extended her hand towards the wig-wearing leader. "Hand over the egg." The wig-wearing leader froze for a moment, then, in sheer panic, covered his pants. "No, I truly cannot give you that." Luo Qingyan replied, "Brother, are you misunderstanding something?" At that moment, Dongfang Che, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and kicked the wig-wearing leader hard. "You ruffian! How dare you tease our junior sister?" The wig leader cried out in indignation. "When did I ever tease her? Clearly, she was the one teasing me. She asked me for my egg, so tell me, who is the real rogue here?" Dongfang Che retorted, "The egg my junior sister desires is not that worthless trinket of yours. She is merely young and naive. Which is why she would say such things." With a cold gaze, Imo Chinchua interjected, "Oh? Naive, you say? Have you not heard the lesson she imparts? Your junior sister likely possesses more understanding than anyone." Luo Qingyan glared at the wig leader, clenching her fists in anger. "Want my egg? Am I that lewd? What I want is the single egg, however." She paused, threateningly adding, "If you insist on refusing to hand it over, I would not hesitate to take your egg myself." Dongfang Che replied, "Fine, let us consider that a moment of excess on his part." The wig leader panicked and quickly exclaimed, "What do you mean by single egg? I have no idea about that." Suddenly recalling something, he turned sharply to Su Gao. "Tell me, is what she wants in your possession?" Su Gao, now left with a charred, explosive hairstyle, hastily retrieved the single egg from his storage bag, saying nervously, "Luo Daoyu, here, take this, I've kept it safe. Fearing you would want it back. It's in perfect condition." Luo Qingyan accepted it, noting that the single egg was imbued with her own minor spell, serving as a password. Only she could access the information within. After confirming everything was in order, she nodded to her 3 senior brothers. The next moment was the most anticipated part of the reward ceremony. Luo Qingyan smirked as she rubbed her hands together and approached the wig leader. Looking down at him, "I've heard that demon clan inner cores are incredibly valuable. If extracted and sold on the black market, one can fetch hundreds of thousands. Please, don't." The wig leader, sensing the impending doom, immediately pleaded, We were all tricked by that Su fellow, which is why we acted against you. I beg you, Luo Qingyan sighed. I genuinely wanted to let you go, but I cannot disregard the allure of wealth. Just the thought of a demon core fetching such a price makes my heart uneasy. All right, I understand. You simply wish to profit from selling the demon core, correct? The Whig leader proposed eagerly, then sell it directly to me. I'll buy my own demon core. How does that sound? Oh. Luo Qingyan hesitated. The Whig leader continued, regardless of who you sell it to, it's still a sale. Why not sell it to me? It is convenient. No need for extraction. That makes sense, Luo Qingyan mused. Since you're the highest in cultivation here, the demon core should be worth 500,000, and for your subordinates, 30,000 will suffice. A demon cultivator whispered to the Whig leader, My lord, this woman is quite straightforward, not trying to exploit us in this vulnerable position. I hear the black market prices are indeed like this. 30 to 50,000. We can all manage that. The Whig leader sighed in relief, repeatedly praising, truly, a disciple from a grand sect, conducting business with such integrity. I am greatly impressed. Luo Qingyan smiled. I have always believed in honesty in business. I do not deceive the young or the old. Once we leave this vast forest, we remain friends. In the realm of commerce, we are not divided by race. You are always welcome at the transaction hall of the Inquiry sect. The Whig leader felt a surge of emotion. Despite suffering a significant loss, it strangely felt as if he had gained something. The Inquiry sect truly embodies integrity. The demon cultivators began to pull out spirit stones to purchase their respective demon cores. When it came time for Su Gao, his expression stiffened. Luo Daoyu, we are all disciples of the celestial sect. I was merely foolish today, but I meant no malice. I just wanted to intimidate you. Enough chatter, Luo Qingyan said impatiently. Just tell me, how much is your life worth? Su Gao gritted his teeth and produced 30,000 spirit stones. Is this all? Luo Qingyan frowned. Do you wish to live or not? Su Gao shivered and, in desperation, took out all remaining spirit stones from his storage bag, totaling 120,000. Luo Daoyu. I apologize. Now that's more like it. Luo Qingyan accepted the spirit stones and, together with her 3 senior brothers, departed gracefully, leaving a battered Su Gao and the members of the Celestial Destruction sect, clutching their empty storage bags and new hairstyles, feeling quite complex about the situation. On the way, Dongfang Che inquired, those individuals are from the demon clan. Will we truly let them go? Why not just kill them? Imo Chinchua shook his head. There is a ceasefire agreement in Mingzhu City, which dictates we should avoid unnecessary killing. The vast forest is the territory of the Celestial Destruction sect. If we were to kill their people on their own ground, it would undoubtedly provoke a furious retaliation, leading to endless troubles. Indeed, Luo Qingyan added with a smile, we still have business to conduct in Mingzhu City. As merchants, our priority is peace and security, seeking fortune without causing harm. And what about Su Gao? Dongfang Che asked. He deserves to die. He should die, but not at our hands, Luo Qingyan replied. Rest assured, even if that Whig leader spares him, he won't survive more than 3 days. I can guarantee that. Dongfang Che, upon hearing this, felt puzzled. Although he was unsure how Su Gao would meet his end, he decided to wait and see. The 4 returned to the Inquiry sect's pill hall, where Elder Tang, upon seeing their safe return, repeatedly muttered, Umitba, may the Buddha protect us. However, that very night, trouble arose anew. A disciple from the Jiuxiao sect arrived, asking Luo Qingyan, Dongfang Che, Mu Yunju, and Imo Chenxue to come over, stating that Elder Su had urgent matters to discuss. It turned out that Su Gao had returned in a state that was neither human nor ghost. After Luo Qingyan and the others left, the Whig leader had given Su Gao a thorough beating, yet ultimately spared his life. Upon returning, Su Gao immediately turned the tables, claiming that the 4 from the Inquiry sect had colluded with the demon clan of the Celestial Destruction sect, which he had accidentally stumbled upon, and that they had attempted to kill him to silence him. He painted a picture of having endured countless hardships to escape with his life. Luo Qingyan, accompanied by her owl companion, Desian Air, and her 3 senior brothers, arrived at the conference hall of the Jiuxiao sect. Inside, Elder Su sat with a stern expression, while Su Gao, with a bruised face, knelt beside him. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan and the others, Su Gao immediately shouted, It's them. They are colluding with the demon clan of the Celestial Destruction sect, and I nearly lost my life at their hands. He clung to Elder Su's leg. his speech garbled due to his missing teeth. Master, you've always cared for me. You must stand up for me this time. Elder Su sighed and turned to Luo Qingyan and her companions. What do you have to say for yourselves? Luo Qingyan casually cleaned her ears. Air. This Su brother speaks so unclearly. It sounds like a foreign language. Could you translate for me? The owl replied. He claims he intended to collude with the demon clan to eliminate you. But not only did he fail, he got himself beaten half to death. What a stroke of bad luck. What can be done in such a situation but for the villain to cry first and slander you? Elder Su, visibly agitated, listened as the owl continued. Then he clung to his master's leg and said, Master, you've always been good to me. Whatever nonsense I say, you believe, because you're a fool. You willingly listen to me. This time, I've caused a great disaster. You must help me resolve this, otherwise, what use are you to me? Hurry, go confront the inquiry sect and instigate a fight. Elder Su trembled with rage. Previously, the owl had accurately voiced Su Gao's sentiments, and it was no different this time. He had never imagined that Su Gao would collude with the Celestial Destruction sect, nor that he would hold such contempt for his master while feigning respect. Even calling him a fool, Su Gao, realizing the gravity of the situation, frantically shouted, Master, they are slandering me. They are speaking falsehoods. You must not believe them. This concerns the reputation of the Jiuxiao sect. You must not listen to their nonsense. Elder Su, irritated, shoved him aside. However, the matter was indeed serious, so he turned to Luo Qingyan. You claim Su Gao colluded with the Celestial Destruction sect. Do you have any evidence? Of course, Luo Qingyan replied, producing a recording stone. I anticipated he would twist the truth, so I recorded the entire incident. She channeled her spiritual energy, and the recording stone projected the events onto the wall, showing Su Gao's obsequiousness toward the Whig leader in vivid detail. Su Gao's face turned ashen, and he yelled, This is all fake. Fake. Silence, you beast. Elder Su was already furious, standing up to strike Su Gao, sending him flying and spitting blood. Never had he expected things to unfold this way. Gasping with rage, Elder Su struggled to maintain his composure as he looked at Luo Qingyan, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. All of this is my disciple's fault. I was unaware of this situation. How do you wish to resolve it? Luo Qingyan replied earnestly, Elder Su, after the incident, instead of directly confronting us, you called us here to discuss it, which indicates you also recognize that this disciple is untrustworthy. You are indeed a wise person. Collusion with the demon clan is a grave crime. If reported to the sect, Su Gao would surely not survive, and you would also be implicated, bearing the blame of inadequate discipline. Her words struck at the heart of Elder Su's concerns. This was precisely what he feared. He nodded in agreement, shaking his head in frustration. Alas, this wretched disciple. He sighed for a while, then turned to Luo Qingyan and tentatively asked, almost in a pleading manner, So, what do you all have in mind? If you desire any form of compensation, please do not hesitate to state it. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. After speaking, he anxiously awaited Luo Qingyan's response, his heart racing with trepidation. He feared that the situation might escalate and implicate Su Gao, desperately hoping the other party would agree to a private settlement. Luo Qingyan smiled and replied, Elder Su, in my humble opinion, it would be best to settle this privately. We cannot allow a man like Su Gao to tarnish the reputation of the Jiuxiao sect, thus sullying your illustrious name. He is unworthy. Elder Su was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Well said, truly well said. His gaze towards Luo Qingyan brimmed with admiration and praise, nearly bursting into applause for her. Luo Qingyan continued politely, As for compensation, we are all part of the same sect, so how could I possibly ask you for recompense? Although my 3 senior brothers ventured into the great forest to assist me and sustained injuries that require recuperation and treatment, and our single-leg device was also damaged by Su Gao. While it may appear small, the cost of repairs is quite substantial. I estimate that all expenses combined would amount to approximately 2 million ordinary spirit stones. However, Elder Su, you need not worry. I have already decided that I will personally bear all costs. Although I may not have such a sum at present, I vow to scrimp and save until I can repay you little by little. Elder Su replied, Just say you want over 200,000, and that will suffice. Speak plainly. Aware that the other party was asking for an exorbitant sum, Elder Su calculated that the public relations expense would be worth it. Thus, he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall offer you 220,000 spirit stones as compensation. That cannot be. It truly cannot. Luo Qingyan quickly interjected, as I mentioned. I do not wish for your compensation. Elder Su insisted, this is not merely compensation. It is a small token of my goodwill, meant to procure some medicinal herbs and supplements for your senior brothers. You must not decline, or I shall feel uneasy. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan sighed and said, since it is for my brothers, I cannot refuse any longer. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the 3 senior brothers for your kindness. Elder Su, standing behind her, Imo Chenxue, Mu Yunzu, and Dongfang Che remarked, all right then, we are merely here as background figures. Luo Qingyan turned back to them with a playful smile. See, I told you Elder Su is a generous person. I said I did not want any money, yet he insisted on giving. Truly, as an elder of the Zhouxiao sect, he is meticulous in his dealings. The 3 senior brothers responded, fine, we shall defer to your judgment. After all, we are merely 3 emotionless tools. Observing her benefiting while still playing coy, Elder Su could hardly contain himself. Do you have any other requests? If not, then hurry along. I am growing quite despondent. Luo Qingyan cast a glance at Su Gao, who lay unconscious from Elder Su's strike, resembling a lifeless dog. What does Elder Su intend to do with this person? Luo Qingyan inquired. Elder Su replied, naturally, he shall face severe punishment. A disciple colluding with the demonic tribe ought to be executed. However, as Su Gao is a junior of my family and has been with me for many years, I find it difficult to deliver the final blow. Therefore, I plan to strip him of his cultivation and send him back to his hometown. Luo Qingyan chuckled. Elder Su means to execute him in secret, does he not? I too believe that a treacherous and ungrateful individual like him is better off eliminated, as he poses a threat to others. However, viewed from another perspective, his demise could be a blessing in disguise. Conveniently alleviating many of your troubles. Elder Su's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Chapter 60. The most handsome man in the cultivation world, Luo Qingyan smiled and explained. I have heard that Elder Su has recently been troubled by the declining income of the trading hall. Uncertain how to report this to the sect. With Su Gao's death, the blame can conveniently be shifted onto him. It is all due to Su Gao's abuse of power, corruption, and deceit that resulted in the mismanagement of Mingzhu City. Furthermore, he has likely amassed a private fortune of over 10 million spirit stones. Seizing these funds could somewhat offset the losses, would it not? Elder Su was left in a daze for quite some time upon hearing this. Indeed, what a brilliant idea. Why had he not thought of it before? He inwardly applauded himself, realizing that this was the course of action to take. He cast a regretful glance at Su Gao. Farewell, you ungrateful disciple. I had intended to spare your life, but for the greater good, I must regretfully send you to your demise. With this brilliant idea in mind, Elder Su's gloom lifted. He looked at Luo Qingyan and politely smiled. So, shall we consider today's matters settled? Very well, I shall follow your arrangements. Luo Qingyan replied with a beaming smile. Elder Su remarked, what have I arranged? It is you who has orchestrated everything. Yet he had to admit, she had done an exemplary job, flawlessly laying out the plan. Elder Su promptly returned to his chamber, retrieved 250,000 spirit stones, placed them in a pouch, and handed them to Luo Qingyan, saying, please accept these spirit stones as a token of my sincere gratitude for your assistance in this matter. Thus, he generously added an extra 30,000 as a gesture of appreciation. Luo Qingyan accepted the spirit stones and then handed over the recording stone documenting Su Gao's crimes to Elder Su, saying, Elder Su, since Su Gao has been convicted, I believe it is best to relinquish this recording stone to you for your handling. Elder Su took it with trembling hands. He intended to fabricate the cause of Su Gao's death. So the contents of this recording stone posed a potential threat. He had anticipated that Luo Qingyan would keep it as leverage for future threats, yet she had instead returned it to him so readily. Elder Su's heart surged with joy, but he could not help but ask, why? Why would you do this? Luo Qingyan sweetly smiled. I have previously expressed my utmost respect for your talents and character. Considering you a role model, since this recording stone pertains to your disciple's privacy, I naturally felt it necessary to return it to you without further justification. Elder Su's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with immense gratitude and profound shame. After a long pause, he finally sighed, little girl, I am truly in awe of you. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall certainly help. Soon, gossip spread throughout Mingzhu City. The Jiuxiao sect disciple Su Gao had engaged in corruption, leading to a significant downturn in the trading hall's profits. Upon being discovered by Elder Su, he, in a state of panic, committed suicide by poison. Following this, Elder Su ordered a search of Su Gao's residence, uncovering over 40 million spirit stones. Elder Su was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Su Gao's audacity. Even in his position as the supervising elder, he had not amassed such a fortune. When this matter was reported to the sect, although Elder Su faced reprimand for his negligence, he was, fortunately, able to expose Su Gao's crimes and recover the embezzled funds, thus balancing his merits and demerits. As for Luo Qingyan, her business flourished even more. Following the previous incident, Elder Su held her in high regard, constantly praising her and expressing his bewilderment at such an outstanding disciple not being part of his sect. A street away from the Singlehood building stood the most luxurious restaurant in Mingzhu City. As the setting sun cast its gentle glow, a splendid figure lazily leaned against the window in the uppermost private room, gently fanning himself with a peacock feather fan. He parted his thin lips, his diamond-like exquisite eyes gazing out the window. The Onxian sect, Luo Qingyan? A subordinate standing beside him replied, "My lord, Luo Qingyan has been here for only a month. Yet she has facilitated countless marriages among the demon tribe, propelling the Onxian sect's trading hall to become the foremost establishment in the city. She has also turned all surrounding rivals into allies. Now regarded as the most sought-after business mogul in Mingzhu City. Is that so?" The man narrowed his eyes and chuckled, but what could a person like her possibly desire? The two competitors in the system were by no means ordinary. Yet none had managed to earn her favor in the rankings. The last place, Xin, had a favorability rating of -70, while the second to last, Ming, was at -60. As for the others, they had yet to take any action, all maintaining a favorability of 0. The handsome man sighed as he waved his peacock feather fan. "She harbors no fondness for me either. That is merely because she has yet to behold the beauty of the king." His subordinate assured in this world, there is no one who can resist such a lure. As dusk enveloped the city and lights began to twinkle, the Singlehood building was preparing to close. Luo Qingyan sat behind the counter. Organizing the accounts, a figure entered, striding leisurely toward her. Luo Qingyan continued to focus on her calculations, only glancing up to notice that the person wore exceptionally ornate and lavish attire, exuding an air of immense wealth. Such a wealthy demon would undoubtedly have no trouble in courting. Luo Qingyan busied herself with the accounts, not lifting her head as she said, "The Singlehood egg is on the table, containing information about potential partners. You may look for yourself." However, the person walked directly to the counter and placed a hand on her account book. His fingers were slender and elegant, adorned with peacock blue gemstones on his thumb and ring finger, reflecting against his cool, fair skin, creating an enigmatic beauty. "I am not here to seek anyone from that Singlehood egg." The enchanting and mesmerizing voice of the siren, Luo Qingyan, stirred her very soul, prompting her to lift her gaze. Before her stood a breathtaking visage of exquisite beauty, with long lashes resembling feathers and lips painted a rosy hue. His radiant eyes, both chilling and regal, were complemented by garments of unparalleled opulence, adorned with intricate hair ornaments that exuded a captivating allure. One hand rested upon Luo Qingyan's ledger, while the other gracefully wielded a peacock feather fan, its emerald gems blending to create a singularly resplendent hue. Swaying gently as if to ensnare one's spirit, Luo Qingyan gasped in astonishment. "You are the Peacock King, Shang Fuhua." Shang Fuhua, the sovereign of the Peacock clan in the demon realm, was the third among the 6 prominent antagonistic male leads of the original tale. Hailed as the most beautiful man in the cultivation world and the most formidable illusionist, in the original narrative, he chanced upon Huali in Mingzhu City, and upon merely casting an additional glance her way amidst the crowd, he found her to be extraordinarily unique, thus joining her harem. Ultimately, Huali ascended to become the empress, while he was honored as a beauty. Luo Qingyan had always believed that the reasons behind the male lead's infatuation with Huali in the original work were rather flimsy, with their love emerging inexplicably and forcefully, epitomizing the quintessential aura of a Mary Sue protagonist. As for Shang Fuhua, despite his stunning beauty, he possessed a haughty and narcissistic demeanor, relishing in tormenting others with his illusions. Showing no mercy when engaging in conflict, a veritable femme fatale. Shang Fuhua's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you recognize this solitary king? Luo Qingyan pointed at the fan in his hand. I have heard that the bearer of the peacock feather fan is none other than the illustrious Peacock King. From Luo Qingyan's perspective, Shang Fuhua, with his breathtaking looks, was an alluring villain. While undeniably charming, he remained an antagonist, rendering the future uncertain. Friend or foe, one must remain vigilant. Favorability -1 current host favorability, -1 Shang Fuhua. His brow furrowed slightly. You see only the fan? Yet fail to discern the solitary king? Luo Qingyan, puzzled, replied. I see clearly. You stand right before me. Shang Fuhua challenged her. Then take another good look. Luo Qingyan focused intently, ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught of his striking beauty. Swallowing hard. This man was excessively beautiful. Anyone who beheld him would surely be entranced. The intricately elaborate attire he wore could not possibly be fashioned in less than a few hours. Shang Fuhua? What is she doing? She is clearly salivating, yet her favorability remains stagnant. Shang Fuhua began to suspect that there was a flaw in the system. It was inconceivable that someone could witness his beauty and not experience an increase in favorability. For Luo Qingyan, however, drooling was instinctual, while the lack of increased favorability stemmed from her rationality. This demon, akin to a poppy, was beautiful yet poisonous. Realizing her lapse in composure, Luo Qingyan hastily wiped away her drool and politely inquired, What brings the Peacock King to my humble establishment? Shang Fuhua, suppressing his inner turmoil, fabricated a casual excuse. This king is also in search of a companion. Yet, none from the unbonded egg appeal to me. Do you have other recommendations? Chapter 61. The favorability of charm is acting erratically. Luo Qingyan paused, suddenly enlightened that, of course, Shang Fuhua would not seek a partner from the unbonded egg. He was notoriously self-absorbed. Even in the original text, he frequently declined to share his bed, relishing in his own solitude. To introduce him to anyone would be akin to leading them to their doom. Moreover, his destined partner, Horley, was not present in Mingzhu City. Distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. The regal Shang Fuhua, if his particular needs were not addressed, could potentially pose a dire threat. Luo Qingyan found herself in a quandary. A beauty such as yourself is simply unmatched by ordinary folk. What shall I do? Luo Qingyan furrowed her brow in contemplation before an idea suddenly struck her. Do you have specific gender preferences in your search for a partner? Shang Fuhua? Luo Qingyan continued, as a sovereign of the demon race. Seeking someone whose appearance and cultivation match your stature is indeed challenging, yet not impossible. If you are willing to relax your gender specifications a bit, then my senior brother, Imo Qinxue, would be quite suitable. Shang Fuhua. In terms of cultivation, he is on par with you. As for looks, my senior brother, Qinxue, is breathtaking and worthy of your beauty. Why not give it a try? Absolutely not. Shang Fuhua flatly rejected. A deep malice flashing in his eyes. This king desires only a woman, not a man. Very well. If you insist on not having a boyfriend, then we shall forego that notion. Luo Qingyan, sensing his irritation, quickly acquiesced. After pondering for a moment, inspiration struck. I can certainly customize a girlfriend for you according to your preferences, but she will not be a living person. Would that be acceptable? Shang Fuhua? Not a living person, he could not help but inquire. What do you mean? Luo Qingyan explained. It's a doll, an inflatable one, guaranteed to be as stunning as you. What do you say? Shang Fuhua. What strange notions occupy this woman's mind? He struggled to suppress his anger. No. With all these refusals, there was only one method left to assist him through his predicament. Luo Qingyan sighed, her smile suddenly taking on a mischievous quality. As she rose to secure the shop's doors and windows against prying eyes, she said, This matter concerns my reputation. It cannot be seen by others. Shang Fuhua squinted. What does this woman intend? Surely not. Ah, for one so young, her audacity is quite remarkable. After securing the doors and windows, Luo Qingyan stealthily retrieved an object from her storage bag. 1,000 spirit stones? Take this for your needs. Shang Fuhua? Before arriving in Mingzhu City, Luo Qingyan had considered that with the demon race's male-to-female ratio being skewed, there might be male demons unable to find partners. Hence, she had commissioned Duan Tianzhao to create a gadget for homebuddies. Duan Tianzhao had assumed it was a multifunctional water bottle and had crafted it accordingly, even adding a thoughtful lighting effect. Shang Fuhua frowned. What is this contraption? Luo Qingyan snapped her fingers, causing a manual to appear on the inflatable doll. Upon reading it, Shang Fuhua's face turned an alarming shade of green. He took a deep breath, and then his beautiful eyes suddenly darkened, extending his hand toward Luo Qingyan with lightning speed. Ah, what do you intend to do? Meanwhile, in the adjacent alchemy hall, the disciples heard Luo Qingyan scream and hurried back to investigate. The unbonded building stood empty, and Luo Qingyan had vanished without a trace. The disciples cried out in alarm. This is bad. Junior sister Luo has gone missing. Before long, Imo Chenxue arrived in haste. The system's leaderboard had recently changed, indicating that a competitor designated as Charm had suddenly gained favorability, suggesting he had approached Luo Qingyan. Upon discovering this, Imo Chenxue rushed over, but he was already too late. That fellow had evidently abducted Luo Qingyan, who just entered the unbonded building, Imo Chenxue inquired. The disciples shook their heads, as they had been occupied in the alchemy hall and had not noticed anyone. Imo Chenxue surveyed the scene. No clues remained, save for a peculiar-shaped water bottle that lay on the floor, vibrating and heating while emitting a pink glow. Chenxue frowned as he picked it up, examining it thoroughly, yet failing to discern its purpose. Based solely on its material, it appeared to be of Wenshan sect origin. As his gaze shifted, he noticed Luo Qingyan's contracted beast, the Owl de Xian. Dozing atop a nearby cabinet, Imo Chenxue promptly approached and shook it awake. Luo Qingyan has been captured. Did you see who it was? The owl blinked sleepily, then opened one eye to regard him. You mean my contractor has been taken? By whom? When? Why would anyone want her? What use is she? Imo Chenxue sighed. Enough, go back to sleep. He turned to instruct the disciples. Everyone, split up immediately. We must find her, understood. The disciples promptly dispersed, some seeking her out, others notifying the rest. Within the unbonded building, Imo Chenxue continued his search, hoping to uncover any trace. However, at that moment, Charm's favorability fluctuated once more. Charm. Favorability minus 100. Imo Chenxue's pupils constricted sharply. What could have transpired to cause such a drastic drop in favorability? Yet, shortly thereafter, Charm's favorability began to fluctuate wildly. Charm. Favorability minus 30 charm, favorability 50 charm, favorability minus 20 charm, favorability 80 charm, favorability minus 90 charm, favorability 90. Imo Chenxue stared, aghast at the leaderboard where favorability was oscillating violently, nearly giving him a heart attack. He could scarcely fathom what actions Charm had undertaken to provoke such chaos. Chapter 62. The True Identity of Favorability Enhancement. Imo Chenxue was filled with anxiety. What on earth was happening over there, and why was the favorability fluctuating so dramatically, rising and falling repeatedly? Meanwhile, within a lavish estate in Mingzhu City, Luo Qingyan lay with her eyes closed upon a bed, her spirit completely ensnared within Shang Fuhua's illusions. The most powerful of illusions transported her into a realm of his own creation, akin to a dream, where every character, backdrop, and identity was assigned to her by him. In this realm, she could only passively accept the roles he orchestrated. Within the illusion, Luo Qingyan found herself in a chamber adorned with fluttering red silks, the walls emblazoned with the character for joy, while a massive floral candle flickered on the vanity nearby. Where am I? Luo Qingyan wondered, glancing around. This place resembles a bridal chamber. Is someone about to wed? Naturally, it is you and the solitary king. A voice, laced with a beguiling charm and amusement, resounded from behind. Luo Qingyan turned around to behold an extraordinarily handsome man clad in resplendent robes, his crimson attire accentuating his captivating allure. He offered her a faint smile, his enchanting gaze reflecting the flickering candlelight, exuding an irresistible charm. Seduction has always been the swiftest path to garnering affection. Luo Qingyan's eyes nearly popped out. You mean, you wish to marry me? Indeed, Shang Fuhua, with a flourish, extended his hand towards her. I am your future husband and the love of your life. Come, your fondness for me should reach its zenith. This absurdity, Luo Qingyan did not feel a surge of affection. Rather, she regarded him with suspicion. If I were to marry you, what benefits would I gain? Shang Fuhua enticed her. I possess countless palaces, thousands of servants, and immeasurable jewels and spiritual stones. all of which would be yours. Luo Qingyin narrowed her eyes. If you bestow upon me such riches, what do you seek in return? Nothing at all, Shang Fuhua smiled. I merely wish to spend my life with you. Without any expectation of recompense. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin paused, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, her expression shifted. This is amiss. This is far too strange. Luo Qingyin's eyes sparkled with clarity as she analyzed. You are incredibly handsome and wealthy. Yet you wish to marry me, giving me your wealth without any ulterior motive. This is simply unrealistic. Such good fortune does not exist in this world. I refuse to believe it. No pies fall from the sky. Luo Qingyin slapped her forehead, exclaiming in terror. Ah, I understand. You must be a fraud. You've disguised yourself as a wealthy man to deceive my affections, all for the purpose of tricking me. Your ultimate goal is to lure me to northern Myanmar to harvest my kidneys. Shang Fuhua, what on earth is this nonsense? In the next moment, he received a system notification. Affection level -99. Current affection level -100. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyin had already dashed outside, shouting in a panic, Help! There's a con artist here. I must call the police. Officer, please save me. Shang Fuhua could no longer endure this. With a wave of his sleeve, he transformed into another illusion. Since the identity of husband was ineffective in earning her trust and affection, he would assume a different guise, her father. Surely, a child's affection towards their own father would reach 100, wouldn't it? Luo Qingyin felt a sudden dizziness and lost consciousness. When she finally awoke, she found herself transformed into a 3-year-old cherubic child. Nestled in a cradle, while Shang Fuhua, with a gentle demeanor, sat beside her, rocking the cradle, Luo Qingyin opened her eyes and, upon seeing him, her gaze sparkled. Wow! Where did this handsome man come from? Shang Fuhua chuckled coldly to himself. Now she knows how to flirt with the solitary king, but what was she doing just moments ago? Shang Fuhua declared. I am your father. He strived to adopt a paternal expression exuding love. Luo Qingyin. Huh? When did she acquire such a beautiful father? She had no recollection of it. Confused, Luo Qingyin scrutinized the handsome man before her, expressing skepticism. You bear no resemblance to me at all. How can you be my father? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Shang Fuhua was utterly speechless. What was with this woman? Was her guard so impenetrable? He patiently replied, Child, I truly am your biological father. I don't believe you. Luo Qingyin squinted suspiciously, questioning, If you really are my father, then tell me, how did we meet? Shang Fuhua. I cannot say. Luo Qingyin scoffed indignantly. I knew it. You could never be my father. I must have been kidnapped by you. Current affection level -30. Shang Fuhua sighed. Raising his hand to shift to the next illusion, in this new scenario, Luo Qingyin found herself transformed into a cat. She lay fluffy and limp in Shang Fuhua's arms, cautiously glancing around. Shang Fuhua gently stroked her, saying, I am your master. Master? Luo Qingyin looked up at him, timidly. To facilitate communication, he granted her the ability to speak human language. Shang Fuhua nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin immediately lowered her head, nuzzling closer to him. This time, she harbored no doubts about his intentions. After all, she had indeed transformed into a cat. Complete with ears, claws, and a tail, furry all over. Shang Fuhua presented her with a piece of dried fish to eat. Luo Qingyin's eyes lit up instantly. Current affection level, 50. Shang Fuhua smirked with satisfaction. At last, he had discovered the correct identity to increase affection. He carried the feline Luo Qingyin back to the palace of the demon realm. Upon arriving in the new environment, Luo Qingyin appeared quite anxious. Her ears perked up, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Is this truly my master's home? Indeed, Shang Fuhua chuckled. From now on, you shall live here with me. He lovingly placed her upon the throne. Yet, Luo Qingyin swiftly jumped down beneath the chair. Remaining motionless, cautiously observing her surroundings, her front paws neatly together, appearing exceedingly wary and timid. She refused to come out. Shang Fuhua found this amusing and quite satisfying. She had been overly arrogant before, utterly unrefined. This soft, adorable, and easily intimidated demeanor was precisely what was needed. As for the affection level, it was only 50 due to her being new to the environment, so it would surely rise to 100 in no time. Chapter 63 Affection Level 80. A few days later, Luo Qingyan indeed adapted to her new surroundings. Shang Fuhua approached the palace, and before he could enter, he heard Luo Qingyan's boisterous roar. "Where is my beautiful servant? Shang Fuhua? Where has he gone?" Shang Fuhua's temper flared, and he kicked the door open. There sat Luo Qingyan, swaggering in the throne, her expression haughty, her pupils slightly narrowed, filled with regal disdain, her tail rhythmically tapping the cushion. Upon seeing Shang Fuhua, she huffed in annoyance. "You actually know to return? All you do is gallivant around." Luo Qingyan scolded discontentedly. She cast a glance at the nearby litter box, imperiously commanding, "I just did my business. Hurry up and clean it." Shang Fuhua was fuming. He glared at her. "Who permitted you to speak to your master in such a manner?" "Master? What master?" Luo Qingyan seemed to find this the height of absurdity, her feline paw striking the throne with authority. "This is my home. All these palaces and such belong to me. I am the master here, understand?" Shang Fuhua. He could not ascertain whether this was an issue intrinsic to Luo Qingyan or a common trait of cats. Initially, providing her with dried fish had increased her affection, but now it had stagnated. She enjoyed his provisions without any qualms, continually wearing an expression as if it were an honor to serve her meals. Shang Fuhua stared at her, slowly questioning. "I treat you so well, almost to the point of being subservient. Whatever you wish for, I provide. Am I not akin to a deity in your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan burst into laughter. "What a joke! Your subservience only proves that I am the deity. If I were not a deity, would you treat me so well?" Shang Fuhua. This damned logic left him utterly speechless. Seeing him remain silent, Luo Qingyan grew irritated, glaring at him. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Don't think your good looks grant you impunity? Listen well, no matter how handsome you are. You are but my servant. Now hurry and clean up after your master's business, you useless thing." Current affection level. -20. Shang Fuhua closed his eyes, vowing that once he raised her affection level, he would ensure she faced dire consequences. On the throne, Luo Qingyan continued issuing orders. "Once you've cleaned up, bring forth my grand feast." Shang Fuhua struggled to quell the anger boiling within him. Then with a flourish of his peacock fan, he shifted to the next illusion. A smirk graced his crimson lips. If she believes herself to be the lofty cat master, then very well, this time he would become the cat. Let her take on the role of the one who cleans up. Luo Qingyan, still dazed, opened her eyes to discover a cat nestled in her arms. She could not identify its breed, but it possessed striking sapphire blue eyes and an utterly adorable visage. Good heavens, how could this be so cute? Luo Qingyan immediately embraced it, incessantly petting it while professing her adoration. "Ah, my long-frozen heart is about to melt from your cuteness. From this day forth, you shall be my beloved. I would give my life for you." Current affection level. 80. Starting with an affection level of 80 was quite satisfactory for Shang Fuhua. Indeed, being a cat is the way to go. Several hours later, Shang Fuhua felt as though he might be completely petted bald. She continued to pet him without pause. Didn't she ever tire? Shang Fuhua was exhausted just watching her, unable to endure any longer. He irritably swatted her with a paw, reminding her to take a break. "Hiss!" Luo Qingyan winced in pain, gasping in surprise. She looked at the scratch on her arm, first frowning, then recalling something, she began to laugh. With such a fierce temperament, she must not have undergone sterilization yet, right? She reached out to gently touch the small ball of fur, smiling as she said, "Tomorrow we shall proceed with the surgery to remove these two little things. And you will no longer feel irritable." Shang Fuhua was utterly astonished. How could this woman even contemplate such an act? Luo Qingyan observed it in a daze. She quickly spoke words of reassurance. "Do not be anxious. While sterilization may seem inhumane on the surface, it is actually more beneficial than detrimental for house cats. Haven't you heard? Sterilization is not frightening. The embarrassment of being in heat is what truly is. Once you are sterilized, you will be free of any burdens." Without hesitation, Shang Fuhua switched the illusion. "Next, what should be changed this time?" Narrowing her eyes, Shang Fuhua made a resolute decision and opted for a gender transformation. She transformed Luo Qingyan into a man, while she herself became his cherished concubine. Men have always held a deep affection for the alluring beauties they secretly keep. Surely, the favorability would not be low. Shang Fuhua nestled in Luo Qingyan's embrace, sweetly asking, "Young master, do you truly love me?" Luo Qingyan replied, "Indeed. My dear, you are the one I cherish above all. Aside from a title, I can offer you everything." Shang Fuhua chuckled. "This fellow does not even require a draft when being a scoundrel," as Luo Qingyan spoke. He reached into his trousers. Shang Fuhua was somewhat speechless. "Young master, what are you doing?" Luo Qingyan frowned. "I feel as if I have acquired something extra." Shang Fuhua covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. "That is merely something all men possess. What is there to find strange?" "No," Luo Qingyan insisted solemnly. "I did not have this before. It has suddenly appeared today." Shang Fuhua suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Although the illusion was of her design, she still retained her own knowledge and habits. And it was likely that she could not immediately adapt to a man's body. Since she could not immerse herself in the role, it seemed that gaining favorability would be a challenge. Suddenly, Luo Qingyan said, "My dear, could you please fetch me a ruler?" Shang Fuhua asked, "What do you need a ruler for?" "Just do as I say, and do not ask too many questions," Luo Qingyan coaxed. Thus, Shang Fuhua handed her a ruler. Upon receiving it, Luo Qingyan eagerly measured herself, only to have her expression shift dramatically. "What? I am not even 18 centimeters? This is unacceptable." Luo Qingyan hurled the ruler to the ground. Jumping up in fury, "Who the hell set this up for me? Why is it not long enough? This won't do. The size is inappropriate. I am dissatisfied. I demand a 7-day no questions asked exchange. Hurry up and bring me a new one. One that is long enough." Shang Fuhua was left dumbfounded. Is this what they call a moment of madness? Meanwhile, the system notification chimed. Current favorability, -90. In an instant, Shang Fuhua felt the urge to curse. Why does your length concern me? Why should I receive such a low favorability rating? Unfortunately, the system was quite intelligent, having detected that Luo Qingyan's dissatisfaction and anger stemmed from him, hence the -90 favorability rating. Gritting her teeth, Shang Fuhua switched the illusion once more. Change, change, change. If this one does not work, then on to the next. After all, she could create countless illusions, experimenting with various identities and roles. Moreover, the illusion may span a millennium. While reality is merely a fleeting moment, she had ample time and means, and she was determined to discover a favorability rating of 100, Chapter 64. The Secret Taboo of the Peacock King, 2 chapters combined. Following this, Shang Fuhua adopted different identities to increase favorability. She played the roles of Luo Qingyan's master, disciple, brother, sister, superior, subordinate, neighbor, and mistress. Among these experiences, the worst was being her superior. Upon realizing that the person before him was his superior, Luo Qingyan immediately transformed his favorability to -99, a catastrophic beginning. Shang Fuhua wisely ended that round of the game and directly initiated the next. This role was unplayable. As for the other roles, the favorability ratings varied, some high, some low, some positive, some negative, yet none reached 100. The highest favorability rating was 90. In that illusion, she played Luo Qingyan's grandson. It is said that grandparents and grandchildren share a special bond. And indeed this proved to be true. Luo Qingyan held a rattle drum in her hands, trembling as she shook it, calling out, "Come, my precious grandson, hurry over to Grandpa." Shang Fuhua was tempted to strike her dead. Seeing him remain motionless, Luo Qingyan quickly added, "What's wrong? Do you not wish to acknowledge me as your grandfather? Look how much you resemble me. You must be my dear grandson." Shang Fuhua thought. Enough is enough. Why did she claim he did not resemble her when he was her father, yet now, as her grandson, she insists they look alike? Shang Fuhua doubted that if he actually called her grandfather, perhaps the favorability would reach 100, yet he simply could not bring himself to do it. She could truly infuriate him to death. Gritting her teeth, Shang Fuhua switched the illusion once again. Thus, they spent the entire night in this manner. At dawn, Luo Qingyan awoke, having dreamt dozens of peculiar dreams, all featuring the Peacock King. At times he was her father, at others her grandson. It was utterly chaotic. Luo Qingyan felt her head was about to explode. She vigorously shook her head to awaken herself, realizing she was in an unfamiliar room, and then recalled that she had been captured by Shang Fuhua last night. Hence, this must be his domain. The door swung open, and 2 maids clad in colorful feather garments entered, carrying toiletries. Your Majesty, you are awake? Your Majesty? Luo Qingyan gasped. Do not call me that. I am not your queen. The two maids exchanged glances and giggled. The king brought you back to make you his queen. He stayed in your room all night. What? Luo Qingyan quickly checked herself, finding her clothes intact, untouched, and certainly not in the state one would expect after a wild night. So the Peacock King had spent so much time with her in the same room. What had he been up to? Luo Qingyan was puzzled and demanded, Where is the Peacock King? I wish to see him. The king is currently resting after a long night without sleep. The two maids covered their mouths, exchanging coy glances with her. Luo Qingyan was baffled. After a night of dreaming, Shang Fuhua had not slept. What on earth was he doing? Surely he wasn't performing some kind of ritual around her. Luo Qingyan was even more confused. She did not understand why Shang Fuhua had captured her. His behavior was simply too strange, making it impossible to fathom his true intentions. Could it be that he intended to use her to coerce Elder Tang and the others to achieve some goal? However, for nearly a century, the relationship between the Demon Clan and the immortal cultivation sects had remained harmonious. There was no need for Shang Fuhua to suddenly instigate conflict. Luo Qingyan found it incomprehensible and decided to stop pondering. In any case, he was not a good person, and capturing her certainly did not bode well. She needed to devise a plan to escape. Fortunately, the guards in this estate were not particularly vigilant. Shang Fuhua likely underestimated her cultivation level, believing she could not escape his grasp, so he did not impose strict supervision over her. Moreover, as the most formidable illusionist, Shang Fuhua had a hidden, fatal taboo that was not widely known. Perhaps she could exploit this taboo to defeat him and make her escape. Before long, a servant brought in breakfast, which was both delicious and plentiful. Luo Qingyan rolled up her sleeves and indulged in a feast. Only after filling her stomach could she muster the energy to flee. The two maids observed her with covered mouths, giggling. The queen certainly has a hearty appetite. She eats with such ferocity, one would think she hadn't eaten in 800 years. Stop slandering me. I am not the queen, Luo Qingyan immediately clarified. And no sooner had she spoken than Shang Fuhua entered the room. Perhaps due to a night without sleep, his expression appeared rather grim. With a hint of malevolence in his brows, Your Majesty. The two maids immediately bowed in respect. Shang Fuhua waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The maids respectfully exited and closed the door behind them. Shang Fuhua turned to Luo Qingyan. Did you sleep well last night? His voice bore a hint of gritted teeth, tinged with personal grievance. Luo Qingyan wiped her mouth and replied, Not particularly well. I kept dreaming. Shang Fuhua sneered. Everything about you is under my control. I dictate what dreams you shall have. Luo Qingyan continued. I dreamt that you became my grandson, incessantly calling me grandfather, which completely bewildered me. Shang Fuhua thought. Has this woman lost her mind? When did he ever call her grandfather? Luo Qingyan regarded him with calm amusement, saying, Let us get to the point. Why did you capture me? Shang Fuhua coldly laughed. Reiterating his earlier excuse, I have stated before, I wish for you to seek a marriage partner for me. Luo Qingyan, steeling herself, retorted, A fleshlight is free of charge. Is that acceptable? You can have it as a gift. Shang Fuhua interrupted her impatiently. I do not want that. Find me a real person. After a pause, he added ominously, If you cannot find someone to my satisfaction, then you shall not leave this place. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan frowned and thought. The Peacock King was looking for a partner in this Pearl City, yet aside from Mo Chenxue, there truly was no one, regardless of gender, who could match him. He was presenting her with a conundrum. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up. She had an idea. She raised her gaze to Shang Fuhua, squinting playfully as she remarked, There is someone you must meet. You will be utterly satisfied. 100% satisfaction? Oh? Shang Fuhua arched an eyebrow. Luo Qingyan spoke mysteriously, I possess a portrait of this individual, and I can show it to you right now. However, you must promise me that if you find it satisfactory, you will cease to trouble me. Shang Fuhua huffed softly. In his heart, he believed it impossible to find anyone worthy of his attention. No one in this world could possibly match him. Yet, curiosity piqued. He inquired, Who is it? Luo Qingyan rummaged through her storage bag for a moment before suddenly producing a mirror and holding it up before Shang Fuhua. Look, is he not beautiful? The Peacock King was taken aback. His gaze ensnared by the stunning visage reflected in the mirror, remarkably exquisite, enchanting, and breathtakingly beautiful. Shang Fuhua's pupils dilated in shock, and he staggered back, collapsing onto the bed. Luo Qingyan chuckled softly, her plan successful. Shang Fuhua wielded the most powerful illusions. A mere glance could ensnare a soul. Yet, he harbored a secret taboo. He must never gaze upon himself. This was perhaps a side effect of his years of cultivating illusions or a manifestation of his narcissistic affliction. Regardless, his abode was devoid of mirrors or any object capable of reflecting his image. He knew he was beautiful but could never bear to look, for once he did, he would be entranced by his own allure. Rendered senseless, after laying Shang Fuhua down, Luo Qingyan affixed 3 swift movement talismans to herself and, with a swift escape technique, shot out the door like an arrow released from its bow. The maids and guards in the mansion were momentarily stunned, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a gust-like shadow racing past, followed by the sound of her vaulting over the surrounding walls. As she leaped over the final wall, Luo Qingyan stumbled over a stone and failed to clear it. Crashing directly into the wall, bang! The wall bore a human-shaped hole from the impact. Luo Qingyan screamed wildly, disappearing into the haze beyond. By the time she returned to the uncoupling tower, she was breathless and exhausted. Elder Tang and several senior brothers were anxiously gathered in the hall, with a vibrating cup placed prominently on the central table. Luo Qingyan's eyelids twitched violently. Upon her return, everyone rejoiced, and Elder Tang clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Buddha bless, you have finally returned." Dongfeng Che inquired urgently, "Where have you been?" Luo Qingyan disregarded the question, striding to the table to pick up the vibrating cup, turning it off and placing it into her storage bag before explaining. "I was captured by the Peacock King. Shang Fuhua?" Imo Chinchua's eyes flickered with interest. Luo Qingyan nodded. "Indeed, as for why he captured me, I find it perplexing. He claimed it was to help him find a partner, but it feels otherwise. It's hard to discern his true intentions," Imo Chinchua quickly pressed. "What did he do to you?" "Nothing at all," Luo Qingyan replied. Then, Imo Chinchua adjusted his line of questioning. "You were imprisoned for an entire night. Did you encounter any danger?" "Not really," Luo Qingyan yawned. "I simply didn't sleep well and had countless chaotic dreams." At this, Imo Chinchua understood everything. The Peacock Fan in Shang Fuhua's possession was a renowned artifact in the cultivation world. Known as Floating Life's Charm, this corresponded to the charm on the ranking list. Shang Fuhua was indeed the charm. As for his favorability rating, it had started at -1 but had plummeted to -10 after a night of tumultuous rolling. This indicated that Luo Qingyan was now even more wary of him. A flurry of actions had resulted in a drop in favorability, and Imo Chinchua felt a tinge of schadenfreude. However, upon further reflection, he felt uncomfortable. It seemed that a man's penchant for vanity was indeed beneficial. Luo Qingyan's tolerance for the peacock's beauty was notably high. If it had been anyone else who had abducted her for an entire night, the favorability rating would surely have started at -50. Yet that flamboyant individual only warranted a mere -10? This was far too little. Imo Chinchua resolved to stoke the flames further. Thus, he stated earnestly, "Junior sister, you mentioned having many dreams last night. Those were not dreams at all, but rather the illusions of Shang Fuhua." "Illusions?" Luo Qingyan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "Yes, Shang Fuhua's illusions can ensnare one's soul completely. Akin to dreaming, in a wonder the maid said he remained in my room all night. It was to cast his illusions upon me." Imo Chinchua continued, "Did he not cast numerous illusions upon you, allowing you to experience countless different dreamscapes?" "Precisely," Luo Qingyan nodded, pondering, "but why would he do such a thing?" "Because he seeks to destroy your spirit." Imo Chinchua's expression turned grave, his tone foreboding. Shang Fuhua's illusions can captivate one's soul. If one remains trapped within them for too long, they will gradually become a fool, ultimately losing consciousness and being completely controlled by him. Imo Chinchua informed her, "Shang Fuhua must have learned of your uncoupling tower endeavors and perceived an opportunity, intending to ensnare you and turn you into his puppet. Then, he could exploit you for his own purposes." Luo Qingyan was somewhat frightened by this revelation. The fact that Shang Fuhua could use illusions to turn someone into a puppet was utterly terrifying. The original text had not mentioned this capability, but analyzing the situation in real time, it seemed quite plausible. His reckless abduction of her certainly bore ill intent. As a villain, Shang Fuhua was as ruthless as a viper. Never hesitating to kill, he could indeed commit such a malicious act. Imo Chenxue stated gravely, "Fortunately, you managed to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Dongfang Che, listening nearby, was equally furious. That despicable Peacock King, how could he target my little junior sister? He is utterly vile. I can hardly contain my desire to pluck every feather from him. Luo Qingyan contemplated their analysis, finding it largely accurate. Shang Fuhua was indeed ruthless. During the illusions last night, he had even attempted to deceive her into going to Myanmar under the pretense of marriage. Favorability-50. Charm. Current favorability-60. Mo Chenxue's gaze sharpened, nearly bursting into laughter. The feeling of causing an opponent's favorability to plummet was exhilarating. Dropping from -10 to -60, a sudden decrease of 50 points. Marvelous. This was a strategy worth employing in the future. Dongfang Che continued to seethe with indignation, cursing the Peacock King's shameless actions. Meanwhile, Mu Yunjiao furrowed his brows in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that senior brother Chenxue was intentionally or unintentionally discrediting the Peacock King. Did senior brother Chenxue harbor any personal vendetta against him? It was truly puzzling. Luo Qingyan composed herself, preparing to return to her room for a bath. She had just emerged from crashing through the Peacock King's courtyard wall, covered in dust. Suddenly, Dongfang Che recalled something and called out to her. "Junior sister, wait a moment." Luo Qingyan turned. "Second senior brother, is there something else?" Dongfang Che grinned. "The water bottle you just stored away. Did you make it at the artifact forging peak? Do you have any extras?" "I'd like one too." Luo Qingyan was taken aback, struggling to maintain a smile to hide her embarrassment. "Second senior brother, what do you want that for?" Dongfang Che replied. "I discovered that the water bottle has a heating function. With it, I can enjoy hot water anytime while I'm out." Luo Qingyan. Dongfang Che looked at her expectantly. Luo Qingyan quickly forced a laugh. "I don't have any extras, but I'll ask Duan Tianzao to make you a heating water bottle." "All right," Dongfang Che beamed, adding, "By the way, if you make another one, it shouldn't vibrate. It feels strange. It's sufficient just to heat it." Luo Qingyan nodded, quickly leaving in a hurry. Once back in her room, Luo Qingyan comfortably sank into the bathtub for a soak. Suddenly, the Shirtian sword called out to her in her consciousness. "Master, I think I can transform into a new form again." As a side note, starting today, I plan to combine the 2 daily updates into 1 chapter for posting, so the chapters can be longer, appearing to be around 18 centimeters. What do you think of this idea? Hehe. Chapter 65. Ascending to the bottom of the rankings. What? Luo Qingyan hurriedly summoned it. The Shirtian sword was visibly excited. "That Peacock King's fan inspired me. Master, would you like to see me transform into a fan as well?" Luo Qingyan's eyes sparkled. "Can you really do that?" "Just watch, Master." The Shirtian sword began to glow, and amidst the radiance, it transformed into a fan. This was a white folding fan, adorned with peacock-colored gems at its tail, elegant and resplendent. Though different in design from Shang Fuhua's feather fan, it possessed an equally captivating allure. Wow! Luo Qingyan was instantly enchanted by its beauty. This fan was fabulous. If taken out for show, it would undoubtedly be a showstopper. The Shirtian fan shyly remarked, "Though I am but a trinket, I still managed to transform into a fan. Don't be so modest." "You are indeed beautiful." Luo Qingyan approached the mirror, waving the fan gracefully, exuding an ambiguous charm. Unable to help herself, she exclaimed in self-admiration, "Shirtian, we truly are magnificent together." Subsequently, Luo Qingyan resumed her post at the uncoupling tower, now wielding a folding fan, which she would occasionally wave, elevating her presence significantly. Meanwhile, Imo Chenxue remained by her side, vigilant against any further attempts by Shang Fuhua to abduct her. Seizing every opportunity to malign the competition, Imo Chenxue had discovered the proper strategy for enhancing their ranking. Since his own favorability was difficult to increase, he would simply cause his rivals to plummet. As long as others fall below oneself, one's own ranking will naturally ascend, will it not? Although a favorability rating below 100 renders a high rank somewhat futile, there is still a profound sense of accomplishment in seeing others placed beneath oneself. Currently, Xin ranks at a dismal -70, remaining in last place, while Mei and Ming share -60, tied for second to last. After several days of relentless effort from Imo Chenxue, Shang Fuhua has been molded into a terrifying creature. A deranged bird that preys on children, the most unscrupulous and depraved entity among the demon clan, and the greatest threat to Luo Qingyin's safety. Luo Qingyin finds herself increasingly on edge, unable to withstand the incessant whispers from Shang Fuhua. Her vigilance escalating to a critical level. Ultimately, Shang Fuhua's favorability plummets to -90, earning him the dubious honor of last place in the rankings. Imo Qinxue, in turn, ascends to second to last. Meanwhile, on the demon side, the reclusive Xie Yumenjiao, upon learning of a rival codenamed Mei, initially feels troubled, but soon discovers that Mei's favorability is in a dramatic decline, ultimately reaching -90. This revelation brings him a sigh of relief, as he nearly wishes to send Imo Qinxue a congratulatory message. However, he evidently underestimates Imo Qinxue's ambition. After surpassing Shang Fuhua, Imo Qinxue promptly shifts his focus to Xie Wai Aomingya, by diminishing Xie Yumenjiao's favorability. He could establish himself as the foremost contender among the trio. Thus, Imo Qinxue begins to feign casual conversations with Luo Qingyin about the demons, recounting tales of Xie Yumenjiao. Some stories are true, others exaggerated, and some entirely fabricated, yet all are horrifying and appalling. Luo Qingyin feels a chill run down her spine. She never imagined that Xie Yumenjiao could be even more villainous than depicted in the original text. Although she does not fully believe Imo Qinxue's words, she has no reason to doubt him as a fellow disciple. Why would he concoct tales to deceive her? There would be no benefit for him. Consequently, Xie Yumenjiao's favorability also drops by 30 points, matching Shang Fuhua at -90, resting at the bottom of the rankings. Imo Qinxue derives immense pleasure from this, a smile creeping across his lips. With his favorability at -70, he now stands as the highest among the three. He even begins to anticipate the arrival of other competitors, eager to further manipulate the situation to keep them beneath him. Imo Qinxue realizes that he remains the most advantageous individual, for only he can rightfully remain by the side of the target, while others can only resort to stealth and subterfuge. He possesses a distinct advantage. In a distant loft, Shang Fuhua gazes darkly toward the direction of the singles building. In just a few days, his favorability has inexplicably plummeted by 80 points. Someone must be scheming against him. At Xinjian Peak, Imo Qinxue and Shang Fuhua ponder. Could it be him? If Imo Qinxue is indeed Xian, then it poses quite a dilemma. The Mingzhu city has a truce agreement, and Imo Qinxue, being the foremost disciple of the immortal sect, holds significant status, making it unwise to act recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Fuhua abruptly inquires of his subordinate. How long until the Songhai ruins are set to open? The subordinate replies. Reporting to the king, based on observations, it will be in half a month. Shang Fuhua conceals his lips with a peacock fan and chuckles softly. Good, then we shall meet again at that time. Within that mysterious and perilous ruin, there must be a splendid opportunity for him to score big. On Luo Qingyin's side, after diligent efforts, the various trading halls of the Wuxian sect have become extraordinarily prosperous, with only the bookstore's business remaining relatively bleak. After a thorough investigation, Luo Qingyin proposes a solution. The bookstore lacks a certain item. Elder Tang asks, what item? This item. Luo Qingyin pulls out Elder Shin's monumental work from her storage bag. Elder Tang takes a look. Those years as a cauldron. He casually flips a page, only to be startled, immediately closing the book. Umitba, what have I seen? This cannot be allowed. Luo Qingyin reassures him. Elder Tang, rest assured, we will thoroughly review the content before printing and eliminate anything inappropriate. Ensuring no negative impact, Elder Tang, only half comprehending, ultimately succumbs to Luo Qingyin's persistent persuasion and agrees. Luo Qingyin promptly arranges for the printing, knowing full well that it would be impossible to remove the risku elements. For doing so would leave the narrative devoid of substance and disrupt its coherence. Moreover, readers are drawn precisely because of these elements. If they are removed, what would the audience have left to engage with? Thus, Luo Qingyin, adhering to a spirit of authenticity and practicality, demands a complete, unabridged version without any deletions. Elder Tang, too intimidated to read it, decides to leave it to her, as she consistently handles matters with care. Soon, Those Years as a Cauldron is available in bulk, and the book indeed boasts both risku content and an engaging plot, with readers proclaiming it thrilling. Word spreads rapidly, and the bookstore of the Wuxian sect soon becomes overwhelmed. Luo Qingyin arrives on the scene, only to spot a familiar face among the crowd. the leader of the Tian Sha sect, adorned in his Newton-style wig, purchasing the Risku book, claiming it is for their leader. Luo Qingyan captures the bustling scene with the recording stone, editing it into a message to Elder Shin, who is at the mage peak of the sect. Elder Shin, forgive my presumption. I have officially published your book. It has become a classic at the bookstore, and based on current sales, you will soon find yourself residing in a luxurious seaside mansion. Elder Shin. I never imagined that a work once deemed unsightly could one day be revered as a classic. Regarding income, he had previously sold it discreetly to the black market, earning very little, but now his efforts have yielded rewards. Elder Shun sends a message. Luo girl, this is all thanks to you. I will be visiting Mingzhu City in a few days. Please take me to the bookstore, for I wish to see it with my own eyes. Luo Qingyan is astonished. You are coming to Mingzhu City? Elder Shun. Indeed, the Songhai ruins are about to open, and there are many complex formations within that secret realm that require a talisman master to decipher. But I must get back to writing. Upon receiving this message, the jade slip dims. Luo Qingyan, however, gazes at the words Songhai ruins and suddenly has a realization. The Songhai ruins? This place is of utmost importance, because it pertains to the destruction of the Wuxian sect. In the original narrative, the Wuxian sect is annihilated by Imo Chenxue. Yet, this seems highly unreasonable. The sect boasts a leader and 6 peak masters, with the exception of her master, Shui Yuejun, whose cultivation level remains unclear. The others are all formidable figures. The sect leader, Wuji Zhenren, is at the late stage of god transformation, while the beast master peaks leader is at the mid stage, and the mage peaks leader is at the early stage of god transformation. With the remaining leaders of the pill, forging, and treasure peaks all at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. 3 god transformation and 3 nascent soul, along with dozens of elders and thousands of disciples. Such a formidable force cannot possibly fall to a single individual. This is utterly absurd, pure absurdity. The original author likely recognized the illogical nature of this portrayal and sought to arrange events to maintain narrative coherence. It is said that Imo Chenxue instigated the rebellion during the absence of several peak masters, leaving only the sect leader and the forging peaks master behind, while simultaneously poisoning the sect leader to limit his cultivation, allowing Imo Chenxue to break through to the mid-stage of god transformation overnight. Even so, this remains exceedingly far-fetched. 1 Mid-stage god transformation cannot annihilate an entire sect. Thus, the original text adds an explanation, stating that Imo Chenxue utilized an ancient and peculiar power far beyond god transformation at that time. When the sect leader inquires how he possesses such strength, he nonchalantly attributes it to the opportunities found within the Songhai ruins. However, the nature of this opportunity remains unexplained in the original text, leaving a gaping hole in the narrative. Perhaps the author, too, was unsure how to elaborate, hence the omission. Ultimately, it is revealed that Imo Chenxue acquired some supernatural malevolent power within the Songhai ruins, granting him the capability to obliterate the Wuxian sect. Luo Qingyan suddenly becomes exhilarated, for this means that as long as Imo Chenxue is prevented from entering the Songhai ruins or from obtaining that unearthly malevolent power within the secret realm, he will be unable to bring about the sect's destruction 3 years hence. The moment this thought arises, Luo Qingyan feels a glimmer of hope for salvation. She immediately begins to strategize. The Songhai ruins lie deep beneath the sea outside Mingzhu City. Akin to the Atlantis of the cultivation world, it was once an incredibly prosperous island city-state known as Songhai Kingdom in ancient times. For reasons unknown, the entire city suddenly sank beneath the waves, becoming a lost civilization shrouded in mystery. Recently, due to climatic changes, the whirlpools surrounding the Songhai ruins have begun to weaken, and in half a month, it will open, rumored to harbor unparalleled treasures. Coincidentally, the team led by Imo Chenxue is currently in Mingzhu City, temporarily assigned to explore the ruins. The sect has even dispatched 2 talisman masters skilled in formations to assist. Luo Qingyan furrows her brows in contemplation. It is impossible to prevent Imo Chenxue, the team leader, from accessing the Songhai ruins. Thus, she must shadow him closely within the secret realm, severing all his opportunities and preventing him from obtaining that world-ending malevolent power. Regrettably, the original text fails to provide a detailed account of Imo Chenxue's experiences within the Songhai ruins. The narrative depicts Hua Li's ambiguous relationship with the Peacock King in Mingzhu City, which incites jealousy in Imo Chenxue, prompting her to venture alone to the Songhai ruins. Upon her return, She claims that there are no treasures to be found, only an abundance of peculiar stone statues. An unknown civilization, shrouded in mystery, looms over these statues. Luo Qingyan sighed, realizing that she has no spoilers regarding the Songhai ruins, and the true cause of the annihilation of the Songhai kingdom remains a significant enigma in the realm of cultivation. Lacking proper documentation, a few days later, Elder Shen arrived in Mingzhu City, accompanied by Gu Qianglu. These two individuals were mages dispatched by the sect for support. Luo Qingyan was delighted to see familiar faces. Believing that this would facilitate matters, as soon as Elder Shen arrived, he eagerly visited the bookstore, exhilarated by the overwhelming sales of his literary work. If given a choice, he would have preferred to forego any exploration of the Songhai ruins. Focusing solely on his writing. Luo girl, here is the manuscript for the second volume. Please take it. Elder Shen discreetly handed the manuscript to Luo Qingyan. I will work diligently to finish it soon. And I trust you to help me with the printing. Absolutely, I'll take care of it. Luo Qingyan replied with a bright smile as she accepted the manuscript. It soon became apparent to everyone that Elder Shen had been extraordinarily busy lately, locking himself away in his room day after day, hardly venturing outside. Gu Qianglu expressed his confusion, remarking that Elder Shen's temperament had grown increasingly eccentric since arriving in Mingzhu City, with no one seeing him and wondering what he was preoccupied with. He must be preparing for the Songhai ruins, Luo Qingyan surmised. I've heard there are many ancient formations there, which can only be unraveled by professional formation masters. Elder Shen is surely studying diligently. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan was also striving to uncover secrets related to the Songhai ruins, yet her efforts had yielded no results, until one fateful day. On that day, a peculiar young man unexpectedly appeared at the Duodan Tower. Chapter 66, Do Not Approach. The man was of short stature, dressed in expensive clothing that clearly indicated his affluent background. However, dark circles under his eyes suggested a life of excess. Luo Qingyan glanced at him, contemplating promoting the kidney-replenishing pills from the Dan pharmacy. The man's demeanor was lewd as he left personal information on the Duodan egg: species, pervert, personal situation, wealthy, hobbies, bondage, captivity, wilderness, group activities, etc. Pervert? Luo Qingyan pondered. Bemused. Is this a species among the demon clan? Indeed, it is. I am one. The man smirked, lifting his chin. I desire beautiful women. Arrange for me several fox spirits and rabbit spirits. Luo Qingyan's expression soured. Sir, this is a place for sincere matchmaking, aimed at obtaining marriage certificates. If you seek fleeting romances, I suggest visiting the brothels on the streets. I've long grown weary of the brothels in Mingzhu City. I now wish to prey upon some innocent maidens. The man replied nonchalantly, Just introduce me to a few. I have plenty of money. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Qingyan slapped him across the face. I am in the business of legitimate dealings. Not a brothel. She then stepped on him, declaring, with a scoundrel like you, regardless of your wealth, I shall ensure you face eternal punishment. How dare you treat me this way? I am a guest, the man shouted. Only to start laughing lewdly, however, seeing as you appear rather young. If you meet my demands, I shall forgive you. As he spoke, he brazenly grabbed the hem of Luo Qingyan's clothing, attempting to grope her. Mo Chinchua's eyes darkened, and she swiftly unleashed a gust of wind, forcefully sending the pervert crashing into a corner. Bang! Ah! The man let out a short yelp of pain. Luo Qingyan was already rolling up her sleeves, exclaiming, A pervert, is it? Let me beat the true form of this demon out of you. I shall see what species this so-called pervert truly is. Upon hearing this, the man turned pale, quickly begging for mercy. No need to strike. I can reveal my true form to you. With a loud bang, he transformed back into his demon beast form. Luo Qingyan approached, staring in astonishment at the peculiar creature before her. It resembled a weasel, with the snout of a pig, claws like a wolf, and ears akin to a bear. A veritable chimera, impossible to classify. Luo Qingyan had never encountered such an odd creature and was utterly perplexed. What exactly are you? The creature replied. I am a cha. Cha? Luo Qingyan was taken aback. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in her mind. A deep blue sky with a golden full moon overhead, sandy shores by the sea, covered in an endless expanse of verdant watermelons, and a young man wielding a steel fork. In the midst of her bewilderment, the cha slipped away from under her legs. Luo Qingyin mused. Lu Sun does not deceive me. The Cha dashed towards the exit, but Imo Chinshue swiftly struck again, causing it to howl in agony and revert to its human form. Cha Man, please spare me, esteemed immortals, the Cha Man begged, crawling while nursing his bruised face. I promise never to cause trouble again. Luo Qingyin produced a pair of scissors, smirking. Your assurances hold little weight. Come, let us conduct a minor procedure. The Cha Man was horrified, clutching his trousers and screaming. No, immortal, spare me. I possess treasures to offer you. Oh? What treasures? Luo Qingyin inquired. The Cha Man replied, a map of the Songhai ruins. Upon hearing this, both Imo Chenshue and Luo Qingyin were taken aback. The Songhai ruins had never been opened, and no one knew the terrain within. Could there truly be a map? The Cha Man rummaged through his storage pouch for an extended period, finally producing a tattered scroll from deep within. Luo Qingyin accepted the scroll, and alongside Imo Chenshue, they unfurled it. It was an ancient, yellowed piece of silk, marked in the center with a blood-red cross. Aside from that, it bore nothing else. Luo Qingyin was speechless. You call this a map? The Cha Man replied, esteemed immortal, you may not be aware, but this map only reveals its image once one enters the ruins. Outside, it appears blanked. Is that so? Luo Qingyin expressed her skepticism. Furrowing her brow, Imo Chenshue, however, conducted an inspection and noted, this scroll is indeed a spiritual artifact, and it seems to possess a formation. Luo Qingyin concurred, observing that the scroll not only emanated spiritual energy but was also extraordinarily peculiar. Unlike anything from this world. Indeed, indeed. The Cha Man repeated fervently, I would not dare deceive you. This is truly a one-of-a-kind map of the Songhai ruins. Luo Qingyin asked, what does the red cross signify? That, I do not know, the Cha Man stammered. Perhaps it marks the location of a treasure. It is said that there are treasures within the Songhai ruins. Once you enter the secret realm and reach the location marked by the red cross, you may find the treasure. Oh? Luo Qingyin raised an eyebrow, realizing that this map might indeed be a valuable item. Where did you acquire it? It has been passed down through my family for generations. The Cha Man quickly explained. As for how my ancestors obtained it, I am uncertain. My family has lived by the sea for generations, cultivating watermelons. This map is considered a family heirloom. I intended to sell it on the black market for a hefty sum. Yet now I am offering it to you for free, so please spare me. Luo Qingyin and Imo Chenshue exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well then, please transform back into your Cha form. Luo Qingyin requested. The Cha Man, unsure of her intentions but unwilling to defy her, promptly reverted to his strange animal shape. Imo Chenshue formed a spell, and a luminous cage materialized, enclosing the Cha within. What is the meaning of this? The Cha screamed. Luo Qingyin replied with a smile, we cannot ascertain whether your claims are true. Thus, we will have to keep you in confinement for a few days. Once we return from the Songhai ruins and confirm that you have not lied, we will naturally release you. You shameless beings, the Cha protested angrily. Do not be upset. A disciple will provide for you during your stay. Ensuring you lack for nothing, Luo Qingyin reassured him with a grin. That is unacceptable, the Cha protested. Unless you bring in some young and beautiful female rabbits or foxes to keep me company. Luo Qingyin pondered, realizing that this creature was indeed incorrigible. It seems your lower half has taken control, and this requires treatment. How about this? We do not have any young and beautiful rabbits or foxes, but we do have a senior brother who has contracted a young and beautiful tigress. Shall we let her come and have a chat with you? The Cha leaped and protested vehemently. Ignoring him, Luo Qingyin found the disciple and borrowed the tigress. Then, amidst the Cha's terrified shrieks, the tigress was released into the cage. Upon meeting, the tigress immediately greeted the Cha with a powerful slap, sending him reeling and spitting blood. My master has instructed that this creature cannot be eaten or killed. Thus, we can only toy with it gently. It must not die, Luo Qingyin observed from outside. Chuckling, enjoy your time in rehabilitation. We shall release you upon our return. The Cha, gravely injured, glared at her retreating figure, his teeth grinding in anger. Return? Do you truly believe you will come back? The Cha silently mocked. Knowing full well that the red cross on the map represented the true message, do not approach, do not approach, do not approach. That is a harbinger of death, the gateway to hell. an existence of unimaginable terror. Yet these foolish monks believe that the red cross marks the location of treasure. Following the map, they shall meet their demise without a resting place. In the council chamber, Luo Qingyan and her companions sat around the table, upon which lay the map. If this map truly reveals its secrets as Cha asserts upon reaching the secret realm, Luo Qingyan pondered. What, then, does this red cross signify? There are two possibilities, Mu Yunjiao stated lightly. Firstly, it indicates the presence of treasure, enticing people to seek it out. Secondly, it warns of danger, urging people to keep their distance. The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, the two interpretations are starkly contrasting. The truth remains elusive. Imo Chenxue, appearing thoughtful, proposed a third possibility, that this location harbors both treasure and peril. Luo Qingyan gazed at him, and observing Imo Chenxue's demeanor, it was evident he was inclined to take this risk. Thus, the unparalleled evil force that later annihilated the sect must have originated from this very place. Mu Yunjiao nodded in affirmation. If that is the case, the third possibility seems the most plausible. Treasure and danger have always coexisted. Places rich in secret treasures are often fraught with extreme peril, not easily claimed by mere mortals. Jiu Qianglu narrowed her eyes. Then, should we proceed? Of course, Imo Chenxue replied. Once the Songhai ruins are opened, the demon and monster clans will swarm in. If there truly is treasure, it must not fall into the hands of evil. Luo Qingyan concurred, her gaze flickering. Indeed, such cataclysmic evil force, even if Imo Chenxue cannot obtain it, cannot be disregarded. For if it were to fall into the hands of other nefarious factions, it would undoubtedly result in unimaginable consequences. Before their departure, Luo Qingyan requested that Daxioner accompany them. The owl, half awake, responded, This Daxioner will not go. I have calculated through divination, and this journey is fraught with peril, a threat to life itself. Then you should accompany me, Luo Qingyan retorted. Otherwise, if I were to perish, what would become of you, left alone and helpless? What else can I do? The owl Daxioner replied leisurely. I shall simply find another, Luo Qingyan. You are quite open-minded. On the night of their departure, a quartet, along with Gu Qianglu and Elder Shun, boarded the ship together. The entrance to the Songhai ruins lay far in the heart of the ocean. Tonight, the sea was particularly lively. All sects were aware of the impending opening of the Songhai ruins and dispatched vessels to the sea. Additionally, many rogue cultivators formed groups to purchase tickets in hopes of striking fortune. Among them was a particularly lavish and ostentatious ship, significantly larger than the others, which brazenly sailed past the small boat of the Onxian sect. Sending towering waves crashing as if to convey disdain. It was the ship of the Jiuxiao sect, whose disciple piloting the vessel frowned. The Jiuxiao sect places immense importance on the Songhai ruins. Their chief disciple is personally present, accompanied by 4 elder cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Luo Qingyan glanced over and indeed saw a young man clad in extravagant attire standing upon the ship's deck, flanked by 2 disciples who fanned him, exuding an air of princely grandeur. That is the chief disciple of the Jiuxiao sect, Yuan Baotian, the disciple at the helm explained. Yuan Baotian? Luo Qingyan felt a wave of respect. His name sounds quite explosive. Indeed, the disciple gossiped. It is said that Yuan Baotian is exceptionally talented in both martial and literary pursuits. At the tender age of 8, he won the Jiuxiao sect's poetry competition with a humorous poem titled, My Master Father. Luo Qingyan. Dongfang Che scoffed at this. What is so remarkable about that? He merely relies on his father. He pales in comparison to our chief brother. As he spoke, he cast an admiring glance at Imo Chenxue. Imo Chenxue, however, never displayed any airs. Despite his formidable cultivation, he remained approachable, caring for the happy peak with a chivalrous spirit. Dongfang Che had already regarded him as a role model, vowing to learn from him. Yes, indeed, Luo Qingyan surprisingly echoed. She snuggled up to Imo Chenxue, tugging at his sleeve. Brother Chenxue, my cultivation is too low. I shall have to cling to you for dear life. You won't refuse me. Will you? Imo Chenxue raised an eyebrow in surprise. This girl had always maintained a certain distance and trepidation towards him. Why this sudden shift in demeanor? He did not comprehend, but he considered it a positive development. As long as she wished to remain close, it would facilitate the enhancement of their bond. Thus, he smiled warmly. Very well. Stay close to me, Dongfang Che chimed in. I also wish to cling. Wonderful, come, let us all join in. Luo Qingyan clapped her hands eagerly. Let everyone keep an eye on Imo Chenxue. This could not be better. Clearing her throat, Luo Qingyan proclaimed, once we reach the ocean floor, we shall closely encircle Brother Chenxue, hand in hand, shouldering the mission bestowed upon us by our sect. The group stared blankly. Is this a comedic performance? As they approached the heart of the ocean, Gu Qianglu produced several pieces of equipment. These are the underwater armors specially crafted for us by the sect. Once donned, they will allow us to utilize water evasion techniques while also providing protection against harm. This is armor? Imo Chenxue observed the armor in his hands, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Is this not merely a turtle shell? It is armor shaped like a turtle shell. Gu Qianglu explained earnestly. It is thanks to junior sister Luo, the master of the equipment peak, Red Yin Shirshu, was inspired by the green hat invented by junior sister Luo and Duan Tianzhao, which led to the creation of this turtle shell armor. Once worn, it will be akin to donning a green hat, allowing oceanic beasts to regard us as their own, thus refraining from attacking us. Imo Chenxue, why is it that after interacting with Luo Qingyan, he always dresses in such peculiar ways? First, he dons a green hat. Now he sports a turtle shell. Mu Yunjiao, intrigued, noted that these turtle shells were a vivid green, even more so than the previous green hat. Fortunately, the color was uniform and appeared clean. The Virgo only demands cleanliness, not color. Moreover, this armor also possesses the water evasion technique. Otherwise, using the technique underwater would consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Dongfang Che was ecstatic, exclaiming, "This is truly splendid. It is large and green, quite the rarity. Not only can it be worn as clothing, but in peril, one can also retreat into the shell, providing a profound sense of security." Dongfang Che promptly donned a piece of armor and displayed it. What do you think? Does this turtle shell look impressive or not? Very impressive indeed. Luo Qingyan assessed him, sincerely applauding. You must admit, once you wear it, you truly resemble a turtle, Dongfang Che. In a corner of the cabin, Elder Shen appeared disinterested, his mind preoccupied with crafting a novel plot. His primary occupation was as a writer of Risku literature. Being a cultivator was merely a secondary endeavor. Before long, the grand ship arrived at an area rife with turbulent currents. Beneath this whirlpool lies the Songhai ruins. The vessels halted here as cultivators recited the water evasion technique, leaping into the sea like dumplings, filled with anticipation as they plunged into the depths. Luo Qingyan and her companions donned their vibrant green turtle shells. As the group arranged themselves, they closed their eyes. Resembling a line of individuals preparing for a leap of faith, and one by one, they dove into the whirlpool. Imo Chenxue led the way, with Luo Qingyan and Dongfang Che closely following, followed by Elder Shin and Gu Qianglu, the two technical experts, while Mu Yunjiao brought up the rear. Upon entering the water, Luo Qingyan felt as though she had fallen into a washing machine. Beneath the surface churned an unceasing tempest of currents. Although it had weakened considerably over the past millennia, it still spun them around, nearly rendering their eyes unable to open. Faced with such peril, Elder Shun began to work diligently, quickly forming a series of interconnected formations. With a whoosh, golden light erupted, linking them together like a string of pearls. Thus, the six-person group remained tightly bound, successfully traversing the whirlpool barrier and entering a tranquil, deep blue expanse of water. Once they were safe, Elder Shin promptly disbanded the formation. This interconnected method was exceedingly dangerous, as encountering external threats would leave them incapacitated. Thus it could only be employed in critical situations. That moment, with a swift sound, a massive spherical formation also successfully navigated through the whirlpool, boldly sweeping past them. It was the Zhouxiao sect. Relying on their numbers, they formed a spherical sword formation, with 4 elder cultivators in the nascent soul stage guarding the top, bottom, left, and right, emanating an imposing presence. The other disciples took their positions, with Yuan Baotian shielded in the center. As they passed by Luo Qingyan's group, they even let out mocking laughter. Is this all that the Wanxian sect has sent? Just a few clad in turtle shells. Are they here to amuse us? It is just as well. Fewer of them means less competition for treasures. Hemph, do they truly think they can compete with us? As they spoke, they accelerated their pace, eager to seize the advantage. Jiu Qianglu sneered. The dangers of the Songhai ruins are unknown. These individuals are truly fearless. If there is indeed a treasure, It is surely not so easily found. Luo Qingyan chuckled. Indeed, let them take the lead in their reckless pursuit. We shall follow behind and perhaps glean some experience. The remaining teammates nodded in agreement. Steadying herself, Luo Qingyan retrieved the map given to her by Cha. The map still bore only a blood-red cross, with nothing else to be seen. Luo Qingyan furrowed her brows. There is still nothing. That Cha mentioned the map would only reveal its secrets once we entered the Songhai ruins. Imo Chenxue comforted her. Let us take a look once we reach the city. Luo Qingyan nodded and stowed the map away. Around them, the tranquil underwater world displayed colors beyond mortal imagination. The coral reefs were resplendent, stacked like treasures, while vibrant marine creatures danced amidst them. Imo Chenxue's eyes flickered. This fairy tale-like place should be quite suitable for boosting affection, right? He took the initiative to grasp Luo Qingyan's hand. Leading her deeper into the sea, Luo Qingyan immediately tightened her grip on his hand. From this moment onward, she vowed to remain by his side. Mu Yunzhou observed this with narrowed eyes, seeing the demeanor of his junior sister. Could it be that she truly has feelings for Imo Chenxue? Though it seemed unlikely. The remaining teammates paid little mind, as Luo Qingyan's low cultivation level made Imo Chenxue's protective actions seem entirely reasonable. The 6 of them ventured further into the deep sea, when suddenly, Luo Qingyan heard Dongfang Che's cries. Ah, what are you doing? Get away from me. Turning her head, Luo Qingyan was taken aback to find Dongfang Che being embraced from behind by a giant sea turtle. It was the mating season for marine creatures, and this male turtle, attracted by Dongfang Che's shell, believed that this particular shell was the most captivating in the ocean. Dazed by infatuation, the male turtle mistook Dongfang Che for a beautiful mate and charged forward. Intending to assert his dominance, Dongfang Che found himself pinned beneath the turtle, its flipper-like limbs awkwardly encircling his armpits, rendering him unable to escape, and he could only curse and call for help from his teammates. Quick, someone help me get this wretched creature off. Gu Qianglu hurriedly produced a talisman, attempting to assist Dongfang Che. Yet, others were quicker to act. Several male turtles, upon witnessing what appeared to be a couple in a loving embrace, rushed in, launching an all-out assault. They sought to claim mating rights, attempting to displace the original male turtle in favor of themselves. Amidst the chaos, Dongfang Che finally found an opportunity to break free. He returned to the group, panting and shaken, angrily wielding 2 spiked clubs. Unable to summon thunder in the depths, his usual skills were rendered useless. Luo Qingyan had specially crafted electrified clubs for him. As long as they charged them with lightning on land, they could be used underwater. Dongfang Che brandished a club in each hand, swinging them wildly. Let us see who dares to harass me now. Who dares? The group pressed on into the depths, leaving a few bewildered male turtles to battle it out among themselves, for safety. Dongfang Che withdrew his head and limbs into his shell, leaving only the 2 electrified clubs protruding. And he descended alongside the team. The passing cultivators were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves, I just saw someone from the Wuxian sect, and they were wearing turtle shells, accompanied by a turtle monster. I saw it too. That turtle monster looks truly terrifying, with no head and just 2 spiked clubs protruding from its body. It's quite bizarre. Luo Qingyan was astonished upon hearing their remarks. Oh? The turtle monster is actually my senior brother. As they approached the ocean floor, the light dimmed progressively until it became pitch black. The atmosphere turned particularly sinister. In the distance lay an unfathomable darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of their lighting talismans. Revealing twisted, shadowy sea monsters lurking in the depths, the terrifying ambience reached its peak. The appearances of these deep-sea creatures were nothing short of grotesque, as if they had consumed nuclear waste. It was simply too dark for anyone to see each other. Allowing their imaginations to run wild in this scene, Luo Qingyan could hardly believe she had not been transported to the opening ceremony of the Tokyo Olympics. Many wandering cultivators hesitated at this juncture, unwilling to proceed further. Not far away, members of the Jiuxiao sect were engaged in battle with a massive mantis shrimp. Their spherical sword formation displayed immense power, with dazzling magical light. Within mere moments, they had the shrimp fleeing in terror as it scuttled away. They pressed on into the deep sea. Luo Qingyan and her companions watched in relief, grateful for their turtle shells, which spared them much of the hassle of monster fighting. After another quarter hour of descent, a ghostly blue city suddenly emerged below. The city lay quietly at the ocean floor, exuding a chilling blue light amidst the boundless darkness, as if coated in some strange luminescent powder. Luo Qingyan's eyes widened. That is the sunken island nation, Songhai. The city was enveloped in a barrier, and Imo Chunshue attempted to strike at it, shaking his head. No, we cannot penetrate this barrier. It seems we can only enter through the city gates. The city possessed 4 grand gates, and with the underwater directions being indistinct, they opted for the nearest entrance. Upon reaching the gate, they discovered that the Jiuxiao sect had arrived first and was searching for a means to open it. The towering city walls and massive stone gates appeared ancient and heavy, firmly rejecting any intruders. The 4 Yuanying elders of the Jiuxiao sect gathered their strength, channeling their spiritual light as they chanted, 1, 2, 3, bang. The magical light struck the city gate, yet it remained immovable. Luo Qingyan and the others observed from a distance. It seems that entering the city will not be an easy task. The remaining Jiuxiao disciples drew their swords and began hacking at the gates. After much clamor and effort, they had chipped away at the gate, but it still refused to budge. Yuan Baotian grew impatient and scolded. Enough! Stop hacking! You fools, can't you see that this gate cannot be opened with swords and blades? The disciples looked at him in confusion. Senior brother, if not with swords and blades, then what? With our brains. Yuan Baotian pointed to his head. The elders were perplexed, unable to contain their curiosity. What strategy do you propose? Chief! Yuan Baotian huffed dismissively and retorted. Step back and watch me. The crowd quickly retreated. The disciples were uncertain of his intentions, but immediately began to flatter him. Our senior brother is always full of wisdom. Indeed, indeed, our brother is exceptionally intelligent and unmatched in strategy. We can only look up to him. Luo Qingyan watched intently, intrigued by what clever plan Yuan Baotian might devise against a gate that resisted swords and blades. Yuan Baotian swaggered up to the city gate, gathering his strength and continuing to scold. A bunch of brutes, resorting to swords and blades at every turn. Can't you think for once? With that, he bent down, gathering momentum, and charged headfirst at the gate. Boom! The gate was forced open by his head. The crowd. Luo Qingyan was left in awe. This is truly using one's head to open a door. The Jiuxiao disciples were momentarily stunned, then quickly regained their composure and began their usual flattery. Our senior brother's iron head technique is truly unparalleled. Yes, yes, our brother's skill is indeed extraordinary. He is truly the chief of our sect, and we once again find ourselves in awe. Yuan Baotian, slightly dazed from the impact, swayed unsteadily, and 2 disciples quickly stepped forward to support him, 1 on each side. The 4 elders exchanged silent glances, their expressions inscrutable. The crowd surrounded Yuan Baotian, swiftly disappearing through the city gate. Mo Chenshue hurriedly led the Wuxian sect members to follow. However, before they could enter, the gate suddenly slammed shut. Barring their entry, Mo Chenshue turned to inquire, does anyone here know the iron head technique? The group shook their heads in unison. O Chenshue sighed. He did not know it either. Yet, they could not force the gate open with ordinary methods. Luo Qingyan suddenly had a brainwave. I have a method we can try. She stepped forward, taking out the map given to her by Cha and, as if swiping a card, pressed it against the rough stone gate. With her other hand, she knocked on the door and sang, little rabbit, open the door, hurry up, I want to come in. The crowd. You are even more absurd than Yuan Baotian. Yet, the next moment, the gate seemingly sensed something, and with a resounding boom, it swung open automatically. The group was taken aback, but without further ado, they hurriedly stepped inside. Behind them, the ancient gate closed once more, resembling a piece of smart home technology. Dongfang Che impatiently asked, Junior sister, how could you open the door? Luo Qingyan explained. I suspect this map was once lost within the city and carries the spiritual energy of Songhai. As long as the gate senses this familiar energy, it will allow us entry, and the song. That song is irrelevant. It was merely to add a touch of ceremony to the knocking, as she spoke. She raised the map. Upon entering the city, the map indeed revealed new information. The previously blank parchment now bore a green light, flickering at the right edge, while the central red cross glowed with a blood-like hue. What is this green? The group was puzzled. Aside from the central red cross, the map still contained no geographical features. Luo Qingyan studied the map for a moment, and suddenly enlightenment struck. I know. The green dot should signify Chapter 70, where I, in the guise of a pauper, find myself as Luo Qingyan, map in hand, striding purposefully ahead. After traversing a considerable distance, I finally come to a halt. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Little junior sister, do you comprehend the meaning of this green dot? Imo Chenchua inquires. Luo Qingyan responds, it denotes our location. Our location? Yes, precisely where we stand. Luo Qingyan elaborates, this green dot shifts in accordance with our movements. With this real-time positioning map, we can accurately navigate to the location marked by the red cross. IT functions as a rudimentary navigation system. The group suddenly grasps the true purpose of the map. After a brief discussion, lacking any other immediate objectives, they resolve to proceed directly towards the red cross, eager to uncover its mysteries. With the map in hand, Luo Qingyan leads her companions along the navigational path. Gradually delving deeper into the heart of Songhai Kingdom, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Legend has it that Songhai Kingdom succumbed to a mysterious catastrophe, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Yet, the current ruins of Songhai still exhibit the grandeur of a thriving city. Taverns and tea houses abound in the marketplace, their signs and banners pristine and orderly, while vehicles and vendor stalls are parked neatly at the roadside, utterly devoid of the signs of a calamitous disaster. Except for the absence of people, an eerily empty city, submerged beneath the waves, remarkably preserved. The structures and furnishings remain intact, yet not a soul is in sight. This city is indeed peculiar, Elder Shen muses. Stroking his beard, a frown creasing his brow, there are no living beings, nor any remnants of corpses. Where have the inhabitants vanished? His imagination could not conjure such a tale. Luo Qingyan is equally perplexed. It appears the original denizens of this city have collectively disappeared overnight, as if they had evaporated into thin air. As they pass by an inn, curiosity compels them to enter and investigate. Inside, the inn is remarkably clean, with an open ledger resting on the counter. Time seems to stand still here, untouched by the passage of millennia, enveloped in an air of mysterious stillness. Luo Qingyan glances at the ledger before ascending to the upper floors. Pushing open the doors of various guest rooms, some doors are locked from within, the latches flimsy enough to yield with a simple shove. As expected, each room is entirely vacant. How strange, Luo Qingyan furrows her brow. According to the registration book downstairs, the inn was fully booked that day. Some beddings remain unmade, and the doors are locked, indicating that the occupants vanished directly from their rooms. What calamity could cause an entire city's population to disappear without a trace? Imo Chenchua shakes his head. I have never encountered such a situation. He turns to Elder Shen, who appears equally at a loss, shaking his head with a distant expression. I must jot down this bizarre occurrence. It will serve as material for my future writings, he muses. Dongfang Che speculates, could it be that these people ascended collectively? Mu Yunjiao remarks coolly, if death can be considered a form of ascension, then they indeed have. Are you implying they are all dead? Luo Qingyan gasps. How do you know? Mu Yunjiao replies, if they ascended, it would suggest that Songhai Kingdom was a blessed land. Yet, the atmosphere here is anything but auspicious. It is rather ominous. Dongfang Che questions, if they are dead, then where are the bodies? Why are there no remains? Gu Qianglu approaches the wall and uses a talisman to scrape off a bit of luminescent powder. The room is covered in this ghostly blue phosphorescence, the walls and floor alike. What on earth is this? Gu Qianglu frowns, noting that the entire city seems cloaked in this powder. Mu Yunjiao stands with arms crossed. Though its nature is unknown, it certainly does not appear to bode well. Luo Qingyan remains silent, a chilling notion forming in her mind. The glow emitted by this powder resembles will-o'-the-wisps? Surely not. Let us depart. Imo Chenchua proposes. Perhaps all the secrets of this city lie at the location marked by the red cross. The group nods in agreement, ready to leave the inn. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes from below. Someone is coming. Elder Shen quickly signals for everyone to huddle together, forming a defensive formation while simultaneously weaving a hand sign. The spiritual light emanating from his palms envelopes the group like bubbles, rendering them invisible to outsiders. Before long, the footsteps ascend the staircase, accompanied by a commanding voice. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unexamined. There may be treasures hidden away. Luo Qingyan raises an eyebrow. The voice is all too familiar. Sure enough, in the next moment, a recognizable figure appears. The faux-haired leader of the Tian Sha sect, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Newton's waves. It seems that the demonic clan of the Tian Sha sect has also infiltrated the ruins of Songhai, intent on treasure hunting. Seeing this, Luo Qingyan feels a wave of relief wash over her. At least the intruders are demons, not some unknown specters of the city. Commence the search, room by room, the faux-haired leader commands. The demon cultivators disperse to search. The faux-haired leader circles around Luo Qingyan and her companions. Surrounded by demon cultivators, Elder Shin discreetly shifts their invisible formation, leading his teammates to evade detection, akin to a game of hide-and-seek. After a thorough search, the demons find nothing and prepare to leave. At that moment, one of the demon cultivators slips and inadvertently collides with the invisible barrier. With a loud pop, the invisibility spell shatters. Luo Qingyan and her companions instantly become visible. The demon cultivators are equally startled by the sudden appearance of several living beings. The faux-haired leader's keen eyes land on the silk map in Luo Qingyan's possession. What is that? The faux-haired leader deduces in an instant. Could it be the map of Songhai Kingdom? Before the words are fully out, Imo Chinchua's sword lunges forward. Realizing their map has been discovered, there is no time for discussion. They must eliminate the threat. The faux-haired leader, taken aback, narrowly avoids a fatal blow, raising a black tube that spews forth a large cloud of ink resembling an octopus. The black ink disperses in the depths, obscuring their vision, and the faux-haired leader's voice emanates from within. Quickly retreat. Inform the sect leader. The demon cultivators flee in a panic, while Imo Chinxue and Mu Yunzhao immediately pursue them. Their movements swift as the wind, swiftly dispatching several of the demon cultivators. However, amidst the cover of ink, the faux-haired leader manages to escape, vanishing without a trace. Once they depart, Luo Qingyan efficiently rummages through the belongings of the fallen, discovering their storage bags filled with spirit stones, demonic elixirs, and several ink tubes. She distributes the ink tubes among her teammates, recognizing their utility in the depths for aiding in escape during perilous situations. Imo Chenchua's expression turns serious. The demon cultivator just mentioned reporting to the sect leader, indicating that the leader of Tian Sha sect, Xie Guangshi, has personally arrived, and it seems he is not alone. The ones we encountered were likely just a small detachment. Mu Yunzhao furrows his brow. I have heard that Xie Guangshi has attained the level of divine transformation, inheriting the madness characteristic of the demonic royal lineage. He is capable of the most bizarre deeds. If we were to cross paths with him, we might not stand a chance. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on the group's expressions. Earlier, the faux-haired leader had surmised that they possessed the map. Once Xie Guangshi becomes aware, he will undoubtedly unleash a citywide hunt for them, demanding the map. Luo Qingyan contemplates, noting that the spirit of those from the Xie family seems rather disturbed. Moreover, Xie Guangshi's condition appears more complex and severe than that of his brother, Xie Mingyao. While Xie Mingyao is merely unruly by nature, Xie Guangshi is genuinely afflicted. Resembling a madman, such a person is best avoided. Suddenly, Luo Qingyan proposes, let us remove our turtle shells. Numerous cultivators have entered the ruins of Songhai. Aside from the faux-haired leader, no one knows our appearances. If they wish to capture us, they can only do so based on the most conspicuous mark, our turtle shell armors. The group unanimously agrees, finding her logic sound. Adjacent to the inn is a tavern. Luo Qingyan and her companions enter, stashing their turtle shells in the kitchen before continuing on their way. This, too, is Luo Qingyan's idea. Gu Qianglu has brought many turtle shells, and they can be left here as a task for other players. Whoever is fortunate enough to find them will receive the reward of being pursued by the Tian Sha sect. The faux-haired leader returns to the side of the sect leader, recounting the events. Sect leader, those individuals possessed a piece of silk paper, which I suspect is the map. I wish to seize it for you, but alas, we were no match for them. The faux-haired leader laments, tears in his eyes. My companions fell at their hands. What? You say they have the map of Songhai Kingdom? The deep voice of Xie Guangshi trembles from beneath his voluminous black robe. Oh, my heavens! How could they possess such a treasure? The faux-haired leader replies, I do not know, sect leader. We must pursue them at once. They are all wearing turtle shell-shaped armor, which is quite conspicuous. Upon hearing this, Xie Guangshi closes his eyes with a sigh. In a tone laced with melancholy, he states, another map, along with turtle shells. I seem to be a pauper in comparison, lacking in all these treasures. The faux-haired leader adds, sect leader, Xie Yu Guangshi declares, I detest those who are wealthier than I. They all deserve to perish. Issue a decree for a citywide hunt for those donning turtle shells on the other side. The disciples of Jiuxiao sect arrived at the street and discovered a turtle shell hidden beneath a pile of firewood in the kitchen of the tavern. Isn't this the shell of the Xinxian sect? One elder exclaimed. How could it be here? Yuan Baotian replied. No, this is no longer the Xinxian sect's shell. What? The elder was perplexed. Yuan Baotian continued. This shell now belongs to us. The elder protested. But isn't it rather improper? Clearly, the members of the Xinxian sect hid this shell here, and to simply take it would be unworthy of gentlemen. What nonsense about gentlemen? How pedantic, Yuan Baotian retorted. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be the Xinxian sect for being foolish enough to hide such a valuable item carelessly. Losing it is simply their own fault. With that, he picked the most fitting shell and donned it. The remaining shells he casually distributed among a few of the most eloquent disciples. The disciples, grateful, hurried to wear them, not wishing to be attacked by mantis shrimp again. As they exited the tavern, they collided with a group of demonic cultivators from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Upon sighting the turtle shells, the demons shouted, Over there, quickly, capture them. The disciples of Jiuxiao sect were taken aback. Due to the ceasefire agreement in Mingzhu City, the human and demon races, despite their underlying animosity, maintained a facade of civility. Unless there were conflicting interests, they would not engage in collective violence. Besides, they were all there to seek treasure from the sea. And with no treasure found yet, there was no need for such targeted hostility. As the demonic cultivators launched an assault, the disciples of Jiuxiao sect hastily prepared to defend themselves. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to repel their attackers. Breathing heavily, they took a moment to recuperate and administered healing pills to the injured disciples before setting off once more. However, it was not long before they encountered another group of demonic cultivators. Upon seeing them, the demons charged forward with fervor, as if they had found their target. Yet another bloody battle ensued. Thus, they continued their journey, stopping and starting, constantly besieged by the demons. After several rounds of fierce combat, for elders sustained injuries, leaving only Yuan Baotian unscathed, as he had remained protected at the center of the sword formation and had hardly engaged in the fighting. One elder, leaning on his sword and spitting blood, exclaimed, If this continues, we may very well lose our lives here. Another elder, panting, queried, Why are these demons relentlessly pursuing us? Suddenly, an eerie cackling echoed from behind them. Of course, it is because you possess treasure, accompanied by a raspy, excited voice. A swirling mass of black ink surged forth, transforming into a tall man clad in a voluminous black robe. His figure was imposing, his face shrouded in the shadow of his hood. Pale as a ghost, with sharp, gaunt features and eyes gleaming with a wild, frenzied light. Countless demonic cultivators followed in his wake. An elder shouted, The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect? Indeed, it is I, the man replied with an alluring tone. I have arrived, the crowd exclaimed. The elder of Jiuxiao sect, despite his injuries, asked, You claim we have treasure. What do you mean? The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect patiently explained. I refer to the turtle shells you wear and the map in your possession. A map? The disciples of Jiuxiao sect were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the faux-haired leader beside the demonic leader interjected anxiously, Leader, these are not the individuals we seek. We have made a mistake. A mistake? The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect was taken aback. The faux-haired leader continued, These individuals are not from the Xinxian sect. They must belong to another sect of cultivators. The leader turned to one elder. You are not from the Xinxian sect? The elder, bleeding, shook his head. No, we are from Jiuxiao sect. So? You seek the Xinxian sect? The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect did not answer but instead questioned. If you are not from the Xinxian sect, why do you wear their turtle shells? At this, the four elders collectively spat blood. Thus, the demonic cultivators had mistaken them for members of the Xinxian sect due to the shells they wore. Prompting their aggression, only Yuan Baotian maintained a calm demeanor, explaining, We merely found these shells. Found them? The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect scoffed. You are aware that these shells belong to the Xinxian sect. Yet you claim them as your own. This is not finding. This is theft, a disgraceful act. Hearing this, the disciples of Jiuxiao sect felt a twinge of shame. The reality was indeed as stated. the leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect admonished. As a prestigious sect, how can you steal the possessions of others? I will not allow this. Remove them immediately. Aware of their wrongdoing and fearing retribution, the disciples hastily removed the turtle shells. The leader commanded his subordinates to collect the shells, then turned his gaze to Yuan Baotian. All the cultivators bore signs of weariness and injury, save for Yuan Baotian, who remained unscathed and composed, displaying no signs of tension or fear. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect could not help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Yuan Baotian proudly declared, "I am the chief disciple of Zhuxiao sect. What is there to fear?" The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect, probing with his spiritual sense, discovered that Yuan Baotian was merely at the golden core stage. He fell into contemplation. As a being of the transformation stage, I am often plagued by feelings of inferiority. How can this golden core cultivator exude such confidence? Yuan Baotian unhurriedly stated, though I am at the golden core stage. I have a penchant for battling those of higher realms, he elaborated. Most of the time, I engage opponents one stage above me, and occasionally, I even face those 2 stages above. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect calculated, realizing that battling 2 stages above would place him on par with his own strength. After considering, the leader remarked, "Seeing your composed demeanor, I shall temporarily regard you as somewhat capable. This matter shall be forgiven this time." "Very well, thank you," Yuan Baotian replied calmly. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect, with a serious tone, advised, "Remember, do not steal the possessions of others in the future. It is not commendable." With a wave of his hand, he and his demonic followers vanished. He was in a hurry to capture members of the Xianxian sect and saw no need to waste time with these miscreants. Once the leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect disappeared, the disciples of Zhuxiao sect, having narrowly escaped, nearly collapsed to the ground. One disciple, in a moment of gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank goodness for our senior brother who scared off the demons. Otherwise, we would have perished." "Indeed, indeed," another disciple chimed in. "Our senior brother is both wise and courageous, unfazed by adversity. We can only look up to him." Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan and her companions had ventured deep into the Songhai kingdom, heading straight towards the location of the Red Cross. Suddenly, a white light curtain rose before them, blocking their path. "Humans, cease your arrogant advance." A voice of authority resonated from beyond the curtain, echoing with gravitas. Luo Qingyan clasped her hands and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am the Sea Immortal, the guardian of this path," came the reply. "You foolish humans have always shown a lack of reverence for the unknown. If you wish to pass through here, you must demonstrate your utmost respect for the sea. If your sincerity moves me, I shall allow you to proceed." The group exchanged glances. How were they to express their respect for the sea? Dongfang Che, being straightforward, suddenly knelt down with a thud and bowed deeply. "Oh, Sea Immortal, please accept my humble bow." The Sea Immortal's voice came from behind the curtain, expressing dissatisfaction, too formal, lacking personality, and utterly insincere. Hearing this, Luo Qingyan realized the need for both character and sincerity. She stepped forward and earnestly proclaimed, "I have composed a song to express my love for the sea. The title is Love the Sea." With that, she opened her mouth and sang with a voice akin to Gongsun Lirong, "I hi, I hi, I hi ya ah." For those unfamiliar, please search for Gongsun Lirong singing. Her companions, Imo Chinxue and the others, were left speechless. The Sea Immortal could hardly endure such an affront and bellowed in fury. "Shut up! Close your mouth this instant!" The entire light curtain trembled with rage, shaking violently. Luo Qingyan, perplexed, retorted, "Is this not enough character and sincerity?" The Sea Immortal erupted in a tirade. "You are simply being ridiculous. Do you not know how to express respect?" Mu Yunzhao, digging into his storage bag, pulled out a handful of spirit stones and tossed them into the water behind the curtain. "How about this?" "Ah, splendid, marvelous." The Sea Immortal exclaimed with joy. "You, my friend, possessed genuine sincerity." Luo Qingyan remarked, "It seems our senior brother understands the ways of the world." The Sea Immortal excitedly asked, "Do you have more spirit stones?" "Toss in some more." Mu Yunzhao complied and threw in a large handful of spirit stones. "Throw in more. Keep them coming. Do not hold back." The Sea Immortal, clearly starved for spirit stones, nearly trembled with delight, exclaiming quickly, "Give them to me, all of them. I want spirit stones." Just as Mu Yunjiao prepared to continue tossing in coins, Imo Chinchua halted him. "All right, that's enough," he said coolly. "Let me handle this." With that, he drew his sword and pierced through the water curtain. With a splintering crash, the curtain shattered. The sea immortal, hidden behind, tumbled out, revealing itself to be a plump, magnificent king crab. Luo Qingyan was astonished. "Wow, this is real seafood." Her mind raced with 100 cooking methods. Imo Chinchua pointed his sword at the king crab. "Do you now sense our sincere respect?" I feel it," the king crab stammered. "Please spare me, noble hero." It turns out that conquest through sheer force is the most sincere form of respect. After the king crab concluded his statement, he attempted to scuttle away sideways. However, Imo Chinchua swiftly intercepted him with the glint of his sword, saying, "Since you have accepted payment, you ought to answer our questions." The king crab, feeling anxious, inquired, "What do you wish to ask?" Imo Chinchua began, "Firstly, have you resided in this Songhai ruins all along?" "Indeed," replied the king crab. "Regrettably, the spiritual energy in this desolate place is far too thin for proper cultivation. It has been quite a challenge for me to acquire the ability to speak human language, which is precisely why I seek spirit stones." Imo Chinchua continued, "Secondly, are there any living souls remaining in the city?" "Certainly not," the king crab asserted. "The humans here perished long ago. Then why are there no corpses?" Dongfang Che queried curiously. "Who says there are none? They are everywhere," the king crab retorted, gesturing with his pincers towards the luminescent powder on the walls. "These are the remnants of human corpses." Luo Qingyan gasped in horror. Just as she had suspected, the original inhabitants had turned to dust in an instant. The Songhai kingdom had become a dead city. Cloaked in the powder of its former denizens, Imo Chinchua asked, "How did those people meet their demise?" "It is said to be due to a stone," the king crab replied. "A stone?" "Yes, they refer to it as the Black God Stone." The king crab elaborated, "In addition to humans, countless other beings in the city also perished because of the Black God Stone, leading to the obliteration of the Songhai kingdom. The specifics are beyond my knowledge." "That was an eternity ago." Luo Qingyan inquired, "How did your ancestors manage to survive?" With a hint of pride, the king crab declared, "Our ancestors were the crabs from the kitchen of a tavern. When the calamity struck, they happened to be in the pot, surrounded by water, thus escaping disaster. Subsequently, all of you humans faced extinction, and the entirety of the Songhai kingdom sank to the ocean floor. Our ancestors, however, survived, never imagining they would return to the sea in such a manner." Luo Qingyan exclaimed, "Impressive." The sinking of the Songhai kingdom was a catastrophe for humanity, yet for the seafood in the tavern, it was a miraculous rebirth. "Now, I have one final question." She pointed to the red cross on the map, indicating a direction, and asked, "What lies approximately 5 miles from here?" Upon hearing this, the king crab's expression shifted to one of reverence. "That is the temple, where the deep-sea Great Wronged One resides." "Deep-sea Great Wronged One?" "Yes, he is the master of this ruin, and only he knows the truth behind the annihilation of the Songhai kingdom." The group was astonished. They had not expected the Songhai ruins to possess a master. Luo Qingyan could not restrain her curiosity and asked, "But why do you refer to him as the deep-sea Great Wronged One?" "He calls himself that," the king crab replied. "He refers to himself as the deep-sea Great Wronged One." The group mused. It seems he is a person with a story. One does not adopt such a title without a tale to tell. With that, the party bid farewell to the king crab and hastened their journey, arriving at the temple indicated by the red cross.